Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 4OL, Chapter 106 Salute to the Supreme Marshal of Naval Headquarters. 106-183rds. Chapter 106 Salute to the Supreme Marshal of Naval Headquarters. Previous. Next. At this time, the villagers of Kokosia village also saw several huge warships slowly approaching the Dragon Park. After seeing all the soldiers in the yard straighten their bodies and salute the warships, the villagers who were noisy a second ago suddenly quieted down. Soon after, some villagers followed suit and saluted the approaching warship. At this time, Gion and Nojiko did not dare to look for Nami rashly. They stood behind Tashigi and looked at the warships approaching the shore on the sea. As the leading warship approached the shore, an invisible sense of oppression suddenly swept in like a wave, making everyone in the park tense. On the deck, Xia Yu, wearing a marshal's coat, looked down at the Dragon Park, and then stopped his eyes on Arlong who was stepped on by Monka. Marshal Naval Headquarters. Looking at the young figure standing on the deck, Gion, who was bearing the strong pressure from the headquarters marshal, suppressed his inner excitement, stretched his body straight, and his eyes blossomed with the light that had disappeared since Arlong and his gang appeared. For Gion, who had experienced a dark life because of the appearance of Arlong and his gang, even though he saw Arlong and his gang being tied up with his own eyes, he was still not completely relieved. Because the collusion between Marine Colonel Mouse and Arlong's gang left a shadow in his heart. But now it's different. The Marshal of the Naval Headquarters is here in person, and he believes that such a big shot will never collude with Arlong and his gang. Xia Yu, who was standing on the deck, just glanced and then looked away, then jumped off the deck and walked into the Dragon Park. Everyone. As Xia Yu walked into the park, Monka took a deep breath and shouted enthusiastically, "Salute to the Supreme Marshal Xia Yu of the Naval Headquarters." Loyalty. The soldiers of the 153rd Branch and the Logue Town base took a step forward at the same time and shouted out the slogan that had been buried in their hearts for a long time. The sudden situation made Smoker a little confused. He could understand the enthusiasm of the soldiers of Branch 153. After all, Monka was the colonel of Branch 153 appointed by Xia Yu. But why would the soldiers of Logue Town join in the fun? When he took office as the highest commander of Logue Town, Xia Yu had not yet launched a mutiny. Could it be that the Logue Town base had been infiltrated by Xia Yu long before Xia Yu launched the mutiny? Thinking of this, Smoker couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he chose to wait and see when he received the Den Den Mushi call from the commander-in-chief of the army, Sora. Otherwise, if he had done anything abnormal, wouldn't the soldiers at the Logue Town base have torn him to pieces? Even if he had the Logia smoke fruit and could protect himself and escape, he would definitely be wanted by the whole world. Xia Yu did not stop, raised his hand to return the greeting, and walked straight to Monka. Seeing that the wound on Monka's body had not been bandaged yet, Xia Yu frowned slightly, then quickly tore off the corner of his coat and bandaged the wound seriously in front of Monka's flattered gaze. "Your Excellency the Marshal." Looking at the young commander who was bandaging his wounds himself, Monka's eyes instantly turned red, and his bravery in the previous battle with Arlong was gone, and even his voice was choked with sobs. After bandaging Monka's wound, Xia Yu patted Monka on the shoulder, then turned around and looked at the soldiers standing straight in front of him, nodded slightly and said, "Well done, you are worthy of being my heroic Marine." After a slight pause, Xia Yu suddenly raised his voice, "Thank you for your hard work, brothers." Hearing this, all the soldiers stepped forward almost at the same time, shouting fanatically in unison, "For justice." Okay, next, Xia Yu threw away his martial coat and turned around and walked quickly to the throne that once belonged to Arlong in the Dragon Park, and said simply, "Bring the Dragon Pirates." Following Xia Yu's order, the members of the Dragon Pirates, led by Arlong, were dragged one by the Marine soldiers who rushed over and made them kneel in front of Xia Yu and line up in a row. "How dare you move?" Arlong, who had just been escorted to his knees in front of Xia Yu, raised his head, and the two officers in charge of escorting him raised their rifle butts without hesitation and hit Arlong's head hard. However, Arlong did not faint. Instead, he stared at the falling gun butt as if unconscious and looked up at Xia Yu. "Ha ha ha ha, Marine Marshal, you can't kill me." At this point, Arlong struggled madly and roared loudly, "My boss is Jinbei, he is the 7 warlords of the sea." Bang, bang, bang. Without waiting for Xia Yu to react, Monka, who was standing next to him, suddenly snatched the gun from a soldier next to him, and then emptied the magazine in 1 second at Arlong's legs. Then, before Arlong could even scream, he raised the axe above his head and chopped it down hard on Arlong's jagged nose. "Who are you? How dare you yell at the Marshal?" Monka, who had chopped off Arlong's nose cleanly, kicked him with his leg, saying murderously, "You're looking for death." After a brief moment of daze, Arlong, whose nose was chopped off, could no longer bear the double pain and screamed uncontrollably. "How dare you shout?" Monka raised the axe and smashed it into Arlong's bloody mouth, who had just screamed. Arlong was completely stunned, as his hands and feet were shackled and his mouth was smashed to pieces. He could only make, sounds. His previous image of a dragon was completely gone at this moment. Xia Yu did not stop Monka, but stared coldly at Arlong, whose blood kept coming out of his mouth, without a trace of emotion in his eyes. Gion, who was standing next to Xia Yu, and several vice admirals led by Ian were also looking expressionlessly at Arlong and his gang, who were kneeling on the ground in a row in front of Xia Yu. If it were in the past, they might have stopped it. Because their mission has always been to arrest, whether the captured pirates will be sent to impel down or any's lobby is ultimately decided by the judicial department. It is precisely this procedure that has caused many voices of opposition in the naval headquarters over the years, especially since the attack on the training ship that year. More and more officers believe that any pirates who dare to attack the Marine should be captured and executed. But that was all in the past. Now they were following a tough young marshal, and they had to adapt to the new marshal's style of doing things. The most important thing is, if it weren't for Colonel Stock's special status, a mere dragon pirates group would not be enough to alarm the marshal in person. At this moment, a figure flashed from the deck of the first warship to land and stood respectfully beside Xia Yu. It was the Sea Knight Jinbei. Boss Jinbei, boss, help. As soon as Jinbei stood next to Xia Yu, Xiao Ba, the cadre of the dragon pirates, Kruby and other fishman pirates all raised their heads excitedly, with hope of life in their eyes. Even Arlong, whose mouth was smashed to pieces, seemed to have seen a life-saving straw at this moment, and stammered to Jinbei. However, as soon as they made the noise, the Marine soldiers standing beside them raised their rifle butts and smashed down cleanly without any hesitation. Your Excellency the Marshal. Jinbei didn't look at Arlong and his gang, but bowed to Xia Yu and said, the pirates have committed a heinous crime, Jinbei cannot escape the blame, and I am willing to share the responsibility with them. As he spoke, Jinbei took 2 steps back, came to Arlong and knelt down facing Xia Yu. Seeing this, the hope that had been burning in the eyes of Arlong and others disappeared instantly, and was replaced by the fear of death. Jinbei, you have to think carefully before you talk about loyalty with them now. Xia Yu glanced at Jinbei, his tone as calm as ever, are you sure you can afford this guilt? Hearing this, Jinbei's expression suddenly changed. Although Xia Yu did not say it explicitly, the meaning was very clear, that is, if he wanted to take the blame, not only him, but also the members of the Sun Pirates under his command, and all the fishmen on the Fishman Island would be implicated. Before Jinbei could recover from the shock, Xia Yu suddenly changed the subject, I just want to know one thing. Xia Yu didn't look at Arlong, whose mouth was smashed to pieces. Instead, he looked sharply at Xiao Ba, Kruby and other members of the Pirates of the Dragon Group, and said slowly, which sea area did you attack the warships from? Whoever tells me first, I can let him. I know. Before Xia Yu finished speaking, a fishman pirate from the Dragon Pirates suddenly raised his head and shouted, there is a sea map in Kruba's arms, which was drawn by a little girl from Kokosia village. We used this map to ambush in that sea area in advance. Kruby intercepted the warship, and Xiaoba created a big Uzumaki on the seabed, and used the big Uzumaki to roll the warship to the bottom of the sea. Hearing this, Xia Yu nodded and looked at Jinbei again. Arlong was able to be released from prison and continued to do evil because of your former identity as a Shichibukai. However, the Dragon Pirates are the Dragon Pirates, and you are you. Since your performance in the headquarters has been pretty good during this period, I will give you a chance to make amends. Take this fishman pirate and the sea chart to the sea area where the incident occurred immediately. As long as you can salvage the bodies of Stoke and all the sacrificed soldiers, I promise you that I will not vent my anger on all the fishmen because of this matter. Yes, Jinbei did not dare to delay, and immediately stood up and walked to Kruby to take out the nautical chart, and then jumped into the swimming pool with the fishman pirates. Marshal, how do they deal with it? At this moment, Ian stood up and stared at the members of the Dragon Pirates who were kneeling in a row with burning eyes. Xia Yu didn't say anything, just waved his hand gently. Clear. Ian understood and immediately drew his sword from its sheath, saying in a cold voice, prepare for execution. Chapter 107. The Marshal's Eastern Tour, I just want the pirates to die. 107-183. Chapter 107. The Marshal's Eastern Tour, I just want the pirates to die. Following Ian's order, 8 soldiers immediately escorted 4 fishman pirates forward. The 4 soldiers in charge of the execution immediately raised their guns and aimed at the 4 controlled fishman pirates, then pulled the trigger decisively. Just like when Sabayati Archipelago executed the pirates, it was a standard 2 shots to the chest and 1 to the head. As the gunshots sounded particularly shocking at this moment, the 4 pirates fell to the ground almost at the same time, and were immediately dragged away by the 8 Marine soldiers who were responsible for escorting them. Soon after, 4 more fishman pirates were dragged forward. The simple and direct execution method made the fishman pirates who had not yet been executed unable to remain calm. They struggled frantically to fight for a chance of survival. However, even if they tried their best, they couldn't escape from Marine at this moment. Putting aside the strength of the soldiers controlling them, the headquarters marshal is here in person. Even if some of them are branch soldiers performing sea missions for the first time, they will burst out with unprecedented power. You know, they saw with their own eyes their marshal personally tearing off the corner of his clothes to bandage Colonel Monka's wound. Maybe the villagers of Kokosia village nearby didn't understand what that meant, but as Marines, how could they not know? It is no exaggeration to say that in the eyes of the Marine soldiers, having the marshal personally bandage their wounds is definitely the highest honor of being a Marine. Of course, the villagers of Kokosia village would not pay attention to these details. Because at this time their attention was all on the execution. After seeing the members of the Dragon Pirates being dragged out one after another and shot twice in the chest and once in the head, the originally quiet crowd suddenly broke into the sound of sobbing for joy. The execution of Arlong and his gang meant that they no longer had to live in fear, and that they no longer had to ask Arlong and his gang for money every month in order to survive. Even Gion couldn't help crying when he saw the pirates being executed one after another, still standing straight with his right hand raised in salute. If it weren't for the fact that the execution was still going on, he would definitely leave here immediately and go to the grave of the silly woman who was shot by Arlong to protect his 2 adopted daughters to tell her everything he saw. Soon, only Arlong, Xiaoba, Kruby and Ju were left in Arlong's group. Seeing their former companions being executed one after another, the 4 had long given up hope of survival. They stared at Arlong, whose mouth was smashed to pieces, with dull expressions. When they saw the marine soldiers in charge of the execution approaching them, Xiaoba, Kruby and Ju suddenly woke up and struggled frantically. Kruby even struggled while asking Arlong for help. "Boss Arlong, please find a solution. Are you just going to watch us all get killed? When you asked us to leave Grand Line and come to East Blue, you said you would lead us to build an Arlong empire here. I don't want to die." Arlong's mouth was smashed to pieces, his eyes were fierce, and he struggled to stand up with great strength, rushed forward a step, and knelt down at Xia Yu's feet, and shouted with all his strength, "Xia Yu. Marshal, I was wrong. All of this is my order. Please, let Xiaoba and the others go. I am willing to take the consequences. Marshal Xia Yu, I was wrong." As he said this, Arlong was about to knock his head towards Xia Yu. Just as he was about to knock his head, Monka immediately stepped forward and dragged him back. Even so, Arlong was still begging for mercy frantically, BG his head on the ground. "Wrong." Xia Yu gently adjusted his collar and said expressionlessly, "If everyone can save their lives by kneeling down and begging for mercy after committing a serious crime, what is the need for Marine?" After a slight pause, Xia Yu leaned forward slightly, looking down at Arlong who kept kowtowing and admitting his mistakes, without a trace of emotion in his words. "It's not that you know you are wrong, but that you know you are going to die." Bang, bang, bang. As soon as Xia Yu finished speaking, 3 gunshots were heard suddenly. Then, Xiaoba fell to the ground with a thud. However, although the soldiers shot him twice in the chest and once in the head, one of the soldiers seemed to be worried about something unexpected happening. He subconsciously said, "Octopuses have strong vitality," and then he and his companions raised their guns again and emptied the ammunition. Seeing this scene, even Smoker, a marine, felt a little reluctant and turned his head away without saying a word. Tashigi was completely numb. She stood there with a dull expression looking at Xia Yu who was sitting on the chair. As someone who came to East Blue Log Town with Smoker, she has been at the headquarters since recruit training and even participated in the officer training camp at the headquarters, so she is quite familiar with Xia Yu, the former Vice Admiral. In her impression, Xia Yu is a gentle, righteous and very friendly Vice Admiral of the headquarters. She has an excellent reputation in the headquarters and is deeply supported and loved by many of her peers and seniors. Most importantly, she had also been taken care of by Xia Yu. When she finished the officer's training camp, Vice Admiral Xia Yu came to visit her and gave a gift to each officer who participated in that training camp. Xia Yu Vice Admiral gave her a knife, which was a Wajo knife, one of the top 50 sharp knives. At that time, she was so excited that she almost couldn't help but hang on Xia Yu Vice Admiral, because her favorite thing was to collect various famous swords, and her name as a knife fanatic was widely circulated in the headquarters. How could such a gentle, righteous and considerate person suddenly become so murderous and decisive? How could her little heart bear it? Finally, with the last 3 gunshots, Arlong paid the price of his life for the heinous crime he committed. He was dragged away by 2 soldiers like a dead fish and thrown into a large pit in the yard. Arlong's body had just been dragged away. Nohigo, who had been standing next to Ajien, could no longer bear it. She rushed out desperately and shouted to Xia Yu who was sitting on the chair, "Marine, Stop." Before Nohigo could finish her words, Monka reached out to stop her. "Little girl, the marshal is too busy to talk to you now. Marine, please calm down. Marine, please calm down." Unexpectedly, Nohigo would run out at this time. Gion did not have time to think about it. He immediately ran over and shouted, explaining anxiously, "These children are battlefield orphans. Their mother was also a marine. First hope the marine will be magnanimous." Before Gion could finish his words, Xia Yu suddenly turned his head and signaled Monka to leave. At the same time, he waved to Gion and Nuaochigao and said, "Come over here and talk." "Your Excellency the Marshal." Gion trembled as he walked to Xia Yu's side under the gazes of the marine soldiers and officers. Because Xia Yu and the officers around him were so powerful, he didn't dare to look up. He lowered his head and said timidly, "I'm sorry, I neglected to discipline the child and let him offend you." Xia Yu ignored Gion and calmly opened the observation hockey to cover the entire dragon paradise. Then he looked at Nokigo and said gently, "Nokigo, the person you were looking for is on the top floor of the building behind me. I think she needs you now." Real. Hearing that Nami was on the top floor of the building, Nojiko turned around and ran out without even saying thank you. After watching Nohigo run into the hall, Xia Yu immediately retracted his gaze and looked at the generals standing nearby, and said lightly, "Gion. Exist." As soon as he finished speaking, Gion took a step forward. Xia Yu stood up from his chair and walked in front of Gion, saying slowly, "I will start a 1-week tour in East Blue. Transmit this order to naval headquarters and all branches. Tell them that after my eastern tour, I need a list of all officers and soldiers from the headquarters and major branches who have fought for justice in the past 10 years. No matter if they are currently serving or have left the Marine, as long as they have made contributions to justice, they must be given subsidies and rewards according to their merits. Those who have died, whether officers or soldiers, will be posthumously named Marine heroes, and their families will be listed as Marine hero families and will be protected by the Marine for generations. Anyone who harms the hero's family will be treated as a thief, no matter who they are. The above is one of them. Second, immediately issue an order to all the major branches of East Blue, asking them to immediately issue a pirates hunting order and conduct a carpet patrol and search in the entire waters of East Blue. During this period, I will not listen to any process reports, as long as the pirates die. Chapter 108, Stand Up. I am with you. 108 183rds. Chapter 108, Stand Up. I am with you. Sabayati Archipelago, District 13. Shaki is in a good mood today. As the previous emperor of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, she has not been involved in the affairs of the kingdom for many years, but she has been secretly paying attention to the Amazon Lily. As early as when a tough marshal appeared in the naval headquarters, she was worried that the current queen of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, Hancock, would be liquidated. After all, Hancock is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Judging from the temperament of this young and iron-blooded marshal, he obviously will not allow the Shichibukai, which is between the pirates and the Marines, to continue to exist. But her worries were obviously unnecessary. The young Marine king did not wipe out all the Shichibukai in one fell swoop. He only made an example of them to scare the other 6. She didn't care what the other Shichibukai were thinking in their hearts. She only knew that the Amazon Lily's queen Hancock had obviously made the wisest choice. With the protection of the Marine king who dared to make the Holy Land sign the Treaty of Mariajoy, the Amazon Lily Kingdom would rest assured for many years to come. Most importantly, she had just received the latest intelligence that the young marshal of the naval headquarters had suddenly arrived in East Blue and brought with him all the Shichibukai who had surrendered. She still didn't care what the Marine Marshal was doing in East Blue, nor did she care whether other Shichibukai followed her. The fact that Xia Yu was able to bring Hancock along showed that Hancock's performance in the naval headquarters was pretty good. Suddenly, Shaki turned his head and looked towards the corner of the bar. Seeing Rayleigh sitting there alone, staring at a burnt life card in front of him, Shaki was stunned for a moment, then left the bar and walked over. You didn't go for coding today. Shaki came to Rayleigh and took a look at the life card that was burned to ashes. He asked curiously, is it because of this life card? Xiao Ba is dead. Rayleigh nodded seriously, with a hint of sadness in his words, and shook his head and smiled bitterly. Although I expected it a long time ago, I still can't help feeling sad. It seems that I am really old. Hearing this, Shaki fell silent. As early as when the news of the Dragon Pirates' attack on the warship reached the naval headquarters, she and Rayleigh had a premonition that Xia Yu, the new Marine Marshal, would definitely take action. Putting aside Xia Yu's personal temper, any pirates force that dared to attack the Marine at this time would be difficult for Xia Yu, who had just become the Marshal of the headquarters, to accept, because it was tantamount to declaring war on him. The most important thing is that Xia Yu had just publicly executed Whitebeard II and forced Shichibukai to surrender, which was a big show in front of all the forces in the world. Under such circumstances, let alone the evil dragon pirates, even the sea emperors of the New World had to avoid it. As a result, the Beast's pirates, who had been taking action because one of the Shichibukai's Hanafuda was killed by Xia Yu, suddenly became very quiet in the past few days. Even the Beast's pirates led by Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, chose to swallow their anger at this time. The dragon pirates were undoubtedly digging their own graves by coming out to cause trouble. However, although they knew that Xia Yu would definitely suppress it with thunder, they did not expect that Xia Yu would reign over East Blue when the whereabouts of New World 4 Emperors Kaido were unknown. After a brief silence, Shaki tentatively asked, do you need to go to East Blue? After all, Xiaoba is your benefactor. Before Shaki could finish his words, Rayleigh immediately shook his head and said, since he chose to go out to sea as a pirate, I believe he has already prepared himself for death. It is a worthy death for him to have the Marine Marshal come in person. East Blue, Kokosia Village. In front of the gate of Arlong Park, Nojiko, a man with short purple hair, stood side by side with a little girl with short orange hair and wearing a dress. The little girl looked about 12 or 13 years old. She blinked her brown eyes and looked at the people in the park who were counting the treasures and spoils that Arlong and his gang had looted over the years with tears in their eyes. Nami was rescued from the battlefield by the marine soldier Belmir when she was still an infant. After that, she and Nohigo followed Belmir to settle in the village of Kokosia. Nohigo, have Arlong and his gang really been wiped out? After watching the busy marines in front of her for a while, Nami turned her head and looked at Nojiko with a tearful face, choking with sobs. These marines are not the same as the previous marines. No. Nohigo shook his head and pointed at the young figure sitting on the throne that used to belong to Arlong. Did you see that marine? He is the marshal of the naval headquarters. I heard from Gion that the marshal just issued a pirates hunting order. All the marine branches in East Blue will immediately hunt down all the pirates. At this point, Nohigo's voice suddenly became a little choked up. If only this gentleman had become a marshal earlier, then Belmir wouldn't. Before Nojiko could finish her words, Tashigi suddenly ran up to them. Nohigo, Nami, follow me, the marshal wants to see you. Tashigi came up to the two of them and without any nonsense, he threw down these words and took the two of them back the way they came. At the same time, In, who was standing next to Xia Yu, took out a document and said seriously, Marshal, the treasures looted from the villagers of Kokosia village by Arlong and his gang over the years have been recorded. In addition, the archives of Branch 16 just received news that Branch 16 did have a marine soldier named Belmir who once participated in the mission of eliminating pirates in a kingdom called Oiko within the jurisdiction of Branch 16. During this battle, Belmir found 2 children on the way. Later, because one of the children had a high fever, she chose to leave the marine and take the children to seek medical treatment everywhere. According to Belmir's superior, although Belmir is a female soldier, she is very brave. After leaving the marine, Belmir never contacted the 16th branch until Arlong and his gang showed up and ruled over a dozen nearby villages. She then sent a letter to the 16th branch for help. However, she didn't expect that the then captain of the 16th branch, Colonel Rat, had colluded with Arlong and was eventually killed by Arlong. According to the villagers in Gion, the rule set by Arlong and his gang is that the civilians under their rule must pay money every month to buy their lives, 100,000 belly for adults and 50,000 belly for children. At that time, Belmir scraped together 100,000 belly. She could have survived, but she gave the chance of life to her 2 adopted daughters. At this point, Ian paused for a moment, then looked up at Xia Yu with red eyes. Marshal, Belmir did not disgrace her identity as a marine. She bravely chose to fight Arlong at the beginning, but her strength was limited. But even so, she did not kneel down and beg for mercy, but faced Arlong's gun and died calmly. According to some villagers, Belmir proudly said she was a soldier when she was fighting Arlong. Therefore, I believe that Belmir should be posthumously named a marine hero. As soon as Ian finished speaking, Gion, who had been standing quietly beside him, once again lost control of his emotions. His shoulders shook violently and tears flowed silently. Marine's appearance at this time and killing all of Arlong's gang was an unexpected surprise for Gion, Kokosia village, and all the villages occupied by the dragon pirates. But Gion never thought that all this was just the beginning. Belmir, who had left the marine for many years in order to raise 2 battlefield orphans, Nohigo and Nami, would be valued by the marine top brass again and was even proposed to be posthumously named a marine hero. Nohigo, Nami, why don't you thank Marine Sama now? Unable to control his emotions, Gion saw Nami and Nohigo being brought over by Tashigi. He quickly walked over and pulled the 2 of them to kneel facing Xia Yu, shouting in a trembling voice, Marshal, I thank you on behalf of Belmir. At this moment, more voices of thanks suddenly rang out. Following the sound, I saw that all the villagers were kneeling outside the gate of the Dragon Park facing Xia Yu with tears in their eyes, after receiving part of the life-saving money that the marine soldiers had handed over to Arlong and his gang over the years. Thank you, Marine Sama. Long live the Marshal. Marshal, you are our second parents. The sudden scene caught all the marine soldiers off guard. They stood there, not knowing what to do, and all looked up at Xia Yu. Xia Yu obviously didn't expect that the villagers outside the park would kneel down with a Gion. After a brief moment of daze, Xia Yu frowned slightly, then stood up and said in a deep voice, What are you doing? As Xia Yu finished speaking, the villagers suddenly became quiet. However, including Gion, no one stood up. Instead, they looked as if they had done something wrong and were terrified by Xia Yu's powerful aura. Seeing that no one responded, Xia Yu walked up to Gion, raised his hand and patted Gion on the shoulder, then swept his sharp eyes across the audience. From now on, any evil force, noble, king of a country, or celestial dragons who are high above you, if their civilization requires you to bow down and worship them. What you should do is not to kneel down and beg for survival in a humiliating manner, but to be brave enough to face the dripping blood like Belmir did back then, and let them know the pride of barbarism. In the past, I was in a low position and had no influence on the world's situation, but from now on, I will be with you. Please remember what I said now. After a slight pause, Xia Yu's voice suddenly rose, and every word was sonorous. Stand up, everyone, stand up. Chapter 109 Pirates, Hunting Order. Colonel Monka's Loyalty. Ju Z, 109-183. Chapter 109 Pirates, Hunting Order. Colonel Monka's Loyalty. Ju Z. As Gion conveyed Xia Yu's marshal's order, the major marine bases in East Blue responded immediately. Monka was not idle either. After being bandaged by the marshal himself, he was full of energy and did not want to stay in Kokosia village for a moment. He immediately led the soldiers of Branch 153 to set sail and return to the waters under the jurisdiction of Branch 153. He took the lead in executing the marshal's order and launched a carpet search of the waters under his jurisdiction. Smoker, the highest officer of Logue Town, was no exception. He cared more about catching pirates than fighting for power, so he followed the marshal's order, issued a pirate hunting order, and personally led the warship out of Kokosia village. Soon, all the major marine branches of East Blue also issued pirate hunting orders one after another, and the branch warships sailed out of the ports where their respective bases were located and headed towards the sea in a mighty manner. Kokosia village. After getting back some of the money they had paid to Arlong and his gang, the villagers left the Dragon Park one after another. After hearing Marshal Xia Yu's words, I am with them, they all held their heads high and walked with confidence. Especially Gion, his mood was turbulent. Not only did he get back some of the treasures and loot that were stolen by Arlong and his gang, but what made him feel uneasy for a long time was that Belmir was really posthumously named a marine hero, and the home that Belmir left for Nami and Nohigo was also labeled as a marine hero's home. This means that from now on, no matter who it is, as long as Nami and Nojiko don't do anything against justice, they will be protected by Marine for life. After leaving the Dragon Park with Nami and Nojiko, Gion did not go home, but went to Belmare's grave first. Mother-in-law. As soon as he arrived at the grave, Gion couldn't contain his excitement. He knelt down in front of the tombstone and said with tears in his eyes, I have good news to tell you. Arlong and his gang have been killed. All this is because a great marshal appeared in the marine you once served. Not only did he personally go to East Blue and kill Arlong and his gang, he also ordered you to be posthumously named a marine hero. From now on, Nami and Nohigo will receive special care from the marine. At this point, Gion looked up at the grave in front of him and the portrait of Belmere carved on the tombstone, and said softly, You can rest in peace. Xia Yu did not leave the Dragon Park. After the villagers of Kokosia village left, he turned around and walked directly to the open-air swimming pool connected to the sea and looked out at the endless sea. Boom boom. Suddenly, the sea surface ahead suddenly rose up at high speed. Immediately afterwards, a huge manatee emerged from the seabed. Without waiting for Xia Yu to react, Gion and Ian, who were following quietly behind Xia Yu, pressed the hilts of their swords almost at the same time, and both flashed in front of Xia Yu, staring ahead as if facing a great enemy. At the same time, a head followed closely behind and popped out from next to the giant manatee. Jinbei. Seeing that it was Jinbei who emerged from the sea, Gion and Ain spoke almost at the same time. Jinbei didn't say anything, but slapped the sea with his hands. With a sudden burst of tremendous force, a curtain of water rose from the sea, like a sea dragon rising from the ground, drawing an arc in the sky and then falling into the swimming pool behind Xia Yu. As the water dragon fell into the swimming pool, 7 or 8 soldiers who had been ordered by Monka to dive into the seabed to search for manatees coughed, and then quickly swam out of the swimming pool, facing Xia Yu in embarrassment, raised their hands and shouted, Marshal. You are. Looking at the 7 or 8 soldiers who were soaked to the skin, Xia Yu blinked in confusion, soldiers from the 153rd branch. Yes, Marshal. The leading officer lowered his head in shame. We were ordered by Colonel Monka to search for the remnants of the dragon pirates at the bottom of the sea, but we almost got killed. Fortunately, Mr. Fishman arrived in time, otherwise we would have. Xia Yu was stunned again. The remnants of the dragon pirates. Yes, that's the manatee. The officer's eyes lit up again, pointing at the manatee floating on the sea. Colonel Monka said that the pirates of the dragon caused the marshal to lose a beloved general. Not to mention the manatee, even the earthworms in this park must be dug out and crushed. Hearing this, Gion, Ain and other officers standing next to Xia Yu all twitched their facial muscles. Many of them had heard of Monka, the colonel of the 153rd branch. When he was young, he was an energetic and passionate young man, but he was frustrated due to corruption within the marine. It was not until he met Xia Yu during the mutiny that he was promoted to colonel of the 153rd branch. In this situation, let alone Monka, any one of them would be loyal to Xia Yu without reservation. However, Colonel Monka's loyalty is really a bit amusing. Just one word, absolutely. I see. Looking at the serious-looking officer, Xia Yu couldn't help laughing. In that case, the manatee is given to you as a reward. Bring it back to branch 153 for a feast. But you have to find a boat to transport it back, because your colonel has gone out to sea to capture pirates. Ah, all the marines widened their eyes. Go ahead. Xia Yu stopped talking nonsense and said simply, go back to the base and let Monka give you a credit, and say that it was me who said it. Yes, hearing that they could get credit for catching a manatee, several marines were overjoyed. They all raised their hands to salute and shouted, loyalty. After watching several marine soldiers struggling to pull the manatee to Kokosia village to ask villagers for help in hauling it, Xia Yu immediately looked at Jinbei who had come ashore and stood in front of him, frowning slightly and asked, didn't you find Stoke? Found it. Jinbei didn't dare to look up, and bowed slightly and said, however, we only found Colonel Stalker, his adjutant, 2 soldiers, and the wreckage of the warship. Before he finished speaking, Jinbei quickly promised, please give me a few more days, Marshal. As long as the other soldiers are still on the seabed, Jinbei will definitely salvage them all. Don't make promises easily. Xia Yu waved his hand. You have helped me a lot by finding Stoke. I will give you 3 more days. It would be great if you can find more sacrificed soldiers. If you can't, I won't blame you. After saying that, Xia Yu waved his hand to signal Jinbei to step back, then took a step forward and looked towards the sea ahead. Chapter 110. Order from the Supreme Marshal of our headquarters. No surrender from pirates will be accepted during the Eastern Tour. 110-183rds. Chapter 110. Order from the Supreme Marshal of our headquarters. No surrender from pirates will be accepted during the Eastern Tour. Previous. Next. Under Xia Yu's gaze, the 2 warships slowly approached the shore. On the leading warship, stood a blind old man. That was Stoke's mother. When Stoke was transferred to the headquarters by Xia Yu, Stoke brought his mother to the headquarters as well. Xia Yu personally arranged for her to live in the family quarters and arranged for the best doctor in the headquarters to treat her. However, although the old man recovered, he became blind because he missed the best treatment stage. Looking at the old man who was tremblingly walking down the warship and approaching her accompanied by 2 female soldiers from the headquarters, Xia Yu couldn't help but flash back to the scene when Stock called for help from West Blue. At that time, Stock was still working in a branch of West Blue. Because his old mother was seriously ill and dying, Stock had nowhere else to go and found him through the introduction of a fellow villager in the branch. Xia Yu certainly would not refuse the help of a filial son. Not only did he transfer Stoke to the headquarters, he also paid the medical expenses that Stoke owed out of his own pocket. Seeing his mother getting better day by day under the treatment of the doctors in the headquarters medical team, Stoke excitedly rushed to him, crying like a child, and said that he would give all his loyalty and life to him. Xia Yu certainly didn't want Stoke to sacrifice his life for her. Because in these years at naval headquarters, he gained a lot, but lost even more. Especially the group of recruits he met when he first entered the naval headquarters for recruit training. Most of them died while on missions outside. Among the dozen or so friends he had the best relationship with, 7 or 8 died at the hands of pirates while trying to protect him. Time flies, and 6 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Now he has become the commander-in-chief of the headquarters, but the good friends he made when he entered the headquarters for recruit training are no longer with him. Another warship also stopped at the shore at this time. Then, a group of more than a dozen soldiers jumped off the warship carrying the bodies of Stoke, the adjutant and 2 soldiers salvaged by Jinbei, and the blind old man came to Xia Yu first. Over the years, after losing so many good friends who participated in Marine at the same time as him, Xia Yu thought he had a heart of stone. But the moment he saw Stock, he felt like a huge rock was pressing on his heart, and the sudden heaviness almost made him fall. Xia Yu, Xia Yu. At this moment, the old man, accompanied by 2 female soldiers from the headquarters, also came over. Perhaps it was the mother-child bond that made the old lady feel something. She raised her hands and groped forward, calling Xia Yu's name. Xia Yu stopped the 2 accompanying female soldiers, walked up to the old man in silence, and said softly, "Old man, I'm here." Hearing this, the old man groped forward and tried to grab something. Seeing this, Xia Yu quickly put his hand in the old man's. After holding Xia Yu's hands, the old man first touched them, and then suddenly raised his hand to touch Xia Yu's face. The old man's sudden action made Gion and Ain instinctively move closer, but Xia Yu immediately signaled them to move back. After placing his hand on Xia Yu's face and stroking it, the old man nodded gently, "Stock is right, you are really young." After a slight pause, the old man's voice suddenly became a little hoarse, and he gently patted Xia Yu's hand and said, "Child, I know everything about Stoke. Don't feel guilty about Stoke's sacrifice. You deserve him, and even more so, as mother and son. Stock has mentioned you to me countless times, saying that you are the best officer in the world. If possible, he said he would give his life for you. Stock said that because of you, he believes that Marine's justice still exists." At this point, the old man's voice gradually became choked. "If we can't find Stoke's body, don't waste material and human resources." Hearing the old man's words, Gion and others standing behind Xia Yu all had tears in their eyes at this moment, and turned their heads away, unable to bear to watch any longer. Even at this time, the old man not only did not shed tears because he was not the one sending off the young, but instead comforted their young commander. The old man's words resonated with Ain the most, because it was because of Xia Yu that she, Bin's and Teacher Zephyr believed that Marine's justice still existed. Xia Yu, whose hands were held by the old man, also had tears in her eyes at this moment, and said softly, "Old man, Stoke's body has been found. I will take you there now." After bringing the old man to Stoke's body, Xia Yu stood up and stood by, not daring to watch the scene of the old man sending the young off, and looked towards the sea in silence. Surprisingly, the old woman was not heartbroken by touching Stoke's body. She sat on the ground and tried to touch Stoke with trembling hands several times, but she pulled her hands back every time when she was about to touch him. After repeating this several times, the old man controlled his emotions and then raised his head slightly. He wanted to face Xia Yu, but because of excessive sadness, he got the wrong direction and shouted in a trembling voice in an empty direction, "Marshal." Before Xia Yu could react, the old man's voice came out again. "Was Stoke brave when he fought against the pirates?" Exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. The old man's sudden words made Xia Yu freeze on the spot as if he had been electrocuted. After being stiff for several seconds, Xia Yu suddenly woke up, then quickly turned around and looked at the old man in disbelief. "I didn't expect to hear these soul-touching words after traveling to the pirate's world." Xia Yu turned to look at the old man and was silent for a long time before he regained his composure. Then he straightened his body and said solemnly, "The bravest in the world." Hearing this, the old man could no longer hold back and tears instantly flowed like a fountain. Xia Yu did not go forward to comfort the old man, but took a step back and looked up. "Everyone, to the heroic Colonel Stalker and all the officers and soldiers who sacrificed their lives. Salute, comma comma, comma comma, boom boom boom." East Blue, a certain sea area. The sound of intensive bombing resounded through the sky. The shells that shot out seemed to carry endless anger, making a sharp sound of breaking through the air and falling straight down towards a pirate's ship on the opposite side. In an instant, the entire pirate's ship was covered by the mist rising from the explosion of the shells. Covered by the shells is a pirate's ship decorated with swan heads and hearts, and the skull flag flying on the mast is also printed with a striking heart pattern. Alvida Pirates. The pirates often roam the waters of East Blue Windmill Village, Shields Town, and West Robe Village. Their captain is an obese, ugly woman named Alvida, with a bounty of 5 million Baileys. "Damn it, damn it, damn it. I've already hidden here, yet you still won't let me go. Fight back, fight back, fight back." On the deck of the pirate's ship, Alvida, who was bloated and holding a large iron rod, roared unwillingly under the whistling shells. Two crew members who had hidden in front of her because of the bombardment were smashed away by her with the iron rod before they could stabilize their bodies. Waste, waste, a bunch of waste. After knocking the two crew members flying, Alvida looked up through the rising mist at the warships in the sea ahead and said angrily, "Marine, I will fight you." Boom. Before Alvida could finish her words, a whistling shell landed on the deck beneath her feet and exploded. Ah! After letting out a shrill scream, Alvida was blown away by the shock wave and fell into the sea with a splash, splashing countless waves. When she surfaced from the bottom of the sea, the warship had already approached. Standing on the deck was the majestic Monka holding an axe. The 153rd Branch soldiers who came with Monka all jumped onto the Alvida pirates ship and began to shoot ruthlessly at the members of the Alvida pirates. Surrender. I surrender. Seeing that his pirate's ship had been captured by the Marine, Alvida, who was floating on the water, lost his previous arrogance and said anxiously, "Hurry up and pull me up, you BD Marine." Thinking of surrendering now, it's too late. Monka, who was standing on the deck of the warship, smiled coldly, and then said in a deep voice, "According to the order of the Supreme Marshal of our headquarters, the Marshal will not accept any surrender of pirates during his eastern tour. All pirates, kill without mercy." As soon as Monka finished speaking, a row of soldiers rushed to his left and right sides, aiming their guns at Alvida floating on the sea. Chapter 111. There is no need to be merciful when dealing with pirates. 111 183rds. Chapter 111. There is no need to be merciful when dealing with pirates. Crazy, crazy. Marine is crazy. East Blue, somewhere in the Organ Islands. A pirate wearing a clown hat, clown clothes and a big red nose went into a cave far away from the coast, cursing and saying with lingering fear, "What's wrong with these Marines? Why did they suddenly issue a hunting order against the pirates?" Buggy, captain of the Buggy Pirates, former trainee of the Roger Pirates, user of the Paramesha Chop Chop Fruit ability. After the Roger Pirates group disbanded, he left the Grand Line and formed the Buggy Pirates group in East Blue. He enjoyed abusing the weak and believed that real pirates should plunder other people's wealth. He was an out-and-out pirate. "Captain, don't you ever read a newspaper?" Following Buggy into the cave, the deputy captain of Buggy Pirates, Mochi, who was wearing a ragdoll headgear, holding a whip and riding a ferocious lion, was seen looking back at the warships chasing a pirate ship and firing cannonballs in the sea in the distance. With a serious and earnest expression, something big happened in the naval headquarters. A vice admiral named Xia Yu launched a mutiny and ascended to the position of marshal, and also signed the Mariajoy Treaty with the Holy Land. This is not news anymore. Buggy Pirates Chief of Staff Kabaji rode his unicycle to the two of them and said solemnly, "The reason why the Marine is so crazy is because the Dragon Pirates attacked the warships of the 16th Branch, which caused the new Marine Marshal to be furious. Damn Dragon Pirates." Hearing that the cause was the Dragon Pirates' attack on the warship, Buggy couldn't help but curse, "What's wrong with them? Why did they attack the warship? Also, the ones who attacked the warship were the Dragon Pirates, why did the Marine want to kill us too? I don't even dare to continue my grand treasure hunt plan." "Wait, what did you just say?" Someone from the naval headquarters mobilized the troops and became the new marshal. "Ha ha ha, who is it? Even more gorgeous than my Captain Buggy." "Captain Buggy, now is not the time to worry about this." Mochi took over and said anxiously, "The warship is approaching the Organ Islands. Could it be that the Marine has discovered us? How is that possible, a-hole?" Buggy jumped up and knocked Mochi on the head, pretending to be calm and said, "We are hiding so beautifully in the cave, there is no way Marine will find us. Let's hide for a while." Chief of Staff Kabaji calmly analyzed, "Even if the Marines don't find us, they will land on the island to search for us. We should retreat quickly before they land." "Where to?" Buggy blinked blankly. Kabaji thought for a moment and said simply, "I know there is an orange town in the Organ Islands. As long as we blend in with the crowd, it won't be easy for Marine to find us." "Why are you still going to Orange Town?" Buggy's eyes widened. "There's no safe place in East Blue now." At this point, Buggy rolled his eyes, slapped his thigh and said, "It's decided, we're going to have a grand retreat. This captain will take you to the Grand Line." In the waters near the Organ Islands, accompanied by a deafening roar that resounded through the sky, the pirate's ship being chased by the warship could not escape the fate of being destroyed and collapsed in the huge waves that rose into the sky. "Press it up, press it up." The pirate ship had just been hit by a cannonball and collapsed into the sea. A Marine officer on one of the warships immediately drew his sword and shouted excitedly, "Kill these damn pirates, leave no one alive." As the officer finished speaking, the warship immediately accelerated and approached the sea surface where wailing sounds were constantly coming from. As soon as the warship entered the area where the destroyed pirate's ship was located, another warship immediately overtook it at maximum speed. Before the Marine soldiers on the warship could react, intensive gunfire suddenly rang out. "Damn it, Captain Snake, I was the one who sank this pirate's ship." On the deck of the warship that was a step slower, a young captain wearing iron gloves glared at the captain on the deck of the opposite warship with wide eyes and said angrily, "I will tell the marshal about this. You are stealing my credit." "Haha, Captain Heberty, you've worked hard." The colonel named Snake waved his hand at Hebody and said loudly, "Leave this to me, you go to another sea area. For the sake of our friendship, I'll give you a piece of information. There is a pirate group that often appears in the waters near the Moonlight Islands. It seems to be called the Black Cat Pirates. You have to hurry up, because I heard from Colonel Monka that he has been chasing the Black Cat Pirates for a long time." "Really?" Herbd's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, Colonel Snake, after we capture the Black Cat pirates, I will invite you to Barati, the restaurant on the sea. Don't. Colonel Snake waved his hand. Do you know why you are still a captain? It's because you don't understand the situation. You used to be an officer under Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. If you don't show your abilities during the Marshal's Eastern Tour, you may not even be able to keep your position as captain in the future. Okay, that's all I have to say. Colonel Ben has to catch the next one, bye. At the same time, Orangetown Sea area, on the deck of a pirate ship that was forced to stop by warship, all the pirates, including the captain of the pirate ship, were trapped in a huge iron cage. On both sides of the iron cage, dozens of marine soldiers stood in a neat row. Different from the soldiers on other warships that were hunting down the pirates, the marine standing on the deck of this pirate ship did not simply pull the trigger to annihilate all the trapped pirates, but remained silent and aimed his gun at the pirates one by one. The pirates locked in the iron cages did not dare to make any noise. They were squeezed together with fear of death and a hint of desire for life in their eyes. On the deck of the pirate's ship opposite the iron cage, sat a cool female officer wearing a naval headquarters major's coat, long pink hair, purple clothes and purple gloves. Hina, major at the naval headquarters, user of the Paramesha cage fruit ability. He was once highly regarded by Garp and Sengoku, and was one of the headquarters officers who shouldered the future of the Marine. However, because Xia Yu suddenly launched a mutiny, seized control of the Marine power with lightning speed, and forced the Holy Land to sign the Treaty of Mariajoy, she was unable to accept the sudden change and was depressed for several days. It was not until she heard the bad news from East Blue that she came out of her depression and volunteered to follow the Marshal to East Blue. What she didn't expect was that Marshal Xia Yu not only did not refuse, but also allowed her to continue to lead the warship alone. Major Hina, at this moment, the adjutant standing next to her suddenly stepped forward and said excitedly, "Don't hesitate, the order is very clear. During the Marshal's Eastern Tour, no pirates will surrender. Do you know what's going on in East Blue now? All the officers who followed the Marshal to East Blue and did not participate in the mutiny are madly chasing the pirates. Most importantly, there is no need to be lenient when dealing with pirates." Hina didn't say anything. She took a puff of the lady's cigarette in silence, then put it out. She then stood up and took a look at the pirates trapped in the iron cage. Then, as if she had made up her mind, she turned around decisively and raised her hand to swing it down heavily. Bang, bang, bang. Intensive gunfire suddenly rang out. Hina ignored the gunfire and the wailing of the pirates behind her, and returned to the warship parked beside her. She resumed her demeanor as the black-clad Hina stared firmly ahead, and said with her red lips, "Burn the pirate ship, let's go." Chapter 112, Perfect Coordination of Observation Hockey and Conquerors. Precise Coverage, 112 183rds. Chapter 112, Perfect Coordination of Observation Hockey and Conquerors. Precise Coverage. The next day, Logue Town, on a certain coast, a group of pirates were rushing to transport supplies to their respective pirate ships. On the deck of one of the pirate ships, a middle-aged man wearing a pirate hat and a rapier on his waist shouted in a gruff voice, don't move, get lousy on board and leave this damn place East Blue." As the middle-aged man finished speaking, the pirates who were still carrying supplies on the shore threw down the things on their shoulders and rushed to the deck. Captain. At this moment, a pirate holding a telescope suddenly ran up to the middle-aged man and stammered in a trembling voice, "The Marine warships are coming. Damn it." Hearing this, the middle-aged man cursed inwardly, then took the telescope from the pirates and turned to look at the sea. In the camera, two large warships were slowly sailing towards Logue Town. On the deck of the leading warship stood Xia Yu, wearing a marshal's coat, as well as Admiral Gion and Vice Admiral Ain. "It's over." The moment he saw Xia Yu wearing a marshal's coat through the telescope, the middle-aged man panicked instantly. "Stop being in a daze, hurry up and change your clothes to lousy and go into the city." After saying that, the middle-aged man took off the hat on his head and threw it away, then quickly rushed into the cabin. After a while, the middle-aged man threw his captain's coat into the trash can, changed into a suit, and combed his hair shiny, looking like a gentleman. Hurry, take the treasure and go into the city." After saying this, the pirate's captain transformed into a gentleman, jumped off the deck, and headed straight for Logue Town without looking back. Seeing this, the pirates on the pirate ship did not dare to delay. They changed into new civilian clothes, threw away all the iconic items that might expose their pirate identities, and then followed their captain into the city. It was not that they had walked into a trap, but if they hastily fled to the sea at this time, they would most likely be discovered by the warships ahead. Having been engaged in burning, killing and looting at sea for a long time, they had already figured out the Marine's tricks. As long as they changed into a new outfit and blended into the town, the Marine would hardly discover them. After the Marine left, they boarded the pirates' ship and continued to burn, kill and loot. After seeing this, the pirates from other pirate groups followed suit, all changing into new outfits and sneaking into Logue Town. 10 minutes later, the warship Xia Yu was on slowly entered the port of Logue Town. The residents of Logue Town who learned through various channels that Marshal Naval Headquarters would soon arrive at the port came early. Reporters from major media outlets in East Blue also came after hearing the news, all wanting to see Marshal Naval Headquarters at the first opportunity. In a short while, the Logue Town port was crowded with people. Because most of the town residents gathered at the port at this moment, the pirates who sneaked into Logue Town did not dare to be alone, and all mixed in the crowd and paid attention to the movements of the warships. Of course, the timid pirates dared not approach the Marine at this time, especially when the Marine who was about to land was the iron-blooded Marshal who had ascended to the position of Marshal through a mutiny. Not to mention approaching, even if they just looked at him from a distance, they would feel a chill in their hearts. As the warship approached the shore, Xia Yu's figure came clearly into view of everyone in the port, and the already excited crowd suddenly became excited. Is he the new naval headquarters Marshal Xia Yu? He's so young, he's so handsome, I wonder if I'd have the honor to invite him to dinner. Wake up, he's the Marine Marshal. Do you know what a Marine Marshal is? All the Marines in the Four Seas and Grand Line obey his orders. A single word from him can shake the whole world. Would such a big shot be willing to have dinner with you? Marshal, look at me, look at me. I don't believe you have empty eyes. Women's shouts could be heard from the crowd. All the beautiful and wealthy women in Logue Town, as well as the many rich women who came to Logue Town to do business, threw away their usual reserve at this moment and tried their best to make noises to attract the attention of the young Marshal on the warship. Even some noble ladies who happened to come to Logue Town had their eyes shining at this moment. They rushed to the front under the protection of the guards around them, just waiting to rush up to Xia Yu when he passed by and make a familiar face. Gion, what's going on? Xia Yu, standing on the deck of the warship, looked around and frowned slightly. Not many people know that we have returned to Logue Town, so why did we attract so many people? Maybe it was the news leaked from the merchant ship before. Gion was also frightened by the scene, especially the scene where ladies in the crowd on the shore kept screaming. She was completely numb. If she remembered correctly, this should be Xia Yu's first time in East Blue. Normally, not many people in East Blue would know Xia Yu's identity. But she soon came to her senses. Putting aside the fact that Xia Yu was wearing a marshal's coat at the moment, Xia Yu had appeared on camera during the public execution of Whitebeard II and had a brief conversation with the whole world. In addition, all major newspapers frantically printed newspapers and sent them all over the world. The Naval Headquarters News Office also published a group photo of all officers and soldiers of the Naval Headquarters. As Logue Town is one of the most prosperous cities in East Blue, it is not surprising that Xia Yu has been seen in newspapers or live broadcasts. Marshal, do you need to clear the area? In took a step forward and said seriously, if necessary, I will ask them to retreat. Xia Yu quickly waved her hands, not really, not really. What a joke, In is the user of the retrograde fruit. Anyone touched by In, whether it is an object or a person, will have their lifespan regressed by 12 years. If they are touched multiple times, the person or object will disappear directly. Most of the people in front of him were residents of Logue Town. The reason they came to watch was simply to catch a glimpse of the Marshal of their headquarters, and they had no bad intentions. Marshal, did you misunderstand Ian? Seeing Xia Yu's reaction, In's expression remained serious. I want them to retreat, not retreat. Hearing this, Xia Yu was not embarrassed and laughed boldly. It seems like a misunderstanding. But they are all residents of Logue Town, huh? Before he finished speaking, Xia Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. The next second, Observation Hockey was quietly activated, and then covered the entire Logue Town silently. Observation Hockey had just covered Logue Town, and the voices of everyone in Logue Town suddenly surged towards Xia Yu like a flood. Through screening, Xia Yu immediately filtered out the voices of the pirates mixed in the crowd. After identifying the pirates in the crowd through telepathy, Xia Yu's eyes flashed with coldness. Do you think I can't find you if you blend in with the civilians? How naive. Before he finished speaking, Xia Yu took a sudden step forward, and Conqueror's Hockey burst out. Buzz. It spread out along with dizzying low-frequency vibrations. Before all the disguised pirates in the crowd could react to what was happening, the invisible and majestic Conqueror's Hockey descended from the sky through the precise positioning of the Observation Hockey and enveloped them all. The next second, plop, 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 a series of sounds of people falling to the ground were heard among the crowd. In the blink of an eye, all the pirates in the crowd fell to the ground, their eyes wide open, dying with their eyes open. Chapter 113 There has always been only one overlord on this sea. 113 183rds. Chapter 113 There has always been only one overlord on this sea. Hey, what's wrong with this guy? Someone fainted. No. Someone died. What happened? People kept falling in the crowd, which soon alarmed the surrounding residents. Screams were heard and the timid people fled in panic, causing the entire port to fall into chaos in an instant. On the deck of the warship, Gion did not react much because he had seen Xia Yu inject Conqueror's Hockey into the seal to send the general flying. On the other hand, looked with disbelief at the crowd dispersing and revealing at least 100 men and women lying on the ground. Not only was shocked by the sudden action, but the accompanying Shichibukai in the cabin also dodged and stood on the deck because of the sudden appearance of Conqueror's Hockey. Because most of the people who had blocked the port had fled at this time, the pirates in disguise lying on the ground appeared almost without warning in the eyes of Jinbei, Doflamingo, Crocodile and Moria who had come to the deck. After a brief moment of shock, Doflamingo turned his head slightly to look at Xia Yu, and muttered to himself with a serious expression, how did he control Conqueror's Hockey to such an accurate degree? As a fellow Conqueror's Hockey awakener, Doflamingo was certain that he could not do this at all, let alone suppress it accurately. At this moment, when he released Conqueror's Hockey, even his companions would be affected. The most important thing is, among the powerful men on the sea he came into contact with, even as strong as 4 Emperors Kaido, or the red-haired Shanks who had just become one of the 4 Emperors of the New World, when they released Conqueror's Haki, their crew members would prepare for defense at the first moment, while those who were weaker would be the first to distance themselves. It is precisely because of this that he has always believed that Conqueror's Haki cannot be precisely controlled, and the limit is to be able to wrap it around a weapon or a body and exert the maximum destructive power possible. As for whether he could accurately suppress the harm to innocent people, he didn't bother to care, because he was not only the king of Dressrosa, but also the 7 warlords of the sea, and killing people was not against the law. Although Mihawk, who had fought with Xia Yu once, had not changed much, he was still shocked by the scene before him. Observation Haki accurately located the target, and Conqueror's Haki then killed it silently. This was a big move that even he, the world's greatest swordsman, had never heard of. You know, when Xia Yu released Conqueror's Haki, there were at least tens of thousands of people gathered at the port, and almost all of them were ordinary residents. If he was not careful, innocent people might be hurt. However, Xia Yu used the cooperation of Observation Haki and Conqueror's Haki to kill more than 100 pirates among tens of thousands of people without any hesitation, which was enough to show that Xia Yu's mastery of Conqueror's Haki and Observation Haki had reached the level of perfection. It is more likely that his mastery and use of Haki has surpassed all of their knowledge of Observation Haki and Conqueror's Haki. At this moment, Gion jumped off the warship and commanded the marine soldiers to drag all the fallen pirates to the shore and line them up, and then comforted the people who had not yet left. Don't be afraid, these people are pirates who are mixed in with the crowd, and the marshal's tour to the east is to eliminate the East Blue pirates. Hearing that the people who suddenly fell down were actually pirates mixed in the crowd, the people who had already dispersed returned and watched from afar. At the same time, a soldier quickly walked up to Gion, took out a list of pirate groups that East Blue had prepared long ago and that were wanted for a bounty, and said loudly, "Report to Admiral Gion." After verification, the pirates present are from 3 pirate groups, a total of 109 people. Gion nodded and simply said, "Drag him away." Before he finished speaking, Gion immediately turned around and looked at Xia Yu, who was standing on the deck. Xia Yu didn't waste any more time. He landed at the dock in a flash and walked straight past Gion. Seeing this, the Shichibukai members did not delay and jumped off the warship and followed closely. As Xia Yu stepped out, the crowd gathered again. Fortunately, the accompanying marine soldiers immediately stopped them all. But even so, excited shouts and screams continued to erupt from the crowd. When Xia Yu left the port and walked into Low Town, more and more people followed him, like a world-famous superstar, screaming and shouting wherever he went. Shichibukai, who was following at the end, became completely invisible at this moment. It's not that no one in Low Town knew them, but at this moment everyone's attention was on the young Marshal Xia Yu. Foo, you really are welcome, Marshal Xia Yu. Doflamingo walked side by side with Crocodile, his hands in his pockets and his body hunched. He looked around and said with an evil grin, "Crocodile, do you know why Marshal Xia Yu brought us to East Blue? Because he doesn't believe that we will surrender sincerely, and he is worried about leaving us in the naval headquarters. If nothing goes wrong, your Baroque Works members and my family members have now arrived at the headquarters. If you have other ideas, perhaps we can cooperate. If you want to die, don't drag me into this." Crocodile, holding a cigar in his mouth, turned his head to glance at Doflamingo, and then raised his hand to point to a bar that happened to pass by. "Do you think Marshal Xia Yu just accurately killed those pirates in the port?" Doflamingo's pupils shrank slightly, and he looked in the direction of Crocodile's gesture. When he saw the scene in the bar hall through the floor-to-ceiling windows facing the street, the expression on his face suddenly froze. There were more than a dozen men lying in the bar. Although they were in disguise and looked no different from ordinary people, he was Doflamingo. He could tell at a glance that all of them were pirates. Without waiting for Doflamingo to come back to his senses, Crocodile took a deep puff of his cigar and said, "You can go to Low Town and take a look around. I can tell you with certainty that there is no pirates alive in Low Town except for us." How is this possible? Doflamingo looked up at Xia Yu, who was walking in front of him, accompanied by Gion and other headquarters officers, and said in shock, "He just covered the entire Low Town with Conqueror's Haki and accurately killed all the pirates in the city." Crocodile nodded. Although the pirates in Low Town are all small fry, but to accurately lock onto them and kill them all with just the use of Observation Haki and release Conqueror's Haki, who else in the world can do it except Marshal Xia Yu? Before he finished speaking, Crocodile suddenly turned his head to look at Doflamingo and continued, "Faced with such a powerful marshal, do you think you can escape alive? Even if your family members have arrived at the headquarters now, how many of them will be willing to take this risk with you? The most important thing is that the marshal doesn't even need to take action to kill us. Now the Marines, even the soldiers of this East Blue branch, are extremely eager for military merit. As long as they smell your scent, no matter how famous you were in the past, they will rush over without hesitation. After all, if you die, not only will you be posthumously named a hero, but your relatives will also be protected by the Marines." His Eastern tour this time, as well as everything he did in Kokosia village before, will completely change the ideology of all Marines. In the past, Marines were taught all kinds of justice, but there was never a reward system for individual Marines. This led to many people preferring to become pirates rather than join the Marines. But as the system drafted by Marshal Xia Yu in Kokosia village is implemented within the Marine, its influence will soon spread to the whole world. Many people will then gradually change their minds and eventually feel proud to join the Marine. So, if you don't want to die, just stay at the headquarters, Doflamingo. The next Marine will make the world realize that there has only ever been one overlord on this ocean. Chapter 114 Kaido, Linlin, can you help me fight a new war? 114 183rds. Chapter 114 Kaido, Linlin, can you help me fight a new war? On the second floor of a ramen restaurant in Logue Town, several men and women dressed in various styles stared in amazement at the dozen men who suddenly fell down in the booth next to them. The leader was a hot young woman with short purple hair and bangs. She wore a red tall hat with goggles on her head. Under the burgundy sunglasses, her beautiful eyes were full of charm, making her look like a natural beauty. Bello Betty, the commander of the Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army, is the user of the encouragement fruit. Betty, what is going on? After a brief moment of shock, a man sitting next to Bello Betty suddenly stood up, then quickly walked to the next room, where he saw a dozen men lying on chairs or on the ground, all with their eyes wide open and no trace of life. He secretly swallowed his saliva, then turned back to look at Bello Betty, and stammered, all dead. Conqueror's hockey. Bello Betty also regained his composure at this time, and said with lingering fear, an incredible strong man has come to Logue Town. He killed all these people so accurately without us noticing. At this point, Bello Betty's expression suddenly changed, and he said anxiously, quick, let's see who these people are. The man did not hesitate and quickly walked up to the stranger who was dressed elegantly but gave people a strange feeling. After a careful inspection, he frowned and said, strange, although these people are dressed elegantly, but they all smell like the sea, they must have been at sea all year round. Before he finished speaking, the man's pupils couldn't help but shrink, and his eyes swept to the chests of the two men opposite him. Seeing that they both had skull tattoos on their chests, he immediately turned back to look at Bello Betty. They are all pirates. Hearing this, Bello Betty suddenly realized, it's him. A group of men and women looked at Bello Betty in a confused and awe-inspiring way. Bello Betty did not keep the secret and said solemnly, Marshal Marine, Xia Yu. After saying that, Bello Betty immediately turned his head and looked out the window. At the same time, on the street downstairs outside the window, the crowd suddenly exploded, and then swarmed towards the other end of the street. Seeing this, Bello Betty immediately stood up and looked down at the window. At the other end of the street downstairs, the townspeople who were rushing in spread out and stood on both sides of the street. Then, a high-spirited figure suddenly appeared in Bello Betty's eyes. It was the Naval Headquarters Marshal Xia Yu. Following closely behind Xia Yu were Gion, Ain, Bins and other Naval Headquarters generals. As Xia Yu and a group of Naval Headquarters generals walked into the street, the townspeople who lined the streets to welcome them suddenly became angry as if they had taken expired medicine. They shouted, Marshal, with red faces and thick necks, and the scene was extremely heated. Facing the enthusiastic shouts of the townspeople, Xia Yu not only did not ignore them, but also kept smiling and raised her hand in response. Not only the town residents on the street, but also the customers, owners and waiters of all the shops and restaurants on both sides of the street were crowding the windows at this time, constantly shouting, Master Marshal. When Xia Yu looked up at these windows, the people in the windows were immediately flattered and screamed. He is Naval Headquarters Marshal Xia Yu. A bronze-skinned woman wearing windproof glasses came to Bello Betty's side at some point. She looked down at the figure walking quickly past as the residents lined the streets to welcome her. She tentatively said, if he was the one who did the pirates over there, then his strength is terrifying. He is indeed the man who dared to launch a mutiny and force the Holy Land to sign the Marineford Treaty. Very impressive. Ahiru, deputy commander of the Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army. When the mutiny broke out at the Naval Headquarters, she led the Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army with Bello Betty to prepare for the possible outbreak of the Holy Land War. Later, she had to abandon her mission because the Holy Land signed the Marineford Treaty with Xia Yu, and was ordered to stay in East Blue to collect food and supplies. It's not his strength that's scary. Bello Betty's eyes stayed on Xia Yu, and his face was solemn. I need to use the power of the encouragement fruit to awaken the strength and courage hidden in people's hearts. He has united the scattered Marines like never before with his personal charm. I sincerely hope that he will not be the enemy of the Revolutionary Army. Bulu Bulu. Suddenly, the voice of Den Den Mushi rang out. Then, an anxious voice came from the Den Den Mushi. Captain Betty, we have a very difficult problem now. We encountered a marine warship while transporting food and supplies from Shimotsuki village. Although the Marines on this warship did not come on board to check, the current situation in East Blue is very serious. All warships of the East Blue Marine Branch Base are dispatched to chase the pirates frantically at sea in between the major archipelagos. Most importantly, unlike before when the Marines captured pirates, now even if the pirates choose to surrender, they will execute them all without hesitation. So, just in case, should we stay out of the spotlight first? If these Marines fail to chase the pirates and find that we are transporting food and supplies, they may attack us. Without waiting for the person on the other side of the Den Den Mushi to finish his words, Bello Betty made a decisive decision: suspend all actions, all personnel lie dormant and wait for my order. After ending the call, Bello Betty secretly took a deep breath, then looked up again at Xia Yu and his group who were about to walk out of the street and the Shichibukai members following behind them, his expression more solemn than ever before. Pirates hunt. I think he's not just targeting the pirates. His real goal is to make all the forces on the sea bow down. At this point, Bello Betty once again fixed her gaze on Xia Yu. Although Xia Yu had been smiling and greeting the welcoming people, she inexplicably felt a sense of fear rising from the bottom of her heart, causing her to shudder. What a ruthless and decisive iron-blooded marshal. Your ambition is to take over the whole world. New world, all nations. A shrill alarm suddenly sounded over Cake Island, instantly alerting all Charlotte members on the island. As figures flashed out of the castle, ministers from all nations, led by Katakuri, quickly gathered in the square in front of the castle, each looking up to the sky as if facing a great enemy. High in the sky, rolling black clouds suddenly appeared, and amidst the deafening thunder, streaks of lightning streaked across the sky, as if tearing it apart. Immediately afterwards, a ferocious dragon head emerged from the rolling black clouds, looking down at the countless creatures on Cake Island. The terrifying aura poured down like an overwhelming force, causing even Katakuri, the core of the Charlotte family, to have his pupils constricted at this moment. The oppressive feeling that came towards him made him subconsciously tighten the trident in his hand. Just as the members of Charlotte's family were on edge because of the sudden thunder, and all looked up to the sky as if facing a great enemy, a deep voice immediately came from the rolling clouds. Lin, can you help me fight a new war? The Marshal of the Naval Headquarters is currently on tour in East Blue. If you join forces with me, we will be able to easily destroy Marineford. Chapter 115 Meteor Volcano. Sakazuki uses his ultimate move when there is a disagreement. 115-183. Chapter 115 Meteor Volcano. Sakazuki uses his ultimate move when there is a disagreement. At the same time, New World, the first branch of Marine. In the interrogation room, a dozen Marine soldiers in charge of the interrogation room sat quietly at their respective posts. In front of them, Den Mushi with various functions were neatly arranged. Bulu. Suddenly, as one of the Den Mushi began to ring, the other Den Mushi also began to make urgent sounds. After a while, all the Den Mushi in the interrogation room rang, causing a dozen Marine soldiers in charge of answering the calls to stand up in panic, and then scramble to get the Den Mushi. Report. 4 Emperors Kaido appeared in the territory of Wangguo. Report. The warships of the Beast's pirates have left Wano-kuni one after another. Report. The mammoth warship under the command of the Beast's pirates appeared in the waters where the warships escorting members of the Don Quixote family were located. They may want to hijack the warships. Report. The red hair pirates suddenly left their territory and their whereabouts are unknown. Report. All members of the Charlotte family have gathered at Cake Island. The continuous reports quickly calmed the flustered Marine soldiers. Then, the leading officer, who was wearing a colonel's coat, was briefly stunned and asked enthusiastically, "Are we finally taking action? Quick, notify Admiral Aokiji and contact Admiral Akainu immediately." As the colonel finished speaking, the Marine soldiers in the interrogation room were no longer as flustered as before, and they entered into work mode in an orderly manner in an instant. In the first branch base office, Aokiji stood up quickly after putting down the Den Mushi. He walked out of the office quickly and said, "Send a message to the Aokiji army to gather at the port immediately. Target, Wangguo, Cake Island, a certain sea area in New World." On the rough sea, a large warship was speeding towards the red line in the face of a sudden storm. In the warship's cabin, all members of the Don Quixote family sat quietly. In front of the cabin door, Sakazuki, wearing an admiral coat, turned his back to the Don Quixote family members and stared at the rough sea ahead with a serious expression. Report. Suddenly, an officer came to Sakazuki in the storm and said excitedly, "Admiral Sakazuki, there is another pirate ship ahead. It is the Mammoth under the command of the Beast's pirates." Hearing this, Sakazuki's eyes lit up with fire, and he said in a deep voice, "Only the Mammoth? In addition to the main ship, the Mammoth, there are several accompanying pirates' ships." The officer's tone became more and more enthusiastic. Admiral Sakazuki is really a master of foresight. He even predicted that the Beast's pirates would hijack the warship. This is all arranged by Marshal Xia Yu. Sakazuki stopped the officer from flattering him and continued. He not only expected Kaido to send people to hijack the warship and rescue the Don Quixote family members, but he also determined that if Kaido really did so, the one who came would definitely be the Mammoth led by Drought, one of the 3 disasters. Before he finished speaking, Sakazuki suddenly turned around and looked at the Don Quixote family in the cabin, and said murderously, "If you dare to step out of the cabin door at this time, not only will you be killed, but your young master will also die without a burial place." After saying that, Sakazuki ignored everyone, threw on his coat and walked into the heavy rain. At this moment, the Den Mushi in his arms suddenly rang. Sakazuki did not hesitate, and immediately took out the Den Mushi and said in a deep voice, "I am Sakazuki. Admiral Sakazuki, I'm the colonel in the interrogation room of the first branch. I just received the latest intelligence." Kaido transformed into a blue dragon and crossed the sea to appear on the Wangguo Cake Island. Admiral Kuzan has led the Aokiji army to leave the first branch and go to Wangguo. Hearing this, Sakazuki did not respond and simply ended the call. He then looked up at the officers of the Akainu army who had already taken their positions. The aura of the admiral quietly enveloped the entire scene. Order, sink the Mammoth and go meet up with the Aokiji army. At the same time, on the rough sea, the pirates' fleet led by a huge warship braved the wind and waves and rapidly approached the sea where the warship was. Leading the way was none other than the Mammoth warship under the command of the Beast's pirates. At the bow of the warship stood a majestic figure, standing still as a mountain in the storm, exuding a suffocating and terrifying aura. Drought is one of the 3 major disasters of Beast's pirates. He is a user of the ability of Zone, Elephant Fruit, Ancient Species, and Mammoth Form. His bounty is 1 billion berries. Captain Jack, a warship has been spotted. A pirate standing next to Jack put away his binoculars and said excitedly, according to the intelligence we have, this warship is the one that is escorting the Don Quixote family members. However, there are 3 naval headquarters vice admirals following the ship. It will be difficult to rescue them all. Just 3 vice admirals. Jack walked slowly to the side of the boat and said in a deep voice, who do you think I am? Pull the boat over. As long as we rescue the Don Quixote family members, Joker will definitely find a way to escape from the naval headquarters. Yes, the pirates holding binoculars did not dare to delay and responded loudly, preparing to convey the order. But the moment he turned around, his body suddenly froze. Then he suddenly turned his head and picked up the telescope as soon as possible. Damn it! As soon as pirates picked up the telescope, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. Captain Jack, the warship is approaching. That's Admiral of Headquarters Akainu. Didn't he stay in Dressrosa? Damn it, the intelligence was wrong. Captain Jack, we were fooled. At this point, the pirate turned his head to look at Jack, and stammered, the ones with the ship are not the 3 vice admirals, but Admiral Akainu. As the pirate shouted, Sakazuki, with his admiral coat flying wildly in the wind, walked slowly forward on the deck of the warship that was approaching at full speed. His cigarette was in his mouth, and his terrifying aura shook away the heavy rain and changed its direction. As the mammoth gradually became clear in his sight, his unique Logia Lava Fruit ability was quietly released. A bunch of scumbags dared to hijack a warship. A cold voice rang out, and the Lava Fruit's ability suddenly burst out. The next second, above the rumbling thunder in the sky, the sparks spread across the prairie at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Marines standing behind Sakazuki felt the invisible pressure coming from the sky and looked up. When they saw dense flames burning in the rolling dark clouds, even though they were Sakazuki's subordinates, their pupils widened unexpectedly. This is Meteor Volcano. Admiral Sakazuki has been very angry lately. He uses his ultimate move when he disagrees. Chapter 116. 3 Sea Emperors exploded in one Eastern tour. Storm is coming. 116 183rds. Chapter 116. 3 Sea Emperors exploded in one Eastern tour. Storm is coming. On the deck of the Mammoth, several members of the Beast's pirates who followed Jack the Drow were panicked at this moment. Especially when they saw the dense flames appearing in the sky above their heads, they no longer had the same majesty as before. Captain Jack, it's Admiral Sakazuki, we're dead. As Sakazuki crazy, he launched a powerful move without saying a word. Captain Jack, hearing the shouts coming from behind, Jack, who was originally horrified by seeing Sakazuki and feeling the terrifying pressure coming from above, suddenly turned around and said with bloodshot eyes, why are you panicking? Do you think you can still retreat at this time? After a slight pause, Jack suddenly turned his head to look at the huge warship that was speeding towards him, and roared in the storm, when two meet on a narrow road, the brave will win. Get close, get close. As soon as Jack finished speaking, a deafening thunder suddenly sounded. Then, high in the sky, densely packed magma volcanoes suddenly accelerated and flashed out from the rolling clouds, like a grand and magnificent meteor shower that streaked across the sky at an astonishing speed, instantly covering the Mammoth. The overwhelming magma volcano carried terrifying energy and instantly detonated the sea around the Mammoth. In an instant, huge waves rising into the sky were about to swallow up the warship that was speeding over. Before the pirates on the warships could react, a new round of magma volcanoes broke through the heavy rain curtains, instantly enlarging infinitely in their pupils. Boom boom boom. Amidst the deafening explosion, the huge Mammoth instantly disintegrated under the impact of the dense magma volcano, and all the Mammoth crew members including Jack were swallowed up by the huge waves that swept in. When the warships approached, not only the Mammoth, but also several pirates' ships that followed the Mammoth were reduced to wreckage floating on the sea. Some of the Beast's pirates members on these warships had sunk to the bottom of the sea, while others were floating on the sea, wailing in despair. At the same time, 2 warships coming at lightning speed from another sea area slowly approached the warship where Sakazuki was. Without waiting for the 3 vice admirals on one of the warships to react, Sakazuki immediately jumped over and gave a straight-to-the-point order. The 3 of you go to the opposite warship and send the Don Quixote family members to the headquarters. The rest of you follow me to Wangguo. Yes, a neat and loud voice sounded, and the 3 warships that had just come together immediately separated. The warship carrying the Don Quixote family members was the first to accelerate and break through the waves in the direction of the red line. The other 2 warships led by Sakazuki headed in the opposite direction, heading straight for the waters where Wangguo was located. Logue Town Marine Base, the office of the highest commander. As soon as Xia Yu sat down at Smoker's desk, he looked up at Gion and Ain who were standing in front of the desk and asked directly, what's the situation of East Blue now? Hearing this, Ain immediately took a step forward. During the time Xia Yu walked out of the port and came to the base office, she had received reports from various branches of East Blue, but because Xia Yu was surrounded by residents at the time, she just recorded them all and did not tell Xia Yu immediately. Before the marshal walked into this office, a total of 6 branch bases had conducted work reports. As he spoke, Ain took out the previously recorded documents and continued, Major Haina's performance this time is not bad. According to her work report, a total of 3 pirates groups have been wiped out by her. As for how many pirates there are, She did not make a detailed count, but strictly followed the marshal's order and did not accept any pirates' surrender. The second is Colonel Snake, who has wiped out 2 pirates groups so far. Colonel Smoker and the other bases that have reported to work have successfully eliminated a group of pirates so far. Also, a captain named Herb D from our headquarters just sent us the latest intelligence. He found a pirate's ship in the waters near the East Blue Organ Islands. Because the captain is very powerful, he requested support. Very strong. Xia Yu was stunned and asked, demon fruit power. Ian turned to the next page of the document and nodded, yes, Marshal, this pirates group is called Buggy Pirates. According to Captain Hebodi's description, these pirates should be Paramesha demon fruit power, and their bodies can be dismembered. Xia Yu waved her hand to stop Ain from continuing, and said calmly, chop chop fruit, this pirate is Buggy, a former trainee crew member of Roger Pirates. Herb D is no match for him, you must contact Herb D immediately and rush over with bins. Unlike many pirates flying the pirate's flag, this man is an out-and-out pirate, and we must not let him escape. Yes, Ian put down the documents, raised his hand and saluted, I promise to complete the task. Bulu Bulu. As soon as Ain walked out of the office, the Den Den Mushi in Gion's arms rang. Gion's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and she took out a Den Den Mushi, I'm Gion. Admiral Gion, I am the colonel of the interrogation room of the New World First Branch, and I am reporting the latest situation to you now. 10 minutes ago, the Mammoth, an attack ship under the command of the Beast's pirates, was sunk by Admiral Sakazuki. Also, Kaido appeared on Wanokuni Island, and the warships under the command of the Beast's pirates also left Wanokuni one after another. The Red Hair pirates also left their territory shortly afterwards, and their whereabouts are unknown. Report completed. Got it. Gion nodded, ended the call and looked up at Xia Yu. Xia Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, not surprised by this sudden information, and said calmly, Kaido wants to start a war while I am on my eastern tour, and he also wants to bring in the Big Mom pirates. But why did the red-haired Shanks leave his territory at this time? Does he want to join in the fun? After a slight pause, Xia Yu suddenly shook his head and laughed, it's not bad to blow up 3 so-called Sea Emperors of New World in one eastern tour. There was a flash of worry in Gion's eyes. Although Xia Yu acted confident, as if everything was under control, there were unusual movements on the seabed among the 3 New World people, and 2 of them had already met. Once the war started, it would be very tragic. Thinking of this, Gion tentatively asked, Marshal, do you need me to return to the headquarters and lead the warships to New World for support? Go ahead. Xia Yu nodded, although I'm not sure how Charlotte Linlin will react, whether this war breaks out or not, the combat power of the naval headquarters will gradually shift to New World. Chapter 117 Promote Smoker. As long as he's at the base. 117-183. Chapter 117 Promote Smoker. As long as he's at the base. Although the headquarters dispatched 2 admirals, Kuzan and Sakazuki, because Kaido appeared on Cake Island and the Red Hair pirates were nowhere to be found, Gion did not dare to delay in the slightest. She left the office immediately and led her Momoshiki army to the port in a hurry. Hey, it looks like something big is going to happen again. Even Gion has dispatched. At the Lobetown Marine Base training ground, Doflamingo, sitting on the parallel bars, looked at Gion and his group who had just come downstairs not long ago, grinned evilly, and then said, why did Marshal Xia Yu make such a big fuss against East Blue? According to the information I have learned, East Blue does not have any powerful pirates, they are just some minions. Crocodile narrowed his eyes and said calmly, Admiral Gion is Marshal Xia Yu's absolute confidant. For her to be dispatched at this time, either there is a problem with the headquarters or it is the New World. Doflamingo's pupils shrank slightly, and his expression instantly became serious, could it be? Crocodile glanced at Doflamingo, with a hint of sarcasm in his words, the Don Quixote family members are not enough to make Marshal Xia Yu send Admiral Gion back. Don't forget that we have Vice Admiral Crane, Garp and the Knights of God in charge of the headquarters. How much trouble can those people in your family make? After saying that, Crocodile habitually tried to take out a cigar and put it in his mouth but found nothing. He looked awkwardly at Mihawk who was standing next to him with a powerful sword on his back. It's not that he worships Mihawk, but Mihawk is the richest among the few people who followed Xia Yu. Mihawk seemed to know that Crocodile was looking at him. He turned his head and gave Crocodile a look to understand. Then he stood up and walked towards the office building. Doflamingo, if a war breaks out, I am curious about what choice you will make. Without waiting for Doflamingo to react, Gecko Moria, who had been standing quietly by the side, suddenly grinned, he, as long as there is a war with Kaido, I will definitely follow Marshal Xia Yu without hesitation. Before he finished speaking, Moria turned around and followed Mihawk into the office building. Seeing this, Crocodile did not hesitate and left Doflamingo behind and followed closely. At this moment, Smoker and his subordinates walked into the base, exhausted, and under the gaze of Doflamingo, they walked towards the office building before Crocodile. Smelling the familiar cigar smell in the air, Crocodile's eyes lit up, and immediately he shouted without thinking, Smoker. Smoker, who had just walked into the office building, was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Crocodile, what's up? Crocodile didn't say anything, but walked straight to Smoker. Then, in front of Smoker's rapidly dilated pupils, he took out the cigarette box from Smoker's chest pocket and took out a cigar and put it in his mouth, while speaking incoherently, borrow a light. Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. Smoker was filled with question marks, and the 2 cigars in his mouth almost fell out. But he quickly regained his composure, took out a lighter from his bag and threw it to Crocodile, then simply turned around and walked away while complaining, "When did Shichibukai become so poor?" Crocodile pretended not to hear, took a long puff of his cigar, and squinted his eyes in enjoyment. Comfortable. Since entering the naval headquarters, he has lost the freedom to smoke cigars. Perhaps only a smoker can understand that kind of torment. After taking a few puffs of his cigar, Crocodile looked back at Doflamingo, who was still on the training ground, then straightened his coat and quickly followed Smoker towards the office. Soon, Mahawk, Moria, Smoker and Crocodile came to Xia Yu's office one after another. Smoker ignored the 3 Shichibukai who sat on the sofa as soon as they entered the office. He quickly walked to the opposite side of Xia Yu, handed a report to Xia Yu, raised his hand and saluted, and said with some discomfort, "Marshal Xia Yu, Smoker is here to report." Xia Yu glanced at Smoker's report and frowned slightly. "We just killed a group of pirates. Colonel Smoker, are you being negligent? Are you not putting your heart into it, or are you dissatisfied with my order to hunt down the pirates?" "None of them." Smoker straightened up for once, holding a cigar in his mouth, and said loudly, "I'm applying for a transfer from my current position, as long as it's not Seahai, Paradise or New World." Hearing this, Xia Yu nodded. "Oh, I see, you feel that you are wasting your talent by staying in East Blue." Without waiting for Smoker to respond, Xia Yu changed the subject and said, "When our army mutinied, you made a very wise choice. For this reason alone, I should really show some appreciation to you. So, your application is approved." Unexpectedly, Xia Yu agreed so readily. Smoker was stunned for a moment, then asked in disbelief, "Really?" The reason why he made the application to Xia Yu at this time was not because he was dissatisfied with Xia Yu, the marshal who came to power by launching a mutiny, but because Colonel Stalker personally went to East Blue and issued a series of martial orders, which made Xia Yu recognize the young marshal from the bottom of his heart. It was precisely because of the recognition that he didn't want to waste his time at East Blue. After the pirates' killing order, East Blue will surely enjoy a long period of relative peace. In this case, it will be meaningless for him to stay in East Blue. Most importantly, Xia Yu's attitude towards the pirates is very clear. There will definitely be bigger moves next, and he must seize this opportunity to make a greater contribution to Marine's justice. "I never joke." Xia Yu nodded. "You will leave for the New World G5 branch immediately, and you will be the base commander of the G5 branch." G5 branch. Smoker's pupils shrank slightly. "The base commander there is Vice Admiral Virgo. Did he make any mistakes?" Xia Yu smiled and said calmly, "He is the first-generation Corazon of the Don Quixote family. Although Doflamingo is right beside me now and can't make any waves, at this critical moment, I would rather have someone I can trust take charge of G5. Hearing this, Smoker was stunned again. "Trust me. You, trust me. I haven't had much contact with you, in the headquarters over the years. I can't be considered your confidant, and Lord Mutiny Time and Space has even spoken to me." Xia Yu took out a box of cigars from the drawer, stood up and walked out of the desk, put it in Smoker's pocket and patted it gently, with a warm smile. "I believe in your justice. Not only will I transfer you to G5 as base commander, I will also promote you to rear admiral of the headquarters." Smoker looked down at the cigar Xia Yu gave him and stammered, "Marshal Xia Yu, I." It wasn't that Smoker was slurring his words because of the cigar in his mouth, nor was he flattered because Xia Yu gave him a box of cigars and promoted him to rear admiral, but he was moved by Xia Yu's words, "I trust your justice." You know, during those years in the headquarters, he acted in his own way and refused to obey discipline, which caused almost everyone in the headquarters to ignore the justice in his heart. The former Marshal Sora and the previous Marshal Sengoku regarded him as a problem child, and eventually threw him to East Blue, an area that was more peaceful than other seas. They said it was for training, but in fact they didn't have much hope for him. "Why, when did our white hunter become so coy?" Xia Yu returned to his desk and sat down, saying seriously, "Don't think that you're going to the G5 branch is a good thing. The situation in New World is serious right now. If we are not careful, the G5 branch may become the first target of the pirates' attack." At this point, Xia Yu suddenly changed the subject. "Smoker Rear Admiral, you can protect the G5 branch for me, right?" "Able." Smoker seemed to have a conditioned reaction, or as if he had made up his mind. He raised his head and said firmly, "The people are at the base." Chapter 118 Doflamingo. There is the dignity I lost. 118 183rds. Chapter 118 Doflamingo. There is the dignity I lost. Inside the training ground, Doflamingo hung himself on the parallel bars with a serious expression. Obviously, Gion's sudden departure from the Logue Town base was not because the Don Quixote family members were causing trouble after arriving at the headquarters, but because Kaido was making some moves in the New World, and a war might have even broken out. Based on what he had learned about Xia Yu during this period, there was no way he could swallow this. However, he couldn't understand why Gion was allowed to go. You know, there is a Sakazuki stationed in Dressrosa in New World. Even if Kaido comes with great force, Sakazuki can't do it alone. Isn't there still the 2 admirals Kuzan and Borsellino? Just thinking of this, Doflamingo's pupils shrank suddenly, and then he turned over and sat on the parallel bars again. His expression gradually changed from solemn to shocked. Because since Xia Yu left the headquarters and came to East Blue, he didn't see any admiral following him. Not only was there no admiral following me, but there was no admiral at the port to see me off when I arrived at the headquarters. Under normal circumstances, when the Marshal leaves the headquarters, the admirals will definitely show up. However, when Xia Yu boarded the warship and left the headquarters port, Kuzan and Borsellino, who were supposed to stay at the headquarters, did not show up. Could it be? After a brief silence, Doflamingo suddenly raised his head and looked towards the office building. Sakazuki's visit to Dressrosa was just a cover. His real purpose is to take this opportunity to make a strategic shift and allow the three admirals to enter the new world at the same time. Doflamingo, you are so bold. Just then, Smoker, who received a new mission and was promoted to Rear Admiral, walked out of the office building. Seeing Doflamingo sitting on the parallel bars from afar, Smoker walked out quickly with a gloomy face and said in a deep voice, "They actually planted a member of your Don Quixote family in the headquarters and made him the Vice Admiral." Hearing this, Doflamingo did not feel embarrassed and grinned. Hey, didn't Marshal Xia Yu know about this? Isn't it too late for you to question it now, Smoker? It's not too late. Smoker walked past Doflamingo quickly. I will go to the G5 branch now to replace Vice Admiral Virgo. Marshal Xia Yu said that he trusts me more at this critical moment. Before Doflamingo could react, a team of soldiers immediately emerged from the base port and stood neatly opposite Smoker. Leading them was Tashigi, Colonel Smoker. Tashigi took a step forward and asked in confusion, "Are we going out to sea again?" Smoker kept walking. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. "From now on, you have to call me Smoker Rear Admiral." Huh. Tashigi blinked slowly. "Smoker. Rear Admiral, what are you still standing there for?" Smoker turned around and glanced at the silly adjutant. "Leave immediately for the New World G5 branch." After watching Smoker and his crew return to the warship and sail away, Doflamingo subconsciously reached out to take the Den Den Mushi he carried with him, but after missing it, he shook his head and turned his head to look towards the office building. He originally joined Kaido and cooperated with Kaido not just because Kaido was powerful, but because he was unwilling to give in. Because he had a past that outsiders didn't know about. Back then, he knelt down and begged in order to return to the Holy Land and become a celestial dragon again, but he was still ruthlessly rejected. It was also from that moment that the seeds of revenge took root in his heart, and the only person in the world who could help him complete his revenge was Kaido, who had always been eager to start a top-level war. But that was all in the past. Now there is a Marine Marshal who is even crazier than Kaido. He not only seizes the power of the Marine at lightning speed, but also forces the high and mighty rulers of the Holy Land to sign the Treaty of Mariajoy. To some extent, the cost-effectiveness of following Xia Yu was much higher than that of cooperating with Kaido. And now, it's time for him to make a real choice. After a brief silence, Doflamingo took a deep breath, then jumped off the parallel bars and walked towards the office building. Soon, Doflamingo arrived at Xia Yu's office. After hesitating for a moment, Doflamingo took another deep breath, then took his hands out of his pockets and walked in. "Marshal Xia Yu, I have a secret that may interest you." As soon as he entered the office, Doflamingo turned to Xia Yu who was sitting at the desk and went straight to the point. "But before I tell you this secret, I hope you can promise me one thing." As soon as these words were spoken, Mihawk, Crocodile and Moria looked up almost at the same time, with a hint of surprise in their eyes. Oh, Xia Yu was also a little surprised and asked, "Tell me, what do you need me to promise you? Next time you go to the Holy Land, can you take me with you?" At this point, Doflamingo raised his head slightly, his eyes behind the sunglasses were wild and crazy. "There is the dignity I lost. MJU4NDA2 Nadizemta 4 NTGZNDCXOJM equals. New World, inside Cake Island Castle. Except for a few members of Charlotte's family who needed to stay on their respective islands, all the other members were present, making the spacious castle hall very crowded. Coupled with the two big guys Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, the atmosphere in the castle hall became even more depressing. Bulu Bulu. Suddenly, the voice of Den Den Mushi rang out, making the silent and depressing atmosphere in the hall even more tense. Under the gaze of all Charlotte family members, Kaido took out the Den Den Mushi from his arms. "Your Excellency the Governor, something terrible has happened." Before Kaido could speak, an extremely urgent voice came from the Den Den Mushi. "We just received news that the mammoth warship that was trying to hijack the warship was sunk by Marine Admiral Sakazuki. Everyone, including Captain Jack, is in danger of death." What? The sudden bad news almost made Kaido explode on the spot. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up abruptly, and the terrifying aura that belonged to the four emperors burst out unscrupulously. The majestic and vast pressure enveloped the entire hall, causing many Charlotte family members in the hall to stare with their eyes wide open unexpectedly, and then they retreated uncontrollably. Kaido, Katakuri, who was standing in front of his brothers and sisters, really released Conqueror's haki to block the terrifying aura that was coming towards him, and then took a step forward with the trident in hand and said in a deep voice, "Put away your haki, this is Cake Island." Surprisingly, Kaido was not angry because of Katakuri's scolding. After Katakuri finished speaking, the terrifying aura on him suddenly disappeared. Then, Kaido, who was still furious a second ago, burst into tears and cried loudly, "Wah wah wah wah. Jack is dead." After crying loudly, Kaido turned his head like a wrong child and looked at the fat woman who had been happy on the same boat with him. He tried hard to control his sudden sadness and choked up, "Linlin, help me again." Seeing this, Charlotte Linlin exhaled heavily. "Did you drink a lot of wine before coming to Cake Island?" Kaido said nothing, just kept crying. "That's enough, Kaido." Charlotte Linlin stood up suddenly and said angrily, Help, 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 I will help you. Chapter 119 Charlotte Linlin is fully prepared for war. 119 183rds. Chapter 119 Charlotte Linlin is fully prepared for war. Mother. Unexpectedly, Charlotte Linlin agreed so hastily. Someone in the Charlotte family suddenly shouted. Then, a slender, pointed-faced, heavily made-up middle-aged man walked out of the crowd, dragging his tongue and saying solemnly, "It's not the best time to go to war with Marine now." From the sinking of the Mammoth, it can be seen that Xia Yu's live broadcast of killing Hanafuda and his current tour to East Blue were all aimed at luring the enemy out of their hole. We need to make long-term plans. Charlotte Perospero, the eldest son of the Charlotte family, the Minister of Sweets of all nations, a core military advisor of the Big Mom Pirates, the user of the Paramesha Lick fruit, with a bounty of 700 million berries. Perospero. Charlotte Linlin glared at Perospero sharply and said in a deep voice, "It is precisely because of this Marine Marshal's aggressiveness that we have to join forces with Kaido at this time. Do I need to tell you that no egg will be left unbroken when the nest is overturned? This matter is decided, no need to discuss it further." At this point, Charlotte Linlin turned her gaze back to Kaido. "Tell me your plan." Hearing this, Kaido returned to normal in a second, and said with a scorching gaze, "I will personally kill Sakazuki, you just need to lead the Big Mom Pirates to meet me at the Fishman Island, and then we will charge towards the naval headquarters together." Charlotte Linlin frowned slightly. "The Fishman Island is Whitebeard's territory, how are you going to negotiate with Whitebeard?" "No need to negotiate." Kaido waved his hand. "If he dares to stop me at this time, it will be regarded as a declaration of war. Anyway, this world is terrible, it would be best if it were destroyed." After getting Charlotte Linlin's reply, Kaido did not stay any longer and left Cake Island decisively. As Kaido left, the castle hall fell silent again. Everyone's eyes were on Charlotte Linlin at this moment. Some were inexplicably excited about the upcoming battle with Marine, but many more looked worried. It is true that they are a pirate's family, but since the establishment of the 10,000 nations, they have been managing their own islands over the years, and their lives have been relatively stable and real. Although they have had several clashes with the Marine over the years, both sides seem to have some kind of tacit understanding, and have not killed each other due to their powerful strength. Especially some young people in the family, who have never experienced war since they were born, and have never even left Wangguo. Under such circumstances, they are naturally worried that this sudden war will make their once stable life gone forever. Charlotte Linlin did not say anything at this time. She just sat there quietly, as if she was thinking about life, her brows gradually frowning silently. As one of the 4 emperors of the New World, how could she not see the current situation? Marine Admiral Sakazuki forcefully entered the New World, seemingly to take over Dressrosa, but in fact he was preparing for this war. Because a mere Dressrosa is not enough to alarm the Admiral. If it was before, she would ignore Kaido. The reason is simple, the former naval headquarters marshal maintained the status quo for the sake of balance. No matter whether he sent an admiral or a vice-admiral into the New World, he would not completely break off relations with them who had been entrenched in the New World for many years. First, the Marines were not completely sure that they could kill them all, and they did not have the confidence to defeat them one by one, because a complete break with them would lead to a chain reaction, thus triggering a war on a larger scale. In addition, they have established a relatively balanced situation after occupying the New World for many years. With them in the New World, they can deter more pirates from entering the New World, thus saving the Marine and the world government a lot of trouble. The worst result is nothing more than their territory continues to expand. After all, the influence of the world government in the New World is minimal, and the Marine bases are decreasing year by year. It is precisely because of this tacit understanding that the current situation of 4 emperors in New World has come into being. But now, this tacit understanding is being broken, and the New World Order is likely to completely collapse with the appearance of the young Marine Marshal. After a few minutes of silence, Charlotte Linlin suddenly burst into laughter. Mama, you are such an aggressive kid. You were so eager to kill us right after you took over the power of Marine. In that case, let me see how determined you are, Mama. Before she finished speaking, Charlotte Linlin's aura suddenly rose, and the pressure that belonged to the Emperor of the Sea swept through the aura, and her sharp eyes swept over the children present. Katakuri, Smoothie, Cracker, Snag. As Charlotte Linlin finished calling the roll, Katakuri, Smoothie, Cracker, and Snaggle took a step forward in unison. Fully prepare for battle, ready to head to the Fishman Island. Yes, Mom, Katakuri, who was ordered to leave the castle, abandoned all distractions and conveyed the orders in an orderly manner. As his order was given, members of the Big Mom Pirates rushed towards Cake Island from their respective islands. Thousands of members on Cake Island are preparing for the battle in full swing. Because of Charlotte Linlin 4 Emperor's identity and deterrent power, the Big Mom Pirates have not been deployed on a large scale for many years. Each time they go out, they are basically led by core members of the Charlotte family, and at most there are only 2 or 3 warships. But now they are heading to the first half of the Grand Line Paradise, and their opponent in the war is the Grand Line's largest war machine. It is obviously impossible to just send out a few warships. Most importantly, Charlotte Linlin's orders were to prepare for war. This means that the affiliated forces of the Big Mom Pirates must participate in the operation. In this case, they must need more warships, and pull out many pirates' ships that have been in the dock for many years and set sail again. Because the Big Mom Pirates affiliated forces have at least 50,000 to 60,000 members who can participate in the war. By the evening, Although dozens of warships ready to go had gathered at the port of Cake Island, the affiliated forces of the Big Mom pirates were still arriving in a steady stream. At the port, Smoothie, who was standing side by side with Katakuri, glanced at the pirates' members who were constantly carrying various strategic materials onto the warship, and then moved his gaze upwards to rest on the flag of the Big Mom pirates fluttering in the wind. Densely packed pirates' flags fluttered in the sky above the port, implicitly demonstrating the status and strength of the Big Mom pirates. Katakuri-san. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded, attracting the attention of Smoothie and Katakuri. Following the sound, they saw Garrett, wearing a red short skirt and red high heels, walking slowly towards them and standing beside them. She looked at the pirate's flag fluttering above the port and said seriously, "I don't know why, but I always feel that neither us nor the Beast's pirates can reach the Fishman Island." At this point, Garrett turned her head to look at Smoothie and Katakuri, and emphasized, "There's no reason, it's just a woman's intuition." Bulu Bulu. Before Katakuri and Smoothie could react, the Den Den Mushi in Katakuri's arms suddenly rang. Immediately afterwards, an extremely urgent voice was heard from it. "Brother Katakuri, I'm Lola." Katakuri, Smoothie and Garrett were all a little surprised when they heard the voice coming from Den Den Mushi. Lola is the 26th daughter of the Charlotte family. She was once the Minister of Chocolate of Cocoa Island in the Wanoku. A year ago, she chose to leave the Wanoku to form the Pirates group in order to escape her wedding with Prince Loki of Elbaf. During this period, Lola contacted her most popular brother Katakuri and expressed her desire to leave New World and go to the first half of the Grand Line. Lola. After a brief moment of daze, Katakuri quickly asked, "Where are you now? Why are you contacting me at this time?" "Brother Katakuri, I have very important information to report to you." Lola's anxious voice came from the Den Den Mushi. "About 10 minutes ago, I saw the fleet led by Admiral of Headquarters Kuzan through the telescope. Judging from the direction and route they are sailing, they are most likely going to Wanguo." Hearing this, Katakuri's expression suddenly changed, and he looked at Garrett immediately. "Not only will they not let us enter the Fishman Island, they are going to choose Cake Island as the battlefield." Smoothie frowned. How could this happen? Could it be that Marine's original target was us? This is impossible. Marine's target is certainly not us. Garrett took over the conversation, but they knew Kaido appeared on Cake Island. Smoothie looked up at the port and said in a deep voice, "Are we being monitored? Or is there an undercover Marine on Cake Island?" Katakuri didn't have time to analyze it. He picked up the Den Den Mushi and said, "Lola, take care of yourself, don't get caught by Marine. If you are caught at this time, you will die. Also, don't worry about home, I'll take care of everything." Chapter 120 The game between the various parties before the war. A single move can affect the entire body. 120-183. Chapter 120 The game between the various parties before the war. A single move can affect the entire body. Almost all the Beast's pirates under Kaido came out in full force. A huge team of more than 10,000 people formed a fleet of 50 warships and sailed towards the rough sea after leaving the Wanokuni waters. Soon, the news that the Beast's pirates fleet had left Wanokuni spread throughout the New World and was immediately reported back to their respective headquarters by intelligence personnel from various major forces. The first person to receive the news was New World's news tycoon Morgans. With his intelligence network spread all over the world, Morgans had received the news as early as when the Kaido pirates left Wanokuni. However, he did not dare to release the news at this time. Because according to the intelligence he got, Kaido pirates secretly left Wanokuni, and such a large group was obviously going to fight a large-scale war. If he published the news at this time and leaked Kaido's whereabouts, he would be greeted by Kaido's raging anger. The wrath of the New World Four Emperors was not something a mere journalist like him could bear. All he had to do was to keep a close eye on the movements of the Beast's pirates and have his reporters broadcast a live broadcast to the whole world when the war broke out. By then, his influence would surely be further enhanced. New World, the headquarters of the World Economic News Agency. Morgans, a great journalist who was the user of the albatross form of the bird fruit, is sitting in the president's office wearing a black top hat. He appears in the form of an orc, staring at the eye-catching large beak and squinting his small eyes as he looks left and right. Normally, apart from the news agency staff who occasionally came in and out of the office, there were 4 men and 1 woman sitting there, who were none other than the emperors of the underworld. Sitting on his right was Umith, the king of shipping who monopolized the Grand Line's transportation lifeline, Duffield, the king of usury, and Gibberson, the king of warehousing who controlled the material center of the underground world. The man and woman sitting opposite the 3 people are the queen of the pleasure district Stussy in the entertainment industry and Pierre Crow, the king of funeral homes who monopolizes the funeral industry and runs a killer group and is known as the Death Trader. After sweeping his eyes over the 5 emperors of the underground world in front of him, Morgan suddenly grinned and laughed. Everyone, what's going on today? I actually have several famous emperors of the underground world come to my humble home. I am honored, really honored. Morgans, you can still laugh. Wearing a mink coat, the lone shark King Duffield flicked the cigar in his hand and said in a deep voice, "What happens next is likely to completely overturn the world. When the nest is overturned, no one will be left unscathed." This time, the Beast's pirates left Wanokuni in full force, obviously preparing for a top-level battle with the Marine. Once they expand the war, the first to be impacted will be everyone here, including me, of course. Why would I be shocked? Morgans tilted his head to look at Duffield and said excitedly, "The more significant the event, the better it is for me, isn't it?" After a slight pause, Morgans immediately turned his head to look at the king of the funeral home. Sir Pyrecroy, you should be looking forward to this war, right? As a death trader, this war is a feast for you, especially a war of this level, you should be looking forward to it, why are you frowning? Before he finished speaking, Morgans shifted his gaze to the only lady present again. Ms. Stussy, this war won't have much impact on you. As long as it's not the end of the world, the entertainment industry will never die, right? Okay, I have to admit it. Morgans looked at the silent king of shipping like a chatterbox. Sir Yumit's shipping business will indeed be affected, because this war will cause devastating damage to the transportation industry whether it occurs on land or at sea. However, this is also temporary, because this war cannot last long. So everyone, what is the purpose of you gathering here? As Morgans finished speaking, the office fell into silence. Morgans stopped talking and silently picked up the wine glass beside him and drank it all in one gulp. After a brief silence, Queen of the Pleasure District Stussy looked at Pierre Crow, the king of the funeral parlor beside her, and then looked up at Morgans, frowning slightly and said, Morgans, didn't you receive the invitation letter from Naval Headquarters? Invitation? What invitation? Morgans blinked and asked blankly, Naval Headquarters. What does that mean? Seeing that Morgans hadn't received it, Stussy shook her head and smiled, then opened her handbag and took out an invitation letter and put it on the desk, and said with red lips, the reason why the 5 of us are gathered here is because we have received invitation letters from Naval Headquarters. The Marshal of Naval Headquarters invited the 5 of us to go to Naval Headquarters to attend his private banquet in a month. Before Morgans could react, Pyrecroc, the king of the funeral parlor, stood up suddenly. Damn that Marine Marshal, he's planning to use his old tricks again and make us bow down to him like the Shichibukai did. Morgans didn't say anything. He silently opened the invitation letter, glanced at it, and handed it back to Stussy. He said seriously, I think I know what you are going to do. You all want to intervene in this war and provide assistance to the Beast's pirates with your own strength. As long as the Beast's pirates win this war, the Marine will be seriously injured, and then you can ignore this invitation letter. Hearing this, the 5 people neither admitted nor denied it, and stared at Morgans tacitly. Morgans stopped talking, picked up the empty wine glass and narrowed his eyes. As a big journalist with an intelligence network all over the world, how could Morgans not know what the 5 people were thinking? They simply hoped that when he reported the news, they would cover up the involvement of the 5 people or use other fake news instead. At the same time, the holy place, the room of power. Sengoku, what the hell is going on? As soon as he opened the door and walked into the spacious and bright hall of the power room, the god of law Topman threw a top-secret intelligence sent back from the New World to Sengoku who was drinking tea. The Beast's pirates have almost all left Wano-kuni, and the Big Mom pirates have also gathered on a large scale on Cake Island. Is it because Sakazuki and Kuzan entered the New World to go to war with them? Topman, you've been a little irritable lately. Sengoku slowly picked up the top-secret information, glanced at it, and threw it aside. He said calmly, if you are angry, drink more tea. When you calm down, think about how to talk to me. Topman had no mood to drink tea. He walked straight to Sengoku and looked down at the former Marine Admiral who had made great strides and was now on equal footing with them. He said in a deep voice, you used to be a Marine Admiral, and now you are one of the 5 elders. You should know very well that the Marine cannot easily go to war with the 4 emperors without our permission. However, now 2 Marine Admirals have secretly entered the New World one after another. Not only Kaido and Charlotte Linlin are facing a formidable enemy, but the Red Hair Pirates also left the territory at the same time and their whereabouts are unknown. Calm down, calm down. Sengoku put down his teacup and looked up at Topman, saying calmly, don't you just need permission from the Room of Power? I'll have the Naval Headquarters write a report and I and the God of Agricultural Affairs Zephyr will approve it. Sengoku, why are you fooling around too? Topman was so angry that he almost burst into tears. He said angrily, if it weren't for the information sent back by CP0 agents from New World, I wouldn't have known that Sakazuki and Kuzan went to New World. It is undeniable that Xia Yu is now in charge of the Naval Headquarters and has the same privileges as the 5 elders, but war is not a joke. It would be fine if you didn't try to persuade them, but you actually approved the note. Sengoku blinked. How about, I write the report and you approve the note? Chapter 121 Follow me to the New World, we are going to fight a new war. 121 183rds. Chapter 121 Follow me to the New World, we are going to fight a new war. Topman was choked again. He was usually calm, but at this moment he stared at Sengoku with wide eyes. Seeing that Sengoku remained calm and unmoved, he took a deep breath, then swung his sleeves fiercely and turned away angrily. After Topman left, Azambran and Satan did not stay either, but stood up and followed him. As soon as the 3 of them walked out of the Room of Power, Zephyr walked past them with a pair of dirty shoes covered in mud. He walked straight to Sengoku without even looking at them. After taking a gulp from the teapot on the coffee table, Zephyr let out a long sigh, then turned his head to look at the 3 5 elders who had already walked into the aisle, and asked curiously, are you arguing with them again? Don't you think it's interesting? Sengoku casually took out a box of senbei from behind his back and said while eating, 5 elders are really comfortable. They come to this power room every day to sit for a while and listen to the work reports of various departments. There is nothing else to do. If I had known this, I should have stood up during the negotiations and changed the 6-month rotation to 1 year. No, 3 years would be best, ha ha ha. Why are you arguing with them? Zephyr wasn't as much of a jerk as Sengoku, so he said with a serious expression, "Is it because of the new world?" Sengoku put away his smile and nodded. "Kaido and Charlotte Linlin should form an alliance this time. I'm worried that Sakazuki and Kuzan won't be able to suppress it. Because according to the information sent back by CP0, Xia Yu secretly sent Kuzan into the new world to meet with Sakazuki. Not only Kaido and Charlotte Linlin were alarmed, but also the red hair pirates. Top Man just came to argue with me, pretending to be ignorant of the matter and bringing up the previous rule that going to war with the four emperors requires permission from the Room of Power. This old fox is worthy of being the god of law. Of course he knows that Marine's actions are no longer subject to the constraints of the world government. He brought up the old rules in order to distance himself from this matter, so that he can explain it to IM. At this point, Sengoku narrowed his eyes and changed the subject, but if it's really that simple, then it's easy to deal with. I always feel like they have other plans. They are unwilling. Zephyr nodded. Compared to the four emperors who have become the overlords of the new world, they care more about Xia Yu who has monopolized the power of the marine. No matter what they are planning, we just need to keep an eye on these old men for Xia Yu. As for the turmoil in the new world, I believe Xia Yu can handle it. Sengoku picked up a piece of senbei and threw it into his mouth, saying incoherently, "I don't doubt Xia Yu's ability, but I am worried that Sakazuki and Kuzan are not well prepared. You know, they are now facing two allied four emperors and a red-hair pirates with unknown intentions. According to intelligence, the Kaido pirates have almost gone all out, with a fleet of more than 10,000 people leaving the Wano-kuni Sea and heading for the sea. The Big Mom pirates led by Charlotte Linlin and their affiliated forces have reached an astonishing 50,000 to 60,000 people. If the red-hair pirates are added, Sakazuki and Kuzan may find it difficult to deal with them." East Blue, Gion, who left Logue Town, stood on the deck of a warship heading straight for the calm belt sea with a heroic look, holding a Den Den Mushi in his hand, and said with his red lips, "Hina, finish the mission at East Blue immediately and follow me to the new world." A cold but somewhat innocent voice came from the Den Den Mushi, "Isn't the pirates' hunting order over yet? Why are you suddenly going to the new world?" Hina doesn't understand. It's enough for East Blue to have the East Blue branch. Gion spoke calmly, and then said, "The Marshal's tour to the east is not entirely to eliminate the East Blue pirates. His real purpose is to lure out the beast's pirates entrenched in the most difficult to attack Wano-kuni. No matter where you are now, turn around immediately. I'll be waiting for you at the Sabayati Archipelago base." After saying that, Gion ended the call without giving Hina a chance to ask questions, and dialed another Den Den Mushi. "Gaji, if you have a clear understanding of the current situation, then step out of your comfort zone. It's time to pledge your loyalty to the Marshal. Lead your warships and follow me to the new world. We are going to fight a new war. Naval Headquarters, responsible for bringing Moria's subordinates and members of the Baroque Works to the headquarters, the two Vice Admirals Staloberry and Flying Squirrel left the headquarters without stopping and went to Sabayati Archipelago to meet with Vice Admiral Bastiu, and then all of them quickly entered the Holy Land through the elevator and went straight to the first branch in New World. After entering the Holy Land, Smoker immediately took Tashigi and his subordinates and increased the speed to the fastest and headed straight for the G5 branch. After 4 hours of sailing at full speed, the warship led by Smoker entered the port of the G5 branch base unimpeded. Virgo learned from the soldiers on duty at the base that Smoker had led the warship into the base port. Although he was the Vice Admiral, he did not put on airs, but immediately led officers of all levels of the base to the port to greet them. Smoker jumped off the deck of the warship on his beloved motorcycle and swung it in front of Virgo. Then he took out a document from his arms and threw it to Virgo. "By order of Marshal Xia Yu, from now on, G5 will be fully taken over by me." Virgo, Vice Admiral. "Oh no, Mr. Corazon, the first generation of the Don Quixote family, Marshal Xia Yu gave you two choices. One is to become a colonel and become my direct subordinate to assist me in garrisoning the G5 branch. The other is to set off for the headquarters immediately and meet up with other members of the Don Quixote family. You don't have much time to think. The Marshal said you only have 10 seconds to make a choice. If you don't react after 10 seconds, I will kill you." Crash. As soon as Smoker finished speaking, a group of Marine soldiers who followed him raised their guns and aimed at Virgo almost at the same time. The Marshal also said that you are very strong, especially your mastery of armament hockey has reached a very advanced level. Ordinary guns and ammunition are no threat to you. But it doesn't matter, I'm just going through the process. You can choose to resist, or fight your way out. Before he finished speaking, Smoker suddenly changed the subject. 3 seconds left. "I don't seem to have a choice, do I?" Virgo calmly stepped forward, raised his hand and saluted. "Colonel Virgo, greetings to Smoker Rear Admiral. You really don't have a choice, unless you want Doflamingo to die because of you." Smoker took a puff of his cigar, stepped out decisively, and said energetically, "Take me to the office. We need to prepare for the next war." At the same time, New World, a certain sea area. Kuzan, who was leading the Aokiji army, looked up at the sky which was completely covered by dark clouds and a storm could come at any time, and asked the 3 Aokiji army vice admirals standing neatly beside him, "How long will it take to meet up with Sakazuki?" "At the current speed, we will be able to meet Admiral Sakazuki in the waters controlled by a subsidiary force of the Big Mom pirates tomorrow morning." "Too slow." Aokiji waved his hand and ordered, "Contact Sakazuki immediately and tell him that I will stop the Big Mom pirates and prevent them from setting foot outside the Wano-kuni Sea." Just focus on dealing with the beast's pirates that left Wano-kuni. Chapter 122. With the Marshal's protection, Monka is getting better. 122-183. Chapter 122. With the Marshal's protection, Monka is getting better. Previous. Next. East Blue. Logue Town was unusually quiet under the cover of night. Xia Yu, who was in the office of the highest commander of the Logue Town Marine Base, pinched her brows tiredly after answering the last Den Den Mushi call, then simply stood up and habitually called out, Gion. After a few seconds of no response, Xia Yu looked around and saw that there were only a few Shichibukai members in the office. He couldn't help but shake his head and smile. As expected, Gion is more forward-looking. He is not used to it without Gion's assistance. Apart from anything else, the Den Den Mushi that rang one after another just now were a bit overwhelming for him. If Gion was here, he wouldn't have to deal with these things personally. Report. Just then, a familiar voice came from outside the office door. The voice was so loud that it woke up several Shichibukai who were lying on the sofa. After getting Xia Yu's permission, the office door was pushed open, and then a mighty figure ran in with great interest and stood in front of Xia Yu. He raised his hand and shouted at the top of his voice, Colonel Monka, I meet the Marshal. Loyalty, sincerity, looks like there's some good news. Xia Yu raised his hand and patted Monka on the shoulder, then asked with a smile, Tell me, did you catch the Black Cat pirates? Marshal, you are truly a master of foresight. Monka seemed particularly excited and said in a gruff voice, I increased patrols in the waters near Xailuobu village as you requested, and indeed found traces of the Black Cat pirates. At this point, Monka changed the subject and said, I have always remembered the Marshal's instructions, so I did not rush in directly. Instead, after discovering that the Black Cat pirates' ship cats were in a bay that was not easy to find in Xailuobu village, I decisively ordered the ship's guns to fire directly at long-range firepower. When the warship approached, there were only 2 people left on the Black Cat pirates floating on the sea. One was their captain, Crow, and the other was Zhangao, the hypnosis master, who the Marshal had specifically told his subordinates to be on the lookout for. I personally shot him, just as you taught me. 2 shots to the chest and 1 to the head. Kill him. After a slight pause, a hint of curiosity flashed in Monka's eyes, and he asked tentatively, Marshal, how do you know so much about the Black Cat pirates? Pirates of their level should not be worthy of your attention. Not that I know them. Xia Yu smiled slightly and said, but when I met you that year, I saw your future. My future. Monka blinked innocently. What will my future be like? Xia Yu said patiently. In your future, I saw you being attacked by the Black Cat pirates and being crazed by hypnosis, which eventually led you to mistakenly believe that you had captured the captain of the Black Cat pirates, and thus embarked on a wrong path. Hearing Xia Yu's serious fabrications, the Shichibukai sitting on the sofa, except for Moria who showed admiration for the first time, Mahawk, Crocodile and Doflamingo could not help but twitch their lips. As the famous pirates of the Grand Line, they certainly knew that if one's observation haki was cultivated to a certain level, one could see part of the future. However, they had never heard of someone like Xia Yu who could see the future several years later. Unless Xia Yu is a prophet, they will not believe it even if you kill them. There is only one truth. Their young commander looks serious, but he is actually a big liar. Xia Yu ignored the reactions of several Shichibukai and changed the subject. Colonel Monka, go and hand over your work to your adjutant and let him take charge of branch 153 in your place. You will return to the headquarters with me tomorrow. Hearing that Xia Yu was going to take him to the headquarters, Monka's eyes lit up instantly and he said excitedly, Long live the Marshal. Before he finished speaking, Monka turned around and ran out impatiently, and his excited voice rang out in the corridor. Brothers, I'm going to the headquarters with the Marshal. When I become successful in this headquarters, I will transfer all of you over to enjoy the good life. Ha ha ha. Hearing the sound coming from outside the door, Moria grinned and let out his unique signature laugh. He, the little colonel is getting better too. As soon as Moria finished speaking, 2 figures came in, exhausted. They were Ian and Binz who had left Logue Town to assist Captain Heberty. Your Excellency the Marshal. As soon as they entered the office, Ian and Binz straightened up and said in unison, mission accomplished. As he spoke, Ian put an iron cage on the ground, pointed at a clown man wearing seastone handcuffs and a clown hat in the cage and said, this man is Buggy. Because his fruit ability is very special, I can't kill him. I can only make him age back 24 years and put him in a cage and bring him back. Buggy. As soon as Ian finished speaking, Mahawk, who was sitting on the sofa, opened his eyes wide and looked at the cage unexpectedly. The person locked in the cage was none other than Buggy, the captain of the Buggy Pirates, and a former trainee crew member of the Roger Pirates. However, at this time Buggy has transformed into the appearance of a 7 or 8-year-old child, and his body seems to have shrunk. The wide clown hat on his head looks very funny, which makes people laugh. Doflamingo also glanced towards the cage at this time. When he saw the red-nosed man in the cage whose body had shrunk severely and turned into a child, but whose appearance had not changed much, he couldn't help laughing and said, Hey, Buggy, the former trainee crew member of Roger Pirates and the user of Chok Chok fruit. He is really a legendary man. Xia Yu also almost couldn't help laughing after seeing Buggy trapped in the cage. It's not Buggy's clown appearance and dress, but Buggy looks harmless at this moment, making it difficult to associate him with the pure pirate's Buggy who likes to torture the weak. At this moment, Buggy, who was trapped in the cage, also noticed the Shichibukai member sitting in the office and Xia Yu standing in front of him. Because he was wearing sea-stone handcuffs, as a demon fruit power, he wanted to widen his eyes with an exaggerated expression, but the restraint of the sea-stone handcuffs made his movements unusually slow, and even his tone of voice was weak. Am I? Hawk, crocodile, Doflamingo, what's going on? You, why are you in East Blue? You still have the energy to care about others. Xia Yu glanced down at Buggy and said without any emotion, Bins, throw him into the sea and soak him until tomorrow morning. You will be the one guarding him. Don't be careless. This man is extremely dangerous. If he escapes, there will be endless troubles. If he's still alive by tomorrow, we'll take him back to headquarters and give him to the science class for research. Chapter 123. Respect the Marshal as if he were a god. Monka's anti-gang operation. 123-183. Chapter 123. Respect the Marshal as if he were a god. Monka's anti-gang operation. No, don't do that. When Buggy in the cage heard that he was going to be thrown into the sea to soak for a night, he burst into tears. But because of the restraint of the sea-stone handcuffs, he wanted to struggle but was powerless. He could only look at Xia Yu with a terrified and helpless look, and said incoherently, Marine, even if I was a trainee crew member of the Roger Pirates, I am not guilty of the death penalty. I am just a trainee crew member. Just a cadet. Xia Yu turned around and walked to the desk and dug out the file of the Buggy Pirates from a pile of documents. He said slowly, Buggy Pirates, Captain Buggy the Clown, bounty of 15 million Baileys. Since the Buggy Pirates were founded and developed in East Blue, they have invaded towns many times, causing a large number of civilian casualties. Captain Buggy enjoys abusing the weak, and many civilians have been abused to death by him. His crew members Mochi and Kabaji are also extremely vicious pirates. At this point, Xia Yu threw the file in front of Buggy and said coldly, Buggy, I'm not executing you because you were a trainee crew member of the Roger Pirates, but because of your personal behavior. Putting aside other things, just the fact that you killed civilians is not acceptable to me. I can tolerate those who compete with other pirate forces at sea, but I will never tolerate those who burn, kill and loot civilians. Before he finished speaking, Xia Yu didn't give Buggy a chance to argue, and simply waved his hand and said, take him away. Doflamingo, who was sitting side by side with Crocodile, felt his heart tighten inexplicably as he watched Bins carry the cage out of the office. Although Xia Yu did not show her strong and domineering side during this period, he still felt a chill down his spine when he heard Xia Yu say the words, killing civilians. Crocodile also felt a little inexplicably scared, because he was already preparing the Gensokyo plan, and was going to use the civilians of Alabasta to achieve his ultimate goal. Fortunately, it was only in the planning stage so far. If he had already started, he would probably not have the chance to sit here now. Let's go, everyone. After watching Bins take Buggy away, Xia Yu turned his head to look at the Shichibukai sitting on the sofa. It's not too late yet, follow me out to taste the delicious food in Log Town. Compared to Buggy, who was thrown into the sea by Bins and was full of fear and despair, Monka was very excited about following the Marshal to the headquarters and handing over his work to the adjutant. As soon as the work was handed over, he left the base with 7 or 8 brothers who had been following him all these years and ran to Log Town. Lord Monka, don't forget your brothers when you go to the headquarters. What are you talking about? Is Monka that kind of person? In the past 3 years, he didn't keep a single cent of the money that the headquarters distributed to himself. He gave it all to his brothers. In a word, as long as Master Monka doesn't mind, we brothers will follow you for the rest of our lives. In the bustling bar hall, 7 or 8 officers from the 153rd branch who followed Monka sat in the middle booth. They were all very happy because Monka was about to follow the Marshal to the headquarters. Because they were out for a drinking party, and the Marshal was in Log Town, they didn't dare to wear uniforms, so they all changed into casual clothes and sat around Monka. Monka was no exception. He was in high spirits and changed into a suit. He couldn't suppress the smile on his face. However, when he heard an officer beside him say that he would follow him for the rest of his life, the smile on his face suddenly froze, and then he turned his head and said in a deep voice, Don't talk nonsense, you are not following me, but the Marshal. The Marshal is too far away from us. The officer blinked, not hiding his jealousy towards Monka. If the Marshal had approached me back then, I would be the one going to the headquarters now instead of you. Haha, you are really jealous. Monka laughed proudly. Don't worry, I said I would bring you all to the headquarters, and I will definitely bring you to the headquarters. Come, have a drink. After everyone drank the wine, another officer came up to Monka and asked seriously, Monka, can you tell us what kind of person the Marshal is? What kind of person is the Marshal? Monka blinked, and the smile on his face disappeared, replaced by a face full of reverence. In my heart, the Marshal is a god. Yes, if there is a god in this world, it must be the Marshal. Let me tell you something. When the Marshal came to branch 153, he had already seen my future and knew what I would encounter, and he gave me a warning. At first, I didn't fully believe that someone could see so far into the future, until today when they killed the Black Cat Pirates. You know, when I saw the members of the Black Cat Pirates, the shock in my heart was beyond words. Let me tell you this. At this point, Monka directly picked up the bottle of wine on the coffee table and took a gulp. He said with fanatical eyes, You don't understand the Marshal. You just simply think he is the Marshal. When you start to understand him, you will be like me, respect him like a god. As soon as the word, God, came out of Monka's mouth, the bar that was bustling a second ago suddenly became quiet. Then, a group of people rushed into the bar hall aggressively. Before anyone could react, the yellow-haired guy in the lead jumped onto a sofa and shouted at the top of his voice, clear the place, everyone get out, lousy, we've booked this bar tonight. As Wang Mao finished speaking, many guests in the booth stood up and rushed towards the bar door like mice seeing a cat. After a while, Monka was the only one left in the hall. What's going on? An officer sitting next to Monka blinked in confusion, then suddenly widened his eyes and asked excitedly, pirates. Monka didn't say anything, but stared ahead with burning eyes. At the same time, a young man with a grass-green coxcomb on his head, with his hands in his pockets, came to the booth where Monka and his companions were, surrounded by a group of bad boys, with a proud look on his face. Seeing this, the yellow-haired guy jumped over immediately and stood in front of Monka and the others before the coxcomb-haired boy. He said fiercely, are you guys blind or deaf? Get out of here right now, lousy. Try to find. Without waiting for Monka to respond, the officer sitting next to him stood up abruptly. However, before he could even say the word, die, Monka stopped him. While stopping the officer, Monka slowly raised his head. Why? Why? As if he had heard a joke, the yellow-haired man turned sideways to face the coxcomb-haired boy and said proudly, do you know who he is? He is Lord Bartolomeo, the new underworld leader of Logue Town. This bar under your feet, and the street where the bar is located. No, to be precise, these dozens of streets nearby are all Lord Bartolomeo's territory. At this point, the yellow-haired man suddenly came up to Monka, grinned and said bloodthirstily, do you understand? If you understand, get out of here. I understand. Monka nodded, then stood up and slowly took off his coat under the gaze of a group of arrogant gangsters. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. The gangsters who were so arrogant a second ago widened their eyes when they saw that Monka was wearing a uniform under his jacket. Before the gangsters could react, Monka suddenly pulled out the axe behind him, his momentum rising, and he shouted in a deep voice, where are the generals? Have. The 7 or 8 officers who followed Monka stood up in unison, each of them as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Order all soldiers to set out immediately to launch the anti-gang operation. After tonight, this colonel will not allow any gangs to exist in Logue Town. Chapter 124. You can enjoy military achievements while staying at home. 124 183rds. Chapter 124. You can enjoy military achievements while staying at home. Bang, bang, bang. The sudden sound of gunfire broke the silence of Logue Town shrouded in darkness. Soon after, all kinds of screams and cries of killing were heard from the streets and alleys of Logue Town, especially in the neighborhoods that usually gathered gangsters. As soldiers in marine uniforms poured in, the bustling neighborhoods immediately fell into chaos. Gang members in strange costumes kept fleeing from bars, casinos and other illegal places. Then, the marine soldiers armed with live ammunition were like wolves among a flock of sheep, beating up any gang members they caught. Those who resisted or tried to escape were shot down by the marine soldiers. In less than half an hour, dozens of blocks in Logue Town were controlled by the marine soldiers who suddenly arrived at the town with lightning speed. All the gang leaders and bad boys in these blocks were forced to kneel in rows on the streets. Not only were the gangsters in these neighborhoods suppressed by Lei Ting, many of them were confessed by their subordinates, and the gang leaders who were sleeping soundly at home did not escape either. They were pinned to the ground by the marine soldiers who suddenly broke down their doors and rushed in, and then dragged onto the street like dead pigs. The most tragic ones were the gang leaders who were playing landlord. It was a small matter that they didn't have time to put on their pants, but they were caught at the critical moment and because of excessive fear, they would probably find it difficult to raise their heads again. The anti-gang operation against Logue Town is still going on. In Logue Town's Night Snack Street, Xia Yu, Ain, Mahawk, Moria, Crocodile and Doflamingo, a group of 6, had just walked into a barbecue restaurant and sat down when the sudden sound of gunfire in the night sky attracted their attention. Before anyone could react, the gunshots became more and more frequent, and the coverage area expanded at an alarming speed. In just a few minutes, gunshots were heard from at least dozens of blocks, causing many diners on the street to panic. What's going on? Why do you feel the situation is a little serious? Moria blinked, staring at the fat body. He stood up and looked around with the advantage of height, his eyes gradually became excited, listening to the gunshots. There should be a lot of people who will die tonight. If these people can be used by me. Before he could finish his words, Moria felt an invisible pressure looming over him. Being very familiar with this kind of pressure, he quickly shut up, then sat down and watched like a child who had done something wrong. Marshal, I'll go see what's going on. Ian also stood up at this time and looked in the direction where the gunfire was most frequent. Pirates must have entered Logue Town and were discovered by the patrolling marines. Xia Yu was about to speak when 3 or 4 bad boys suddenly rushed into the entrance of the street. Under the gaze of Xia Yu and his group, several bad boys rushed to a food stall across from the barbecue restaurant as if they had experienced something that made them despair, and shouted urgently to the group of diners in the food stall, "Boss, how can you still be in the mood to drink here? Hurry up and find a place to hide." Hide. A middle-aged man stood up from among the diners at the food stall and said arrogantly, "Why are you hiding, lousy? Boss, now is not the time to show off." One of the bad boys quickly rushed to the middle-aged man and said anxiously, "That damn Bartolomeo went to the bar to clear the place," which angered several marine officers present. One of the officers immediately ordered a crackdown on Logue Town. Now dozens of blocks controlled by Bartolomeo have been controlled by Marine, and Bartolomeo was even hung at the intersection of the red light district. What did you say? Bartolomeo was killed by the Marine. The middle-aged man was almost sober now, and said excitedly, great, great. Bartolomeo was captured by the Marine. From now on, Lousy will have the final say in Logue Town, ha 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 ha. Boss, did you hear me clearly? The bad boy got anxious and roared, Marine is not only going to arrest Bartolomeo and his men, but all the gangs in Logue Town are their targets. Before the middle-aged man could react, a team of Marine soldiers armed with live ammunition appeared on both sides of the street. As soon as they rushed into the street, an officer in the lead led the team to the food stall with a clear goal. He stared at the middle-aged man with scorching eyes and said murderously, Colonel Monka has ordered that after tonight, no gangs are allowed to exist in Logue Town. After a slight pause, the officer suddenly raised his voice, all members of the Wild Wolf gang, listen up, all of you squat down with your heads in your hands. If you dare to resist, you will be killed without mercy. As soon as the officer finished speaking, the Marine soldier who followed him skillfully loaded the bullet and aimed his gun at everyone, including the middle-aged man. Damn it, who did Lousy offend? The middle-aged man glared at the leading officer with his eyes wide open, it was Bartolomeo who provoked your colonel. It has nothing to do with Lousy. Bang! Without waiting for the middle-aged man to finish his words, the leading officer raised his gun and pulled the trigger without any hesitation. When the gunshot rang out, the middle-aged man's pupils dilated instantly, and then his body stiffened and fell backward. Crash! The moment the middle-aged man fell, all the members of the Wild Wolf gang, including the few bad boys who came to tip off, almost squatted down with their heads in their hands at the same time. The timid ones were even stimulated by the smell of blood and became incontinent on the spot. With this much courage, you dare to get involved in the underworld. The leading officer threw the gun in his hand to the soldier next to him and said simply, leave a few people to take these scum to the base prison, and the rest of you follow me to the next battle. After saying that, the officer tossed the gun to the soldier next to him, then squinted his eyes and looked at other blocks, sighing, sure enough, I still have to follow the marshal. I can sit at home and military merits will come to me. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, the soldier standing next to him quickly reminded him, Captain, military merit does not come from heaven, but is the result of Colonel Monka's righteousness. Ah, yes, Colonel Monka is so righteous. After a slight pause, the captain said with envy, Colonel Monka has really made a great success this time, but it is also what he deserves. After all, he has learned a lot from the marshal. We must keep in touch with him in the future. What do you mean? The soldier asked in confusion. Colonel Monka has inherited the true teachings of the marshal. What is the true teaching? I told you to pay more attention to the news from our headquarters, but you didn't listen. Now you are completely blind, right? The captain glared at the soldier, and then instantly put on an expression of respect. Listen carefully and remember this. What I am going to say next is the famous saying of the marshal. Loyalty. The soldier quickly straightened up, his eyes full of anticipation. The captain took a step forward and said in a serious tone, I will not keep this honor to myself. Perhaps because he realized that he did not have such a kingly temperament, the captain quickly turned his head and asked, do you know how much this sentence means to the brothers? Before this, have you ever heard any big shot in our department say such a thing? The reason why Colonel Monka divided up the military merits and asked us to help fight the gangs was because he was influenced by the marshal. Military merits should not be enjoyed alone. Of course, Captain Ben will not treat his brothers unfairly. Brothers who participate in the action tonight, this month's salary will be doubled, I will pay for it. Chapter 125. Men's Romance, You Are No Longer Alone. 125-183. Chapter 125. Men's Romance, You Are No Longer Alone. Hearing the words of the captain officer opposite, several shichibukai in the barbecue restaurant subconsciously turned their eyes to Xia Yu. What is loyalty? Loyalty shouted face to face is not necessarily true loyalty. At this time, the performance of the Marine soldiers and the captain officer at the food stall opposite is the perfect embodiment of loyalty. Because they not only show their loyalty to their marshal with practical actions, but also regard him as a role model, idol, or even God. They also practice what he has done and carry forward his behavior. Even a captain of a branch is following the principle of, I will not enjoy this honor alone, at this time. It is enough to imagine what the current situation of the officers and soldiers of the Marine headquarters and major branches is like. If there is anyone in the pirates group on the sea who can share the joys and sorrows with others, even if this pirates group is relatively weak, it can still have a place in the Grand Line. When the Marine is united and both officers and soldiers have the same belief in their hearts, then this Marine will be invincible and victorious, and will be able to kill anyone who stands in its way. Under the personal leadership of Colonel Monka, the anti-gang operation continued until the early morning of the next day. Xia Yu, who habitually got up early, had just finished washing up and walked out of the bedroom to go to the base cafeteria when Binz came up to her quickly, carrying the buggy that had been soaked overnight. Your Excellency the Marshal. Binz came to Xia Yu and saluted, then said, Buggy seems to be alive. Xia Yu looked down at Buggy who was still trapped in the cage and said in surprise, he's so tenacious. That's great. I'm sure the science class will be very interested. Hand him over to the soldiers and take him to the warship to guard him. Binz shook his head. Since the Marshal said this man is extremely dangerous, let Binz guard him before bringing him to the headquarters. With that, Binz picked up the cage and ran towards the base port. Before Xia Yu could continue walking towards the cafeteria, a familiar figure immediately caught his eye. It was Jinbei, who had been out salvaging the body of Marine that had been swallowed by the sea. Jinbei walked quickly to Xia Yu with a tired face and said guiltily, "I'm sorry, Marshal, Jinbei failed to live up to your trust and failed to find more Marine's remains." Hearing this, Xia Yu felt a sense of emptiness in his heart, but he did not show it, and said softly, "I have seen your sincerity, so this matter ends here. When we return to the headquarters, you will disband the Sun Pirates, and all the crew members will return to the Fishman Island to wait. As for you, you will stay at the headquarters and become a Sea Knight of the Marine." After a slight pause, Xia Yu turned around and faced Jinbei, looking directly into Jinbei's heart. "Are you willing?" Jinbei raised his head and met Xia Yu's gaze, without any distracting thoughts in his eyes. The next second, he nodded slightly, placed his right hand on his chest, and said devoutly, "I am willing to clear all the obstacles for you, Marshal. I believe you won't let me down. I will not let your loyalty go unrewarded. As long as you fight for justice, I will fulfill your Lady Odahime's unfulfilled wish for her." As soon as these words came out, Jinbei raised his head abruptly, looked at Xia Yu in disbelief, and said in shock, "Marshal, have you seen Empress Yi?" Xia Yu did not give a direct answer. After a slight sigh, he said something that almost made Jinbei burst into tears. "Princess Yi has great love in her heart, Jinbei. There are 3 types of people that I respect. The first is those who establish a life for the people, the second is those who carry firewood for the people, and the third is those who pave the way for freedom." At this point, Xia Yu raised his hand and patted Jinbei on the shoulder, then turned around and walked out quickly, leaving Jinbei with a young and tall figure, and his sonorous and powerful voice gradually became louder. "I will never let those who pave the way for freedom be trapped in thorns. I will not allow anyone who carries firewood for the public to freeze to death in the snow. I will never let those who work for the people die in silence." Looking at the young commander who was getting farther away but whose voice was getting more and more deafening, Jinbei's vision gradually became blurred. Then he straightened his back in silence, raised his hand and saluted in the direction of the young commander. To many humans, Lady Odahime is a very strange existence. But for Jinbei, who was born on the Fishman Island and once joined the army of the Dragon Palace Kingdom of the Fishman Island, it is not unfamiliar, because Empress Yi is not only the princess of the Dragon Palace Kingdom of the Fishman Island, but also a great person worthy of respect. Because Empress Yi's greatest wish is to change the future of fishmen and mermaids, and hope that fishmen and mermaids can live under the real sunshine and coexist with humans. But such a person who was loved and respected by the residents of the Fishman Island was brutally killed by the fishmen of the Fishman Island, and the blame was put on the human pirates, just to provoke the relationship between the fishmen and humans. After watching Xia Yu disappear, Jinbei slowly put down his saluting hand, then turned his head slightly to look at the sky, and said softly, "Lady Yi, it would be great if you could live in this era." After breakfast, the warship, whose eastern tour had not yet ended, sailed out of Logue Town and headed straight for the Calm Belt. On the deck of the leading mothership, Xia Yu, who had put on his marshal's coat again, stood at the bow as usual. Ian took over Gion's job, standing quietly on Xia Yu's left-hand side with the marshal's special Den Den Mushi in his hand. Jinbei, Moria, Crocodile, and Doflamingo stood in a row on Xia Yu's right-hand side. Unlike when they followed Xia Yu to East Blue, now the eyes of the 4 of them, even Doflamingo, were exceptionally clear. Especially Doflamingo, after he walked into Xia Yu's office and said, "The Holy Land has the dignity he has lost," he unloaded all his burdens and became more relaxed than ever before. If there were no one around him, he would probably hum a tune. As for Mahawk, the world's #1 swordsman, he was sitting leisurely on a chair with his legs crossed, reading a newspaper with a relaxed and comfortable expression. Monka, who was about to launch a comprehensive anti-gang operation in Logue Town, was the most excited. Firstly, his actions to crack down on gangs were praised by the Marshal, and secondly, he was about to enter the naval headquarters and become a personal soldier beside the Marshal. With such an honor, any officer of the branch would be so excited that he would not be able to sleep, let alone Monka. Bulu Bulu. Suddenly, just as the warship entered the Calm Belt, the Den Den Mushi in Ian's hand rang without warning. Then, Sakazuki's voice came from the Den Den Mushi, "Marshal Xia Yu, this is Sakazuki, I am reporting the latest situation to you now. I have discovered the Beast's pirates fleet and will soon lead the Akainu army to the sea area where they are located." As soon as the words in the Den Den Mushi fell, the 4 people standing on Xia Yu's right turned their heads to look, and their originally relaxed expressions instantly became solemn. Xia Yu didn't hesitate at all and asked directly, "How many people did Kaido send out?" According to intelligence, the Beast's pirates are almost out in full force. However, no trace of Kaido has been found so far. Also, Kuzan has entered the sea area controlled by the Big Mom pirates. He has sent a message that he will stop the Big Mom pirates at all costs and prevent them from leaving the Wangguo Sea area. New World. On the rough sea, more than a dozen warships, led by Sakazuki, braved the storm. On the deck of the leading large warship, Sakazuki held Den Den Mushi in his hand, ignoring the admiral cloak fluttering wildly in the storm, staring firmly ahead, and then said, "Marshal Xia Yu, whether Kaido shows up or not, Sakazuki will apply to fight." "Okay." Xia Yu's crisp voice came out from the Den Den Mushi. Hearing this, Sakazuki did not hesitate at all. He turned around and looked at the Akainu military officers standing neatly behind him, and ordered, Pass the order, rush to the sea where the beast's pirates fleet is located at full speed. Yes, all the generals responded in unison, then dispersed, returning to their respective posts quickly and skillfully. Sakazuki was not idle either, and walked quickly towards the command module. However, just as he stepped out, Xia Yu's voice came from the Den Den Mushi again. Xia Yu. Sakazuki. Sakazuki instinctively stopped and looked up. Yes. Just go for it. With me in this headquarters, you won't be alone anymore. Sakazuki's pupils shrank, and the hand holding the Den Den Mushi trembled involuntarily. Then, he had forgotten how many years it had been since he last laughed, and at this moment, a long-lost smile appeared on his resolute face for the first time. Chapter 126. Naval Battle Breaks Out. Sakazuki vs. Two Disasters. 126-183. Chapter 126. Naval Battle Breaks Out. Sakazuki vs. Two Disasters. Dark clouds rolled in, covering the entire sea. At first glance, it seemed as if they were right above our heads, making people feel depressed. Sakazuki had just finished talking to Xia Yu when a deafening roar of thunder suddenly rang out from the sky covered by rolling dark clouds. Then, dazzling lightning accompanied by thunder cut through the sky, like sharp swords tearing through the sky with ease, and making the sea surface flicker, as if doomsday could come at any time. This is the new world, the most dangerous sea in the world. After a burst of lightning and thunder, heavy rain poured down unreasonably, instantly connecting the sky and the earth to form an endless giant rain curtain that enveloped everything in this sea area. Under the illumination of lightning tearing through the sky, the Akainu fleet led by Sakazuki did not stop or change course, but rushed at full speed towards the sea ahead in the surging waves. Sakazuki came to the command cabin and stared ahead with burning eyes. When he first joined the Marine, he thought that as long as he became an admiral he could do what he wanted most, but he found that it was not the case. As an admiral, he not only has to be ready to protect the celestial dragons at any time, but he also needs permission from above to fight against the sea emperors of the New World. The numerous restrictions and constraints make it impossible for him to do what he wants. But those are now a thing of the past. The Marine is no longer constrained by the Holy Land, and the young commander of the headquarters lets him do what he wants. The most important thing is that the young commander did not let him act alone, which gave him the illusion that he finally had a backer. Of course, it was not entirely an illusion, because Xia Yu was not only his backer, but the backer of the entire Marine. With this young commander who dared to challenge the Holy Land in charge, he believed that not only he, but also Kuzan who was heading to the sea area controlled by the Big Mom pirates would have no worries, and would not let the Big Mom pirates come to affect his war with the Beast's pirates. Bulu Bulu. Suddenly, the Den Den Mushi beside him rang. Report to Admiral Sakazuki, we have lost the trace of the Beast's pirates fleet. The rain is too heavy, and the distance we can observe is very limited. Don't worry. Sakazuki regained his composure and said in a deep voice, our observation is limited, and so are theirs. Keep the previous route unchanged and keep moving forward. At the same time, the mighty Beast's pirates fleet was also engulfed by the heavy rain, rising and falling on the turbulent sea. On the deck of a huge warship, hundreds of Beast's pirates, including real fighters, barbarian tyrants, givers and comedians, stood in a neat row. The team of more than 300 people looked at the two huge figures in front of them in the heavy rain. Standing in front of them were two of the three disasters of the Beast's pirates. The one wearing a mask, a black double-breasted suit, tall and strong, with a pair of black wings is Yan Zai Jin, the leader of the three major disasters. Jin is the earliest member of the three disasters. Not only is he the user of the Zone Devil Fruit, ancient species, Pteranodon form, he also has a bounty of 1.39 billion belly. He is regarded as Kaido's right-hand man and has extraordinary strength. Standing side by side with Jin is Quinn, one of the three great disasters, the Plague Disaster, a zone, the ancient species, the Brachiosaurus form user, whose bounty is only 70 million less than Jin. Quinn, who has a bald head, is fat and looks round like a giant balloon at first glance. Neither of them spoke, letting the heavy rain hit them. They stared at the rough sea ahead, their eyes filled with sadness and silent anger. Because they received a bad news. Jack, who went to rescue the Don Quixote family members, was attacked by Sakazuki due to wrong intelligence. All the crew members including Jack fell into the sea as the warship was sunk. Based on their understanding of Sakazuki, the probability of Jack's survival was almost zero. Boom, crack, crack, along with the sound of thunder, lightning once again tore through the sky, illuminating the sea as bright as day. Just when this sea area was as bright as day under the illumination of lightning, the figure of a warship suddenly appeared in the sea ahead, riding the wind and waves. Before Quinn and Jin could react, the lightning suddenly disappeared, and rolling black clouds covered the earth again, making the sea area almost pitch dark. With his amazing vision, even though there was only a flash of lightning, Jin still clearly captured the warship breaking through the waves ahead. Without any hesitation, Jin turned around and order all warships to prepare for boarding. Boom boom. Before Jin could finish his words, thunder roared again, instantly drowning out his voice. Immediately afterwards, several more lightning bolts tore through the sky, illuminating the Marine fleet several miles away in great detail. Bang, 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 bang. The warships illuminated by the lightning decisively launched an artillery attack while the remaining light of the lightning was still there. Accompanied by the roars of dozens of naval guns, dense shells immediately rose into the sky, tearing through the sky at an astonishing speed and overwhelming the Beast's pirates' fleet. Damn it, Hearing the roar of the shells breaking through the air, Jin's expression under the mask suddenly changed. Because just as the shells broke through the air, the afterglow of lightning flashed away, and darkness once again enveloped the sea area. The piercing sound of breaking air came from far away and got closer. The next second, deafening explosions rang out one after another in the darkness, and then the shock wave from the exploding shells swept across unscrupulously, and the waves that rose into the sky mixed with heavy rain and splashed onto the deck. Jin, who was on the deck, did not dare to be careless at all. Relying on his powerful strength and the coordinated use of observation hockey, he raised his knife and cut off several oncoming shells. The moment the shells were cut open, they exploded in the sky one after another. The rising flames immediately illuminated the deck of the warship where he was, and the real fighters, barbarian tyrants and gifters standing behind him and Quinn were also busy trying to intercept the whistling shells. After just one round of bombardment, all the Beast's pirates' warships that entered the sea area, including the warships where Jin and Quinn were, fell into chaos. There were bursts of wailing on the decks of the warships hit by the shells. One of the warships was extremely unlucky. It was hit by more than a dozen shells at the same time in the dark. While the crew on board suffered heavy casualties, the warship was soon engulfed by the rising flames. Damn it! Looking at the flames rising from the sea not far away, Jin roared with the Den Den Mushi in his hand. Get away from that burning warship, quickly. As the leader of the three disasters of Beast's pirates, Jin not only has powerful strength, but also has extremely rich combat experience, especially for pirates of this scale shrouded in darkness. Although the rising flames can allow them to see the surrounding situation clearly, they will also become the opponent's main attack range at the same time. Really, as soon as Jin finished speaking, the sound of naval guns roared again from the sea ahead without any lightning. Accompanied by the piercing sound of breaking through the air coming from far away, dense shells fell straight down and exploded around the flaming warship. Chapter 127, One Man and One Bicycle, Blocking the Big Mom Pirates. 127 183rds. Chapter 127, One Man and One Bicycle, Blocking the Big Mom Pirates. Previous, next, at the same time, Guo, Cake Island. The affiliated forces of the Big Mom Pirates and the members of the Charlotte family who came on orders gathered at the port. Hundreds of warships were lined up on the sea, and the Big Mom Pirates' flag, which symbolized the status of four emperors Charlotte Linlin, was flying wildly in the wind. The Big Mom Pirates led by Katakuri boarded their own warships. Smoothie Bold and Grandiose, who was over 4 meters tall, sat on the deck, staring at the Den Den Mushi in his hand with a serious expression. Katakuri stood alone at the bow, staring intently at the sea ahead, waiting for their mother's order, and then the warship under his feet and other warships in the port would rush out in droves. Bulu Bulu. Suddenly, the Den Den Mushi in Smoothie's hand rang. Smoothie didn't hesitate at all and spoke first. I'm Charlotte Smoothie. Mr. Smoothie, something terrible has happened. A suppressed and desperate voice came from the Den Den Mushi. Admiral of Headquarters Kuzan attacked us half an hour ago. Now I am the only one left on the entire island. Everyone else has turned into ice sculptures. Smoothie's pupils shrank, and he said in a deep voice, half an hour ago. Why did you report it now? Before he finished speaking, Smoothie stood up abruptly and looked towards the sea ahead. At the same time, Katakuri, Cracker and other members of Charlotte's family turned around or stood up almost at the same time, all looking far ahead. In front of their sight, the previously calm sea surface suddenly froze into ice at an alarming speed. As a bone-chilling chill swept silently, the ice-condensed sea surface accelerated its expansion again. In just a few blinks of an eye, the sea surface a few miles away from the port of Cake Island turned into an endless open-air skating rink. On the huge ice rink, a bicycle slowly approached the port. Sitting on the bicycle was Admiral of Headquarters Kuzan, wearing a marine coat and with an indifferent expression. As Kuzan rode his bicycle closer to the port, the frozen sea surface quickly spread over. When Kuzan appeared less than 300 meters away from the port, the bone-chilling cold swept into the port, freezing the port sea surface at an alarming speed. The sea surface of the port had just frozen, and the hulls of 7 or 8 warships floating on the outermost edge of the port were also shrouded by the icy air that swept in. Damn it, it's Admiral of Headquarters Kuzan. Hurry, get away from these ships. I'm going to be frozen. The pirates on the decks of these 7 or 8 warships fell into chaos in an instant. As terrified voices rang out, the pirates on the decks scrambled to escape to the nearest warship. However, they were still a step slow. The moment they found that the warship was also shrouded in icy air, the hull was frozen into a sculpture at an alarming speed. Then, the pirates on the deck were enveloped by the cold air one by one in the chaos, and then they were reduced to human-shaped ice sculptures standing on the deck in panicked escape postures. In the blink of an eye, these 7 or 8 warships and all the people on board were frozen, creating a huge ice sculpture with great visual impact. Seeing this scene, the pirates on other warships in the port were completely panicked. They jumped off their warships and ran ashore in a panic. Katakuri, standing on the deck of his warship, did not move. He glanced down at the frozen harbor. At this time, only the 7 or 8 warships on the outermost edge of the harbor were frozen, and the rest of the warships had only stopped shaking due to the frozen sea surface, and the hulls were not greatly affected. However, Katakuri would not simply think that the other party was showing mercy on purpose. The reason why the freezing did not continue to spread was because the strongest combat force from the naval headquarters stopped advancing. At this moment, Smoothie, Cracker and several other members of the Charlotte family flashed over and landed next to Katakuri and stood side by side with him. Before Katakuri could react, Smoothie, who was the first to arrive at his side, had already drawn his sword and was staring at Admiral Kuzan, who was 300 meters away, as if he were facing a formidable enemy. With just one man and one bicycle, he blocked hundreds of warships of the Big Mom pirates in the port, preventing them from moving a single step. The sense of oppression from the Admiral of Headquarters was embodied at this moment. As powerful as General Smoothie is, he also clearly felt the strength and confidence of the Naval Headquarters top combat force at this moment. He was the only one in the world who dared to go deep into the 10,000 nations and come to Cake Island alone, and even gave them a warning without saying a word, turning 7 or 8 warships and the crew members on board into ice sculptures. Looking around the world, so far, Kuzan is the only one who has done this. Damn it, didn't they say there was a marine fleet coming with him? Cracker came to Katakuri and quickly looked around and fixed his eyes on Kuzan. He said desperately, "Is he trying to kill us all by himself?" Yeah. As soon as Cracker finished speaking, Kuzan's voice floated in from afar, ringing clearly in the ears of everyone in the port. "Marshal Xia Yu will be very angry if I ask you to leave the port. Therefore, I ask everyone in the Big Mom Pirates to cooperate with my work and stay on Cake Island for the time being." Before Kuzan finished his words, a tremendous bone-chilling cold air suddenly burst out, and then instantly swept across the frozen sea surface, like a ferocious ice dragon with bared fangs and claws pouncing towards the port, heading straight for Katakuri and his companions with a clear goal. Kuzan, facing the ice dragon coming at him with bared fangs and claws, Katakuri seemed to have expected it. He took a sudden step forward, and a circle of powerful force visible to the naked eye burst out from under his feet, instantly forming a wave of air, which collided violently with the huge ice dragon that was rushing towards him. Boom! When the two collided, a deafening explosion suddenly occurred. Immediately afterwards, ripples appeared in the void and spread throughout the entire port at an astonishing speed. Wherever the ripples passed, the newly frozen sea surface melted quickly. Great, the frozen sea surface has recovered. Come on, Katakuri ni. Conqueror's hockey. Katakuri ni will never let us down. Seeing the frozen sea surface at the port melting quickly, the Charlotte family members and members of Big Mom's affiliated forces who had already jumped onto the shore were overjoyed. Especially the children of Charlotte's family, both young and old, all showed admiration on their faces at this moment, and many of them cheered for Katakuri with stars in their eyes. Amidst all the shouts of admiration, Katakuri released Conqueror's hockey to disperse the oncoming ice dragon, then suddenly jumped off the deck, stepped on the ice that had not yet melted, and ran straight to Kuzan opposite with a trident in hand. However, just as he rushed out of the port, he saw warships one after another rushing in at lightning speed from the sea several miles behind Kuzan, and they stopped and lined up in front of the frozen area. The next second, the naval guns filled with cold murderous intent quickly turned around and aimed at Cake Island. Chapter 128 Let Kuzan go to the island. Otherwise, I will come in person. 128 183rds. Chapter 128 Let Kuzan go to the island. Otherwise, I will come in person. Looking at the huge warships lined up in the sea ahead and feeling the cold murderous intent contained in those naval guns, Katakuri's pupils shrank slightly. Even though he was the star general of the Big Mom Pirates and the core of the Charlotte family, he did not dare to move forward rashly. He personally is not afraid of these warships, but it will be difficult for the Charlotte family members behind him to escape unscathed. The most important thing is that all the warships of the Big Mom Pirates are trapped in the port at this time. Once the marine warships launch an artillery attack, the entire port will be reduced to a sea of fire. At this moment, the Den Den Mushi in Katakuri's arms rang. Lord Katakuri, I am reporting the latest situation to you now. Fleets from the 1st and 5th Marine branches have left the base. Most of them are warships from the headquarters. The leaders are the new Admiral Gion, as well as Vice Admirals Cake, Stallo Berry, Flying Squirrel, Huo Shaoshan, and Bastiu. The fleet led by Gion went to another sea area, and the rest of the Vice Admirals went straight to the Wangguo Sea. Intelligence report completed. As the intelligence officer finished speaking, the Den Den Mushi fell silent. After a few seconds of silence, a cold wind suddenly blew up, blowing the scarf around Katakuri's neck and letting it fly behind him. On the ice less than 200 meters away from him, Kuzan's admiral cloak was also fluttering, making a rustling sound. The two people looking at each other from a distance did not make any move, allowing the cold wind to rage on the frozen sea. Kuzan. Suddenly, a deep but haughty voice came from the Cake Island castle. It seemed to contain some kind of magic. It echoed clearly in the ears of the Charlotte family members and their affiliated forces, and also floated to Kuzan's ears. Has Marine become so unruly now? How dare you block my doorstep? Do you think you can conquer all nations with just you and the warships behind you? Before the words filled with endless anger fell, a black cloud covered with dazzling lightning rose from the castle. After hanging above the castle, an outline with a devil's smile immediately condensed in the black cloud. Zeus, a special homie summoned by 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin. Different from other homies, Zeus is made up of Charlotte Linlin's own soul fragments and is her confidant and weapon. Chi chi chi. The lightning covering the surface of Zeus became more and more violent, and as it jumped madly, endless and majestic pressure burst out, silently passing over Cake Island and covering Kuzan, who was standing 300 meters away from the port. At the same time, the castle gate opened quietly. In the dim castle hall, Charlotte Linlin, with a pirate's hat on her head and a huge body, slowly stood up like a small mobile fortress. The kingly aura unique to the four emperors suddenly erupted. In an instant, terrifying pressure surged out from the castle hall like a raging wave. The next second, Charlotte Linlin, who was originally in the castle hall, was standing outside the castle gate. The pirate's hat on her head disappeared, and in her hand there appeared a long sword full of domineering aura, like an emperor reigning, with unparalleled domineering and undisguised aura. Just by standing in front of the castle gate, the surrounding void caused a slight tremor. Although they were hundreds of meters apart, the oppressive feeling from the four emperors still made Gion, the admiral of the headquarters, dare not be negligent. He immediately released the ability of the fruit to erect an ice wall in front of him. Bang! As soon as the ice wall was formed, it collided with the sweeping pressure, and then turned into fragments that flew all over the sky. Charlotte Linlin, your time is over. As the debris flew away, Gion took a leisurely step forward, his lazy tone carrying an unprecedented confidence. From now on, Marine will establish a new order in the new world, and everything that stands in the way will be destroyed. As he spoke, Gion, who kept walking, took out a piece of paper from his pocket and threw it out. The moment Gion threw the paper, a flash of red suddenly appeared in front of Katakuri, who was standing opposite him. The next second, the piece of paper flashed past him and headed straight for Charlotte Linlin in front of the castle gate. Not good. The piece of paper just flew past him. Katakuri, who had captured a brief moment of the future through observation haki, turned around abruptly and said urgently, "Stop that piece of paper." "Don't be impulsive." Gion kept walking and spoke a warning tone to Cracker's ear as he was about to move aside to intercept the piece of paper. "That's a letter from Marshal Xia Yu to Charlotte Linlin. If you dare to intercept it, you will die." Cracker. Katakuri didn't have time to think about it. He reminded him and flashed after the piece of paper. It's not that he was making a fuss, but in some of the future images he captured through observation haki, their mother would suddenly go crazy after seeing the letter. Compared with Charlotte Linlin's madness, the damage caused by a small piece of paper is nothing to worry about. Cracker would naturally not be scared by Kuzan's words. As a general of the Big Mom Pirates, he knew very well that his brother Katakuri cared so much about the paper at this time, and he must have seen an extraordinary future. Without any hesitation, the moment the piece of paper came towards him, Cracker jumped into the air and grabbed the piece of paper that was about to fly over his head. Buzz. Just as Cracker grabbed the paper, a dizzying explosion suddenly occurred. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying aura suddenly burst out from the small piece of paper. The next second, Cracker couldn't help but let out a scream. Amid screams, even more powerful pressure burst out from the piece of paper again, instantly causing a low-frequency vibration in the void around the port. Then, Cracker seemed to have a towering mountain on his head and could no longer hold on. He fell to his knees with a thud, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, and his expression was distorted rapidly as he was struggling with some powerful force. This is Conqueror's Haki. How is that possible? Conqueror's Haki was released from the paper. Smoothie, who was standing on the deck of the battleship, and Katakuri, who turned around and quickly returned, were both shocked by the sudden Conqueror's Haki. Before everyone in the port could react, the paper that released Conqueror's Haki to suppress Cracker suddenly accelerated and rushed straight to Charlotte Linlin with the remaining power of Conqueror's Haki. Faced with the piece of paper that instantly enlarged in her pupils, even a strong person like Four Emperors Charlotte Linlin did not dare to be careless. She immediately released Conqueror's Haki and wrapped it around her palm, then grabbed the piece of paper that was flying towards her. Boom! The moment Charlotte Linlin grabbed the piece of paper, the void centered on her was suddenly detonated, and then the energy wave after the collision of Conqueror's Haki surged out and instantly spread to a radius of 100 meters. Well, you are really very domineering. After suppressing the Conqueror's Haki sealed in the piece of paper with the powerful Conqueror's Haki, Charlotte Linlin's eyes sparkled. She was stern when she saw that the Four Emperors' authority was seriously challenged, and then she opened the piece of paper in her hand. As soon as the paper was opened, Charlotte Linlin's pupils dilated instantly. Charlotte Linlin, let Gion land on the island, or I will come in person. Charlotte Linlin spent more than 10 seconds reading the two short lines of words on the piece of paper before she came back to her senses. Immediately afterwards, boundless and majestic pressure burst out from her body like a torrent. Zeus, which was hanging above the castle, expanded and enlarged at this moment, and the lightning covering its surface gradually fell into frenzy. I'm Charlotte Linlin, you look down on me so much. Summer, you. Along with a sharp roar of strange sound resounding through the sky, the black and red Conqueror's Haki suddenly burst out, forming a circle of dazzling light around Charlotte Linlin. The void within 100 meters around Charlotte was completely thrown into chaos at this moment, with low-frequency vibrations covering one wave after another. Oh no, Mom's food cravings are acting up. What's going on? What's written on that piece of paper? What are you all standing there for? Run, someone might get killed. As the terrified voices of the Charlotte family members in the port rose one after another, Charlotte Linlin, who was suffering from bulimia, began to Shining. Debut. Chapter 129 Perona. You are not cute at all. 129 183rds. Chapter 129 Perona. You are not cute at all. Naval Headquarters, Marineford Square. Stand still. Marshal, return to headquarters immediately. Of course, this also includes your former captain, president, or young master. Noah, with a long sword on his waist and wearing a rear admiral cape, walked back and forth in front of a group of people, his sharp eyes swept over everyone in front of him. I, the Rear Admiral, don't care what your previous identities were or how strong you were. Once you arrive at the naval headquarters, there are only 3 things you need to do. At this point, Noah raised 3 fingers and raised his voice. Obey, obey, or FG obey. As soon as Noah finished speaking, a laugh came from the crowd. Hehehehe. Laughter rang out, and a girl with pink twin ponytails, a crown on her head, and a red umbrella in her hand immediately walked out of the crowd and said arrogantly, "You are not cute at all. You just obey us when we ask you to. Why are you swearing?" Hearing this, Noah turned his head and looked over. The girl who was speaking was none other than Perona, a member of the Thriller Bark Pirates, nicknamed the Mononoke Princess and the user of the Paramesha Ghost Fruit. Noah, who had already known the people standing in Marineford Square through the archives, frowned slightly. If someone else stood up at this time, he would definitely shout back loudly. The only thing that really gives him a headache is the Ghost Princess Perona. First, Perona's file was very clean. Moria had raised her as a daughter since she was a child and spoiled her like a princess. Perona was rarely allowed to do anything like burning, killing and looting. Even if she had participated in battles, they were basically pirates on the sea. She was one of the few pirates with a relatively clean background among the group of people in front of her. Then there's the matter of Perona's fruit ability being really insane. I still remember when I first arrived at the headquarters, several soldiers were controlled by Perona's fruit power because they were not cute. They knelt on the ground and said discouraging words such as, "We don't deserve to live in this world, life is a waste of air, we have joined the Marines but have not made any contributions, I request death." Fortunately, those were just a few recruits eager for military merit. If an officer had reacted like this, he would never have to hold his head up in this department again. He happened to be there at the time and remembered this girl who looked harmless but actually possessed the ability of a terrifying fruit. Now seeing Perona standing up, his Adam's apple moved slightly. Although his tone was not as overbearing as before, he still waved his hand with a straight face and said, "You are the cutest, okay. Go back and stand." Before he finished speaking, Noah felt something was wrong. He was the Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral, a young man promoted by the Marshal who shouldered the future of the Marine. How could he lose his prestige just because of a little lowly? Thinking of this, Noah suddenly stepped past Perona, grabbed the man with a spherical body standing behind Perona, and said in a deep voice, "Hogback, what are you laughing at?" Hogbag, one of the 3 weirdos in the Thriller Bark Pirates group. I didn't. Hogback blinked blankly with his spherical belly. Nothing is the best. Noah raised his hand and patted Hogback's belly. "So fat, you should lose weight. Believe me, you will lose weight soon." As he said that, Noah turned his head to look at Absalom, another weirdo from the Thriller Bark Pirates who was standing next to him, and said, "You, raise your head." Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. Absalom, who had been standing straight, was full of questions and said cautiously, "I didn't say anything." Don't think that just because you didn't say anything, this Rear Admiral doesn't know what you're thinking. Noah took a step forward and came to Absalom, as if he saw an enemy, and said murderously, "Absalom, one of the 3 weirdos of the Thriller Bark Pirates, the user of the transparent fruit. I'm giving you a small warning. You are not allowed to use your fruit power in naval headquarters. If this Rear Admiral finds out that you have used your fruit power, regardless of whether you have done anything wrong, I will first give you a beating for peeping at a female soldier bathing, and then charge you with indecency and throw you into impelled down to hand you over to the group of transvestites in the underwater prison." Huh. Absalom's eyes widened, his face full of shock. To be honest, he was indeed thinking about using the ability of the transparent fruit to sneak into the female soldier's bathhouse to take a relaxing bath once he had settled down at the headquarters. If he was luckier, he might even be able to marry a female officer. What are you talking about? Noah's eyes widened like copper bells. This Rear Admiral hates scum like you who have strange fruit abilities the most. Don't think I didn't notice you looking at those female soldiers passing by. Go, run around Marineford Square carrying 1,000 pounds of weight until the Marshal comes back. As soon as these words were spoken, Hogback, who was standing next to him, laughed out loud, not knowing whether it was out of gloating or an instinctive reaction. Noah turned his head to the side immediately, scaring Hogback so much that he quickly shut up and straightened his body. "Hogback, you are in great spirits." Noah smiled, as if possessed by the Marshal, and said with a warm smile, "In that case, let's go with Absalom." Before he finished speaking, Noah suddenly raised his voice, "What are you still standing there for? Run." Not far from the Thriller Bark Pirates team were the members of Baroque Works. When they saw that Hobgobic and Absalom had lost their temper because of Noah's punishment, not only the members of Baroque Works, but also the members of the Don Quixote family who were standing neatly on the other side all withdrew their gazes at this moment, and they didn't even dare to watch the fun anymore. Compared with the Don Quixote family members, there were not many Baroque working members at this time, only 8 or 9 people. Leading the group was a tall woman wearing a cowboy hat. Miss All Sunday, Vice President of Baroque Works. Of course, Miss All Sunday is just her code name. Her real name is Nico Robin, a user of the ability of Paramesha flower fruit, and the only survivor of the O'Hara incident. She is wanted by the world government for her ability to decipher ancient texts, and the Marines and CP9 agents have been dispatched over the years to kill her. Nico Robin, who was standing in front of the Baroque Works members, did not watch Rear Admiral Noah punishing Hogback and Absalom, but was quietly watching the Marineford port. She already knew everything about what was happening at the naval headquarters through her own channels and various newspapers. They thought that all this had nothing to do with them, but they didn't expect that not only their president couldn't escape, but they were also invited to the naval headquarters. Like Nico Robin, other members of the Baroque workshop all turned their eyes towards the port at this time. Some were nervous, while others were curious. The marshal is back. Suddenly, excited voices came from the high wall next to Marineford port. Immediately afterwards, the entrance gate below the port opened with a bang, and soon after, a large warship slowly sailed in. On the deck of the warship, Xia Yu, wearing a marshal's coat, stood at the bow, clearly visible to everyone. Before the people in the square could react, the warship docked. Chapter 130. From now on, there will only be Doflamingo in this department, no young master. 130-183. Chapter 130. From now on, there will only be Doflamingo in this department, no young master. As soon as the warship stopped at the shore, Noah, who was so majestic a second ago, quickly turned around and stood up straight to face the warship. Not only that, all the other Marines in the square, whether officers or soldiers, turned around and faced the warship at this moment. Each of them looked fanatical and excited, as if they had seen their faith. The three weirdos from the Thriller Bark Pirates, the commanders from the Baroque Works, and the Don Quixote family all tensed up at this moment, all looking up at the warship. Marshal Naval Headquarters. Finally I saw the real person. In the Don Quixote family team, one of the four highest-ranking officers of the Don Quixote family, Diamante Hitomi, codenamed Coup, stepped forward and looked at the young figure wearing a marshal's coat standing on the deck of the warship. He couldn't help but blurt out, "Sure enough, he has an extraordinary temperament." "Master, I saw you." As soon as Diamante finished speaking, a maid-dressed girl walked out of the team and said excitedly, "Young master is fine, that's great. BABY5, stand down." Diamante looked back at the girl and said, "Don't forget, this is the naval headquarters." In the Baroque Works team, Nico Robin also focused her attention on the young marshal at this time. She could have left Baroque Works when Crocodile bowed to Marine Marshal during the live broadcast, but after learning about the new Marine Marshal who ascended to the position of Marshal through a mutiny through major newspapers and her own channels, she chose to stay and wait and see. When Marine Vice Admiral appeared in Alabasta, she took the risk and followed him to the headquarters. Because whether she chose to join one pirates group after another to avoid the pursuit of the world government, or finally reached a cooperative relationship with Crocodile and joined the Baroque Works, it was a gamble for her. Since it was all a gamble, she might as well take a big one and place her bet on the iron-blooded marshal who forced the world government to sign the Treaty of Mariajoy. Similarly, Perona was also looking at the Marine Marshal on the warship from a distance, his eyes full of curiosity. On the deck of the warship, Xia Yu glanced at the people standing in the square, then simply withdrew his gaze and walked down the deck one after another with Ian. What is the situation in New World now? As soon as he entered the square, Xia Yu went straight to the point and asked Ian beside him, "Is there any latest information?" Yes, Ian nodded, and as he followed Xia Yu's footsteps, he said, "A naval battle broke out between the warships led by Admiral Sakazuki and the Beast's pirates. Because Kaido did not show up, and due to the sudden bad weather, the Beast's pirates fleet was suppressed by Sakazuki the entire time. Half an hour ago, news came that because the Beast's pirates fled, Admiral Sakazuki was leading the warships to hunt them down. The situation in Wangguo is relatively simple. Admiral Kuzan has frozen the sea around Cake Island and blocked all the warships of the Big Mom pirates at the port. Charlotte Linlin has also gone crazy after reading the letter written to her by the Marshal, and is indiscriminately attacking members of the Charlotte family and affiliated forces at the port." Hearing this, Xia Yu's mouth curved up. When Sakazuki and Kuzan left the headquarters for the New World, he asked them to carry a piece of paper with them. The paper that Kuzan brought not only had Conqueror's hockey injected by him, but also a very provocative message, in order to try to induce Charlotte Linlin's cravings. As long as Charlotte Linlin's bulimia attacks, Kuzan will be much more relaxed, because Charlotte Linlin, who is in a frenzy due to bulimia, will destroy indiscriminately, and even members of Charlotte's family who stand in her way will be killed. Originally I just wanted to give it a try, but I didn't expect the effect to be so surprisingly good. Your Excellency the Marshal. Just then, Noah came up. Xia Yu nodded, and then looked at the Don Quixote family, the Baroque Works, and the three weirdos under Moria who were standing in three lines, and asked blankly, "Noah, what are you doing gathering them here?" "Welcome the Marshal." Noah raised his head and said proudly, "We must let them see the Marshal's demeanor first." Hearing this, Xia Yu shook his head and smiled, then turned back to look at Crocodile, Doflamingo and Moria who followed him. "I'll give you half a day off. Starting tomorrow, you will take your subordinates to participate in the ideological transformation." After a slight pause, Xia Yu retracted his gaze to Nico Robin who was standing in front of the Baroque Works team, and said calmly, "Nico Robin, follow me." After saying that, Xia Yu didn't waste any more time and walked towards the headquarters building. Robin obviously didn't expect Xia Yu to call her name, so she was caught off guard and reacted slowly, forgetting to follow. Seeing this, Ian immediately reminded, "Nico Robin." At Ian's reminder, Robin quickly regained his composure, walked out of the queue and followed Ian. Xia Yu left very decisively, and soon she took Ian and Nico Robin into the headquarters office building, leaving a group of people standing in the square staring at each other. Especially the members of the Don Quixote family, They thought that Marine Marshal Xia Yu would reprimand them like Rear Admiral Noah did, and even if he didn't reprimand them, he would impose some restrictions on them or set some rules for them to follow. But the result was that Xia Yu just glanced at them from beginning to end, as if they didn't exist at all. But on second thought, their existence is indeed insignificant to the Naval Headquarters Marshal. What are you all standing there for? Doflamingo, with his hands in his pockets and hunched over, came to the front of the Don Quixote family team without any extra words. He simply said, "Follow me." After saying that, Doflamingo turned and walked towards the dormitory building. Diamante was the first to react. He quickly followed Doflamingo and asked in a low voice, "Dover, what should we do next? Do we really have to stay in Naval Headquarters?" Upon hearing this, several other Don Quixote family officials who followed closely behind quickened their pace and followed Doflamingo, all looking up at him. Doflamingo nodded. "Starting tomorrow, you will follow me to participate in the ideological transformation. Tell other members of the family that from now on there will be no young master in this department, only Doflamingo." At this point, Doflamingo suddenly stopped and turned his head to look in the direction of the headquarters building. With a flash of expectation in his eyes under his sunglasses, Marshal Xia Yu said that he would take me to the Holy Land. Chapter 131 The only leader of Naval Headquarters, is he cute? 131 183rds. Chapter 131 The only leader of Naval Headquarters, is he cute? Lord Moria, you have been living here at the Naval Headquarters. In the Shichibukai dormitory, Perona, who was floating behind Moria with a red umbrella, looked around and said angrily, "Marine is so stingy that she actually let Moria-sama live in a place like this." Absalom, who followed him into the dormitory, looked around and agreed, "It's indeed a bit small, especially this bed. It's hard to turn over. He, it's not easy to be alive." Moria walked to the window and sat down, saying in a serious tone, "From now on, I will always follow Marshal Xia Yu, and you must also restrain yourself and obey the Marine's arrangements. If nothing unexpected happens, we may all be incorporated into the Marine by Marshal Xia Yu, which means that we will no longer be pirates and become Marines under Marshal Xia Yu's command. Don't feel disappointed. It is our honor to follow Marshal Xia Yu. From the time I entered the headquarters to the time I came back from East Blue, I don't know what Crocodile and the others were thinking, but I understand. In the future, the Grand Line will only have one overlord, and that is the Marine led by Marshal Xia Yu." Hearing this, Perona laughed, "Hee. As long as I can follow Master Moria, it doesn't matter to me whether I become a pirate or a Marine." Moria turned his head to look at Perona, and admonished like an old father, "Perona, you can't be as willful as you were in the thriller bark before in the Naval Headquarters. I could protect you before, but now I have to abide by the Marine rules and regulations just like you." "Got it," Perona nodded obediently. Then, she floated in front of Moria and asked curiously, "Lady Moria, what kind of man is that Marine Marshal? Is he cute?" "But, cute." Moria widened her eyes and said anxiously, "My girl, you can't use cute to describe the Marshal. He is the iron-blooded Marshal who holds the power of the Marine and is so domineering that even the world government has to make concessions. Not to mention now, even if you push it back 500 years, you can't find someone who can compare with him. Otherwise, do you think that ambitious Crocodile, the arrogant heavenly Yaksha of Doflamingo, and Hawkeye who has always been independent and self-willed will bow to him? Most importantly, when he launched the mutiny, he used various means to make the three admirals pledge their loyalty to him. The entire Naval Headquarters regarded him as the only leader. Would you describe such a person as cute?" Perona seemed to understand, blinked her big eyes and nodded, "That sounds great. I'm going to go play with him tomorrow." Quote ? Moria's facial muscles twitched wildly, and a series of question marks appeared above his head. Next room. Crocodile sat on the bed with a cigar in his mouth, his eyes moving around the Baroque workshop members standing in a row opposite him, and finally stopped at the little girl sitting on the floor, chewing senbei. The little girl is full of childishness, with long dark red ponytails, a pair of beautiful big eyes, and a pink wide-brimmed hat, which makes her very cute. Ms. Golden Week, whose real name is Marianu, has the ability to control other people's emotions through the paint on her palette. Although she is just 10 years old, Crocodile brought her from North Blue to Grand Line because of her almost unsolvable ability. Marianu was not nervous about being taken to the Naval Headquarters and chewed senbei leisurely. "Crocodile, the Baroque workshop, has it been disbanded?" Seeing Crocodile only focusing on smoking a cigar, a sturdy man standing at the edge frowned and said slowly, "We all watched the live broadcast of the execution of Whitebeard too. We know that if you didn't submit to Marine Marshal at that time, you would have very likely become the next Hanafuda, so I believe everyone will understand your choice at that time. Of course, we also believe that there will be other arrangements next." Daz Bonus, the strongest commander of Baroque Works, codenamed Mr. One, the user of the Paramesha Fast/Fruit. He was once a famous assassin in West Blue. Half a year ago, after learning that the person who recruited him was Crocodile, who had challenged the world's strongest man but lost with honor, he resolutely left West Blue and joined Baroque Works. Hearing this, Crocodile narrowed his eyes slightly and once again glanced at Bonus, Marianu and the others. Because Baroque Works had only been established for less than half a year, there were only 5 people in total, excluding him and Nico Robin. They were Marianu, codenamed Ms. Golden Week, Bonus, codenamed Mr. One, and Bonus, partner Miss Two Fingers. Miss Shuangji's real name is Sarah. She is the user of the Thorn Spin Fruit. She is a tall, sexy woman with an afro hairstyle. Next is Mr. Tu Bon Sui Mo, whose real name is Bentham, and who has the ability of clone fruit. When Crocodile glanced at Bentham, his facial muscles twitched slightly, because Bentham was staring at him intently. Although he was a strong man, he was wearing a swan ballet costume and a weird heavy makeup. If it weren't for the fact that he had the ability of clone fruit, he would never let Bentham join Baroque Works. After exhaling a puff of smoke, Crocodile immediately shifted his gaze from Bentham to Mr. 3. However, when he saw Mr. 3, he shook his head again and looked away. Because Mr. 3 looks as weak as if he had taken some green food, with a 3-shaped DK on his head, which can easily trigger other people's obsessive-compulsive disorder to help him jerk it off. After a brief silence, Crocodile took a long puff of his cigar, then stood up and got straight to the point. The Baroque Works will be disbanded. From now on, I will no longer be your president, and you don't have to use the code name of the work club anymore. Of course, if you are willing to continue to follow me, I believe Marshal Xia Yu will allow you to stay with me. No matter how many extra words you say, it's useless. After a slight pause, Crocodile glanced at the people present again, and then said, the only thing I can tell you is that Marshal Xia Yu will set up a special force to search for Raftel. If my inference is correct, the members of this special force will be selected from the Baroque Works, the Don Quixote family, and Moria's subordinates. As for the captain, he will be chosen from among the former Shichibukai members. When they heard that Marine was going to form a special force to look for Raftel, everyone's eyes lit up. For the pirates of the Grand Line, almost no one can resist the temptation of Raftel. At the same time, Nico Robin's heart beat faster for some reason as she followed Ain and Xia Yu into the marshal's office. Especially when she saw Xia Yu walk to the desk and sit down, her heart was in her throat. It's not that she is timid, but she has a special identity. At this time, she is in the office of the Marshal of the Marine who once launched a buster call to her hometown Ohara. You know, she was only 8 years old when her hometown was burned down in Buster Call. It was because she had experienced the separation of life and death and the suffering of blood and fire when she was young that she had always had an indelible fear of Marine in her heart, especially the CP9 agents who had never given up on capturing her over the years. If she had not read in the newspapers and knew that the man in front of her had come to power through a coup and forced the world government to sign a treaty, she would never have risked coming here. Because for her, who had been offered a bounty of 79 million by the world government when she was 8 years old, following the Marine Vice Admiral to Marineford was tantamount to walking into a trap. Xia Yu sat down at the desk and took out a file from the drawer. Then he looked up at Nico Robin who was standing opposite him and trying to control his emotions and not show his nervousness. With a warm smile on his face, he said slowly, "This is your file and the bounty. Of course, this is only the copy of the naval headquarters. There is another copy in the hands of Spandine, the highest commander of CP9. However, because Spandine has some grievances with me, the world government pulled him out to take the blame and executed him in order to calm the incident. This means that as long as you burn this file, not only will your bounty disappear, but the false charges against you will also disappear." Without waiting for Robin to react, Xia Yu picked up the lighter, lit it, and threw it into the brazier next to him that had not been activated yet. Unexpectedly, Xia Yu burned the files so simply. Robin opened her beautiful eyes wide in surprise. It was not until the files burned to ashes that she regained her composure and asked tentatively, "Marshal Xia Yu, what does this mean?" "I need your talent." Xia Yu didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "When the situation in New World is settled, I will form a special force to find Raftel. To find Raftel, we need someone who can read the historical text on the road sign. I'm not asking for your opinion, I'm asking you to know what to do next and be prepared for it. That's it, you step back first." At this point, Xia Yu picked up a document on the desk and opened it. "Ain, arrange a separate dormitory for Robin." "Yes." Ian nodded in agreement and said to Robin, "Follow me." Robin looked at the file that had been burned to ashes with a complicated expression. Although she had a lot to say, she didn't dare to disturb Xia Yu when she saw that she was already flipping through the files. She turned around and walked out with Ian in silence. As soon as I walked out of the office door, Xia Yu's voice suddenly came from behind me. "Robin, don't think too much. No one in the world is always alone. As long as you stay in Marineford, this will be your safest harbor." The sudden words were like a thunderclap exploding in Robin's ears, making her freeze on the spot. After being stunned for several seconds, Robin regained his composure and looked at the young marshal sitting at the desk with his beautiful eyes wide open in disbelief. The words, "No one in the world is always alone," kept echoing in his ears. The reason why she has been able to stay strong until now is because a close friend who tried her best to save her once said this to her and made her believe that she would definitely find a partner who was willing to protect her. After so many years, she didn't expect to hear someone say this to her again. Most importantly, this man is also the marshal of the naval headquarters. Chapter 132 The naval battle is fierce. 30 ships against 8 ships, the advantage is mine. 132 183rds. Chapter 132 The naval battle is fierce. 30 ships against 8 ships, the advantage is mine. New World. Under the rolling dark clouds, the heavy rain stopped at some point, and the storm that caused huge waves also came to an abrupt end. However, the explosions did not stop, but became even more crazy. The whistling sound of artillery shells echoed throughout the sky, and densely packed artillery shells drew arcs from the high sky covered by dark clouds, falling straight down in exploding waves that shot up into the sky. The Akainu fleet led by Sakazuki had a total of 8 warships, each of which was arranged in a fan shape on the sea surface with a distance of dozens of meters between them. On the large warship in the sea position, Sakazuki stared at the sea ahead with burning eyes. Although whistling shells exploded around the warship from time to time, he seemed not to see them and let the rising waves block his view. At the same time, on the sea facing the Akainu army, the Beast's pirates launched a counterattack after losing more than 10 warships in a row. As the warships opened the battle line under the whistling shells, the sounds of the shells being fired became continuous. The next second, dense artillery shells flew straight towards the opposing warships and covered them. Lord Quinn, on the deck of the Beast's pirates Brachiosaurus, a real fighter rushed to the tall Quinn and shouted excitedly at the top of his voice, "The Marine only has 8 warships in total, and we still have more than 30 ships left. The Marine warships' guns are more powerful and have a greater range than our warships. We must get closer." At this point, the real fighter seemed to see the dawn of victory, and said enthusiastically, 30 ships against 8 ships, the advantage is mine. Boom boom. Before Quinn could react, thunder roared again in the sky, and lightning tore through the sky, illuminating the sea as bright as day. The next second, the sound of shells breaking through the air came from far away, and the dense shells rapidly enlarged in the pupils of Quinn and others. Lord Quinn, looking at the whistling shells, the real fighter raised his voice again and shouted, "Don't hesitate. It's not good for us to continue to engage in long-range bombardment with the warship. Come over, we can win." Boom boom boom. As soon as the words, "Jenda," fell, intensive explosions rang out almost at the same time. The shock waves from the exploding shells swept across the sea wantonly, rolling up one huge wave after another and madly hitting the warships deep in the sea. Quinn, whose body was swaying with the shaking of the warship, took a deep puff of the cigar in his mouth, then grabbed the cigar and threw it out of the deck, saying in a deep voice, "Order, all warships, come over." "Yes," Shinichi responded loudly, then took out his den mushi and roared, "All warships, listen up. Speed up and get over there. Get over there." As the real attack order was conveyed, one warship after another accelerated and rushed out under the whistling shells. In the sea where the Akainu fleet was located, Sakazuki, who was standing in the command room of a large warship, picked up a telescope and looked at the pirate's warship approaching quickly. A hint of cruelty flashed across his lips, and then he turned around and walked out of the command room and quickly came to the deck. Before, he was worried that the Beast's pirates would escape under the coverage of the ship's guns, but he didn't expect that the Beast's pirates not only did not escape but instead attacked him head-on. Since the Beast's pirates are so brave, how could he, as one of the strongest fighters in the naval headquarters, miss this opportunity? As soon as Sakazuki arrived on deck, an officer came up to him quickly. "Pass my order," Sakazuki said without further ado, "all warships stop firing and let them come." "Yes." The officer did not dare to delay and immediately took out the den mushi to convey Sakazuki's order. "Marine, die." As the Beast's pirates' warship approached rapidly, the Beast's pirates members standing on the deck of the pirates' warship roared wildly, and many of them even bared their teeth and claws as if they wanted to eat the Marine alive. The momentum was astonishing. HMPH, court death. Hearing the noisy roars of the pirates from afar, Sakazuki's eyes flashed coldly, and then he took a step forward and stood at the bow, releasing his unique Logia lava fruit ability. As soon as the lava fruit ability was released, Sakazuki's arms turned into lava in an instant. Next second, the molten fists broke away and flew straight out from his arms into the sky, like a sudden meteor that flashed out from the rolling dark clouds covering the sky. Endless and majestic pressure poured down, covering the rapidly approaching Beast's pirates' warship. As fists of molten lava kept flying from his arms and flew up to the sky, Sakazuki slowly raised his head and said with murderous intent, "Go to hell, you scum of the Beast's pirates." Meteor volcano. As soon as the 4 words filled with endless murderous intent came out of his mouth, the lava fist that flashed in the rolling dark clouds suddenly fell like a meteor, overwhelming the sky and falling straight down towards the Beast's pirates that were approaching rapidly. Sakazuki. Suddenly, a roar came from the sky. Then, a figure appeared at lightning speed from under the rolling dark clouds and among the densely packed meteor volcanoes falling straight down, and in the blink of an eye, appeared in the sky opposite Sakazuki. The next second, "Guard the Fire Dragon King." Another roar was heard, and a ball of fire suddenly ignited in the sky, and then in the blink of an eye it transformed into a ferocious fire dragon, roaring towards Sakazuki with its fangs and claws bared at an astonishing speed. Swoosh. Before Sakazuki could react, a dazzling sword energy suddenly burst out from the night sky behind him, slashing past Sakazuki's side like a divine punishment, and instantly collided with the roaring huge fire dragon. At the moment of collision, the sword energy and the fire dragon intertwined and spun wildly, and then flew up into the sky and exploded in the rolling clouds, accompanied by a terrifying shock wave that spread out. A huge hole suddenly appeared in the rolling dark clouds, as if the sky had been pierced, which made people afraid. As the huge fire dragon was blocked by the sword energy, a heroic figure came over the waves and landed steadily beside Sakazuki. It was none other than the new Admiral Gion, who came from the naval headquarters to provide support. As soon as Gion, holding the golden pilas, landed on the deck, he looked up at the sky and said coldly, "Yanzai. Your opponent is me." Before he finished speaking, Gion appeared in front of Jin, who had transformed into Pteranodon at lightning speed, using moonwalk, and then slashed through the air with the kinpila in his hand. At the same time, the Momoshiki fleet that followed Gion broke through the waves from another direction, forming a pincer attack with the Akainu fleet led by Sakazuki, blocking the retreat of the Beast's pirates' warships that were madly approaching Meteor Volcano. High in the sky, Jin, who had transformed into a Pteranodon, did not expect the marine support to come so quickly, and he did not expect it to be the admiral candidate Gion, codenamed Momoshiki. With the advantage of his Pteranodon form, he dodged Gion's attack wave and roared unwillingly, "Momoshiki!" Sniff sniff. As soon as Jin's roar was heard, dense meteor volcanoes fell straight down from all around him. The next second, bursts of wailing were heard from the sea, and a pirate ship that was charging ahead was hit by the meteor volcano just as it approached the warship. In an instant, the sturdy deck and hull were hit with several large holes by the terrifying energy of meteor volcano. The Beast's pirates members on the ship had almost nowhere to escape and kept wailing and screaming. However, meteor volcano will not show them mercy. As another meteor volcano plummeted down, the pirate's ship could no longer bear it and disintegrated with a crisp bang and crashed into the sea. Chapter 133 Ultimate Feeling of Oppression, 4 Emperors Kaido appears. 133 183rds. Chapter 133 Ultimate Feeling of Oppression, 4 Emperors Kaido appears. Faced with the meteor volcano falling straight down from the sky, even a powerful being like Flame Disaster Jin had to dodge left and right. However, he did not retreat because he knew very well that if he did not stop Sakazuki, their warships would be lost before they could even get close to the warships. The Beast's pirates have come out in full force this time. If they fail here, he won't be able to explain to Kaido and he won't be able to get through this hurdle either. The pirates' ship heading towards the warship did not change direction under the cover of Meteor Volcano, but accelerated forward despite the bombardment of Meteor Volcano. The pirates standing on the deck seemed to have taken stimulants, roaring and shouting wildly under the reflection of Meteor Volcano. The pirates' madness was fully displayed by them at this moment. However, the pirates on the pirate ship hit by the Meteor Volcano were not so crazy. As their warship was destroyed and fell into the sea, they had no time to react before a new round of Meteor Volcano fell from the sky. For a moment, screams and wails were heard one after another, forming a sharp contrast with the excited roars of the pirates on the warship. After reaching high altitude, he heard screams coming from the sea. Relying on his beast form to dodge the Meteor Volcano falling from the sky, Jin suddenly accelerated and dived down. The long sword in his hand slashed out again, aiming directly at Sakazuki, who was madly releasing Meteor Volcano. When the crisp sound of metal collision was suddenly heard, and then a circle of terrifying shock waves swept out. Fire disaster. This road is blocked. As the two collided, Gion once again stood in front of Sakazuki to block the katana that was swooping down on him. Gion grabbed the kanpila to block the samurai sword without any hesitation. He took a step forward in an extremely domineering manner, and powerful energy poured into the kanpila blade. The next second, a gleam of light flashed across the blade of the kanpilaka, and armament hockey covered the blade, making the blade of the kanpilaka instantly turn shiny black. "Momoshiki, get out of the way!" Jin, who was once again blocked by Gion, roared angrily. Then, he pressed down the katana that was blocked by kinpila. As the terrifying energy poured into the blade of the katana in his hand suddenly ignited with flames, like a ferocious fire dragon. Fire Dragon Emperor. With a roar, the fire dragon wrapped around the blade rushed out and pounced towards Gion with its fangs and claws bared. Faced with the oncoming fire dragon, Gion did not fight it head-on, but reacted quickly and drew his sword to dodge. As soon as Gion drew his sword and dodged, Sakazuki was completely exposed to Jin's attack range. However, instead of showing any excitement, Jin's pupils couldn't help but shrink the moment Gion moved away. Because Sakazuki, who was exposed to his attack range, had stopped launching Meteor Volcano at some point, and was looking up at him with burning eyes, with his molten fist raised high at this moment. "Jin, your time of death has come." Without waiting for Jin to react, Sakazuki raised his lava fist with a cruel look on his face. He quickly took a step forward and shouted coldly, "Great eruption." Boom. Like a volcanic eruption, the molten fist instantly expanded and enlarged, carrying terrifying hot energy that swallowed up the fire dragon that was rushing towards it, and then expanded infinitely in Jin's pupils at an astonishing speed. Damn it. He never expected that Sakazuki would wait for him while Gion stopped him, and Jin was caught off guard and had no time to dodge. Facing the huge lava fist that instantly enlarged in his pupils, Jin tightly grasped the samurai sword in one hand and grabbed his head with the other hand and pulled it back quickly like a slingshot. Diao. Self-respect. Emperor. As Jin's roar sounded word by word, his head, which was pulled back, bounced back like a laser beam in a flash, carrying an extremely domineering shockwave and slamming into the oncoming molten fist. Boom. Amidst the earth-shaking explosion, the shockwave generated by the collision of the two ships swept out instantly, and the huge warship quickly sank downwards. The turbulent sea surface was surging wildly because of the sinking of the warship, as if a huge volcano was erupting on the seabed. Just when Jin thought he had blocked Sakazuki's great eruption, the huge molten fist that was blocked by Diao Zizunwang suddenly exploded, turning into dense volcanic bombs that flew out from both sides of him and enveloped the Beast's pirate's warship that was speeding behind him. Boom boom boom. As soon as the flying volcanic bombs hit the huge pirates' warships, deafening explosions were heard one after another, and the rising flames instantly illuminated the sea behind him in a fiery red. The several huge warships in the front were easily destroyed by the volcanic bombs before they could react to what was happening. The pirates on the warships with nowhere to escape were either killed on the spot as the warships were destroyed, or thrown into the sea along with the disintegrated wreckage of the warships. It's time to end it. Sakazuki stepped forward with his arms transformed into magma, staring coldly at Gion opposite him, and said with murderous intent, "After today, Beast's pirates will be removed from New World." The pair of eyes under Jin's mask were bloodshot because of the continuous destruction of warships, and the veins in his big hands that were tightly holding the samurai sword were exposed. If it weren't for the mask blocking it, his eyes would definitely be spewing fire now. He was very unwilling to accept that Sakazuki had caused such heavy losses to him and the Beast's pirates led by Quinn by himself. Although his mind told him that he couldn't fight Sakazuki head-on now, if he let him escape in such a panic, even if he survived, he would never recover from it. Rather than living in vain, it is better to give it a try and fight a way out for the trapped Beast's pirates. Thinking of this, a strong fighting spirit ignited in Jin's eyes again. "Sakazuki, if we want to remove the Beast's pirates, it will take more than just you." As soon as he finished speaking, Gion gripped the samurai sword tightly and instead of retreating, he rushed forward to meet Sakazuki who was approaching step by step. Boom boom. Just at this moment, a deafening explosion was heard again in the sky. The rolling dark clouds that had been dispersed by Sakazuki's launching of meteor volcano gathered again, covering the sea area. An invisible and powerful pressure descended from the sky. Sakazuki, who was about to kill Gion, narrowed his eyes slightly as he felt the invisible pressure coming from the sky. His heartstrings instantly tightened, and he looked up at the sky as if facing a great enemy. Gion and other Akainu army generals also felt an unprecedented sense of oppression at this time, and they all raised their hands and looked up at the sky. I saw thunder roaring in the rolling dark clouds in the sky, and dense lightning filled the air, making a creepy sound of electric current. Roar. Just as everyone looked up at the sky, a dragon's roar sounded without warning in the rolling dark clouds, and then a pair of huge dragon claws appeared, pulling apart the dark clouds. As the huge dragon claws pushed aside the dark clouds and appeared, the invisible pressure covering the world rose again. Before everyone present could react, the dark clouds covering the sea area suddenly surged violently, as if the sea and sky were stirred, and the rolling dark clouds scattered in the violent surge. The next second, a ferocious dragon head with a pair of curved horns slowly emerged from the surging dark clouds, looking down at the countless creatures on the sea from a high position, and then a bloody mouth uttered human words, "Sakazuki, you are so arrogant that you treat the Beast's pirates like vegetables." Before he finished speaking, dark clouds rolled in and spread out faster and faster. Then, the dragon body covered with green dragon scales and hundreds of feet long began to dissipate with the rolling dark clouds and hovered in the sky without reservation, bringing an indescribable visual impact to the people on the sea. At the same time, the ultimate sense of oppression also reached its peak at this moment. Looking at the ferocious dragon head that emerged from the rolling dark clouds and overlooked the sea with endless pressure, both the Akainu army and the Momoshiki army were on edge at this moment because of the ultimate pressure coming from above. Even someone as strong as Admiral Sakazuki and Gion, who had just been promoted to Admiral, became highly nervous at this moment, looking up to the sky as if facing a great enemy. Because, the one who appeared in the form of a blue dragon, dragging a dragon body hundreds of feet long, was none other than the governor of the Beast's pirates, the ruler of New World. 4 Emperors Kaido, Chapter 134 The feeling of oppression from the strongest creature, the dragon's hot breath. 134-183. Chapter 134 The feeling of oppression from the strongest creature, the dragon's hot breath. Under the dark night sky, the dragon's body, which was hundreds of feet long, twisted and undulated, and the scales covering the dragon's body glowed coldly under the night sky, bringing an indescribable visual impact to everyone on the marine side. The dragon's eyes overlooking the sea emit a blazing light, and its 2 claws each hold a ball of fire, as if to ignite the entire night sky. The invisible and majestic pressure poured down without any disguise, and the ultimate sense of oppression made all the marine soldiers on the warship feel the trembling from the soul. The ferocious head, the terrifying body covered with green scales, the majestic posture and the condescending eyes all stimulated the nerves and senses of the marine soldiers and even many officers. Even the vice admirals realized their own insignificance at this moment, and they all broke out in cold sweat and took fighting stances under tremendous pressure. 4 Emperors Kaido, what a strong sense of oppression. Damn, this body is too exaggerated. Everyone cheer up, the real war has just begun. Although the marines standing on the warship felt a great deal of pressure from the oppressive feeling brought by the 4 Emperors Kaido's blue dragon form, no one retreated. Even some soldiers who were shaking uncontrollably due to the oppressive feeling of ultimate seemed to see military merit waving at them at this moment, and they gritted their teeth and stubbornly straightened their backs and looked forward. Different from the oppression felt by the marine soldiers, as Kaido descended over the sea in the form of a blue dragon, thunderous shouts immediately erupted from the Beast's pirates' warships that were suppressed by Sakazuki a second ago. The pirates' fighting spirit burned to the extreme at this moment, and they all wanted to rush onto the warships and have a hearty and desperate fight with the marines. Gion. Feeling the sudden rise in fighting spirit of the Beast's pirates, Sakazuki took a step forward calmly and said in a deep voice, "Leave Kaido to me." Clear. Gion nodded slightly with the knife in hand, then took out Den Mushi and raised his voice, "Momoshiki army, listen to my orders, follow me and kill them." Bang, bang, bang. As soon as Gion finished speaking, the shocking sound of artillery fire was heard. Then, the Momoshiki warships that followed Gion and formed a pincer attack on the Beast's pirates with the Akainu fleet opened fire at almost the same time. As dense artillery shells streaked across the sky, deafening explosions suddenly rang out one after another from the sea where the Beast's pirates' warships were located. Gion was not idle either. She leapt to another warship and stood directly at the bow, staring at Jin, who flew back to the Brachiosaurus and stood side by side with Quinn when Kaido appeared. Standing on the deck of the warship was none other than Vice Admiral Cake, who was called out by Gion's Den Den Mushi, and Major Hina, who had followed Gion back from East Blue to New World. The other one. Gion came to the bow, grabbed Kinpila with one hand, pointed at Brachiosaurus with the other, and ordered, "Press forward and kill them in one go." Yes, Hina nodded and ran to the cabin. Cake was not idle either, and he jumped to Gion's side and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Although he was a candidate for admiral of the headquarters like Gion, he was put in solitary confinement by Xia Yu because he stood up to stop Xia Yu from launching a mutiny. However, he was not a stubborn person. As early as the third day of confinement, he had already understood the situation. First, he found that except for a few of them who stood up to stop the mutiny, everyone else, including the former Marshal Sengoku, quickly chose to stand behind Xia Yu. Second, the world government compromised and not only recognized Xia Yu's status as the marshal of the naval headquarters, but also gave Xia Yu power comparable to that of the five elders. In this case, what he could consider was not whether to recognize Xia Yu's status as the marshal, but whether he would be reused by Xia Yu. After all, his existence is not important to Xia Yu at all, and does not even have the slightest impact on the overall situation. Gion brought him to New World, not because they couldn't do without him, but because Gion was giving him a chance to perform. If he can perform brilliantly in this war, he will definitely be able to continue to stay in the headquarters in the future. If he performs mediocrely in this war, his rank of Vice Admiral will definitely be lost. At the same time, high in the sky, Kaido moved. His dragon body, which was hundreds of feet long, swayed slightly, and the rolling dark clouds around him surged again. Then, the dragon's body suddenly burst out with even more powerful pressure, causing the void to continuously vibrate at a low frequency. The sense of oppression from the strongest creature swept down madly, aiming directly at Sakazuki, who was standing on the deck of the Akainu military mothership. Faced with the pressure from the strongest creature, Sakazuki did not hesitate at all and decisively ordered, "Knock him down for me." Bang, 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 bang. Officers of all levels on the mothership did not dare to delay. As soon as Sakazuki gave the order, the ship's guns, which had already turned their guns to aim at the huge dragon hovering in the sky, opened fire almost simultaneously. In an instant, the whistling shells dragged long white arcs under the night sky and headed straight towards Kaido. The deafening explosion exploded around Kaido like thunder. The shock waves, one after another, directly dispersed the dark clouds covering the world, revealing Kaido's huge body with great visual impact in every detail. After 2 rounds of bombing, Kaido was unharmed. Roar. A dragon's roar shook the entire night sky. Immediately following, buzz buzz buzz, the familiar low-frequency vibration appeared again, and in the horrified gaze of all the Marines, Kaido's hideous head suddenly popped out from the thick smoke after the explosion of the shell. His bloody mouth suddenly opened, and a ball of flame suddenly rose from his mouth and condensed into a ball. Buzz. The air vibrated again, and a circle of devastating power spread out in all directions with Kaido as the axis. Next second, flames shot out from Kaido's mouth, leaving a kilometer-long red line of flames in the night sky, and in a flash, covered the warship where Sakazuki was. Dragon's hot breath. The blazing hot breath of the dragon flashed and easily vaporized a wreckage of the pirate's warship that was blocking Sakazuki's way, and instantly enlarged infinitely in the pupils of Sakazuki and others. Boom. Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard, and a terrifying air wave spread in all directions, followed by a dazzling red light that illuminated the entire sea. Under the illumination of the rising flames, the world fell into silence at this moment. The originally turbulent sea was even more silent, and even time seemed to stop flowing. Chapter 135. For Justice, Give Your Heart Away. 135-183. Chapter 135. For Justice, Give Your Heart Away. When the flames dissipated, the warship was the first to appear. Then, Sakazuki, wearing an admiral cloak, stood proudly on the deck of the warship like an invincible god of war. With both fists, he blocked all the dragon's breath with the power of the lava fruit. Violent air waves surged around him, his cloak fluttered in the chaos, and his tall figure was like an insurmountable wall, bringing unprecedented confidence to all the Marines on the warship. It also made the Beast's pirates members on the opposite side, who thought that the warship would be evaporated in the dragon's heat, despair. Admiral of Headquarters, Logia lava fruit ability, it's really terrifying. At the same time, when Sakazuki's majestic figure came into the sight of all the Akainu soldiers, the Marine soldiers who had been extremely nervous because of Kaido's appearance and the ultimate sense of oppression brought by the blue dragon form just a moment ago instantly went wild. Sakazuki Admiral never disappoints. Great. Admiral Sakazuki blocked the dragon's heat breath. Long live Admiral Sakazuki. Brothers, kill the Beast's pirates in one go. For justice, go. Along with thunderous shouts coming from the warships, one after another suddenly accelerated and moved towards the Beast's pirates warship on the opposite side with great momentum. At the same time, the morale of the Momoshiki army led by Gion was greatly boosted because Sakazuki blocked the dragon's breath. As soon as a warship charging in the front collided with a huge warship under the command of the beast's pirates, the marine soldiers on the deck of the warship rushed out like a tide, some holding swords and some holding guns, and rushed towards the pirate's ship that was stopped by the warship. This warship had just collided with a pirate's ship, and the two warships following it also rushed to the front of the other two warships. Brothers, it's time to give your heart for justice. Before the warship came to a complete stop, a rear admiral standing on the bow drew his sword and shouted, "Give me your heart." As the heroic voice sounded, he flashed to the deck of the pirate's ship, like a wolf among a flock of sheep, and chopped the pirates who were charging at him. Behind the rear admiral, a dense crowd of marine officers and soldiers of all levels jumped down one after another, and then with bloodshot eyes, they pounced on the beast's pirates members with bared fangs and claws, like pirates who had finally found their prey after drifting on the sea for many days. Damn, what's wrong with these marines? The beast's pirates members on the deck of the pirate's ship looked at the marine soldiers who were coming one after another. They were originally eager to fight, but they were frightened by the scene in front of them and panicked in an instant. Many pirates' minions even turned around and ran away when the marine soldiers came at them with their fangs bared. Ah, are we the pirates or are they the pirates? Don't lose your composure, push forward for lousy. The long-range artillery battle that lasted for several hours stopped as the warships collided with the pirates' ships, and was followed by more brutal close combat. The powerful marine general immediately went after the barbarian tyrant, Genda and other cadres under the beast's pirates, while the marine soldiers rushed towards the pirates' minions on the deck even more frantically. Those with guns kept raising their guns and pulling the triggers, those who had run out of bullets drew their swords and fought desperately with the pirates, and the unfortunately wounded soldiers even hugged a pirate like crazy and jumped off the deck into the sea. It's crazy. These marines are crazy. With just one charge, several of the beast's pirates' warships were completely destroyed. Facing the marines who were even more desperate than them, the beast's pirates, who were full of fighting spirit because of Kaido's appearance, were quickly suppressed. Some of the weaker pirates even ran away when they saw the marine soldiers rushing at them like crazy. On one of the pirates' ships, because the barbarian tyrant and the real fighter on board were held back by the marine general who came aboard, the marine soldiers who swarmed in had green light flashing in their eyes, and they rushed towards the pirates madly, while letting out crazy laughter that frightened the pirates on the ship. Yahahaha, guys, I killed 2 pirates. Don't forget to cut off their ears or fingers. Haha, how could I forget? That's a military achievement. Hey, you're injured. Get back off quickly and let me take over. A-hole, don't steal my head, I can still kill. The pirates on this pirate ship were completely confused. Is this still the marine they know? You know, they had followed Kaido to fight marine many times before. In every battle, these marine soldiers are basically light cannon fodder. Apart from pulling the trigger, they have almost no combat power. Especially in the first few times, when their governor Kaido was caught by the marine for committing suicide, when they rushed over to intercept the prison ship, the accompanying marine soldiers were trembling with fear when facing the beast's pirates' warships, and they watched them leave after the prison ship was sunk by their governor. How long has it been? How come the marine soldiers who used to tremble at the sight of their governor-general suddenly became so desperate? The most terrifying thing is that compared to the pirates themselves, these marine soldiers are more bloodthirsty and more belligerent. Killing their companions would be fine, but they actually cut off their ears and fingers as trophies. Listening to the vicious words that kept ringing in their ears, many pirates had the illusion that they were the marines at this moment. One of the pirates was so scared that he collapsed on the deck. When he saw the marine on the opposite side kill one of his companions and cruelly cut off my ear and put it in the bag, his eyes almost popped out. At this moment, another pirate rushed over and slashed the marine soldier on the back. But this marine soldier seemed to be unconscious. He turned around and rushed forward desperately with the hideous wound on his back, then raised the long knife in his hand and stabbed wildly. As blood splattered, the marine soldier's uniform was soon stained red with blood, and blood kept rolling down his face. Without waiting for the pirates to react, the marine soldier cut off his ear cleanly, then turned his head to look at him, grinning with a chilling, bloodthirsty smile. Don't come over here. Seeing the marine soldier aiming at him, the pirates, who were slumped on the deck, felt as if their soul was leaving their body. They stood up in a panic and tried to escape, but found that their legs were too weak for fear. At the same time, the marine soldier quickly stood up, dragging his injured body. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and suddenly jumped out. Go to hell, pirate scum. After the loud roar, the pirates who just stood up and tried to escape were knocked to the ground. The next second, the blood-stained long knife swept across his throat as fast as lightning. Rating: I want a 5-star rating. Chapter 136 Marine is killing like crazy. Not with words, but with swords. 136-183. Chapter 136 Marine is killing like crazy. Not with words, but with swords. When 2 brave men meet on a narrow road, the brave one wins. As one warship after another collided with the pirates' warships, the imminent battle instantly became fierce. Faced with the crazy marine soldiers, the cognition and values of the beast's pirates members of the 4 emperors were quickly overturned. Especially the changes in the marine soldiers, which made him think for a time that they were not pirates, because compared with them, the real pirates, the marine soldiers were more brutal and bloodthirsty. In the past, marine soldiers, whether led by a vice admiral or an admiral, were basically cannon fodder except for providing support during battles. That is why they only fear the officers in the Marine, especially the powerful Vice Admiral and the 3 admirals who are known as the highest combat power in the naval headquarters. But now, these Marine soldiers are more terrifying than those Vice Admirals. Although their strength is not much different from before, they fight for their lives every time they attack. It is as if they have been reborn, completely different from the previous Marine soldiers. The most terrible thing is that this group of Marine soldiers in front of him were in a highly excited state from beginning to end. Even if it was just an inconspicuous Marine soldier, as long as he saw the pirates in front of him, he would dare to rush forward no matter who the other party was. If only the Marines on a warship were like this, it would not be surprising for the Beast's pirates fighters to accept it, but it would be terrifying if all the Marines were like this. In just over 10 minutes, the arrogance of the Beast's pirates was suppressed by the Marine soldiers. The Marine soldiers, who were in high spirits, went completely crazy and scared many pirates so much that they didn't dare to fight them head-on. They dodged and howled in panic on the deck and in the cabin. 4 Emperors Tuan, Beast's pirates, ahahaha, all of you go to hell. On the deck of one of the pirate ships, a completely killing crazy Marine captain killed a pirate who was blocking his way with a single blow of his sword. He then wiped the blood off his face and rushed towards the 2 pirates opposite him like a wild wolf with green eyes. Hey, hey, hey. Seeing the Marine captain rushing towards him, one of the pirates shouted while pulling his companions to block him, and shouted urgently, "Surrender, I surrender." Puff. The pirates responded with the sound of their bodies being pierced. Looking closely, first saw the Marine captain rushing towards me without any hesitation. He pierced through the body of the unlucky guy who was blocking his way with a sharp knife. The tip of the knife went through the body, and the pirates, who shouted for surrender, fell to the ground in fear. At this moment, 2 pirates suddenly rushed over, with red eyes and aggressively rushed towards the captain. Faced with the 2 pirates who suddenly attacked him, the captain put on a bloodthirsty smile again. He ignored the attack of one of the pirates and rushed straight towards the other one. The long knife in his hand pierced into the other man's chest without any hesitation. However, while the captain was killing the pirate he ignored also took the opportunity to swing the hammer in his hand. With a loud bang, the hammer hit the captain's back heavily. The powerful impact made the captain stagger forward and he couldn't help but spit out blood. Hee ha 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 ha. The captain spat out a mouthful of blood, supported his body with the long knife in his hand, and then grinned and laughed crazily. Come on, come again, ha 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 ha. With a loud laugh, the captain turned around abruptly and rolled forward. At the moment when the pirates holding the hammer were about to swing it down again, the long sword slid up from bottom to top and penetrated into the chest of the pirates holding the hammer with a whoosh. After the captain killed the pirate, he immediately stood up and jumped out, pressing the pirate who first shouted surrender to the deck. The pirates who were pinned on the deck had no courage to fight this crazy Marine captain. They instinctively grabbed the blade of the long knife that the captain was stabbing at with both hands, and said with a trembling voice, I was wrong, Marine. Please let me go, I don't want to die. The captain, holding the knife handle tightly, gritted his teeth and squeezed out a cold word from between his teeth, this captain. Do not, accept, surrender. As the captain spoke word by word, the long knife stabbed down inch by inch, piercing into the pirates' chest under the pirates' desperate and terrified gazes. By the time the tip of the knife had completely sunk into the pirates' chest, the captain had obviously exhausted all his strength and lay powerlessly on top of the pirates. The pirates, with a long knife stuck in his chest, had blood constantly coming out of his mouth. Looking at the captain lying on top of him, he spoke incoherently with his last breath, I have already surrendered. The captain took a breath and stood up with all his strength. He then staggered and grasped the hilt of the knife. With red eyes, he looked down at the pirates whose vitality was rapidly fading. As if he had vented out the resentment that had been accumulated for many years, he grinned and said bloodthirstily, the offense and defense have changed, pirates. The marshal said that from now on, Marine will not listen to words. Before he finished speaking, the captain suddenly exerted force on the hilt of the knife, and then pulled it out with a trace of blood mist, pointing it straight to the sky, and shouted heroically, with the sword. Boom boom. Thunder suddenly sounded in the sky. Bolts of lightning tore through the void, illuminating the blood-soaked captain who was holding a long sword pointing to the sky, making him look like a god or a demon. At the same time, the ferocious dragon body hovering in the sky disappeared at some point, and in its place, a towering figure carrying endless pressure descended from the sky. It was none other than the 4 emperors Kaido who had returned to his original appearance. Sakazuki, die. With a roar that resounded through the sky, Kaido fell from the sky holding a huge mace and slammed down onto the deck of a large warship that was crumbling on the rough sea. The powerful impact almost caused the warship to capsize. Before Sakazuki on the deck could steady himself, the powerful conqueror's haki was quietly released, instantly wrapping around the surface of the mace in Kaido's hand. The next second, Kaido raised the mace high above his head, which was shining brightly because of the conqueror's haki. Thunder, 8 trigrams. As soon as the words came out, the mace was swung down at Sakazuki with tremendous force. Facing Kaido's powerful attack, Sakazuki's eyes flashed with disdain, and he was too lazy to even attack. At the moment when the mace was about to swing, he simply turned sideways to dodge it. Then, just as Kaido was about to raise the mace that missed the attack, Sakazuki dodged sideways and suddenly raised his foot, stepping on the mace accurately. Boom. The moment Sakazuki stepped on the mace, the surrounding void was instantly detonated, and endless violent air waves spread out in all directions with Sakazuki as the axis, blowing all the officers and soldiers on the deck of the warship away and throwing them into the sky. Sakazuki is different from Xia Yu. Now he only has Kaido as his goal. As long as he can kill Kaido, he doesn't care what the price is. So he ignored his subordinates who were blown away. While stepping on the mace, he slowly raised his head and looked at the tall and burly Kaido, and said with murderous intent, "Kaido. I didn't kill you before, but this time, don't even think about escaping from my palm." Before he finished speaking, Sakazuki raised his hand and took out the piece of paper Xia Yu handed him when he left naval headquarters, and threw it to Kaido without hesitation. Kaido was not shocked when Sakazuki stepped on the mace, but when he saw Sakazuki throwing a piece of paper at him, he was stunned for a moment, and then laughed wantonly. "Worororo, Sakazuki, you don't want to use this piece of paper." Before he could finish his words, Kaido's pupils suddenly shrank. Suddenly, a cloud of red and black flames burst out from the piece of paper thrown by Sakazuki, and an endless and majestic pressure burst out suddenly with the piece of paper as the axis. Chapter 137. For the Marshal, I will do anything. 137-183. Chapter 137. For the Marshal, I will do anything. Buzz, buzz, buzz buzz buzz. Along with a buzzing sound, low-frequency vibrations were heard in the surrounding air. This is, feeling the terrifying pressure bursting out from the paper, even the powerful Four Emperors Kaido widened his eyes at this moment, and said in horror, "Conqueror's Haki." Boom, there was a sudden loud noise, and the paper turned to ashes. The next second, the Conqueror's Haki, which was above everything else, was completely released in a strange way. In an instant, the entire warship was enveloped by the black and red flame cloud formed by Conqueror's Haki, and low-frequency vibrations continued to spread in the air, one wave after another. While shocking Kaido, the two major disasters of the Beast's pirates and the cadres at all levels of the Beast's pirates who were fighting with the Marine also felt the trembling of their souls at this moment. Faced with Conqueror's Haki released in such a strange way, Kaido did not dare to be careless at all and decisively released Conqueror's Haki to fight against it. The moment the two Conqueror's Haki collided, even more terrifying energy waves spread out in circles with Sakazuki and Kaido as the center. It's over. Sakazuki's lava fruit ability is already perverted, and now Conqueror's Haki has been awakened. The Governor General's advantage is gone. Don't talk nonsense. The Governor General is the strongest creature on land, sea and air. Even if Sakazuki awakens Conquerors, he will be killed by the Governor General in the end. Now is not the time to care about them. Who can help me? These Marines are crazy. They are all crazy. Although the Beast's pirates were also frightened by the sudden appearance of Conqueror's Haki, they did not have the time to pay attention to it. Because with the appearance of Conqueror's Haki, they found that the Marine soldiers became even crazier, as if Conqueror's Haki gave them infinite energy, making the already exhausted Marine soldiers burst out with amazing strength and terrifying fighting power again. Kaido also felt the purity and dominance of this Conqueror's Haki. He suppressed his shock and stared at Sakazuki who was standing on the mace with burning eyes. He said in a deep voice, "Sakazuki, I didn't expect you to awaken Conqueror's Haki." Before he finished speaking, Kaido's big hand holding the mace suddenly exerted force, and the Conqueror's Haki wrapped around the mace intensified. The pressure belonging to the strongest creature on land, sea and air was released crazily, surging towards Sakazuki. "You're wrong, Kaido." Sakazuki's arms turned into molten lava, and his momentum was no less than Kaido's. This is the Conqueror's Haki stored in a piece of paper by Marshal Xia Yu. Although he just did it casually, it is enough to suppress you. As soon as he said the word, "enough," Sakazuki raised his head suddenly, and his molten fist hit out with hot energy. Dark Hound. Boom. With a deafening explosion, Kaido, who was distracted from fighting against Conqueror's Haki, flew backwards uncontrollably. Without waiting for him to gain firm footing, Sakazuki immediately rushed out with a big stride, and his lava-like fist struck out in the air without hesitation. Dog bites Red Lotus. With a low cold shout, the molten fist suddenly turned into a ferocious dog head, and pounced towards Kaido with fangs and claws, carrying hot and domineering energy. "Sakazuki, what are you so arrogant about?" Kaido was completely enraged by Sakazuki's words as he flew backwards. He madly released Conqueror's Haki and wrapped it around the mace, then swung it down towards the ferocious dog head that was rushing towards him. Accompanied by another loud bang, the ferocious dog head exploded under the swing of the mace. Kaido then took a majestic step forward with the mace in hand and roared angrily, "What do you mean by casual injection? No one in this ocean today knows Conqueror's Haki better than me." "Yeah," Sakazuki smiled coldly, "the Conqueror's Haki that you are so proud of is just the threshold to meet Marshal Xia Yu. When you meet Marshal Xia Yu, you will clearly realize how big the gap is between you and him. Especially in the Conqueror's Haki field, you seeing him is like mayfly seeing the sky. At the same time, on the Beast's pirates' Brachiosaurus, even though they were hundreds of meters apart, Quinn and Jin on the deck of the Brachiosaurus were startled by the Conqueror's Haki that was swept in. However, they did not hear the conversation between Sakazuki and Kaido. After feeling the power of Conqueror's Haki, the two could not help but exclaim, "What's going on? Sakazuki actually awakened Conqueror's Haki." Shish. As soon as the two finished speaking, several figures came from the sky. They were none other than Gion and the three vice admirals of the Momoshiki army headed by Cake. Momoshiki. Unexpectedly, Gion came to kill him again. Yanzai Jin did not hesitate at all. His figure flashed and appeared above Gion. The long sword in his hand was burning with flames. He slashed at Gion in the air with a clean and decisive move. Kaji, Quinn is in your hands. Facing Jin's domineering and sharp slash, Gion did not dodge but faced it head-on with the knife. Dang dang dang. In an instant, Gion and Jin exchanged more than 10 moves in the air, accompanied by the sound of long swords clashing, and one wave of slashing waves spread out and swept in all directions unscrupulously. Momosugi, do you really think you can kill me? Holding a long sword, Jin launched a crazy attack on Gion. Relying on the advantage of his human beast form, he not only cleverly avoided every attack of Gion, but also used the wings behind him to create powerful wind blades to disrupt Gion's attack while dodging and leaping. Gion said nothing. Holding the golden pilas, he seized every fleeting opportunity to slash out waves of attacks. As the speed of the two people increased, their attacks became more and more domineering and powerful, and the terrifying slashing waves were like thunder and tsunamis, continuous and endless. Facing Gion's crazy attack, Jin blocked it with his sword and said coldly, I just realized that you have put on the admiral cloak. However, your strength is still far from that of the 3 admirals. It's not that easy to kill me. Brush. Boom. The two domineering slashing waves collided again, blocking the kinpila in Gion's hand. Jin suddenly grabbed his own head with his backhand, and then pulled back rapidly. Without waiting for Gion to react, Jin, who had raised his head to an exaggerated height, let go of his hand without hesitation. Diao is the emperor of self-esteem. As Jin's voice came closer and closer, the head that had been pulled up to an exaggerated height bounced back, carrying with it a terrifying shock wave that instantly magnified infinitely in Gion's pupils. Facing Jin's lightning-fast, Diao Zizunwang, Gion had no time to put away his sword to block, and could only use the shave from the Marine 6 styles to dodge 2 meters away at the critical moment. As soon as he dodged Jin's attack, Gion immediately raised his sword and leaned forward, saying in a deep voice, as you said, my strength is indeed not as good as the 3 admirals. But, having said that, Gion suddenly raised his head, and his aura suddenly rose to ultimate. For the marshal, I will be omnipotent and kill everyone. Chapter 138 Loyalty. Sincerity. 138 183rds. Chapter 138 Loyalty. Sincerity. Buzz. As soon as Gion finished speaking, a circle of violent aura suddenly burst out from under her feet, and then formed an energy storm that instantly spread to the entire warship with her as the axis. Next second, the fierce battle on the deck came to an abrupt end. Immediately afterwards, the sound of bodies falling down could be heard one after another. As figures fell to the ground one after another, only Quinn, Jin and several other beasts' pirates' cadres were left on the deck of the Brachiosaurus. Not only the beasts' pirates, but also many marine soldiers who followed Gion to attack the Brachiosaurus were affected. They collapsed to the ground with their pupils dilated and fainted on the spot. Conqueror's Haki. Seeing this visually impactful scene in front of him, even Jin couldn't help but take a breath at this moment. With many years of combat experience and knowledge, he was sure that Gion's Conqueror's Haki had just awakened, and the reason why Gion awakened Conqueror's Haki at this time was the strong will deep in Gion's heart to kill everyone for the marshal. Gion. At this moment, Cake, who was fighting with Quinn, suddenly retreated and pointed at the marine soldier who had fainted on the deck and said angrily, why are you using Conqueror's Haki so recklessly? You've knocked our own people unconscious. Gion, who released Conqueror's Haki, held Kinpila in her hand and stared at Jin with burning eyes. The admiral's cloak made a rustling sound under the impact of Conqueror's Haki, and the beautiful hair on her head fell down like a waterfall, dancing wildly in the wind, making her look like a Valkyrie who appeared out of nowhere. Sorry, I just woke up and I'm not very skilled yet. Before he finished his words, Gion suddenly rushed out, leaving a circle of ripples on the spot and disappeared. The next second, a dazzling sword energy appeared out of thin air in front of Jin. So fast. The moment the sword energy burst out, Jin suddenly woke up. But it's too late. The moment he woke up, the sword energy had infinitely magnified in his pupils, and the powerful and domineering slashing waves swept him up and threw him into the sky. Puff. As soon as Jin was thrown into the sky, a blood mist immediately burst out from his chest. Before Jin could react, Gion's figure immediately came into his sight. Oink oink. Gion, who followed closely, changed positions more than a dozen times in the blink of an eye. Every time her figure flashed, a dazzling sword aura bloomed in the sky. When she changed positions more than a dozen times and stopped, more than a dozen dazzling sword auras bloomed in the sky at the same time, enveloping Vice Admiral Jin completely in a dazzling manner. Immediately afterwards, a flash of blade energy penetrated into Jin's body. Puff, puff, puff. Along with a series of sounds of bodies being pierced, Jin, who was high in the air, suddenly began to tremble as if he had been electrocuted. With every tremor, a cloud of blood mist rose from his body. When the last cloud of blood mist rose, Jin could no longer hold back. He looked up to the sky and let out an unwilling roar, then fell freely toward the sea. At the same time, Gion also returned to the deck with a knife in hand. He did not conceal the aura of a strong man at all. He let his long hair dance wildly in the wind, and his pair of peach blossom eyes revealed a kind of Haki that looked down on the world. At this moment, Gion, who felt unworthy of the position because of Xia Yu's promotion to admiral, had no more distractions in his mind. She deserves the title of admiral. Suddenly, shave. Just as Jin was about to fall into the sea, a cold shout suddenly came from a warship on the opposite side. The next second, a figure appeared out of thin air, grabbed the seriously injured Jin, and flashed back to the deck of the opposite warship. Gion's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and her sharp gaze swept towards the man who saved Jin, and she said in a cold tone, "Faz Fu." The one who rescued Jin was a tall man wearing a red mask and helmet and red suit trousers. Faz F, the user of the ancient species of the cat fruit in saber-toothed tiger form, has a bounty of 546 million berries. A former spy for CP9, a secret agency directly under the world government. 7 years ago, he was imprisoned because the rubber fruit he was transporting was taken away by the red-haired Shanks. After escaping from prison using his identity as a former agent, he founded the Faz F Pirates and later joined the Beast's Pirates. With his powerful strength, he became one of the 6 strongest real fighters, flying 6, under Kaido. I didn't expect anyone would still remember me. After saving Jin, Faz F looked at Gion from a distance and said with a big grin, "Although I have always coveted the position of the head honcho, if I let you kill Jin at this time, we will all be in trouble." "So, Momoshiki Vice Admiral." "No, I should call you Admiral now." "Sorry, Admiral Gion, haha." Before he finished speaking, Fuzifu did not give Gion a chance to speak, and decisively turned around and shouted, "Retreat, everyone retreat." Following Fosfer's order, the warship under his feet and several nearby pirates' ships immediately turned around and started the retreat mode. Faz F. Unexpectedly, Faz F dared to order a retreat without authorization. Quinn, who was in a panic due to the siege by Kaji and the other 2 vice admirals, was immediately furious and shouted at the warship that had already turned around, "Faz F, you are so bold." Boom. Before Quinn could finish his words, a deafening roar was heard, and then a circle of terrifying air waves swept over from hundreds of meters away, shocking Quinn and Kaji and others who were fighting, forcing them to give up the fight and retreat in embarrassment. Then, a figure came shooting out like a meteorite and crashed onto the deck of a pirate's ship not far from the Brachiosaurus. It was none other than the 4 Emperors Kaido who was fighting against Sakazuki. Sakazuki. As soon as he fell onto the deck, Kaido immediately stood up with his mace in hand and roared, and the powerful conqueror's haki surged. At the same time, on the deck of the Akainu military mothership opposite, violent energy like flames bloomed wildly, and the invisible and majestic power carried the hot energy straight into the sky. In the center of this energy storm, Sakazuki's extremely domineering figure was like a god or a demon, bringing an indescribable visual impact to everyone. The strongest creature on land, sea, and air. A cold and emotionless voice came from afar. Then, Sakazuki, who was at the center of the violent energy, raised his leg and took a step forward, followed by a disdainful snort, "Humph." Nothing more than that. As soon as he finished speaking, the molten fist filled with terrifying energy shot straight up into the sky at an astonishing speed, instantly illuminating the entire sea area in red. Meteor volcano, quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Looking at the dense molten fists rising into the air from the deck of the opposing warship, Cake, who was fighting with Quinn, and Gion, who had just awakened Conqueror's haki, both changed their expression suddenly. Apparently, Sakazuki discovered that the Beast's pirates were about to escape, so he planned to use Meteor Volcano to launch an indiscriminate attack to keep them back. Sakazuki, looking up at the densely packed meteor volcanoes flashing in the sky, and feeling the invisible pressure coming down on him, Gion didn't have time to think about it and immediately spoke out to stop them. "Do you want the Akainu and Momoshiki armies to be buried with the Beast's pirates?" "Gion Admiral, we are ready." Without waiting for Sakazuki to react, several figures suddenly jumped out from the Akainu army that was fighting with the pirates on the Beast's pirates warship, and shouted fanatically to the other Akainu officers and soldiers, "Brothers, give your hearts, and never let the Beast's pirates escape, kill them." As the voices of these Akainu officers rang out, the officers and soldiers of the Akainu army became even crazier than before. They completely ignored the meteor volcanoes that kept emerging in the sky above their heads, and pounced on the Beast's pirates like ferocious wolves without caring about their lives. At the same time, the Akainu warships also started to move, rushing after the Beast's pirates' warships that had already changed direction. Seeing the Akainu army so crazy, the officers of the Momoshiki army also became excited. On the deck of a warship that was speeding towards the Brachiosaurus, 2 Momoshiki officers saluted Gion, who was trying to stop them, and then turned to look at Sakazuki and shouted in unison, "Admiral Sakazuki, as long as we can kill the Beast's pirates, we are willing to die." After a slight pause, the 2 men suddenly straightened their backs and raised their hands again. Loyalty. Sincerity. Chapter 139 Courage is the Hymn of Mankind. Above all the strong. 139 183rds. Chapter 139 Courage is the Hymn of Mankind. Above all the strong. Holy Land, a newly reclaimed farmland. Zephyr skillfully threw the potatoes into the soil one by one. The 2 soldiers following him quickly buried them with shovels and then poured water on them. Sengoku was not idle either. He planted the peppers that he had prepared long ago into the soil and said leisurely, "Xia Yu is getting more and more adept at being the marshal. Not only the vegetables and fruits that he likes, but also the peppers that Sakazuki likes are specially instructed to be planted. If nothing unexpected happens, Sakazuki will be one of the rotating 5 elders during the next rotation." That's right. After planting the peppers, Sengoku sat down on the ground and looked sideways at Zephyr, who was planting potatoes. News just came from New World. Although the war has not yet been decided, there is a piece of news that will definitely interest you. "What news?" Zephyr asked calmly. "Gion awakened Conqueror's haki during the battle. Sengoku didn't keep it a secret and said with a smile, this is a clear idea. How about we make a bet? Who will be the next one to awaken conquerors? No need to bet, it must be Sakazuki. Zephyr said confidently. Sengoku blinked and pretended to be confused. Why not Kuzan, or Borsellino? Zephyr hit the nail on the head. Kuzan is too worried, and Borsellino is not ambitious enough. As for why it was Sakazuki, isn't the answer obvious? The reason why he was paranoid in the past was due to his childhood experiences. And his behavior in the headquarters over the years has also caused dissatisfaction among many colleagues. Even you, who was once a marshal, and those in the power room often scolded him, thinking that he was too extreme. Come to think of it, Sakazuki has basically been fighting alone these years. Hearing this, Sengoku nodded in agreement. Indeed, when we were still Vice Admiral and Admiral, not only did we take care of each other, but we also had room to support each other. But when I became the Marshal, I didn't think about things from his perspective. Every time he acted in an extreme way, the first thing I thought of was not to help him, but to let those old bastards in the Holy Land scold him. Now you know that you are unqualified to be a Marshal. Zephyr glanced at Sengoku and said mercilessly, if you talk about assholes, you and Garp were much more assholes than Sakazuki when you were young. No, Sakazuki is not an a-hole, he just acts a little extreme. Stop cursing, stop cursing. Sengoku quickly stopped talking, and took out a box of senbei from his arms like magic, and said with a smile. Now he has Xia Yu to support him, the iron-blooded young commander and the admiral who pursues absolute justice. It's a match made in heaven, ha 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 ha. Zephyr shook his head and said seriously, Xia Yu's support is just icing on the cake. The strong people in the world are like Crucian carp crossing the river. Those who can walk out of the storm never rely on umbrellas. At the same time, Holy Land, the meeting hall of the Knights of God. The leader of the Knights of God, Fegalando Gringu, was sitting with his legs crossed, trimming his nails leisurely, while members of the Knights of God, such as Shamrock and Somas, had solemn expressions, as if something major had happened in the Holy Land. Because Gringu didn't say anything, no one dared to make a noise and everyone remained silent. Finally, after trimming his nails, Xia Yu raised his head slightly and said calmly, what is the situation in the New World now? Shamrock did not dare to neglect it, and stood up and said, according to the latest intelligence, Admiral Kuzan, who went to Wanguo, used some unknown method to make Charlotte Linlin have an attack of bulimia. The frantic Charlotte Linlin went berserk on Cake Island and almost destroyed it completely. Oh, Xia Yu was intrigued and asked curiously, where is the Aokiji army led by Kuzan? Kuzan did not take this opportunity to attack Cake Island. Although Bastiu and other vice admirals of the headquarters have arrived, he still did not order an attack on Cake Island. He only used the power of the fruit to freeze the sea surface around Cake Island. Hearing this, Green nodded and said with relief, it seems that Kuzan's mission is only to block the Big Mom pirates and prevent them from joining the Beast's pirates. At this point, Xia Yu changed the subject and asked, what about Sakazuki? How far has the war with the Beast's pirates progressed? Before Shamrock could answer, Somas, a member of the Knights of God who was sitting beside him, suddenly spoke up, puzzled. What exactly is Xia Yu going to do? He just took over the power of Marine and he can't wait to go to war with the 4 emperors, and he is going to war with 2 of them. He doesn't really want to break the balance of the New World and replace the 4 emperors as the sole overlord of the New World. You know, even we, the Knights of God, don't dare to rashly provoke the 4 emperors. If the 4 emperors could be killed so easily, how could the world government allow their territory to continue to expand? Xia Yu frowned slightly and said unhappily, Somas, you talk too much today. Without waiting for Somas to respond, Green looked at Shamrock and said, go on. Shamrock nodded slightly, and then continued, according to the intelligence, Sakazuki released Conqueror's Haki when he was fighting Kaido. Combined with the fact that Junzi was previously blown back to the Holy Land by the Conqueror's Haki and the seal, it should not be Sakazuki who awakened Conqueror's Haki, but Xia Yu who stored Conqueror's Haki in some kind of container and gave it to Sakazuki. It is worth mentioning that Gion awakened Conquerors in the battle with Flame Disaster Jin, becoming a true admiral and defeating Flame Disaster Jin in one move. Also, both the Akainu army led by Sakazuki and the Momoshiki army led by Gion are different from previous marines. In the battle with the Beast's pirates, all marines burst out with unprecedented courage. Hearing this, Green narrowed his eyes and said with emotion, courage is the hymn of mankind. The current marine is indeed terrifyingly strong. The most important thing is that even Gion has awakened Conqueror's Haki. How far can the 3 admirals be? My intuition tells me that under Xia Yu's command, the marines will no longer be subject to the control of the world government, and more powerful people will emerge in the future. Before he finished speaking, Xia Yu suddenly shook his head and laughed. If I remember correctly, there is a saying circulating in the Grand Line. There are many strong men with Conqueror's Haki, and the one who stands above all the overlords is the pirate's king. If the naval headquarters continues to have strong Conqueror's Haki, then what is the Marshal Xia Yu who commands these strong men? Marine King. No, he doesn't just want to command the strong men in naval headquarters, but to be above all the strong men and become the king of the world. And that's why he brazenly launched a war against 4 emperors at the same time. Upon hearing this, the expressions of many members of the Knights of God present suddenly changed. Become the king of the world. Could it be that Xia Yu's ambition is too? As soon as this thought came to mind, the members of the Knights of God did not dare to think about it any further. Because if Xia Yu's ambition is to become the king of the world, it means that Xia Yu will eventually kill the Lord of the Void Throne as well. What are you worried about? Knowing what the members of the Knights of God were thinking, Greenvu slowly stood up and said calmly, all you have to do is continue to pay attention to the changes in the situation in the new world. Lord Yim will make his own decision. 50L. Chapter 140. The Devil Marshal is online, and the Shichibukai transformation is in progress. 140-183. Chapter 140. The Devil Marshal is online, and the Shichibukai transformation is in progress. Compared to the dark clouds looming over the sea where the New World War was going on, Marineford, located in the first half of the Grand Line, was much quieter and more peaceful. Marineford under the cover of night was no different from usual. Xia Yu, wearing a marshal's coat, stood in the yard, looking up at the bright moon that was gradually disappearing into the clouds as dawn approached, and asked softly, Ain, is there any latest information from New World? Ain, who had been with Xia Yu all night, took a step forward, glanced at the quiet Den Mushi in his hand, and shook his head silently. Then, she looked up at Xia Yu and asked tentatively, as the marshal worried about Admiral Sakazuki. It's not that I'm worried, I just feel that this war has lasted a little too long. After a slight pause, Xia Yu suddenly changed the subject and asked, what about the Shichibukai? Are they all behaving themselves? Ian nodded. Everything became quiet after the lights in the dormitory were turned off. Hearing this, Xia Yu took out his watch and looked at it, then simply said, go, let Noah wake them all up. Huh, Ian blinked her beautiful eyes, thinking she had heard wrongly. Now, I don't even have time to take a nap. They've been sleeping for a few hours. Xia Yu left as soon as he said that, leaving behind these words, and walked quickly towards the dormitory building of Shichibukai and his family or subordinates. Seeing this, Ain was stunned for several seconds before he came to his senses, and then he couldn't help but cover his mouth with laughter. She knew what Xia Yu was going to do next without having to think about it. He would definitely use the same method he used to train his subordinates to carry out ideological transformation on Shichibukai and his subordinates or family members. Because of the years she had gone through after the attack on the training ship, Xia Yu would not only take the time to practice swordsmanship with her and Bins, but would also pull them to the training ground to train with other soldiers. At first, she thought Xia Yu's training was no different from the previous training of the headquarters, but after personal experience, she found that the previous training methods for recruits and officers were just like playing house. The most important thing is that Xia Yu is completely different people when she is training soldiers. Xia Yu in normal times is righteous, warm, and very protective, but Xia Yu during training is an absolute devil. Of course, Ain also knew why Xia Yu suddenly came up with this idea. Although Xia Yu said that he was not worried, his words and actions had already betrayed his inner thoughts. He had asked her about the situation in New World at least a dozen times tonight. You know, when Xia Yu was the Colonel Rear Admiral Vice Admiral, he was already known for being protective of his subordinates. Now as the Marshal of the headquarters, how could Xia Yu not be worried? Even if Sakazuki and Gion are strong and nothing unexpected happens, and the other Vice Admirals are capable of handling everything, the soldiers following the warships are not capable of acting on their own. As the war continues, the casualties of the soldiers will inevitably increase. In this situation, Xia Yu would naturally find something to distract himself. When Xia Yu and Ain arrived at the Shichibukai dormitory building, the lights were already on. There were constant loud knocks on the door and shouting in the corridor. Bang, bang, bang. Get up, get up. Emergency assembly. In the corridor, Noah, with a sword on his waist, and two soldiers quickly knocked on the doors of each dormitory. As his penetrating voice echoed in the corridor, the dormitory doors opened one after another, and soon sleepy heads popped out of the doors. Are you crazy? You're waking us up at this hour. What emergency meeting? Lousy as Don Quixote. Hey, it's Lord Noah. Get up, let's get up now. As all kinds of cursing noises were heard, the members of Don Quixote family were the first to rush out of the dormitory, followed by the members of Baroque Works, and finally the three weirdos from Thriller Bark. Ah, this princess just fell asleep for a while. Is this Noah a devil? He's not cute at all. The last person to walk out of the dormitory was Perona, the ghost princess from Thriller Bark. With a pair of panda eyes, she had no time to run to the corridor and just floated out of the window holding a red umbrella. Perona floated out of the window and hovered beside Moria. Just as she was about to say something to Noah, she was immediately frightened by a look from Xia Yu, who was standing opposite her and wearing a marshal's coat. She quickly shut up and decisively fell to the ground and straightened her small body. I hope I didn't disturb your sweet dreams. After everyone quieted down, Xia Yu slowly walked forward to Moria, who was the tallest, and said calmly, I don't mean anything else. I just have been suffering from insomnia recently. I have nothing to do anyway, so I might as well come over and check on you all. As she spoke, Xia Yu considerately raised her hand to help Moria button up her clothes, and pinched Perona's bulging cheeks. Before Perona could react, Xia Yu had already walked past Hogback and continued in a gentle voice, since you have chosen to bow down to me, you can no longer do whatever you want as before. You must change your lazy habits and abide by basic disciplines. Therefore, I have tailored a set of training methods for you. From now on, Mahawk, Jinbei and Hancock will be in one group, Moria and the members from Thriller Bark will be in one group, Crocodile and the members of Baroque Workshop will be in one group, and Doflamingo and the members of Don Quixote family will be in one group. Each group will have 100 points. In the following training, the groups with good performance will get extra points, and the groups with poor performance will lose points. At this point, Xia Yu, who had returned to Moria, suddenly stopped and said with a smile, "Don't worry if all 100 points are deducted. I won't kill you. At most, I'll just throw you into the underwater prison for further reform." When these words were spoken, everyone present widened their eyes in surprise. In, who was standing behind Xia Yu, wanted to laugh but didn't dare to, because she knew this scene too well. Noah was no exception. They all knew in their hearts that although Xia Yu looked amiable at this moment, the devil in his heart had actually awakened. If they are not careful, they may be implicated and participate in this training. Perona, who was standing next to Moria, looked around and saw that everyone was watching her. She blinked blankly at first, then looked up at Xia Yu cautiously and shouted in a voice as thin as a mosquito, "Xia Yu, What's the matter?" Xia Yu slowly walked to Perona, as gentle as a big brother next door. "Is there any problem?" Perona hesitated and said, I want to go to the bathroom, can I?" "Of course." Xia Yu smiled and nodded gently. Hearing this, Perona was overjoyed and turned around to float towards the dormitory. But the moment she turned around, Xia Yu's voice, which was as gentle as water a second ago, suddenly turned into a devil's roar. "Anyone who interrupts me while I'm speaking will be deducted 5 points. If you call me by my name during training, you will be deducted 5 points. Moria team deducted 10 points. Hearing the sudden devil's roar, the smile on Perona's face froze instantly. The next second, Perona burst into tears out of grievance. Wow. Lord Moria, Xia Yu bullied me, I want to go home. Before Moria could react, the devil's roar came out again. Moria team will lose another 10 points. As soon as these words were spoken, the little girl's crying stopped abruptly. Then, puff, a laugh suddenly broke out, as if it had been held back for a long time and finally couldn't be held back. Following the sound, I saw Bentham, a member of the Baroque workshop, wearing strange heavy makeup and false eyelashes. His face was flushed and he wanted to laugh out loud but didn't dare to. His expression was extremely funny. Crocodile, who was standing nearby, saw Xia Yu looking over at him and knew something was wrong, so he turned his head and glared at Bentham fiercely. "Really, Crocodile team, deduct 5 points. Hearing this, Crocodile's facial muscles couldn't help but twitch wildly. Seeing Crocodile's reaction, although the Don Quixote family members held back, Doflamingo, out of habit, let out a smirk of gloating. Foo. Just as he laughed, Doflamingo suddenly woke up, and immediately looked up at Xia Yu, his lips trembling as if trying to make a sound but something was stuck in his throat. Because, the moment he looked up, the devil's voice came as expected. Doflamingo team, deduct 10 points. Chapter 141, is the martial partial to others? G5 branch has been infiltrated. 141 183rds. Chapter 141, is the martial partial to others? G5 branch has been infiltrated. It was getting light, because there were constant sounds coming from the training ground. Officers at all levels of the headquarters and recruits were quickly attracted and rushed to the training ground. Officers of all ranks were the first to arrive at the training ground. Thinking that they were recruits doing morning exercises, they suddenly became interested after seeing all the people in the field. Some brought small stools, some hung directly on the guardrails, and some even climbed up the big tree next to the training ground because there was no best viewing area. On the training ground, Ian rode a motorcycle and followed the Shichibukai and their family members. Xia Yu, wearing a marshal's robe, stood behind Ian, holding the breakfast brought by Noah, and kept shouting like a devil, "Pumpkins, your new life has begun, run for me. Remember, you can't use the power of the fruit. If I find someone secretly using the devil fruit power to cheat, I will deduct 10 points for the first time, and the second time, the points will be reset to 0 and thrown into the underwater prison. Marshal, I have something to say." As soon as Xia Yu finished speaking, Perona, who was running beside Moria with tears streaming down her face, suddenly slowed down, then put her hands on her hips and said angrily, "Why can Marianu not participate in the running exercises? It's fine if she doesn't participate in the running exercises, but she actually sits on the ground in the middle of the training ground and eats clams. This is very unfair, you are biased. You have great courage." Xia Yu gave Perona a thumbs up and said simply, "If you question my fairness, Moria team will be deducted 5 points. Wow, you." Perona almost split open on the spot, but before she could finish her words, Moria suddenly returned and cried out in a sobbing voice, "Perona, stop talking back to the marshal. If you continue like this, we will have to go to the deep-sea prison." Hearing this, Perona burst into tears on the spot. Wow, the marshal is so partial, he's not cute at all. Although he was crying, Perona was very honest on his feet and continued to run in the dark following Moria. As Perona started running, a small figure immediately came into Xia Yu's sight and became the tail end of the group. The little girl at the bottom of the list looks about 10 years old. She is wearing a bear-shaped shawl, a Madara dotted dress, and a sister's hairstyle. She is eating the grapes embedded on her 10 fingers cutely. Sugar, a member of the Don Quixote family, and the user of the childlike fruit. His actual age is 16, but because he ate the childlike fruit when he was 10, his body stopped growing and he has remained a child. Finding himself the last one in the group, Shatang suddenly stopped and looked at Xia Yu in horror. "Sugar, what do you want to do?" Looking at Sandong who looked only about 10 years old, Xia Yu said fiercely, "Don't think I don't know your information. You are 16 years old now. The reason why Marianu didn't participate is that she is really only 10 years old. After a slight pause, Xia Yu immediately turned his gaze to the pink feather running side by side with Crocodile in the second row. Doflamingo team will be deducted 10 points. If anyone in your team is found to use the Devil Fruit ability again, your team will all report to the undersea prison. I didn't use the Devil Fruit, Marshal. Sandong looked at Xia Yu pitifully. After I ate the childlike fruit, my body stopped growing. Is that so? Xia Yu blinked and decisively changed the target. Doflamingo, your running posture is wrong, and you will be deducted another 5 points. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Doflamingo, who was running side by side with Crocodile and had an extremely aggressive running posture due to his hunchback, almost couldn't help but flip the table. What's wrong with his running form? This is a manly running posture, do you understand? Look in my eyes. Tell me why, baby, why? Doflamingo roared in his heart and felt very wronged, but he didn't dare to show it. He tried to straighten his body and continued to run in the dark. Seeing Doflamingo's reaction, Crocodile was so happy that Kakuzu could hardly hold back his anger. Fortunately, he was smart enough to hold a cigar in his mouth, otherwise he would definitely not be able to hold back. Speaking of which, he should thank Smoker. If he hadn't taken Smoker's cigar in Logue Town, he would definitely have been deducted points now. Crocodile, 5 points for smoking a cigar during training. Question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark. Crocodile, who had just secretly rejoiced and laughed out loud in his heart, froze in an instant, then turned his head to look at Xia Yu, widened his eyes and said, I didn't smoke. If you question my judgment, you will be deducted another 10 points. Mahawk, Jinbei and Hancock, who were running in the first row, listened to the devil's voice coming from behind them. The usually serious Jinbei and the aloof Mahawk were almost unable to hold back. Any one of them would be a well-known figure in the Grand Line if thrown out alone, but now they were dragged by Xia Yu to the training ground to run exercises. Whether it was difficult or not was another matter, but if this matter got out, every one of them would have to find a crack in the ground to hide. The most important thing is that running exercises and other training are not challenging at all for them, but Xia Yu can't help but find fault with them. If they are not careful, their points will be reset to 0. Then, what awaits them will be the open door of the deep sea prison. According to Xia Yu's rate of deducting points, one of the unlucky groups among Moria, Doflamingo and Crocodile, will definitely be sent to the deep sea prison. Fortunately, they don't have subordinates who hold them back, nor do they have any bad habits, so they shouldn't be picked on by Xia Yu. Just as the three of them were running with their heads down, a roar suddenly came from far away and approached them. Before Mahawk and Jinbei could react, Hancock, who was running side by side with them, suddenly became infatuated and looked at the figure that was catching up with him with a loving look. Xia Yu, I'm very obedient. Xia Yu nodded and smiled. Hancock, you seem to have forgotten that you can't call me by my name during training. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. As soon as these words came out, Jinbei and Mahawk's eyes widened. It was obvious that Xia Yu had followed them on purpose to pick on them. Really, Xia Yu, with a warm smile on her face, did not hesitate at all and said simply, deduct 5 points from the Mahawk team. Before Mahawk and Jinbei could react, the voice of deducting points came out again. Hancock wore a cheongsam during training. Mahawk's team will be deducted another 5 points. What a sin. Mahawk and Jinbei turned their heads to look at Hancock almost at the same time. Hancock didn't take these points to heart at all, because Xia Yu just called her name, and her love brain was working fast, imagining all kinds of beautiful scenes and couldn't help herself. At the edge of the training ground, as more and more soldiers and officers gathered, the training ground was now surrounded by 3 layers of people inside and outside. Seeing the former Shichibukai members being firmly controlled by their marshal on the training ground, the crowd laughed happily. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect these Shichibukai who are so arrogant that their tails are almost raised to the sky would have this day. As expected, it's the marshal who has to blame. I don't know if you guys are happy or not, but I am extremely happy. During the last Shichibukai meeting, these Shichibukai were really arrogant. Not only did they bully us in front of Lord Sengoku, some even ignored orders and refused to attend the meeting. Marshal Newbie, I can't stop laughing, guys. Did you notice Doflamingo's running posture? It's like a dog paddle. Ha ha, seeing them now reminds me of the days when I was dominated by the marshal in the training camp. That was truly an unforgettable experience. Although Noah, who was standing in the training ground, was secretly very happy, he did not dare to be distracted. Because he was holding the marshal's special Den Den Mushi in his hand at this time, he had to pay attention to the movements of the Den Den Mushi at all times. Suddenly, the Den Den Mushi that had been silent for several hours suddenly rang. Then, a familiar voice came from the Den Den Mushi, Marshal Xia Yu, your subordinate Smoker. Unexpectedly, the voice coming from the Den Den Mushi was Smoker's. Noah was stunned for a moment, and then he said, Smoker, this is Noah. What happened? G5 branch has been infiltrated by an unknown force, and a large number of warships have appeared outside the base. As soon as Smoker's voice came out of the Den Den Mushi, shocking bombardment sounds followed. Damn it! Hearing the shouts and screams mixed with the explosions coming from the Den Den Mushi, Noah didn't dare to delay at all. He immediately ran towards Xia Yu, shouting as he ran, Marshal, urgent military information. Chapter 142, The New World Underground Emperor intervenes in the war. Deals and Calculations, 142-183. Chapter 142, The New World Underground Emperor intervenes in the war. Deals and Calculations, Unknown Forces. Xia Yu took the Den Den Mushi from Noah, and after listening to Smoker's report, he narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "Smoker, there won't be any unknown forces appearing at this time. They are either affiliated forces of the Beast's pirates, or people with ulterior motives who want to take advantage of this opportunity to get a piece of the pie. But it doesn't matter. The only explanation for them attacking G5 at this time is that the Beast's pirates led by Kaido are in dire straits. I will send people to support us. Before that, you must hold on even if you have to sacrifice all your strength. If the war situation of Sakazuki and his men is affected because of the loss of G5 branch, you'd better grow a few more heads for me to chop off." After saying that, Xia Yu stopped talking nonsense and turned his head to look at Ain, who was standing next to him. Without waiting for Xia Yu to speak, Ian understood what Xia Yu meant in an instant, raised his hand and saluted, then turned around and quickly ran out of the training ground. Besiege way to save Zhao. Watching Ain disappear in the training ground, Xia Yu's eyes flashed with coldness, and then he handed the Den Den Mushi to Noah, with a hint of murderous intent in his words. "Noah, it seems that someone doesn't want us to win a complete victory in this war." At this point, Xia Yu raised his hand and patted Noah on the shoulder. The murderous intent disappeared instantly, replaced by a warm smile on his face. "Guess what forces are behind this war in New World? Guess and you'll win. New World, G5 branch." The alarm sounded for a long time throughout the sky. Smoker, who had just finished talking to Xia Yu, did not hesitate at all. He turned around and opened the door in front of him. The moment the door opened, a brutal fight broke out. In the corridor in front of his sight, dozens of marine soldiers were fighting with the men in black who were attacking from all directions. The sounds of gunfire, metal collisions, screams and roars came one after another, extending throughout the entire base. At this moment, Tashigi, holding a long knife and fighting his way through the siege of several men in black, quickly came to Smoker. "Smoker, Rear Admiral, where on earth did these people come from? They were able to infiltrate the base without us noticing." Glancing at the somewhat embarrassed Tashigi, Smoker took a long drag on his cigar, then took out his seastone 10-handed weapon made of seastone, and said in a deep voice, "They are not pirates." "Not pirates?" Tashigi was stunned. Before Tashigi could come to his senses, a sharp sound of breaking air came from far away. The next second, dozens of shells fell into the base, accompanied by deafening explosions. Circles of terrifying shock waves swept out and surged through the base. Faced with the sudden artillery bombardment from the sky, the marine soldiers stationed in the base were immediately disrupted, and the men in black who infiltrated the base took this opportunity to launch a more fierce attack. Some of them even rushed directly in front of Smoker and Tashigi. "You go guard the fort." Smoker didn't have time to say more. Holding the seastone in his hands, he faced the black-clad man who was rushing towards him. "As long as the pirates outside can't get in, these people are not a threat." "Yes." Tashigi did not dare to delay and turned around and rushed towards the entrance of the base fortress. When Tashigi rushed to the fortress, the searchlights of the base fortress turned on almost at the same time, all covering the sea outside the fortress. Relying on the geographical advantage of the fortress, Tashigi was able to see dozens of huge warships under the illumination of searchlights. How come? These warships, are they the warships of the Beast's pirates? Looking at the warships fanning out on the sea and continuously firing shells at the base, Tashigi's pupils shrank slightly, and he stared intently at the pirate's flag flying on the mast of the warship, representing the Beast's pirates, and said in disbelief, "Aren't the Beast's pirates fighting with Sakazuki Admiral? How come they are here?" Quote, "The pirates on the ship are indeed members of the Beast's pirates." Following the gentle voice, Virgo, who was demoted to colonel, walked out of the fortress command room quickly and said solemnly, "But the ship they are riding on is not a pirate warship, but a converted merchant ship. The reason they were able to reach the G5 branch unimpeded is that they must have first avoided the sight of the Marine Intelligence Department by using a merchant ship, and only hoisted the Beast's pirates flag after entering the G5 branch's waters. It was converted from a merchant ship." Tashigi felt that his brain was not enough, and said blankly, What is going on?" Hearing this, Virgo turned his head to look at the silly and innocent girl who was blinking blankly, shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Isn't this obvious? One of the major underground emperors of New World has taken action. Those men in black in the base are not pirates, but assassins from a killer group." Virgo pointed down at the men in black that kept appearing in the base. "There are only two people in the New World who can train so many killers and dare to take advantage of the chaos to infiltrate the marine base. One is the queen of the pleasure district Stussy, and the other is Pyrecrow, the king of the funeral home known as the Death Dealer." After a slight pause, Virgo turned his gaze back to the dozens of warships illuminated by the searchlights, and continued, "And the only one who could avoid the marine sight and send so many Beast's pirates fighters here was Yumit, the transport king codenamed Stealth Master." Before he finished speaking, Virgo suddenly disappeared in a flash. The next second, he appeared at the entrance of the fortress and quickly broke the necks of the two black-clad assassins who rushed over. At the same time, inside the cabin of one of the warships that was continuously bombarding the base fortress on the sea outside the base, stood two emperors from the underground world. Standing in front of the cabin window and looking at the base fortress with a telescope was Pyrecrow, the king of the funeral home. The burly and fat Pyrecrow held the handle of the huge sickle on his shoulder with one hand and looked at the base fortress opposite with a telescope in the other hand. He grinned and said bloodthirstily, "It's been a long time since I saw such a tragic war. It's really fascinating." Mr. Pierre Croix, sitting on a sofa in the cabin, wearing a mink coat and with a ferocious expression, the transport king Umit gently shook the red wine in the glass, then crossed his legs and looked at Pierre Croix standing by the window, and said in a deep voice, "The real power is not in the battlefield full of blood and death, but in the transactions and calculations in the shadows." At this point, Umit's eyes flashed with worry. The situation on Kaido's side is not optimistic now. If our actions cannot make Sakazuki or Gion withdraw to support us, the day Kaido loses will be the day we will be liquidated. You're getting excited now. It's obvious that you don't know enough about the young marshal at the naval headquarters. Chapter 143 Chaos is the Ladder, the King of the Underworld. 143 183rds. Chapter 143 Chaos is the Ladder, the King of the Underworld. Don't worry, Lord Umit. Pierre Croix put down the telescope, turned around and sat down opposite Umit, and said confidently, "Since power is generated through calculations and transactions in the shadows, do you think the world government will completely compromise with a marine marshal who launched a mutiny? In terms of individual strength, we are not as good as the New World 4 emperors, and we are even less capable of fighting against the huge war machine of the marine, but we are not lambs to be slaughtered. The marine marshal has sent us an invitation letter with his sword sharpened. Not only will we not sit idly by, but we will also take this opportunity to tell the young marshal that the Game of Thrones is not something that everyone can play. For the world government, chaos is the basis of rule. But for us, chaos is the ladder of ascent. Sir Umit, I can tell you with certainty that after this incident, no matter what the final outcome of the battle between the Marines and the Beast's pirates will be, that young marshal will not dare to rashly swing his butcher knife at you and me again. Because even rabbits will bite when they are angry, not to mention that we are not rabbits." At this point, Pierre Croix's eyes flashed, his momentum suddenly rose, and his voice became overbearing and full of majesty, "But the king of the underworld." "I hope so." Umit drank the cup in one gulp, then looked up at the two men standing in front of the cabin door and said in a deep voice, "Return." As the transportation king of the underground world, Umit is not only engaged in commercial transportation, but also in many illegal smuggling businesses. In particular, his cooperation with Kaido and Charlotte's family made him a lot of money. Most importantly, Umit has always maintained a cooperative relationship with the world government, and almost all the materials needed by the Holy Land are transported through his merchant ships. It is precisely because of the close cooperative relationship with various forces that even if he is worried about being liquidated afterwards, it is just a worry. The Marine is now at its peak, having just signed a treaty with the Holy Land, and then rushing into the New World. Under such circumstances, if the kings of the underground world do not stand up, there will be only one outcome: no one will be left untouched. As the warships on which Umit and Pierre Croix were located turned around and left this sea area, the other warships in this sea area did not retreat but advanced instead, madly pouring shells at the G5 base opposite while accelerating to move closer. At the same time, the base fortress's artillery also opened fire at the same time. Bang, bang, bang. Dense artillery shells were fired into the air, drawing out bright white arcs, like a huge net falling from the sky and covering the warships on the sea. As the shells whistled in from the sky and fell down, the sea surface was suddenly filled with surging waves amid the sound of explosions, and columns of water shot up into the sky. After one round of bombing, 5 or 6 warships converted from merchant ships were lost. However, the pirates on the warships did not slow down, but instead concentrated their fire on the base gate even more frantically. Another battlefield in New World. The rising sun dispersed the rolling dark clouds and illuminated the sea surface with a bright red color. The Red Sea was filled with floating corpses and wreckage of warships. Mixed in with the wreckage were 2 destroyed warships. There were hundreds of corpses lying all over the deck of the warship. The sound of metal colliding did not stop even though there were hundreds of people lying on the deck. Almost no Marine soldier who had fought for a whole night was left intact. All of their uniforms were stained red with their own blood or the blood of the pirates. But even so, these soldiers were as brave as tigers, as if they knew no fatigue or fear, and they pounced madly on the pirates opposite them. The pirates fighting with the Marine were not much better off. Not only did they suffer heavy losses, but they were also completely suppressed by the Marine in terms of momentum. They used to burn, kill, loot and do all kinds of atrocities on the sea, but now they became the ones being slaughtered. Except for these 2 destroyed warships, the other warships were almost intact. Because Sakazuki did not launch Meteor Volcano to provide indiscriminate coverage. It's not that he was soft-hearted and wanted to let the Beast's pirates go, but the choice of the Marine soldiers made him, who had never shown mercy in killing the enemies in the past, feel historically reluctant. Especially when he saw the Marine officers and soldiers saluting him and shouting their loyalty, asking him to launch the Meteor Volcano for indiscriminate coverage, he could no longer bear to be cruel. In the end, the meteor volcanoes that were launched into space did not fall indiscriminately, but all fell into the sea outside the Marine warships and the Beast's pirates' warships. The moment the meteor volcano fell from the sky into the sea, a more brutal close combat began. Sakazuki's idea was simple: since all the officers and soldiers were prepared to die, they should be allowed to fight to the last moment and die a worthy death, rather than dying under the cover of his meteor volcano. The most important thing is that all the Marines, including him as the Admiral, are soldiers of Marshal Xia Yu. Marshal Xia Yu went to East Blue in person as soon as possible because of Stokes' sacrifice, which was enough to prove how important Marine was in Xia Yu's heart. Under such circumstances, even if Marshal Xia Yu told him to do it, he could no longer kill his own people in order to destroy the enemy as he did before. However, although Sakazuki did not let Meteor Volcano fall into the sea where the warship was, the Akainu army and the Momoshiki army did not let him down. When Meteor Volcano fell into the surrounding sea to form a blockade, all the Marines rushed towards the pirates' ship almost at the same time, forcing the Beast's pirates members who were preparing to escape to continue fighting. Boom boom boom. A deafening collision sound came from a large warship, and circle after circle of air waves rushed out, causing the void around the warship to continuously emit low-frequency vibrations. On the deck of the warship, Kaido madly hit Sakazuki with a mace. Kaido, what else can you do besides swinging a stick and breathing hot air? Haven't you been looking for a burial place all over the world these years? Since you want to die so much, I will help you do so. Before he finished speaking, Sakazuki raised his head suddenly, and his huge molten fist, wrapped in a terrifying energy aura, slammed towards Kaido at an astonishing speed. Kaido didn't dodge or evade, but swung the mace wrapped with Conqueror's Haki and smashed it down hard at the huge fist that was coming towards him. Boom. The moment the two collided, a circle of shock waves visible to the naked eye suddenly spread out again with the two people as the axis, and the horrific impact directly cracked and broke the deck of the warship. The next second, Kaido, who had hit Sakazuki with more than 10 sticks but could not shake him, was sent flying backwards with the spreading shock wave, and he almost fell into the sea because of the broken and tilted deck of the warship. Sakazuki knocked Kaido back with one punch and stepped out on the tilted deck, letting the magma that continued to flow out from his arm that had molten into lava drip onto the deck. Kaido, it's over. Not only will you die here today, but all the Beast's pirates will not be able to escape. Just as Sakazuki finished speaking, a loud shout suddenly came from the deck of a medium-sized warship closest to this warship, Admiral Sakazuki, G5. G5 branch is under siege by Beast's pirates, the situation is critical. Sakazuki's pupils shrank slightly. Worororo, are we finally here? Without waiting for Sakazuki to react, Kaido swept away his previous embarrassed posture and said enthusiastically, Sakazuki, this is a war, not a duel between the strong. How can a top-level war be fought lightly? Not only G5, but your first branch must also bear the wrath of the Beast's pirates. Come on, Sakazuki, let's see whether you kill me today or I uproot all the marine bases in New World. Chapter 144. Have you ever seen them take a step back? 144 183rds. Chapter 144. Have you ever seen them take a step back? Kaido, what are you so arrogant about? Looking at the strongest creature who suddenly became fanatical, Sakazuki's eyes flashed with disdain. The more you act like this, the more it shows that you are at the end of your rope. You want to attack the base branch to relieve your current pressure. When did you become so naive, Kaido? Quote, look at the Marines around you. From the beginning of the war till now, have you ever seen them take even a single step back? They are like this, and so are the officers and soldiers of the first branch and G5 branch. Kaido, wake up, your defeat was doomed the moment Marshal Xia Yu slashed off Hanafuda's head. Boom. As Sakazuki finished his words, tremendous and unparalleled hot energy burst out from his body, and his huge molten fist was raised high. Dog bites Red Lotus. A cold shout was heard, and the molten fist quickly extended and transformed into a dog's head, which bit Kaido at an astonishing speed with hot energy. It's you who should wake up. Kaido did not dodge or evade. He held the mace tightly in both hands and raised it above his head, then rushed up to the rapidly approaching lava dog head as fast as lightning. Boom. The mace wrapped around Conqueror's Haki was swung down, and instantly collided violently with the roaring lava dog head. As the two collided, Kaido used the force to fly into the air and raised the mace again in the frenzy of energy waves. Sakazuki, it's over. With a roar that resounded through the sky, Kaido, who was high in the sky, swooped down towards Sakazuki from top to bottom like a ferocious monster, carrying unparalleled pressure, and chopped down with the mace in his hand at the same time. The third world, inducing Naraku. Buzz. The rapidly chopped mace exploded in the void, and then a sound comparable to a sonic boom was heard. The Conqueror's Haki wrapped around the mace suddenly burst out, and a cloud of black and red flames shot up into the sky. The violent attack wave was almost materialized, and a dazzling light burst out along with the flames that shot up into the sky, like a raging thunder and lightning, instantly covering the entire warship. Snap, snap. As the dazzling light engulfed the entire warship, a series of explosions followed. Following the sound, Sakazuki saw that the already broken deck of the warship under his feet was cracking into dense cracks at an alarming speed, like a huge spider web that could cause the warship to disintegrate at any time. At the same time, Sakazuki stood proudly and took Kaido's blow. A crack appeared on half of his head, and magma rolled out from the crack. However, Sakazuki seemed unconscious, and at the moment when the lava rolled down from his head, a hint of cruelty and bloodthirstiness flashed across his mouth. Next second, Dark Hound. With a cold shout, Sakazuki, who had taken Kaido's attack head-on, took a step forward and grabbed the mace that hit his head with his backhand. His other huge fist that had turned into lava instantly enlarged in Kaido's pupils. Boom. Another explosion was heard, and the molten fist carrying hot energy hit Kaido's chest. Then, a terrifying attack wave exploded in Kaido's chest like a cannonball, shocking Kaido so much that he couldn't help but spit out a blood mist from his mouth. The whole person shot out like a giant cannonball, causing a series of sonic booms in the air, and then crashed into a warship hundreds of meters away. The sudden scene caused the Beast's pirates members, who were already suppressed by the marine side, to become a mess in an instant. Especially when they saw Kaido being knocked away by Sakazuki's punch, the last hope of many Beast's pirates members was instantly extinguished. The governor was knocked away. It's over, it's over. We are going to fail here this time. Not only were some members of the Beast's pirates in despair, but even Quinn, who was struggling to hold on against the siege of vice admirals including Kaji, became a little confused after seeing Kaido being knocked away. Kaji seized the opportunity and hit him successfully, then dragged his fat body and sent him flying backwards with blood spitting out. Different from the reaction of the Beast's pirates, the morale of the marine team was boosted again when they saw Kaido being knocked away. Then, more than 10 marine officers closest to Kaido's crashed warship looked at each other tacitly. Without any verbal communication, just a glance, the dozen marine officers decisively abandoned the pirates on their ship who had lost their will to fight, and jumped up and rushed towards Kaido at the fastest speed. Don't go over there. On another warship, Gion, who was chasing Foz F and another member of the Flying Six, quickly stopped and said, "Come back. Come back quickly. Chi chi chi." Before Gion finished speaking, a sharp sound suddenly came from the deck of the huge warship where Kaido was. Then, lightning and flames rose into the sky and instantly covered the entire warship. The next second, a dozen marine officers who had just rushed over were shaken by an invisible and powerful force and flew backwards uncontrollably, falling into the sea like dumplings. All this happened too suddenly, and even Gion had no time to rescue the dozen or so young officers who were eager for military merit. Amid the lightning that covered the entire warship and the flames that rose into the sky, Kaido suddenly stood up like a demon god, and the mace in his hand made a chilling hissing sound because it was entangled with Conqueror's haki. Sakazuki, Kaido, whose chest was burnt by the molten fist, just stood up. Without any hesitation, he let out an angry roar towards the warship hundreds of meters away, and his body suddenly leaned forward. Then, like a human cannonball, he was ejected with a bang. As soon as Kaido shot out, the huge warship behind him burst apart under the nearly devastating impact. As the warship broke apart and disintegrated, Kaido appeared above the opposing warship. Great power thunder 8 trigrams. As soon as he appeared in the air opposite Sakazuki, Kaido swung down the air with the mace that made a hissing sound while tightly grasping it in his hand. The lightning condensed to ultimate is like a nuclear explosion. Boom boom. Amidst the earth-shaking explosion, a mushroom cloud suddenly expanded into the sky, instantly engulfing Sakazuki and the warship under his feet. After a loud bang, everything was silent. There was only the mushroom cloud rising into the sky and the air wave that spread silently over 100 feet in radius. Both the Marines and the Beast's Pirates members were speechless under the dazzling light. After a brief silence, excited voices suddenly rang out among the Beast's Pirates members. Sakazuki was killed. Who can withstand an attack of this magnitude? Sakazuki will surely die. Haha. Long live the governor. Guys, kill them. Kill the remaining Marines in one fell swoop. Just as the Beast's Pirates members were about to charge towards Marine with their will to fight because they had escaped from a desperate situation, a red dot suddenly flashed out from the mushroom cloud at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye, and instantly appeared under Kaido, who was hanging high in the sky. Dark Hound. Along with a roar that resounded through the sky, a circle of hot and violent energy impact suddenly spread out from under Kaido. The huge fist that turned into molten lava hit Kaido's abdomen heavily. The unparalleled attack wave directly penetrated Kaido's body protection haki, and then swept Kaido up to the higher sky. Gion. As Kaido was punched and sent flying high into the air, Sakazuki's voice could be heard from afar. Gion understood Sakazuki's intention and took a decisive step forward without hesitation. Conqueror's haki was released without reservation and wrapped around the blade of the Konpira. At the moment when Conqueror's haki wrapped around the blade of the Konpila sword, a cloud of black and red flames suddenly bloomed. He took a step forward, raised his sword, and wrapped Conqueror's haki in one go. The next second, Konpila slashed at Kaido, who was flying into the air. Swoosh. The dazzling blade light rose up into the air like a divine punishment, flashing past Kaido and straight into the sky in an instant. The moment the blade sank into the sky, a cloud of blood mist immediately splashed out from Kaido's body and spread into the sky. Chapter 145 Kill them all in one go. 145 183rds. Chapter 145 Kill them all in one go. How could it be? Your Excellency the Governor was knocked away again. The Beast's Pirates members, whose morale had just risen because they thought Sakazuki had been killed, thought they were hallucinating and stared with stiff expressions at the figure in the sky that was severely damaged by the two admirals. As blood splattered into the sky, Kaido's unwilling roar resounded through the sky. Then, crackling sounds came one after another, and soon, lightning crisscrossed the sky. The invisible sense of oppression was like the Milky Way pouring into the sea, making the Beast's Pirates members and Marines on the major warships feel like an invisible mountain pressing down on them, and some even suffocated and fell to the ground on the spot. A fight between trapped beasts. Sakazuki, who cooperated with Gion to severely injure Kaido, returned to the warship, which was almost reduced to a pile of scrap metal. He held a cigarette in his mouth and looked up at the sky with a sharp gaze. At this moment, a strong wind suddenly blew up on the sea, and the rolling waves rolled wildly, making the warships and the pirates' ship shake violently as if they were in an uneasy state. High in the sky, Kaido, who was hit by Sakazuki's Dark Hound and Gion/wave, stepped on the flame cloud, letting the blood continue to spill from his body, and madly created a flame cloud to cover the sky. After a while, the sky above this sea area was covered by flame clouds. Under the illumination of lightning that continuously tore through the void, Kaido looked down at the countless creatures on the sea from his high position. No one expected Kaido to be able to cause trouble after receiving such a heavy blow. Even Sakazuki had to admit that he was worthy of the title of the strongest creature on land, sea and air. Before Sakazuki and Gion could react, a scene they had not expected occurred. On the sea surface covered with flames, lightning flashed from the sky and the beast's pirates' warships were immediately engulfed by the flames. Immediately afterwards, one warship after another quickly took off into the air under the support of the flaming cloud. In the blink of an eye, except for the warships carrying Gion, Kaka and other vice admirals, all other pirate ships that were not destroyed were lifted up into the sky by the flame cloud. Not good. Seeing the pirate ships suddenly rise into the air, Gion didn't have time to think too much and shouted to the marines on the pirate ships, "Get off the pirate ships." A colonel of the Momoshiki army on the deck of one of the warships that was lifted off into the air forced his opponent back with a single blow and immediately turned his head to look at the sea. "Admiral Gion, Kaido can take their warship away, but he can never take the pirates on board." Before he finished speaking, the colonel immediately turned to look at the beast's pirates members on the opposite side, and shouted to the marine soldiers who were also not panicked by the pirates' ship being lifted into the air by the flame cloud, "Brothers, success may not depend on me, but I must be part of it. Let Kaido escape with the empty ship. Kill them all, roar." All the marine soldiers roared in unison, and then rushed towards the pirates on the opposite side even more frantically. As the marine on this pirate ship bloomed with its final glory, the other pirate ships that had taken off also erupted in earth-shaking roars. All the marines were not afraid because they were on the pirate ships that took off, and all of them fought the final battle with the pirates with fearlessness. Seeing that no marine jumped off the pirates' ship, Gion became very anxious. She immediately stepped on the moonwalk and flew into the air, then slashed at the pirates' ship closest to her with the kinpila in her hand. With a flash of dazzling blade light, all the pirates on the pirate ship were killed before they could react. In the rising blood mist, Gion had already boarded the deck of the pirate's ship with a knife in hand. As Gion boarded the pirate's ship, the ship, lifted by the flame cloud, suddenly accelerated and rushed out of the sea. On the sea, Sakazuki, standing on the deck of the warship, did not move. He stood proudly with a cigarette in his mouth, gazing at the sky as if facing a great enemy. High in the sky, invisible and powerful pressure poured down wave after wave. At the center of the pressure, Kaido transformed into the form of a blue dragon again. The moment the dragon's body appeared, terrifying heat covered the entire body, as if it was going to ignite the entire sky. The ultimate sense of oppression also covered the sea area of hundreds of feet in radius. Rising dragon flame 8 trigrams. With a roar of a dragon resounding through the sky, a ferocious dragon head carrying boiling heat suddenly shot down and rushed towards Sakazuki. The speed of ultimate caused continuous detonation explosions in the sky, and circles of air waves continued to spread in the sky because of the ferocious dragon head's rapid dive. Standing proudly on the warship, Sakazuki allowed the endless pressure to come over him and rolled up his admiral cloak. The ability of lava fruit was released without reservation, and the rolling magma covered the entire warship at an alarming speed, forming a magma volcano, which was daunting. Is this the final struggle? Kaido. Before he finished speaking, Sakazuki suddenly leapt into the air, dragging his huge molten fist and roaring towards the ferocious dragon head that was pressing down on him. Boom. The moment the two collided, a loud explosion that shook the heavens and the earth suddenly occurred. The next second, a shock wave like that produced by a nuclear explosion surged out and detonated the void within 100 feet in radius. The sea surface collapsed madly because of the devastating collision. At first glance, the sea surface seemed to be pierced, bringing people an indescribable visual impact. Trying to stop me and let the beast's pirates escape, Sakazuki, who had withstood Kaido's strongest attack, faced the ferocious dragon head and said in a deep voice, "You are still as naive as ever, Kaido. Our target has always been you. As long as we kill you, where can your group of pirates escape to?" Knowing that Marshal Xia Yu was clearly executing Whitebeard too, why didn't he start a war with Whitebeard, but with you? Because what Marshal Xia Yu really wants is Wano Kuni, which is rich in resources and has superb seastone processing technology. Before he finished speaking, Sakazuki frantically activated the ability of the lava fruit. Lava surged out of his molten fist, and Kaido's ferocious dragon head was immediately wrapped by the surging magma. At the same time, the beast's pirates' warships, which were lifted by the flame cloud and flew 1,000 meters away, lost their balance one after another because Kaido's dragon body was covered by magma, and then fell from the sky one after another. Accompanied by a series of sounds of ships crashing into the sea, all the warships returned to the sea, swaying on the rough sea. On the deck, the pirates and marines who lost their balance due to the warship's sudden weightlessness and fall back into the sea were thrown into the air, some were thrown out and fell into the sea, and some fell heavily back onto the deck. In an instant, all kinds of screams intertwined into a song of despair and sorrow that echoed in the sky. On the deck of one of the pirates' ships, after stabilizing his body with his great strength, Gion immediately flashed to the bow and looked into the distance. Looking at the terrifying huge dragon body remaining still in the sky thousands of meters away, Gion's face lit up with joy. Although he was unsure whether Kaido had been taken out, Gion knew that this would be the best time to take out the beast's pirates once and for all. Gion turned around decisively without any hesitation, rushed out with a knife in hand, and shouted loudly, "Now is the time, kill them all in one go." Chapter 146 Kill them all, leaving no one behind. 146 183rds. Chapter 146 Kill them all, leaving no one behind. G5 Branch. Outside the base fortress, dozens of pirates' ships were frantically attacking the fortress gate under the bombardment of artillery shells. On the sea filled with smoke, more than a dozen huge warships were hit by shells and burst into flames, making the pirates on other pirate ships look like evil spirits. Blast it open. Blast open this damn fortress gate. On one of the pirate ships, a tall man wearing a military cap, a cap with a flame pattern, and wooden clogs was holding a long sword and staring at the fortress gate in front of him, which he had been bombarding for a long time but could not shake. He roared at the top of his voice, "Concentrate all firepower and blow it open." Sasaki, also known as Monsha Sasaki, is one of the Flying Six, led by Quinn under the Beast's pirates. He is a user of the Zone Dragon fruit ancient species Triceratops form. As early as when the Beast's pirates left Wanokuni, he led 3,000 Beast's pirates members and secretly boarded the merchant ship arranged by the King of Transport, and rushed straight to the G5 base when all the Marines' attention was attracted by the main force of the Beast's pirates and Big Mom. Because of the cover provided by the merchant ships arranged by the King of Transport, they had a smooth journey, which also made him full of confidence in taking down the G5 fortress. However, he still underestimated the defense of the Marine fortress. Facing the bombardment of dozens of pirate ships, they not only failed to enter the base, but also failed to blow open the gate of the fortress. Most importantly, there were assassins arranged by the king of the funeral home in the base at this time. Facing such a severe situation, the Marines in the base actually persisted until now, which made him very angry despite his confidence. Boom boom boom. Intensive explosions sounded one after another. The shells whizzing in from the direction of the fortress kept exploding around the warships. The splashing waves covered one after another, and the billowing smoke made it impossible for Sasaki to see the situation on the opposite side at all times. Inside the base, the battle between hundreds of assassins who sneaked in and Marine also became fierce. These killers were all powerful warriors trained by Yumith, the king of the funeral home, at a huge cost. Although they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, they killed so many soldiers in the base that they were thrown into chaos. If Smoker and Virgo had not been guarding the road that must be passed through the fortress gate, they would have opened the fortress gate long ago. At the commanding heights of the fortress, Tashigi was fighting the killers who kept rushing up while keeping an eye on the movements of the warships outside the base. It was precisely because of her distraction that she was nearly killed by the killers who rushed over several times. Even if she managed to escape, she was left with several shocking wounds on her body. Want to seize this commanding height to help the pirates outside break in. After swinging his sword again to force back the two killers who were approaching him, Tashigi supported his injured shoulder with one hand and grabbed the handle of the long sword with the other hand, and stood up shakily. He stared coldly at the killers who were rushing up one after another below, and shook the tip of the sword lightly before taking a fighting stance, "Unless you step over my dead body." Before he finished speaking, Tashigi, who had been on the defensive, suddenly leaned forward and shot out. The sharp sword Wajo in his hand swung out a strange arc of light and slashed at the two killers who had just rushed up to the fortress. As two blood mists rose up, the two killers fell to the ground because Wajo, who was coming towards them, slashed their necks before they could even draw their swords. However, it was not just two killers who rushed into the fortress. As soon as the two fell, several more killers pounced on them. Faced with several killers with rich combat experience, Tashigi, who did not have much practical experience, quickly got into trouble and suffered several more wounds in the panic. But she still fought to the death. Her petite body was like an insurmountable chasm, preventing the killers from breaking into the fortress. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, a series of deafening explosions were heard, shaking the entire fortress violently, causing the already injured Tashigi to almost lose his balance and fall down. Fortunately, she reacted in time and used the blade of the Wajo sword to support herself and stabilize her body. Just at this moment, another loud bang was heard. Then, the fortress gate, which was bombarded by the concentrated firepower of the pirates' ships, could no longer hold up and collapsed. Not good. The moment the fortress gate fell, Tashigi's face suddenly changed. He turned around and shouted into the base, ignoring the assassins in front of him, "Smoker Rear Admiral. Just take care of yourself first, Marine girl. After killing so many of our companions, I can't bear to kill you directly." Scary ha ha ha. How could the killers miss this great opportunity? They all showed bloodthirsty smiles and then rushed towards Tashigi from three directions at the same time. Seeing this, Tashigi gritted his teeth, gripped the handle of the Wajo sword tightly, and advanced instead of retreating. At the same time, on the pirate ship outside the fortress gate, seeing that the fortress gate had finally collapsed, Sasaki was overjoyed. He immediately rushed to the bow with a knife in hand, shouting frantically, "Little gate, charge in, follow me and charge in." As Sasaki's crazy shouts were heard, the pirate ships on the sea accelerated and rushed towards the fortress gate regardless of the continuous pouring of shells. However, just as the leading pirate's ship was about to rush into the fortress, a sharp sound of breaking air suddenly sounded in the sky behind the Beast's pirates fleet led by Sasaki. The next second, dense shells flew over the pirate ships, leaving blazing white trails and heading towards the pirate ship that was about to rush into the base. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, a deafening explosion was heard. The pirate's ship that was about to rush into the fortress was instantly covered by the shock wave after the explosion, and then disintegrated at a speed visible to the naked eye in the rapidly ignited flames. Where did the bombardment come from? Seeing the pirate's ship in the front being destroyed, Sasaki's face changed drastically, and then he turned around to look. When he saw this, his pupils suddenly contracted rapidly and uncontrollably. On the sea behind them, warships one after another rushed out from the billowing smoke, and the naval guns on the warships kept spitting out flames, accompanied by the piercing sound of breaking through the air from far to near. The pirate's ship, which was on the verge of victory, was instantly enveloped by gunfire. Looking at the approaching warships, Sasaki's heart instantly sank to the bottom of the sea, and roared unwillingly, "Damn it, how come the marine reinforcements arrived so quickly?" On the deck of a warship approaching at maximum speed, Ain, wearing a vice admiral coat, stood heroically at the bow, with no emotion in her cold eyes. Behind her, the marine soldiers, full of fighting spirit, maintained a neat military posture, and a murderous aura spread silently. As the warship approached a pirate ship, Ian, who was standing on the bow, did not hesitate at all. He pointed his sword directly at the pirates on the deck of the pirate ship and said, "Kill them all, leaving no one alive." Before he finished speaking, Ian took the lead and attacked the pirates who had not yet fully recovered with a sword. Kill. The marines that followed closely behind jumped off the deck of the warship like a tide. With just one charge, more than half of the pirates on the deck were slaughtered. The remaining pirates were so frightened by the marines' amazing momentum that they forgot to fight back and then fell down in large numbers amid the dense gunfire. Several other warships also approached at this time. The marine officers and soldiers on the decks of the warships looked at the soldiers walking on the opposite side, yelling wildly and rushing towards the pirates' ship one after another. A one-sided massacre thus began. Half an hour later, all the pirates on all the pirate ships on the sea were killed. Even Sasaki, one of the strongest members of the Beast's pirates, was suppressed by Ion and beheaded before he could even release his fruit ability. The battle in the base was reversed due to Ian's timely appearance. Without the threat of shells constantly falling into the base and exploding, the marine soldiers, led by Smoker and Virgo, launched a counterattack and quickly killed all the killers who sneaked into the base. When the warship entered the base and Ian led a group of reinforcements to the base port, all the officers and soldiers in the base, including Tashigi, except Virgo and Smoker, were injured to varying degrees, and more than dozens of soldiers closed their eyes forever in the fight with the killers. Ian looked around the base, and finally turned his gaze to Smoker and Tashigi, who was dragging his seriously injured body back to his position. "Thanks for your hard work." Seeing this, Ian quickened his pace and walked in front of Smoker. "Your mission has been completed, salute you. I will take over the garrison of Branch G5 from now on." After a slight pause, Ian turned and looked at the officers and soldiers who died in the battle and were carried out from the pile of dead bodies by the soldiers. "All of them, salute to our brothers who sacrificed heroically." Chapter 147 Kaido is defeated. The Marshal reigns over the New World. 147-183. Chapter 147 Kaido is defeated. The Marshal reigns over the New World. Snap, snap. The magma covering Kaido's head solidified at an alarming speed, and then cracked with a crisp sound. Next second, there was a dull bang and the solidified magma shattered. Immediately afterwards, the flames covering Kaido's dragon body disappeared, and the huge dragon body shrank rapidly. In an instant, the dragon body hovering motionless in the sky disappeared, and what appeared in its place was Kaido, whose face was burned and smoke was coming out of his body, and who fell into the sea with a plop, and splashed countless waves. HMPH. Sakazuki, standing on the lava volcano, watched Kaido fall into the sea, snorted coldly and ordered decisively, "Pull Kaido out." As soon as he finished speaking, Sakazuki felt weak, and then he collapsed on the lava volcano, with traces of bloodline seeping from the corners of his mouth. It was clear that he was not unscathed in the final collision with Kaido. At the same time, a warship approached quickly. Accompanied by the sound of falling into the water, dozens of marines jumped into the sea almost at the same time and swam towards Kaido. Kaido did not float on the sea surface, but fell to the bottom of the sea under the surging waves. However, this did not bother the marines. Several officers swam towards him and skillfully put seastone handcuffs and leg irons on Kaido. Then, the marine soldiers on the warship immediately pulled the chains connecting the handcuffs and leg irons. Soon, Kaido was pulled onto the warship, and for safety reasons, the marine soldiers on the deck immediately tied him up with the prepared seastone chains. Another warship also approached the lava-covered warship at this time, but they did not dare to get close because Sakazuki was sitting on the lava. Sakazuki, who was slumped on the lava volcano, took a short rest, then stood up and jumped over decisively. Seeing this, an officer hurried over and said excitedly, "Admiral Sakazuki, the G5 branch just sent information that the Beast's pirates sent by Kaido were also completely wiped out by Vice Admiral Ion, who came to support in time." Sakazuki nodded and said simply, "Contact the headquarters immediately and tell Marshal Xia Yu that Kaido has been arrested." Yes. Without waiting for the officer to dial the Den Den Mushi, Sakazuki immediately jumped onto the deck of the approaching warship and stood in front of Kaido, who was tied up. "Sakazuki, you are just like before, willing to sacrifice your companions to achieve your goals." Kaido, who was tied up, slowly raised his head and looked at Sakazuki. Although the power contained in the seastone suppressed his tone and made him sound very weak, the momentum in his tone did not weaken because of this. "Are you willing to sacrifice a base to kill me?" "You're wrong, Kaido. Sakazuki took out a cigarette and lit it, then said calmly, "Do you think you're the only one planning this? The war against you had already begun when I entered the New World and headed for Dressrosa. You're not naive enough to think that when we attack G5, Virgo, the base commander of the G branch, will cooperate with you and hand over the G5 branch, right?" Kaido's pupils shrank, and then he stood up with all his strength, saying in disbelief, You already know Virgo's identity." Joke. Sakazuki sneered, "Doflamingo is right beside Marshal Xia Yu now. How dare he cooperate with your plan to open the gate of the G5 base at this time? He is the first-generation Corzone of the Don Quixote family, not a cadre of the Beast's pirates. Of course none of this matters. The important thing is that the current G5 branch base commander is not Virgo. If you send people to attack G5, you will only walk into a trap." Before he finished speaking, Sakazuki immediately turned his head to look at the adjutant beside him and ordered, "Go and meet up with Gion and capture the remaining members of the Beast's pirates." When Sakazuki's warship arrived at the waters where Gion was located, the battle in this area was nearing its end. All the Beast's pirates members present were almost killed, only Quinn, Phosphor, Jin who was struggling with his serious injuries, and 2 or 3 other real fighters were still fighting. Even if Sakazuki didn't come, it was only a matter of time before they were killed, because as the other pirates were killed one after another, all the marines quickly surrounded them. If it weren't for Gion suppressing Quinn, they would have already rushed forward and joined the battle. Kaido is an adult. As the warship Sakazuki was on approached, Quinn, who was already suppressed by Gion and transformed into a Brachiosaurus, suddenly let out an angry roar. Especially when he saw Kaido tied up on the deck of the warship, he instantly lost his mind, swung his right hand wildly, emitting dazzling laser beams, and his mouth did not stop for a moment, shooting laser beams madly towards Gion. Faced with Quinn who suddenly went berserk, Gion used the observation haki to quickly dodge all laser beams, then leapt onto Quinn's head, and with the Conqueror's haki wrapped around his Kemperor's hand, he chopped down with a clean and sharp blow. "It's over, Quinn." As the words rang out, the blade wrapped with Conqueror's haki swung in a strange arc and chopped heavily on Quinn's head. With an unwilling roar, Quinn, who had transformed into a Brachiosaurus, could no longer hold on and fell down. Before he could react, the tip of the Kinpila sword followed him like a shadow. At the same time, Jin, who had been seriously injured in the previous battle with Gion, was knocked out by Kaka and others. Several Momoshiki army officers who had been unable to wait immediately rushed up and pinned him to the ground, and at the same time, sea-stone handcuffs were applied to him. Seeing Quinn being hit by Gion and Jin being handcuffed by sea-stone and unable to resist, Phosphor, who was surrounded by several marine officers, did not hesitate at all and decisively raised his hands and knelt on his knees. As Quinn was also put in sea-stone handcuffs and shackles, the brutal battle came to an end. The seas of all nations. In the blocked waters around Cake Island, Kuzan stood alone on the ice towards the port. Although the Aokiji army led by him did not go to war with the Big Mom pirates, he did not dare to relax at all and watch the chaos on the opposite Cake Island with cold eyes. He had not expected Charlotte Linlin to go into a frenzy, because he had no idea what was written on the piece of paper Xia Yu gave him. But it didn't matter, because Charlotte Linlin fell into a state of madness, and the members of the Charlotte family and their affiliated forces were too busy to deal with them, which saved him a lot of trouble. After all, the purpose of his trip was not to take over Cake Island, as long as the Big Mom pirates could not go out to sea to join the Beast's Pirates Alliance. At this moment, an officer who ran down the warship in the cold wind came quickly to Kuzan. "Admiral Kuzan, Admiral Sakazuki's lieutenant just sent the latest information. The Beast's pirates have been annihilated, and Kaido is also under the control of Admiral Sakazuki." Hearing this, Kuzan's frown instantly relaxed and he let out a breath of cold air. After a slight pause, he immediately looked up at Katakuri, who had been confronting him from a distance, worried that he would take advantage of the chaos on Cake Island to kill him, and said calmly, "Katakuri, the Beast's pirates have been destroyed. What should the 10,000 nations do? Have you thought about it?" Katakuri's pupils shrank, and he said in a deep voice, "What do you mean?" "The Marshal will then enter the New World." Kuzan took off his sunglasses, wiped them, and put them back on. He looked up at Katakuri and said calmly, "To be precise, he is about to arrive at Cake Island." Chapter 148. While the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. The Figolando family reaches a new level. 148-183. Chapter 148. While the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. The Figolando family reaches a new level. Naval Headquarters, Marineford Square. Jinbei, Moria, Doflamingo and Crocodile stood neatly at the port dock, all looking towards Xia Yu who was walking quickly towards them in a marshal's coat. "What's going on?" Moria looked around, and finally couldn't hold back his curiosity, and asked in a low voice, "Jinbei, do you know what happened? The war in New World should be over." Jinbei glanced at the young commander in front of him and remained standing. If you didn't look carefully, no one would notice that he was whispering with Moria. "The war in the New World." Moria's eyes lit up. "Kaido lost. He, this is really happy news." Crocodile frowned slightly when he heard the laughter next to him. As a former ambitious man, he really didn't want to stand side by side with Moria, a guy with almost zero IQ. Isn't this an obvious thing? If it was not Kaido who was defeated but Sakazuki who suffered the loss, Marshal Xia Yu would definitely not have the reaction he had now, and would not have let them run to the port to gather. "You guys." Suddenly, A loud shout came from the deck of the warship behind the four people. What are you still standing there for? Get on the warship. Standing on the warship was Colonel Monka, who followed Xia Yu into the headquarters from East Blue. It is no exaggeration to say that he is the most excited person in the headquarters right now. Because he had just followed the Marshal into the headquarters and had not even sat down to warm his butt, when he received an order to follow the Marshal into the New World, and he was responsible for all arrangements on the warship. What does that mean? This means that no matter how high the military rank of the entourage is, they have to obey his arrangements. Especially the Shichibukai at the dock who used to be so arrogant. If it were him in the past, let alone yelling at them, the strong aura from them would be enough to make him feel afraid. Hearing the shouting coming from behind, Doflamingo slowly turned around, with a dawning smile on his face. What are you looking at? Seeing Doflamingo looking sideways, Monka immediately stepped forward and said in a deep voice, do you need me to invite you? Ahem. Feeling Doflamingo's momentum rising silently, Jinbei quickly coughed twice, then turned around and said with a smile, Colonel Monka, thank you for your hard work, we will come up right away. Just then, Xia Yu came over. In addition to Hancock, Mahawk and Junzi, there was also a little loli floating around. Platform. Unexpectedly, Perona followed Xia Yu. Moria felt something was wrong and quickly said, why are you following me? Go back and stay with Hogbag and the others to participate in the ideological transformation. No. Perona turned her head away proudly. Marshal Xia Yu said that I performed well today and allowed me to go to the New World with him. Without waiting for Moria to react, Xia Yu walked quickly past him and boarded the warship. Seeing this, Moria didn't dare to say much and followed closely with Jinbei and others. Moria. As soon as they arrived on the deck, Xia Yu turned to look at the somewhat nervous Moria and smiled. Now that Kaido has been arrested by Sakazuki, what would you most like to do if you met him? Hearing this, Moria quickly looked up and said without hesitation, kill him. Xia Yu nodded and said, in that case, you will be responsible for the execution. Happiness came so suddenly that Moria was overwhelmed and rushed forward excitedly. Really? That's great, thank you, Marshal. Xia Yu waved his hand to signal Moria to retreat, and said simply, let's go to New World. Holy Land, the meeting hall of the Knights of God. What? Shamrock, who was standing next to Green, holding a Den Den Mushi in his hand, said in disbelief, Kaido, was arrested by Sakazuki. Yes, Lord Shamrock. Den Den Mushi's voice continued, not only Kaido, but also the two disasters Quinn and Jin, as well as the member of the Flying Six, Fuzzy Fu, have been controlled and are now imprisoned on the prison ship with Kaido. However, Sakazuki and Gion did not return, but led the Akainu army and the Momoshiki army to the Wanoku Sea. You went to Wanguo. Shamrock's pupils shrank slightly, and he looked up at Greengu who was sitting next to him drinking tea, and asked tentatively, Father, are they planning to meet up with Kuzan and kill Big Mom as well? Who knows? Greengo narrowed his eyes and said calmly, it's not surprising that Sakazuki and Gion worked together to kill the beast's pirates. Although Gion's name of Admiral is not up to her, she awakened Conqueror's Haki during the battle. With the blessing of Conqueror's Haki, her strength is infinitely close to that of an admiral. If the two admirals can't kill Kaido together, then wouldn't the Marine Admiral be a joke? At this point, Green Giyu changed the subject and said, however, the war among nations will not break out. The reason is simple, even if Sakazuki and Gion team up to kill Kaido, they won't have it easy. They're fighting Big Mom right after they finish the war with Kaido. Even if they succeed in killing Charlotte Linlin as well, they'll end up in a situation where both sides suffer losses. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Green Giyu finished speaking, there was a sudden knock on the door. Then, a member of the Knights of God opened the door and walked quickly to Greengu. Lord Greengu, Marine Marshal Xia Yu led the Shichibukai members into the Holy Land. Greengu was stunned for a moment, then stood up suddenly, swept away his usual calmness and composure, and said excitedly, Shamrock, call all members of the Knights of God to come to a meeting. Yes, Shamrock didn't hesitate at all and immediately picked up the Den Den Mushi and dialed. Greengu was not idle either. He ordered the Knights of God who pushed the door open and stood in front of him, go guard outside the door. From now on, no matter who comes to the Knights of God, we will refuse them on the grounds that we are in a meeting. Understood. The member of God's Knights nodded in response, then turned and ran out. When the Knights of God ran out of the hall, Shamrock, who had conveyed Greengu's order, immediately looked up at Greengu and asked in confusion, Father, what do you want to do? Someone is going to be in trouble. Green looked at the closed conference room, raised his hand and patted Shamrock on the shoulder. Do you think that the King of Transport Humid and the King of Undertaker Pyrecrow got involved in this war because they have the courage to fight against Marine? That's not the case. The reason they got involved in this war was just because someone instructed them to do so. And these people are in the Holy Land. In the Room of Power, to be exact. At this point, Greengu sat back in his chair in a good mood, narrowed his eyes and said, prepare to become the leader of the Knights of God, Shamrock. The status of the Figolando family in the Holy Land will surely rise to a higher level. Chapter 149 The Marshal has arrived. Let the storm of the new world begin. 149-183. Chapter 149 The Marshal has arrived. Let the storm of the new world begin. Wanguo, Cake Island. Because Smoothie and Garrett found Charlotte Linlin's favorite food in time, Charlotte Linlin regained her sanity and sat in the hall of the castle that she almost destroyed. In the hall, Almost all members of the Charlotte family were present, and they all looked up at the quiet Charlotte Linlin with lingering fear. Bang! Suddenly, the tightly closed door of the hall was pushed open, and Katakuri holding a trident walked in quickly. "Brother Katakuri, the Marines are retreating." Garrett walked over quickly and glanced outside the door worriedly. Katakuri shook his head, walked quickly to Charlotte Linlin, and said solemnly, "The Beast's pirates were completely wiped out, and Kaido and his two disasters were also arrested by Admirals Sakazuki and Gion." After a slight pause, Katakuri slowly raised his head, his tone becoming more serious. "Sakazuki and Gion did not return, but led the fleet straight to the Wangwo Sea. In 2 hours at most, they will meet up with Kuzan." As soon as these words came out, the Charlotte family members present were immediately furious. "This is too much. They are planning to kill us as well, Mom. Mom, give the order. We are going to rush out and fight Kuzan and his Aokiji army to the death now. We can't just sit there and wait for death, Mom. If we wait for Sakazuki and Gion to come and kill us, we won't have much chance of winning." Hearing his brothers and sisters behind him applying to fight, Katakuri frowned slightly, then turned around and said in a deep voice, "Be quiet. Brother Katakuri, now is not the time to hesitate. Yes, hesitation will only lead to our defeat. We are not the Beast's pirates. With Mom in charge, victory will definitely belong to the Charlotte family." Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, the children of the Charlotte family were all eager to fight. Charlotte Linlin, who had completely regained her sanity, put down the food in her hand, raised her head and scanned the hall, and said in a deep voice, "Quiet. Be quiet." As Charlotte Linlin finished her words, the hall suddenly fell into silence, and you could hear a pin drop. Seeing this, Charlotte Linlin slowly stood up, a barely perceptible sadness flashed in her eyes, and the kingly aura of the New World 4 emperors disappeared at this moment, replaced by a kind and maternal look. "Kaido, why were you arrested? If you were arrested this time, you won't be as lucky as before." At this point, Charlotte Linlin slightly tilted her head to look towards the gate, recalling everything that happened on the Rocks Pirates ship back then, especially the time when Kaido had just joined the Rocks Pirates as a trainee crew member, and the time when she handed the fish fruit to Kaido during the Battle of God Valley. These scenes are still fresh in her memory. Looking back, they have each become the kings of the sea in the New World. Unlike Kaido's desire to launch a top-level war, her dream is to build a country where all races and things in the world can live together without distinction of high or low. Perhaps due to their strength, the Marines and the world government have not dared to go to war with them easily over the years. Even if there are occasional frictions, everyone has a tacit understanding to stop at a certain point. But when she learned that a mutiny had occurred at the naval headquarters, a young Marine Vice Admiral had stepped out from behind the scenes to become the new Marine Marshal, and that the Mariajoy Treaty had been signed with the Holy Land, she had already sensed that the world situation would undergo earth-shaking changes in the future. It was because of this that she first came up with the idea of sending a tea party invitation to the young Marine Marshal. But before she could take action, the young Marine Marshal aimed his sword at New World. This means that the new Marine commander who can make the world government compromise will never give them a chance for equal dialogue, nor will he let them dominate the New World as before. Katakuri. After a brief silence, Charlotte Linlin suddenly raised her head and stared at Katakuri with burning eyes. "What is coming will come, be prepared for all-out war. Whether Sakazuki and Gion come here to join forces with Kuzan to kill us, or force us to commit, the Charlotte family will never compromise." Hearing this, Katakuri did not immediately carry out Charlotte Linlin's orders as he had done before. Instead, he looked up to meet Charlotte Linlin's gaze, and after hesitating, he said, "Mom, according to what Kuzan said, their marshal will come to Cake Island in person." The kindness in Charlotte Linlin's eyes flashed away, and was replaced by the arrogance and fierceness of the New World 4 emperors. The momentum on her body suddenly climbed to ultimate, as if she might go into a state of madness at any time. Unexpectedly, Charlotte Linlin became so manic when she heard that Marine Marshal was coming. Katakuri quickly shouted, "Mom, do you know why my cravings suddenly occur?" As if she knew what Katakuri was thinking, Charlotte Linlin casually threw out a piece of paper and roared in a nearly crazy tone, "A mere imp marshal dares to speak to me in such a tone. Does he really think he is invincible? I am Charlotte Linlin." Amid Charlotte Linlin's roar, Katakuri looked down at the 2 lines of words on the paper and whispered, "Let Kuzan land on the island, or I will come in person." As soon as he finished reading it, Katakuri's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. This sentence means nothing to ordinary pirates, but it is extremely lethal to 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin. Not to mention Charlotte Linlin, even he couldn't help himself when he saw this sentence. This shows that they totally disregard the Charlotte family. The rough seas of New World. Unlike the bright sunshine in the Holy Land, it is raining heavily again in the New World where climate change is completely disrupted. The warship that set out from the first branch to pick up Xia Yu and his party was speeding towards the Wangwo Sea under the heavy rain. On the deck of the warship that was violently heaving due to the sudden wind and waves on the sea, Monka, wearing a colonel's coat, stood at the bow with a fanatical look on his face, constantly directing the accompanying soldiers to remotely control the warship. Even though his clothes were soaked by the heavy rain, he did not slack off. Instead of being negligent, he stood at the bow of the boat in the pouring rain, letting the raindrops hit his face. "Monka, the wind and waves are getting stronger. Go back to the cabin first, leave this to me." A colonel wrapped in a raincoat quickly came to Monka's side, ready to replace him for rest. "Need not." Monka waved his hands and said excitedly, "This is the first time for this colonel to come to New World. How can I retreat because of such a small storm? After a slight pause, Monka immediately turned his head to look at his subordinates who had followed him from East Blue to New World and were as motivated as he was. He asked loudly, how long will it take to enter the World Ocean area? Several officers from the 153rd branch who followed Monka reported the information they received in an orderly manner without any hesitation. We have contacted the Akainu army. I have spoken to the Momoshiki army. They will meet up with the Aokiji army in 10 minutes. Warships are about to enter the waters of the nations. Let the waves of New World roll. The Marshal has arrived. Chapter 150 Soldiers surrounded Cake Island. Charlotte Linlin wants to save Kaido. 150-183rds. Chapter 150 Soldiers surrounded Cake Island. Charlotte Linlin wants to save Kaido. Cake Island is on high alert, preparing for the coming war. Charlotte Linlin was also not idle. She stood majestically at the dock holding a long sword, staring at the marine warship opposite with burning eyes. On her right, the generals headed by Katakuri stood in a row, keeping the same gaze as Charlotte Linlin and looking ahead as if facing a formidable enemy. Standing on the left side of Charlotte Linlin were all the combat members of the Charlotte family headed by Perospero. As the war was approaching, every member of the Charlotte family remained in a state of high tension. Some put their hands on the hilts of the long swords at their waists, some carried long guns on their shoulders, and some even stood next to several Gatling machine guns, just waiting for Charlotte Linlin's order. On the frozen sea across from the port, Kuzan stood in front of several vice admirals, including Stallo Berry, Flying Squirrel, Fire Mountain, and Bastiu, who had rushed over from the headquarters at the first opportunity, letting the cold wind blow their cloaks up and make rustling sounds. Kuzan Admiral. Suddenly, a marine officer ran up to Kuzan and said excitedly, Admiral Sakazuki and Admiral Gion are here. Before Kuzan could react, warships one after another broke through the waves in the unfrozen sea behind them, and leading the way were the large warships of the two admirals Sakazuki and Gion. Between the two large warships, there was an even larger prison ship running parallel to them. On the deck of the prison ship, Cake, wearing vice admiral coats, and Major Hina watched with great fear the disasters of Kaido, Quinn and Jin, two beasts pirates, who were imprisoned in the cage of the prison ship, and the two beasts pirates. Next to this huge cage was a small iron cage guarded by a dozen soldiers. Imprisoned in the iron cage were Fosver and several other real fighters under the command of the beasts pirates. As the fleet led by Sakazuki and Gion stopped near the frozen sea, Charlotte Linlin, who was standing at the port of Cake Island, noticed Kaido, who was tied up and imprisoned in a cage, with her amazing vision. Charlotte Linlin was not surprised that Kaido was arrested. Because long before Kaido became the Four Emperors, he had been defeated 6 or 7 times, arrested by Marines more than a dozen times, and sentenced to death 40 times. Every time he was executed, Kaido miraculously survived and successfully escaped. On several occasions, Kaido even sank the prison ship when it was escorting him back to the naval headquarters, which was quite a sensation. It was precisely because Kaido had such a glorious past that Charlotte Linlin was accustomed to Kaido's arrest and execution and thought it was nothing worth mentioning. But that was all in the past. Kaido fell into Sakazuki's hands this time, and coupled with the decisive killing of the young commander of the naval headquarters, Kaido was probably doomed. Perospero, who was standing on Charlotte Linlin's left, put down the telescope in his hand and said solemnly, the beasts pirates were completely defeated this time. As the eldest son of the Charlotte family, Perospero knew more about the existence of the beasts pirates than many of his brothers and sisters. For many younger brothers and sisters, they only knew that the beasts pirates were the Four Emperors of the New World, just like their family's Big Mom pirates, and had no real idea of how powerful their background was. It is precisely because of the Four Emperors' powerful strength and influence in the New World that neither the Marine nor other combat organizations under the world government, such as CP0, dared to rashly start a war. However, all this will end when Kaido falls into Marine's hands. Marine dared to ignore the order established by the world government and launched a war to wipe out the beasts pirates led by Kaido. Naturally, he would not take their Charlotte family seriously. This means that the next war will be inevitable. Of course, there is room for this. Because Admiral of Headquarters Kuzan did not take advantage of Charlotte Linlin's frenzy to destroy Cake Island and launch an attack, but just watched coldly and surrounded them without attacking. This is enough to show that it is not that Kuzan did not dare to go to war with them, but that Marine had other plans. As soon as the prison ship docked on the frozen sea, Sakazuki jumped in front of Cake. Cake, I'll stay here. You follow Admiral Gion to meet Kuzan. Cake blinked in surprise, not expecting Sakazuki to choose to stay here. However, when he saw Sakazuki's slightly pale face, he immediately felt relieved. Obviously, Sakazuki was seriously injured in the duel with Kaido. The reason why he chose to stay on the prison ship was to prevent someone from rescuing Kaido, and also because he didn't want the opposing Big Mom to find out that he was seriously injured. The other one, Cake understood Sakazuki's intention but did not show it. He shouted to Hina who was standing next to the iron cage and jumped off the warship first. Before he could quickly catch up with Gion, Sakazuki's voice suddenly came from behind him. Let Kuzan land on the island. This is the order of Marshal Xia Yu. Hearing this, Kaji's pupils shrank slightly. Landing on the island at this time means going to war with Big Mom. Although the Aokiji army led by Kuzan did not suffer any losses, all the people in the Akainu army and the Momoshiki army were exhausted from fighting with the beasts pirates, and were even more tired from rushing non-stop to meet up with Kuzan. At this time, there were at least 50,000 to 60,000 people gathered on Cake Island. Putting aside the affiliated forces of the Big Mom Pirates, the members of the Charlotte family alone were a powerful force. If a war with the Big Mom Pirates were to start immediately, the casualties of the Akainu and Momoshiki armies would surely increase exponentially. Without waiting for Kaji to react, Gion, who had already jumped off the warship and was heading towards Kuzan, suddenly turned back and said, "Kaji, let's go." Before he finished speaking, Gion immediately quickened his pace and walked towards Kuzan. Seeing this, Jaji put aside all distractions and quickly followed. When Gion, Cake, Hina and two other vice admirals walked in front of Kuzan, a tremendous pressure suddenly emerged from the sky above Cake Island. The next second, a figure flashed across the sky above the frozen port at lightning speed, and rushed straight towards the prison ship before Kuzan and the others could react. Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, almost at the same time, Staloberry and Flying Squirrel, who were standing behind Kuzan, turned around in horror. Bastiu and Huo Shaoshan immediately took a fighting stance and said in unison, "Damn it, her target is the prison ship." It was Charlotte Linlin who soared from the harbor at an astonishing speed and headed straight for the prison ship. She had been silent before, just waiting for this opportunity. The reason was simple: Cake Island not only had 2 veteran admirals, but also the new Admiral Gion and 8 or 9 vice admirals. With such an unprecedentedly strong lineup, no matter how confident she was not sure she could compete with it. Unless, she can catch Kaido off guard and rescue him from the prison ship in a lightning speed to fight alongside her. Akainu, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin appeared over the prison ship at an astonishing speed, carrying billowing flames and lightning. Without any pause, the blade of the long sword she raised above her head suddenly became longer, and the sun Hosmi covering the blade ignited billowing flames. Emperor Sword breaking blade. With a cold shout, a long sword covered in flames slashed down at Sakazuki, who was sitting on the prison ship. Chapter 151 Sakazuki, you are careless. 151 183rds. Chapter 151 Sakazuki, you are careless. As soon as the warship entered the waters of Wangguo, the weather that had been pouring rain and thunder and lightning a second ago suddenly disappeared, and was replaced by sunny and windy weather. Your Excellency the Marshal, Monka, who was soaked all over, stood beside Xia Yu with an excited look on his face, pointing to the boundless sea ahead and said excitedly, "We are about to arrive at Cake Island." Xia Yu did not react. He stood at the bow with his hands behind his back, raised his head slightly and looked forward, his eyes gradually narrowing. At this moment, Mihawk, Hancock and Junzi walked out of the cabin and stood behind him on the right. Mihawk frowned slightly when he glanced at the 2 women who followed him out. He then took a step forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Xia Yu. He asked tentatively, "Xia Yu, are you going to New World this time to kill the Big Mom Pirates as well?" Before Xia Yu could react, a little girl holding an umbrella floated over and directly floated to Xia Yu's left-hand side. She moved the red umbrella in her hand towards Xia Yu to block the sunlight for Xia Yu. Stupid Mihawk, isn't this obvious? As soon as he came to Xia Yu's side, Perona, who was floating in the air, glared at Mihawk condescendingly. The Marshal is coming to New World, of course he has to kill the Big Mom Pirates too. Otherwise, what is the Marshal rushing here for? Traveling? Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. Mihawk had a lot of question marks on his face. He looked up at the arrogant little loli, his facial muscles twitching wildly. But somehow, from the moment he saw Perona enter the headquarters, he found that he didn't hate this ghost princess from Thriller Bark at all. Not only did he not hate her, he even thought this little girl was a little cute. It was because of his inexplicable preference that he didn't get angry even though Perona had been confronting him in the cabin before. This made him feel a little unusual. You know, when Hancock and Junzi entered the headquarters and lived in Xia Yu's house, he immediately took the supreme sword and left, out of sight, out of mind. Mihawk was speechless after being rebuked by Perona and decisively ignored her. He turned his head to look at Xia Yu. I think the ideological transformation needs to continue. Now that we have nothing to do, why not let Perona recite the what sutra you mentioned before? Seeing Mihawk's reaction, Xia Yu inexplicably wanted to laugh. Obviously, whether it is this period or the timeline in the original novel, Mihawk's fatherly love will be aroused. He saw it clearly in the cabin before. Mihawk chose to ignore Perona when he was scolded, but if Hancock and Junzi quarreled, Mihawk would run away immediately. Especially just now, Hancock and Junzi just followed Mihawk to the deck and stood beside him, and Mihawk quickly stepped forward to distance himself. But now, Perona's little finger was almost pointing at Mihawk's nose, and Mihawk just suggested that Perona recite some scriptures. The 3-character classic that Mihawk was talking about was the 3-character classic that he had asked these Shichibukai and their subordinates to memorize when they were out for morning exercise and then recited while running. Suddenly, Xia Yu's pupils shrank suddenly when he was about to speak, and then a red light flashed from his eyes and disappeared, and pictures from the future came one after another and were taken in by him. In the picture, Charlotte Linlin, who has a burly figure and has released Conqueror's Haki, is standing on a thundercloud. Holding a long sword transformed from a pirate's hat, Napoleon descends from the sky and chops down with unparalleled domineering power. Sakazuki, standing on the prison ship, was obviously well prepared. He decisively released the lava fruit. The moment his arms turned into molten lava, huge magma fists flew up into the air. The moment the two collided, Sakazuki, who had been fighting with Kaido for a whole night, was suddenly sent flying backwards. Then, the huge cage on the prison ship disintegrated silently, and the sea stone chains, handcuffs and shackles tied to Kaido fell off strangely, rolling off Kaido's body and onto the deck. Without waiting for Sakazuki to fly backwards or Gion and others who returned in time to stop him, Kaido, who was no longer restrained by the sea stone shackles, stood side by side with Charlotte Linlin and swung his weapons at Sakazuki. The picture was interrupted as a devastating shock wave flashed out. The picture goes by quickly. In just a blink of an eye, the smile on Xia Yu's face suddenly disappeared. Sakazuki, you're being careless. The sudden words caught everyone present off guard and they were all stunned on the spot. Without waiting for Mihawk to react, Xia Yu turned around suddenly and grabbed the supreme sword behind Mihawk. Buzz. As soon as Xia Yu grabbed the hilt of the supreme sword, the hilt of the black sword cultivated by Mihawk suddenly burst out with an invisible and powerful energy wave, as if protesting against Xia Yu's behavior. At the same time, Xia Yu's Conqueror's Haki was quietly released, suppressing the aura released by the supreme sword in an extremely brutal manner. The next second, Ultimate's Conqueror's Haki wrapped around the blade of the supreme sword. The whole process was completed in a flash. When Mihawk reacted, the supreme sword wrapped with Conqueror's Haki had been caught in Xia Yu's hand. Then, with his pupils widened, he flashed out, instantly leaving a 1,000-meter-long gully on the sea surface in front of him, carrying the ultimate Conqueror's Haki and rushing towards the Cake Island. The supreme sword was very fast. In just a blink of an eye, it disappeared, leaving behind a gully on the sea surface that had no end in sight. All the people on the warship opened their eyes wide in surprise, staring at the gully on the sea surface that was several meters deep and had a great visual impact as it had not been filled up by the seawater even though the supreme sword had disappeared. After a brief silence, Mihawk suddenly woke up, and then he widened his eyes and roared at Xia Yu angrily, "That is my Black Blade Knight, not your sword." "Sorry, I'm used to it." After throwing down these words, Xia Yu glanced at Junzi and shouted in an imperative tone, "Junzi." Clear. Junzi took a step forward, and her unique ability of the arrow fruit was released. In an instant, a huge arrow wrapped in bandages appeared out of thin air and hovered in front of her. Seeing this, Xia Yu did not hesitate at all and jumped onto the arrow wrapped in bandages at the same time as Junzi. As soon as the two jumped onto the arrow wrapped in bandages, the arrow shot out and headed straight for Cake Island at an astonishing speed. "Hey, Marshal, wait for me." Seeing Xia Yu and Junzi flying away on the arrow, Corona immediately shouted anxiously, "I can fly too." Before she finished speaking, Corona, holding a red umbrella, flew into the air and chased after the two. However, her flying speed was no match for Junzi's arrows, and after chasing for a distance, Junzi and Xia Yu disappeared from her sight. Chapter 152 Who Wants to Kill My Admiral? Stand Up. 152 183rds. Chapter 152 Who Wants to Kill My Admiral? Stand Up. At the same time, Cake Island. Boom. A deafening explosion suddenly occurred. Charlotte Linlin rushed out of Cake Island and killed Kuzan and others who were preparing to land on the island. She was caught off guard and appeared above Sakazuki's head with unparalleled domineering power. Napoleon chopped down with his long sword and took Sakazuki's head directly. Facing Charlotte Linlin's attack, Sakazuki, who chose to stay on the prison ship, seemed to have been prepared for it. The power of the lava fruit suddenly burst out, and his lava-like fist flew up into the air. The moment the two collided, Sakazuki felt an unparalleled pressure coming towards him. The next second, he flew backwards uncontrollably and drifted towards the sea. At the same time, on the prison ship, the huge cage holding Kaido disintegrated and fell apart in the impact of the violent air wave, and the sea stone chains, handcuffs and shackles tied to him were shattered by the ensuing violent energy. With a clattering sound, sea stone chains, handcuffs and shackles fell off Kaido one after another. Then, Wororo. A loud and rough laugh was heard, and Kaido, who was sitting cross-legged, stood up suddenly, and he held the mace in his hand high up without knowing when. "Linlin, I owe you another huge favor. Stop talking nonsense." Charlotte Linlin floated down to the prison ship and stood side by side with Kaido, holding up Napoleon in her hand, and said in her best Haki, "Do you remember our combo skills?" "Certainly." Kaido frantically urged the energy in his body, and a terrifying pressure surged out. After sensing the Conqueror's Haki released by Charlotte Linlin, his eyes became stern, and he roared word by word, "Sakazuki, I will kill you." Buzz. Just as Kaido and Charlotte Linlin were about to launch a combination move to deliver a devastating blow, a dizzying voice suddenly rang out. Immediately afterwards, a low-frequency vibration appeared in the air without any warning. Before the two could react, a black dot flashed from the sky and enlarged in their pupils in the blink of an eye. It was the black knife Yi thrown by Xia Yu from the warship. Then, 2 rows of huge waves appeared on the sea in front of them. The black sword Yi wrapped with ultimate Conqueror's Haki flashed out from the rising waves and instantly enlarged infinitely in Kaido's pupils. Puff. A slight sound of body piercing was heard, and the black knife, which swept across the sea surface, split the seawater to both sides, instantly pierced through the body of Kaido, who had just raised the mace and was about to swing it down, at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye. The next second, Kaido was swept up by the black knife with a terrifying shock wave, shot out like a blockbuster bomb, and slammed into the tall and magnificent Cake Castle on the Cake Island. As the thick smoke dissipated, a scene with great visual impact suddenly came into view of everyone present. The huge Kaido's pupils were dilated, and he was nailed above the castle after being pierced through the body by the black knife. The blood that splattered made the Charlotte family members who were standing in front of the castle gate feel like they had experienced a rainstorm, and their bodies were instantly stained red with blood, turning them into bloody men. Where did the black knife come from? Kaido was nailed to the castle. How is that possible? Why does the handle of that knife look so familiar? The world's strongest black sword, knight. Damn it, it's Mihawk's saber. On Cake Island, members of Charlotte's family and its affiliated forces were shocked beyond words by the sudden scene. After recognizing that the hilt of the black knife that nailed Kaido to the castle was the hilt of the world's strongest black knife, many people were shocked and unbelievable. Because even if Mihawk is the world's #1 swordsman, it is impossible for Kaido to kill him when only the sword can be seen but not the person, and he was nailed to the castle. Not Mihawk. At the port, Katakuri, who was standing side by side with Smoothie and Cracker, looked back towards the castle and said solemnly, "It's Marine Marshal Xia Yu." Katakuri, as the core of the Charlotte family, even though he has never fought against Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman, he can be sure that it is absolutely impossible for Mihawk to do this with his strength. After all, the one being nailed to the castle right now is Kaido, the 4 emperors of the New World. Even though Kaido was exhausted and seriously injured after fighting with Sakazuki, Mihawk couldn't kill him with just a casual throw of the knife. Since it's not Mihawk, there is only one answer. The iron-blooded marshal of the naval headquarters is here. Sure enough, as soon as Mihawk finished speaking, an unidentified flying object suddenly appeared over the sea. Before everyone at the port could react, a figure suddenly flashed on the UFO and plunged into the sea under everyone's gaze. After a brief 2 seconds, the sea surface exploded. Immediately, 2 figures flew up into the sky, drew an arc in the sky, and landed steadily on the sea surface frozen by Kuzan. They were Sakazuki, who was caught off guard by Charlotte Linlin and fell into the sea, and Xia Yu, who was wearing a marine marshal's coat. Buzz. As soon as he landed on the ice, Xia Yu took a step forward, and the ultimate conqueror's haki burst out, drying his and Sakazuki's clothes in an instant. General Xia Yu. Sakazuki obviously didn't expect that it would be Xia Yu who rescued him from the sea. Looking at the young figure who brought him out of the seabed and immediately released Conqueror's haki to dry the seawater off his body, the iron-blooded admiral of the headquarters lowered his head in shame. His eyes couldn't help but redden. It was definitely the first time in marine history that a naval headquarters marshal rushed to the battlefield to rescue an admiral who fell into the sea. This finally made him understand why so many soldiers and officers stood behind Xia Yu when Xia Yu launched the mutiny. It's not because Xia Yu gave too much, but because Xia Yu had protected them to the best of her ability. At this moment, Sakazuki finally understood the weight of Xia Yu's words to him: "You will not be alone anymore." You know, from the time he entered the naval headquarters to the time he became an admiral, no matter how powerful the enemy was, he always acted alone. As if he should be like this, because he is Sakazuki. When he first joined the Marine, he was called a monster because of his strong strength. In addition, he never showed mercy to evil, and his methods of killing the enemy were extremely extreme, which made even his subordinates very afraid of him. Gradually, he got used to being alone, because he felt that this was how it should be. Little did he know that deep down in his heart, he also longed for a partner and hoped that someone would fight alongside him. When Sakazuki was stunned, Xia Yu raised his hand and patted his arm, smiling and said, "Akainu, it's me, the commander." Before he finished speaking, Xia Yu turned around abruptly and took a step forward, his domineering and sharp eyes sweeping towards the prison ship. "Who just wanted to kill my admiral? Stand up." Chapter 153, God Avoids Reappearance. Predicted your prediction. 153 183rds. Chapter 153, God Avoids Reappearance. Predicted your prediction. Cake Island Port, be it the generals led by Katakuri, or other combat members of the Charlotte family, they all showed expressions of horror at this moment. Even though they were hundreds of meters apart, the oppressive feeling brought by the young marshal made many people present feel suffocated. His powerful aura made many people feel fearful, as if the young marshal was not facing Charlotte Linlin directly, but was looking down at them from a high position. Especially the members of the forces affiliated with the Big Mom Pirates. When they saw Kaido being nailed to the castle with a knife and heard the young marshal's extremely domineering words, "Stand up," many of them were frightened, but at the same time, they inexplicably had the urge to crawl down and worship him. He is Marine Marshal Xia Yu. It's more oppressive than appearing on live camera. He killed Kaido right after he showed up. How terrifying is his strength? This aura is too terrifying. Such a strong sense of oppression, I can't even think of resisting. You are indeed a man who dares to draw the sword against the world government. Many members of the Charlotte family couldn't help but scream out in surprise because of the overwhelming sense of ultimate oppression. Immediately afterwards, several figures walked out of the crowd. They are the 4 sisters from Charlotte family: Blauwire, Malise, Castard and Armand. As soon as the 4 sisters walked out of the crowd, 2 little ones immediately squeezed through the crowd and ran ahead of them. They were Charlotte Pudding, who had just turned 10, and Charlotte Flamp, who was 9. Katakuri-san. Wearing a Madara-dotted suspender skirt and a ponytail, Flamp looked at Katakuri, who was facing a formidable enemy. She didn't know how cruel the war was, but she said excitedly, "Are we going to have a big fight? Prepare for battle." Before Katakuri could react, several figures stepped out from among the Charlotte family members. Leading the group was the eldest son Perospero and the 4th son Charlotte Owen. Following behind them were several family members, some carrying broadswords, some carrying Gatling guns on their shoulders, and some were unarmed but full of fighting spirit. At the same time, Charlotte Linlin, who was standing on the prison ship, felt her heart sink after taking a look at Kaido, who was nailed motionless above the castle by the black knife. She then quickly retracted her gaze and stared at the young figure standing on the ice as if facing a great enemy. Her hand holding the hilt of the long sword Napoleon tightened, and the Conqueror's Haki that was rushing towards her forced her to release the Conqueror's Haki to fight back. Marshal Naval Headquarters, you forced all this. If you weren't so eager to kill us and start a war with Kaido, my tea party invitation would have appeared on your desk by now. But now it seems that you never take Big Mom seriously. As the voice rang out, Charlotte Linlin continued to release Conqueror's Haki. The thundercloud hovering above her head burst into dazzling light at this moment. The dense lightning made a chilling hissing sound in the sky, which echoed and complemented the black and red Conqueror's Haki. Xia Yu took a step forward, and the more powerful Conqueror's Haki suddenly swept out like a raging wave, suppressing the Conqueror's Haki released by Charlotte Linlin in an extremely brutal manner. Hand over the original text of the coordinate history. The guilty members of the Charlotte family will have their sentences reduced, and the innocent ones can live. Otherwise, not only will you be killed, but everyone in the 10,000 nations will be wiped out. Boom. As soon as Xia Yu finished speaking, the Conqueror's Haki of ultimate collision exploded, and then a circle of destructive shock waves spread in all directions. Even a powerful person like Charlotte Linlin flew backwards like a cannonball at the moment when the Conqueror's Haki of ultimate collided and exploded, and hit the port of Cake Island heavily. Damn it, how is this possible? Mom was blown back. The Charlotte family members standing at the port didn't expect Xia Yu to blow their mother away with just Conqueror's Haki, and they all looked horrified. At the same time, Katakuri, who was standing in front of the Charlotte family members, suddenly narrowed his eyes. The next second, a picture from the future flashed before his eyes. What appeared on the screen was Charlotte Linlin, who was knocked away by Xia Yu's Conqueror's Haki, and after knocking Charlotte Linlin away, Haki decisively drew his sword and slashed at the port through the air. Not good. Katakuri, who caught part of the future scene, exclaimed in horror, then rushed out and prepared to block the attack wave that Xia Yu might launch from the air. Almost at the same time, before Charlotte Linlin fell into the harbor, Xia Yu, who was standing hundreds of meters away, did not hesitate. He grabbed the hilt of the long sword at his waist with his big hand, and Conqueror's Haki burst out again. Buzz. The moment the long sword was unsheathed, Conqueror's Haki suddenly burst out from the scabbard and soared into the sky, instantly detonating the surrounding void, and low-frequency vibrations continued to be transmitted in the air. Swoosh. The long sword wrapped with ultimate Conqueror's Haki was unsheathed, and then a dazzling black and red blade light was slashed out in the air. The next second, the dazzling blade light seemed to cut through the void and appeared out of thin air in front of Charlotte Linlin, who was about to fall into the port. Katakuri, who captured the future scene of the department through observation Haki and dodged at the first moment, saw a blood mist splashing out from Charlotte Linlin before he could make a move. The extremely powerful slashing wave even engulfed Charlotte Linlin, causing her to accelerate and smash into the port. There was a loud bang, and Charlotte Linlin's huge body fell into the sea. The terrifying shock wave directly detonated the sea surface, and huge waves rose into the sky. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. How is this possible? Even though he captured the future scene, Katakuri still couldn't stop it. He was completely stunned on the spot. After his pupils shrank sharply, he said in disbelief, he predicted my prediction. At the same time, Sparrow, who had walked out of the Charlotte family team, exclaimed in disbelief, God, avoid me. Damn it, how could he avoid Roger's God? As the eldest son of the Charlotte family, Sparrow is naturally the most experienced one in the Big Mom Pirates. The moment he saw Xia Yu draw his sword, he had a sense of déjà vu. But because Xia Yu moved too quickly, he had no time to warn Katakuri, who had dodged. It was not until Charlotte Linlin was cut that he caught up with the speed of the changing situation. However, it's all too late. The young marshal who had slashed Charlotte Linlin down in midair with a single blow quickly sheathed his sword and strode towards the port. As the young marshal stepped out, Sakazuki hurried to follow. Everyone, follow me to the island. Xia Yu, holding the sword in one hand, was like strolling in his own garden, looking at the port ahead, with supreme majesty in his calm tone. Yes. As the neat and loud voices rang out, Admirals Kuzan and Gion quickly came behind Xia Yu. Stallo Berry, Bastiu, Flying Squirrel and other vice admirals also quickly followed, ignoring the tens of thousands of Big Mom pirates who were treating the port as if they were facing a great enemy, letting the cold wind blow their cloaks, and following the three admirals forward. Chapter 154. Ask the Marshal to stop. You are definitely not qualified. 154 183rds. Chapter 154. Ask the Marshal to stop. You are definitely not qualified. Everyone get ready. Katakuri ni. Looking at the figure following the young commander and heading straight for the port, and feeling the suffocating pressure, the members of Charlotte family were all on edge. The powerful generals and core members of the family were holding their breath, while those who were slightly weaker turned their eyes to Katakuri. At this moment, several members of the Charlotte family who were not demon fruit power pulled Charlotte Linlin out of the sea after she fell into the harbor. Seeing this, Katakuri secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then stared at the figure of Marine who was coming in front of him with a surging fighting spirit, and said simply, prepare for battle. Before he finished speaking, Katakuri flashed out first and landed on the ice again alone, trying to stop the Marine on the opposite side by himself to delay time for Charlotte Linlin to recover. Buzz. As soon as Katakuri landed on the ice, a dizzying low-frequency vibration suddenly swept over him. The next second, the majestic conqueror's haki came towards him like a raging wave, or like a towering mountain pressing down on him, almost making Katakuri kneel down on the spot. Damn it! The sudden conqueror's haki gave Katakuri a shock, and without thinking too much, he decisively released conqueror's haki to fight against it, while looking up at the front with difficulty. In front of his sight, Xia Yu, holding the sword in one hand, kept walking. Every time Xia Yu took a step, a circle of conqueror's haki would be released into reality, forming circles of golden ripples that spread out unstoppably. Seeing that the conqueror's haki released by Xia Yu was no longer the black and red flame cloud like before, but the dazzling golden conqueror's haki, Katakuri's heart was suddenly stirred up by a huge wave, and he secretly said in his heart, "How is this possible?" As a fellow conqueror's haki owner, he certainly knew that the conqueror's haki awakened by many powerful men were different. Some powerful men released conqueror's haki that was a combination of black and red or a light-colored flame cloud, while some powerful men released conqueror's haki without any flame cloud, only breath fluctuations. But no matter what kind of conqueror's haki, he has never seen a strong man who can switch conqueror's haki freely, especially Xia Yu, who released a black and red conqueror's haki in the previous second, and turned it into golden ripples in the next second. Katakuri, stop struggling fearlessly. While Katakuri was shocked, Xia Yu's voice suddenly came over, even if you can buy time for Charlotte Linlin to recover, in the end it will only lead to the destruction of the nations. Buzz. The familiar low-frequency vibration was heard again. The next second, the golden ripples released by Xia Yu gathered above Katakuri's head. The unparalleled pressure of conqueror's haki seemed to lock Katakuri to death, forming a gravity field directly above his head. Immediately afterwards, Katakuri felt as if the air around him had stopped flowing. As the sound of Xia Yu's footsteps reached his ears, the gravity above his head suddenly increased, making it impossible for him to take another step forward. What shocked him the most was that as the sound of Xia Yu's footsteps continued to reach his ears, not only was he unable to move, but even the devil fruit ability in his body seemed to be suppressed and could not be released at all. Before Katakuri could recover from his shock, another circle of golden ripples flashed past his head as Xia Yu stepped forward. At the same time, at the port of Cake Island, the members of Charlotte's family and Big Mom's affiliated forces who were preparing to fight Katakuri as he rushed out had not yet taken a fighting stance before the golden ripples that were rushing towards Cake Island covered the entire Cake Island at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye. Next second, tens of thousands of people at the port felt as if they were frozen in place, and then they fell down one by one with their eyes wide open. In an instant, tens of thousands of members of the Big Mom pirates fell. Even those as powerful as the Star General Smoothie Cracker had their pupils constricted the moment the golden ripples swept over, and then they reflexively prepared to charge out. However, when they tried their best to resist the invisible pressure and rush out, it was too late. Even though they had great strength and were not knocked unconscious by Conqueror's haki, they still lost control of their bodies like Katakuri, who jumped onto the ice. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Under tremendous pressure, Garrett opened her beautiful eyes wide and said anxiously, "Smoothie, find a solution quickly." Plop, plop. As soon as Garrett finished speaking, members of Charlotte's family could no longer hold on and fell down one after another. Garrett, I can't take it anymore. Looking at the figures falling one after another in the crowd, a girl behind Garrett uttered her last words, and then collapsed powerlessly, her eyes wide open, her life or death uncertain. Before Garrett could react, Charlotte Pudding and Charlotte Flamp, who had previously run to the front of the crowd from among the family members, also collapsed to the ground silently. With a series of sounds of people falling to the ground, except for generals such as Smoothie and a dozen core combat members of the Perospero family who were still struggling to hold on, no one was left standing among the tens of thousands of people in the port of Cake Island. Smoothie didn't say a word from beginning to end. She held the sword in her hand to support the invisible pressure that kept coming down on her. She didn't show much emotion as the family members behind her kept falling down. It's not that she has no feelings for her family members, but this scene happened too suddenly, and she didn't have time to react before she was suppressed by the Conqueror's haki that enveloped her, making it impossible for her to make any extra movements. However, she did not give up. She gripped the hilt of the sword tightly and stared at the figure walking towards her on the ice with burning eyes. Although the Conqueror's haki released by Xia Yu was ridiculously strong, she didn't believe that Xia Yu would always maintain this state. As long as she gritted her teeth and survived this wave of Conqueror's haki, she would be able to counterattack at the first opportunity. On the ice, Xia Yu, who was leading a group of Marine Admirals and Vice Admirals, walked straight past Katakuri, who was suppressed by Conqueror's haki. Summer, you. Seeing that Xia Yu never turned his head to look at him, Katakuri, holding the trident tightly and withstanding the tremendous pressure, stood up suddenly. Don't I even have the qualifications to ask you to stop? Don't underestimate me. Before he finished speaking, Katakuri took a step forward suddenly, and the Conqueror's haki, which had been suppressed by Xia Yu, broke free from the shackles and instantly spread over 100 meters in radius, covering Xia Yu and a group of Marine Admirals who had just walked past him. The next second, his figure flashed away. When he reappeared, he was standing in front of Xia Yu with a trident in his hand. However, at the moment his figure appeared, a figure suddenly enlarged infinitely in his pupils. It was none other than Admiral Gion, who rushed out with the golden pirate in his hand. Let the marshal stop. You are indeed not qualified, Katakuri. Chapter 155, The Ice Age Frozen Cake Island. 155-183. Chapter 155, The Ice Age Frozen Cake Island. Boom. With a loud bang, Kinpila wrapped in Conqueror's Haki collided with the trident in Katakori's hand. In an instant, a terrifying energy wave burst out with the sword and spear as the center, creating circle after circle of ripples in the void. Xia Yu kept walking despite the overwhelming energy wave. He led Sakazuki, Gion and a group of vice admirals and walked straight past the two people who were colliding. Didn't you just awaken Conqueror's Haki? Katakori, who also released Conqueror's Haki and wrapped it around the trident, ignored Xia Yu, who still didn't turn his head to look at him. He stared at Gion in disbelief and said in horror, "You've mastered the entanglement right after awakening Conqueror's Haki. Is it difficult to master the tyrant?" Gion moved his sword closer to Katakori and said in a deep voice, "Don't forget, I am Gion, and I have been an admiral candidate for many years." As he finished speaking, the Conqueror's Haki wrapped around the blade suddenly intensified, and actually pressed the trident onto Katakori's shoulder. Almost at the same time, as the battle between Gion and Katakori began, Smoothie, who was at the port struggling to withstand the attack of Conqueror's Haki, suddenly looked stern. The next second, she took a sudden step forward, holding the long sword tightly in her hand and raising it high. It was not that she broke through the confinement of Conqueror's Haki with her powerful strength, but that the Conqueror's Haki that covered the entire island disappeared silently as Gion and Katakori rushed into battle. Of course, all this was within her expectations, because she didn't believe that Xia Yu's Conqueror's Haki would be inexhaustible. If Xia Yu's Conqueror's Haki was inexhaustible, then Xia Yu would not have needed to let Sakazuki and Gion lead the Akainu and Momoshiki armies to fight the Beast's pirates until now. He could have easily killed the Beast's pirates by relying on the vast and endless Conqueror's Haki to clear out all members below the three disasters. Now, stop them and buy time for Mom to recover. Smoothie held the sword high and stared at the figure walking towards him with burning eyes, his majestic momentum rising to ultimate. Although she is the star of the Big Mom pirates, she is not so ignorant as to think that she can defeat the Marine Marshal, who is full of oppression from the opposite side with only a dozen family members who survived the suppression of Xia Yu Conqueror's Haki. All she could do was to fight with all her might without reservation, and buy as much time as possible for Charlotte Linlin, who had fallen into the sea and was soaked in the sea water, to recover. Only if Charlotte Linlin recovers will they have a chance of survival. Otherwise, these dozen people would have ended up like the other family members lying on the ground. After all, they are now facing the strongest force of the naval headquarters led by the Marshal himself. As soon as she finished speaking, Smoothie took a step forward, releasing her unique ability of the Paramesha Squeeze Fruit. With a muffled sound, the already tall Smoothie transformed into an even taller, juice giant. The long sword in her hand also became a giant sword as the power of the fruit was continuously injected into it. Marshal Marine, there will be a price to pay for underestimating the Charlotte family. Smoothie transformed into a juice giant without any hesitation. He grasped the hilt of the giant sword with both hands and chopped down at Xia Yu, who was 100 meters away with a clear target. Swoosh! The giant sword was in the air, and the sword energy suddenly became as bright as a rainbow, sweeping out at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye. Wherever it passed, strong winds blew, and the sea surface frozen by the frozen fruit cracked and spread towards Xia Yu at an alarming speed. Just as the sword was about to hit Xia Yu, a tall figure stepped out from behind Xia Yu. It was none other than Vice Admiral Bastiu of the Naval Headquarters, codenamed the Shark Slayer. Anyone who stands in the way of the Marshal will die. Before he finished speaking, Bastiu flashed in front of Xia Yu, without any pause, quickly raised the shark-slaying knife in his hand, and then slashed it through the air. In the blink of an eye, the powerful and domineering sword energy slashed out from the air and collided violently with the terrifying sword energy that came suddenly. At the same time, following behind Sakazuki and Kuzan, Flying Squirrel, Huo Shaoshan, Cake, Staloberry and other vice admirals all rushed out and killed the dozen or so core members of the Charlotte family who were left in the port with a clear goal. Facing the naval headquarters vice admiral who was coming to kill them at the same time, Sparrow, Cracker, and the four sisters Blowwire, Malise, Castard, and Armand, who were bearing the impact of Conqueror's Haki, had not yet fully recovered their breath, but had to rush out to fight because of the sudden change in the situation. Before the Marine Vice Admiral rushed out and engaged the core combat members of the Charlotte family, a bone-chilling icy breath suddenly burst out. The next second, the sea surface in the port that had not yet frozen quickly froze into ice. Before the Charlotte family members could react, the cold air that had frozen the sea surface at the port suddenly accelerated and spread toward the coast, and the ground where the cold air passed quickly solidified visibly. Not good. It's Admiral Kuzan. Garrett, who was about to fight her way out with her family members, saw the ground quickly freeze into ice and shouted in horror, "Everyone!" Whoosh! Before Garrett finished her words, the cold air that had been covering the coast accelerated again, sweeping across the entire port in an instant like a hurricane that had just calmed down. Wherever it passed, both the generals like Cracker who had rushed out, and the core members of the Charlotte family headed by Sparrow were frozen into statues in an instant. Some maintained the posture of charging forward, some maintained the posture of drawing their swords, and more had their pupils dilated and their faces revealed expressions of fear. Garrett was no exception. Before she could finish her words, she was instantly frozen into a human-shaped ice sculpture by the cold air with a look of horror on her face. Even Smoothie, who was the first to rush out and was slashed by Bastiu's sword, was quickly frozen by the cold air. He stood proudly with the huge sword held high, like a loyal guard protecting Cake Island in the sun. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. The moment he was frozen into a sculpture, Smoothie's pupils constricted. He wanted to swing the giant sword hard to shatter the ice, but he found that he was seriously damaged when he resisted the impact of Conqueror's Haki before, and he was unable to break free from the constraints of Frozen Fruit's ability. As the last member of Charlotte's family was frozen into a statue, the port suddenly became quiet. The cold air that filled the port did not stop there. After freezing everything in the port, it immediately spread out at an alarming speed. When a group of naval headquarters vice admirals rushed over from the ice and landed on the port dock, the whole Cake Island seemed to have entered the Ice Age. Both the Tall Castle and the Big Mom Pirates members on Cake Island were reduced to highly ornamental ice sculptures. Chapter 156 The Glory of Big Mom Pirates has ended. 156 183rds. Chapter 156 The Glory of Big Mom Pirates has ended. Above the prison ship, Junzi, standing on a huge arrow, looked down at the direction of Cake Island. Even though she was a member of the Knights of God, she couldn't help but gasp after seeing the crushing defeat of the Big Mom Pirates. However, she didn't think that Kuzan could really send Cake Island into an ice age so easily by himself, and even freeze the powerful Big Mom Pirate star into a sculpture. The powerful Smoothie and other core combat members of the Charlotte family are not only strong swordsmen, but also possess various strange and powerful devil fruit abilities. If Xia Yu had not suppressed the whole scene with the absolutely crushing Conqueror's Haki, it would have been almost impossible for Kuzan to freeze everyone on Cake Island by himself. Bulu Bulu. Suddenly, the Den Den Mushi in her arms rang. Then, a strong and powerful voice came from the Den Den Mushi, Junzi, this is Greengu. Hearing this, Junzi quickly stood up and said respectfully, Lord Greengu. Green on the other end of the Den Den Mushi didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. What's the situation in the New World now? Junzi did not answer immediately, but raised his head slightly and looked towards the port, and said calmly, the Big Mom Pirates were defeated and posed almost no substantial threat to Marshal Xia Yu. Cake Island has now been completely frozen by Kuzan Admiral, and all members of the Charlotte family, including Charlotte Linlin, have become statues. After hearing Junzi's report, Greengu, who was in the meeting hall of the Holy Land Knights of God on the other side of the phone, did not show too much shock. He said seriously, I need you to do one thing. After the Cake Island incident is over, you will tell Marshal Xia Yu about the two underground forces involved in this war and say that this is the intelligence provided to him by the Knights of God. The one who sent assassins to infiltrate the G5 branch was Pyrecrow, the king of the funeral parlor, and the one who helped the Beast's pirates smuggle their subordinates to the G5 branch was Yumit, the king of transportation. When Junzi heard the information coming from the Den Den Mushi, her brows slightly furrowed. How could she not know Green's intention? He just wanted to take this opportunity to show his favor to Xia Yu, who held the soul power of Marine, and wanted to win her over to become a helper of the Figolando family. Lord Green, I don't think this information is important to Marshal Xia Yu. After a short silence, Junzi spoke decisively, because his next target is the emperors of the underworld. Whether it is Pyrecrow, Yumit, or Gibberson, Stussy, and Morgans, they are just lambs to be slaughtered. If you tell him this information at this time, it may backfire. Green Gu, who was in the meeting hall of the Holy Land Knights of God, stood up and walked to the French window to look at the Pengu Square outside, narrowed his eyes and said, Junzi, you didn't question my orders before, have you been with Xia Yu for too long and been influenced by him? Of course I know that those so-called emperors of the underground world pose no threat to him, but that is not what you need to consider. All you need to do is tell him everything I said. Sensing the dissatisfaction in Green's tone, Junzi hesitated and finally gave up, nodding slightly and said, understood. Just then, the warship that Xia Yu was on finally arrived. Without waiting for the warship to dock, Mahawk, standing on the deck, was ready to jump off. It wasn't that he couldn't wait to join the battle, but his black knife was thrown away by Xia Yu and he had to get it back as soon as possible. However, just as he leapt onto the bow and was about to jump off, his pupils suddenly shrank, and then he looked up in disbelief at the Cake Island that had become a giant ice sculpture. Not only Mahawk, but also other Shichibukai members on the warship and marines such as Monka were shocked by the scene before them. There was no battle with endless gunfire as imagined, nor any earth-shattering collision. Instead, there was only a huge iceland that seemed to have entered the Ice Age, as well as ice sculptures of castles and human-shaped ice sculptures in various postures on the island. The huge Cake Island was so quiet that it made people feel depressing. The howling cold wind raged on the island, making them feel as if they had arrived in a prehistoric ice age. Is this the headquarters of the Big Mom Pirates? Perona, who was floating in the air with a red umbrella, stared at the Iceland in front of him with wide eyes and stammered, Lady Moria, didn't you say that the Big Mom Pirates were scary? Why are they so quiet now? Quote, and what's going on with this island? Even the castle is made of ice. Aren't the Big Mom Pirates afraid of the cold? Hearing this, Moria frowned and explained, it's not that the Big Mom Pirates are not afraid of the cold, but this place was frozen by Kuzan Admiral's frozen fruit ability. Wow, what an amazing ability. Doflamingo grinned and let out his signature evil laugh. His eyes from under his sunglasses swept towards the tall castle standing in the middle of Cake Island. When he saw the human-shaped ice sculpture nailed to the castle by a black knife, his pupils suddenly shrank and he secretly exclaimed in his heart, that's Kaido. After a brief moment of shock, he immediately looked away and looked at Mahawk. Mihawk also noticed Kaido, who was nailed to the castle and frozen into a statue, and the handle of the black knife that pierced Kaido's body. Like Doflamingo, when he saw Kaido being nailed to the castle by the black knife, he, the world's greatest swordsman, couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. You know, Xia Yu took the black knife from his back and threw it out from thousands of meters away. It was not difficult for him to create a slashing wave thousands of meters long, but throwing the black knife thousands of meters long and accurately killing the target was not just a question of whether it was difficult or not to mention that the target was 4 Emperors Kaido. Although Kaido was injured and captured in the battle with Sakazuki, judging from Xia Yu's previous reaction, Kaido had obviously regained his freedom and posed a threat to Sakazuki and other marines who escorted him. This means that even if Kaido regains his freedom, he will not be able to avoid the black knife shooting from thousands of meters away. Just when the Shichibukai were secretly frightened because Kaido was nailed like a statue and hung on the castle or because Cake Island was frozen, Monka led a group of soldiers to jump off the warship and stand on the ice. What are you all standing there for? Go to the island. At the same time, because Cake Island was frozen, all the brothers and sisters were frozen into statues. Katakuri was distracted during the battle and was chopped away by Gion's sword. Katakuri, it's over. Before Katakuri, who was flying backwards, landed on the ground, Gion appeared like a shadow, and Kinpila fell on Katakuri's neck. Katakuri surprisingly did not dodge, but let the cold blade press against his neck, staring at the human-shaped ice sculptures in the port with his eyes wide open. There was no will to fight in his eyes, and he was quickly covered by despair. As early as when Xia Yu slashed Charlotte Linlin with a sword from a distance, he knew that the glory of the Big Mom Pirates was over, but he didn't expect it to end in this way. He doesn't care too much whether the Big Mom Pirates exist or not. The reason he feels desperate is that he is unable to save his brothers and sisters who were frozen in ice. Chapter 157 The Charlotte family is willing to bow to you. 157-183. Chapter 157 The Charlotte family is willing to bow to you. The frozen Big Mom Pirates flags that kept flying in the sky above the Cake Island port fell down one by one, and then shattered into countless ice cubes after landing. Then the Marine Seagull flag was raised, symbolizing the maintenance of world peace and order. The slowly rising seagull flag fluttered in the wind, rustling in the cold wind, exuding an awe-inspiring atmosphere, making every Marine soldier under the flag stand up straight with pride. As all the officers and soldiers of the Akainu army, Momoshiki army and Aokiji army poured into Cake Island, the Wangguo belonging to Big Mom fell into the hands of Marine. At the port, thousands of Marine soldiers stood in 2 neat rows, each of them staring fanatically at the young commander who walked onto the dock accompanied by 2 admirals. Xia Yu did not stop after stepping onto the dock, but walked straight to a human-shaped ice sculpture lying on the ground on the shore. On both sides of the human-shaped ice sculpture, the 2 vice admirals, Flying Squirrel and Stallo Berry, stood on the left and right, one holding the hilt of the knife at his waist, while the other stared at the human-shaped ice sculpture with a sharp gaze as if facing a great enemy. It's not that they are making a fuss out of nothing. Instead, this human-shaped ice sculpture is for Emperor Charlotte Linlin. Even though Charlotte Linlin had already been reduced to an ice sculpture, they did not dare to be careless. Crack, crack, suddenly, just as Xia Yu was about to walk to the human-shaped ice sculpture, dense cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of the ice sculpture. Next second, there was a loud bang, and the ice sculpture exploded. The frozen Charlotte Linlin suddenly turned over and stood up. The violent conqueror's haki rushed out, instantly knocking the Flying Squirrel and Stallo Berry standing on her left and right sides away. Charlotte Linlin, who shattered the ice sculptures, sent the Flying Squirrel and Stallo Berry flying away, did not hesitate at all. She clenched the Napoleon in her hand and chopped it down with blazing flames. Boom! The raging flames spread in all directions, and wherever they reached, the frozen ground quickly melted. In the blink of an eye, the Charlotte family members who had been turned into ice sculptures regained their freedom after the ice sculptures on their bodies melted. The first one to regain his freedom was Smoothie, who held up a huge sword. Before she could react to what was happening, a figure flashed over and the sharp blade stopped at her neck. Soon after, Cracker, Perospero, Garrett and others fell to the ground unexpectedly because the ice sculpture suddenly melted. Before the Charlotte members could recover and make the next response, the Marine officers and soldiers who had been waiting on the side rushed forward and controlled them. Marine, give me your life. Charlotte Linlin obviously did not want to save her children. She was in a state of madness and rushed out regardless of everything. An even more powerful conqueror's haki burst out from her body and detonated the surrounding void. Lightning bolts fell from the sky and intertwined with the conqueror's haki that bloomed and rushed straight into the sky, forming a huge energy field that instantly enveloped Xia Yu, Sakazuki and Kuzan. Dark Hound, Ice Gloves. Almost at the same time, Sakazuki and Kuzan made a historic alliance, attacking Charlotte Linlin from the left and right. Boom boom. Accompanied by a deafening explosion that resounded across the sky above Cake Island, red flames, icy aura, and the black and red conqueror's haki intertwined and soared into the sky, causing thunder to suddenly sound in the sky. Immediately afterwards, a circle of destructive shock waves surged out with the 3 people as the axis. Bang, bang, bang. As the air wave impacted, several human-shaped ice sculptures exploded and turned into fragments that rolled to the ground. Not good. Smoothie, who had just recovered from being controlled, saw several human-shaped ice sculptures exploded after the shock wave swept over. She was so anxious that she didn't have time to think too much and shouted to Charlotte Linlin who was fighting and fell into madness. Mom! Bang, Bang, bang. Before Smoothie could finish his words, dozens of human-shaped ice sculptures lying on the ground exploded one after another. After seeing that many ice sculptures of Charlotte's family members exploded and turned into powder, Smoothie's eyes instantly became bloodshot. He wanted to break free, but he didn't dare to act rashly because the shark chopping knife was pressed against his neck. No, don't. Similarly, Garrett, who had recovered from the sudden attack of the flames, also shouted helplessly after seeing many members of Charlotte's family turned into pieces. Mom, stop hitting me, or my brothers and sisters will all die. Charlotte Linlin was totally in a frenzy and could not hear Garrett's shouting. She resisted the joint attack of Sakazuki and Kuzan alone. She held Napoleon tightly in one hand to block the Dark Hound and blocked the Ice Glove with the other hand. She frantically urged Conqueror's Haki to move forward one step. However, standing in her way now are two admirals from the naval headquarters. Even if she fell into a state of madness, she could not withstand the combined attack of the two admirals. Buzz buzz buzz. As the three terrifying energies collided wildly, low-frequency vibrations continued to be heard in the surrounding air. Waves of energy surged out with the three people as the axis, sweeping wildly in all directions. As Garrett shouted, thousands of human-shaped ice sculptures in the port were turned into dust by the mighty shock wave. Looking at the ice sculptures that were constantly exploding under the shock wave, Garrett ignored the two marine officers who were controlling her. She struggled to turn her head and looked at Xia Yu and shouted, "Marshal Xia Yu, please, save my family." Bang! A sudden explosion sounded, causing the desperate Garrett to almost spit out blood. Because the one who just exploded was her brother Opera, the fifth son of the Charlotte family. Brother Opera. Seeing Charlotte Opera turned into powder, Garrett's eyes went dark and she almost fainted on the spot. Before she could recover from the pain of losing her family, another series of explosions rang out. Yu Sha. At this moment, Smoothie, who was held on the neck by Bastiu with a shark-chopping knife, could no longer think about it. He knelt down facing Xia Yu with the sharp shark-chopping knife on his neck and said in a trembling voice, "I know where the historical text stele is." Without waiting for Xia Yu to react, the other recovered members of the Charlotte family ignored the officers and soldiers who controlled them, and struggled to kneel or crawl on the ground facing Xia Yu. After seeing his brothers and sisters being crushed into dust by the shockwave, Katakuri, who was controlled by Gion, knelt on the ice with a plop. "Stop this war, Marshal Xia Yu. The Charlotte family is willing to bow down to you." Bang, bang, bang. When Katakuri knelt down, dense explosions suddenly became continuous, resounding throughout the port like a string of cannonballs. Looking at the rising dust, Katakuri suddenly leaned down, slammed his head heavily on the ice, and shouted again, "Master Xia Yu." Boom! A loud explosion echoed through the sky as Katakuri finished speaking. Then, Charlotte Linlin, who was confronting the two admirals, flew backwards and crashed into the huge cake castle that was frozen into a sculpture. Just as Sakazuki and Kuzan were about to chase after him, Xia Yu, who had been watching coldly, suddenly drew his sword from its sheath. The supreme sword, Justice, wrapped with Conqueror's Haki, burst into a golden blade light and flew across the sky at an astonishing speed. Puff! The supreme sword that pierced through Charlotte Linlin's body continued to move forward with its momentum, carrying Charlotte Linlin and crashing into the cake castle, pinning her next to Kaido. Chapter 158. Those who have made contributions will be rewarded, and those who have committed crimes will be punished. 158 183rds. Chapter 158. Those who have made contributions will be rewarded, and those who have committed crimes will be punished. As Charlotte Linlin was nailed to the castle, the spreading shock wave came to an abrupt halt. But even so, all the members of the Big Mom Pirates affiliated forces who were frozen into sculptures at the port were almost completely destroyed, and more than two-thirds of the Charlotte family members also left the world forever as the ice sculptures turned into powder. Katakuri, kneeling on his knees on the ice, looked up at the figure nailed to the castle by Xia Yu, and then swept his gaze to the family members on the shore who had not been affected and were still standing in the form of ice sculptures. Although he didn't know how many of his brothers and sisters disappeared after the ice sculpture turned into dust, he couldn't help but clench his fists after seeing that many of his family members were missing. He tried to control his anger, and slowly bowed his head towards Xia Yu, saying devoutly, "Thank you, Master Xia Yu." At the port, Xia Yu, who had ended the fight with one sword, turned around and said calmly, "Kuzan." Clear. Kuzan nodded slightly, then waved his hand. As a circle of cold air swept across the port, the ice sculptures on the bodies of all the surviving members of the Charlotte family and their affiliated forces melted away in an instant. However, although they regained their freedom from the freezing, they were immediately controlled by the marine soldiers who rushed over. Special handcuffs and shackles were put on their hands and feet, and then they were escorted by the marine soldiers to kneel in a row in front of Xia Yu. Katakuri was no exception. After following Gion to the port, even though he was not handcuffed or shackled by Gion, he walked up to his brothers and sisters and knelt down on one knee facing Xia Yu. With this, the war that was not really a war came to an end. Even though the large Charlotte family lost two-thirds of its members in the previous shock wave, there were still more than 20 people. However, at this moment, no matter whether they were the generals led by Katakuri or the core of the family led by Perospero, there was no will to fight in their eyes. All they had was the grief of watching their family members turn into powder or break into ice in front of them. After handing the scabbard to Gion who came to his side for safekeeping, Xia Yu slowly walked to Katakuri and said lightly, "Katakuri, there is only one reason for all this, and that is that you are thieves. However, I am not a bloodthirsty and murderous person. Since you have chosen to bow down to me, I will naturally give you a chance. From now on, the name of the Big Mom Pirates no longer exists. The only thing that exists is the country of Wangwo and the civilians who live in it. Next, I will establish a marine base in Wangwo, and Wangwo will be directly managed by the naval headquarters. As for the remaining 20 or so people in your family, as long as they have not committed the crime of killing innocent people, they can live. Hearing this, Katakuri raised his head suddenly, and his eyes swept over his younger brothers and sisters who were kneeling in a row beside him. When he saw the horrified looks on the eyes of several of his brothers, he did not hesitate at all and said decisively, Master Xia Yu, I am willing to bear all the sins for my brothers and sisters who have made mistakes. Before he finished speaking, Katakuri knelt on both knees, facing Xia Yu and bowed his head heavily. I hope that Master Xia Yu can give them a chance to correct their mistakes. Before Xia Yu could speak, the Charlotte family members who were kneeling in a row immediately shouted in sorrow, No, Katakuri brother. Hearing the sudden shout, Katakuri's body trembled slightly. Following the sound, I saw a middle-aged woman in the crowd who looked like an old witch, with a big, red, hooked nose and a hideous scar on her face. She was kneeling on the ground and moving forward excitedly, as if she was afraid that she would not see Katakuri in the next second, and tears were streaming down her face. Charlotte Bray is the 8th daughter of Charlotte Linlin. She has the ability of the Paramesha Mirror Fruit and is the 3rd most beloved sister in Charlotte's family. Woo. I don't want Katakuri ni to die. Katakuri ni. Before Katakuri could react, Charlotte Flamp and another girl younger than her, Charlotte Vias, also started crying. Looking at his 3 sisters who suddenly burst into tears, Katakuri's eyes flashed with tenderness. He then grabbed the trident beside him and stabbed himself hard in the chest. Katakuri ni. No. This time, not only Bray and Flamp shouted out in grief, but Smoothie, Cracker, Garrett and others also panicked and desperately wanted to rush forward to stop it. At the critical moment, a big hand grabbed the trident that was stabbing down quickly with lightning speed. Xia Yu, holding the trident, looked down at Katakuri and said calmly, Even if you take the blame, I will still punish those who have committed serious crimes. In my place, meritorious deeds must be rewarded, and crimes must be punished. There is no such thing as one person replacing another. Your Excellency the Marshal. At this moment, a marine officer ran up to Xia Yu with a thick stack of information. After raising his hand and saluting, he went straight to the point and said, According to the files of Charlotte family members registered in this department, most of the Charlotte family members who committed capital crimes died in the previous shock wave. There are only 3 people present. Xia Yu nodded and waved his hand, execute. Yes, the officer did not hesitate at all. He turned around and walked quickly to the Charlotte family members who were kneeling in a row. He raised his hand and pointed at 3 of them. Take these 3 people out and execute them immediately. As the officer finished his words, the 3 Charlotte family members who were named were immediately dragged out. Then, 9 consecutive gunshots rang out over the port, like the death knell of a Shinigami, echoing in the hearts of the Charlotte family members present. Just at this moment, Grandma, Charlotte Linlin, whose body was pierced by a long knife and nailed to the castle, finally woke up. After letting out a weak laugh, Charlotte Linlin grabbed the handle of the knife and tried to pull it out of her body. However, the moment she grasped the hilt, a powerful conqueror's haki burst out from the hilt, causing her pupils to dilate, and her hands grasping the hilt fell down weakly. Sea stone. Unexpectedly, the hilt not only contained conqueror's haki, but was also inlaid with sea stone. A hint of despair flashed in Charlotte Linlin's eyes. But immediately, her pupils suddenly contracted, and her eyes swept to the handle of the black knife that pierced her left shoulder and hung her on the castle. This is, looking at the familiar hilt of the knife, Charlotte Linlin's eyes suddenly showed a look of shock. Ace. Roger's sword. As one of the 4 emperors, she is extremely familiar with this sword because she had seen Roger carrying this sword and fighting his way into the Valley of the Gods together with Garp during the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. After the demise of Rock's Pirates, she, as a member of Rock's Pirates, and Kaido, Whitebeard, Golden Lion and others each formed their own pirates group. For a long time afterwards, Roger wore this unparalleled big sword and was invincible in the Grand Line, defeating countless strong men and finally becoming the king of pirates. But after Roger went to the guillotine, this supreme sword, which had accompanied Roger in battles for many years and was named Ace by Roger, disappeared, as if it had evaporated from the face of the earth. After a brief moment of shock, Charlotte Linlin suddenly turned her head and looked at Xia Yu and his party at the port, and yelled in exasperation. Xia Yu, who the hell are you? Why do you use Roger's divine repellent and have his sword Ace? Chapter 159 Devil Fruit Collection Container. The Double Emperor ends. 159 183rds. Chapter 159 Devil Fruit Collection Container. The Double Emperor ends. Charlotte Linlin's sudden voice instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Not only was everyone's attention attracted to her, but Kaido, who was the first to be pierced by the black knife, also slowly opened his eyes as the ice sculpture melted. Linlin. As soon as he opened his eyes, Kaido saw the fat figure hanging beside him. After making sure that he was not seeing things, Kaido turned his head with difficulty and shouted, Old woman, are you still alive? Roger's knife. Charlotte Linlin met Kaido's gaze with wide eyes and said angrily, I'm pinned down by Roger's knife. Hearing this, Kaido immediately shifted his gaze to look at the handle of the black knife that pierced Charlotte Linlin's left shoulder. When he saw the familiar hilt, his eyes widened like Charlotte Linlin's. Ace. How is that possible? Didn't Roger's saber disappear a long time ago? At this moment, Xia Yu, who had come to the bottom of the castle, raised his head slightly. Before he could speak, the Shichibukai members led by Mihawk came over with a group of marine soldiers. Mihawk, who was walking in front, took the lead and came to Xia Yu. He said excitedly, "Marshal Xia Yu, give me back the black knife at night." Hearing this, Xia Yu turned his head to look at Mihawk, his mouth twitched slightly, and he sneered mercilessly, "Look at the way you look now, how can you be the world's #1 swordsman?" As he spoke, Xia Yu suddenly raised his hand and grabbed through the air. With a whoosh sound, black knife Yi flew out from Kaido's body with a trace of blood mist and was grabbed by Xia Yu. Seeing this, Mihawk quickly stepped forward, snatched the black knife and put it on his back immediately, as if he was afraid that Xia Yu would suddenly take it away again out of habit. As the black knife that pinned Kaido was retrieved by Xia Yu through the air, Kaido also fell down and hit the ground with a thud. The Marines who had been on high alert rushed forward and put the shackles on Kaido again. Xia Yu did not stop there, and once again took back the supreme sword that was pinning Charlotte Linlin in the air and grabbed it in his hand. Like Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, who had just fallen to the ground, was immediately controlled by the Marine soldiers who swarmed over. "You asked me why I was avoided by Roger." Xia Yu, who had grasped the handle of the Wushwang Great Blade, raised the blade slightly and looked at it, then threw it into the scabbard in Gion's hand. He smiled at Charlotte Linlin and asked, "Can Roger's divine avoidance kill you instantly?" Hearing this, even though she was handcuffed and shackled by Seastone, Charlotte Linlin roared with her natural strength, "How is this possible? I am Big Mom, no matter how powerful Roger is, he can't kill me instantly. So why do you think I'm using Roger's divine evasion?" Xia Yu took a step forward and stared at Charlotte Linlin. "Just now I chopped you off with one blow. The so-called natural destroyers, the New World 4 Emperors, are nothing more than that." At this point, Xia Yu slightly turned his head to look at Gion, who was holding the sheathed supreme sword, Justice, in his arms. "As for that sword, it once belonged to Roger. However, it has now been subdued by me. This sword is now called Justice." Ding dong. As soon as Xia Yu finished speaking, the long-lost system prompt sound suddenly rang. It has been detected that the host has successfully arrested 4 Emperors Charlotte Linlin and 4 Emperors Kaido. You now have 2 choices. First, imprison them both in the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison, Eternal Hell, and reward them with a zone devil fruit. Second, execute them both and you will be rewarded with a devil fruit container. Hearing the choice given by the system, Xia Yu's eyes lit up, and he asked secretly in his heart, "Explain, what functions does the devil fruit container have?" Devil fruit collection container. As the name suggests, once a demon fruit power dies, the demon fruit it possesses will no longer be able to regenerate elsewhere and will be automatically collected by the collection container immediately. After hearing the explanation given by the system, Xia Yu's mouth curled up inadvertently. This is really like having a pillow when you feel sleepy. What he lacks now is not the ability of the mythical beast devil fruit, but a tool to help him eradicate evil. In his opinion, the world government does have an unshakable responsibility for the breakdown of order in the Grand Line and even the 4 Seas, and they may even have fanned the flames, but that's not all. Another crucial reason is the existence of devil fruit. As long as devil fruit exists, there will be people who use it to gain powerful abilities in a short period of time, which will lead to their ambitions expanding and causing harm to others. He wants to eliminate the evil in this sea, but eliminating the pirates is only a temporary solution, because when a pirate with the devil fruit ability is killed, the devil fruit belonging to this pirate will be randomly reborn in a certain sea area, thus becoming a potential threat. It is also because of this that in the past, the Marine Rear Admiral would execute almost all the extremely evil demon fruit powers by imprisoning them in deep-sea prisons, in order to prevent their devil fruits from randomly appearing in other seas and falling into the hands of evil people after they were executed. However, with the devil fruit container, these problems will no longer be a problem. At this moment, Moria came to Xia Yu with his round body, and looked at Kaido who was tied up with red eyes. "Marshal Xia Yu, you said you would hand this man over to your subordinates for execution, right?" "Certainly." Xia Yu nodded simply and said to Monka who was standing behind him, "Monka, give Moria a gun." "The one with seastone bullets?" "Yes." Monka pulled out a special pistol from his waist and threw it to Moria, saying with envy, "Moria, the Marshal has given you such an honor. If you dare to betray the Marshal in the future, I will kill you with my own hands." "Thank you, Marshal." Moria bowed and took the gun with both hands, thanked him devoutly, then straightened his back and turned to look at Kaido. He was extremely jealous when meeting his enemy, but he did not pull the trigger immediately. Instead, he looked down at Kaido who was pulled to his knees by the Marine soldiers. He stammered for a long time but did not utter a word. It's not that he was indecisive, but seeing Kaido reminded him of the time when he led his subordinates into Wano-kuni to challenge Kaido, and his subordinates were unilaterally slaughtered by Kaido. Moria, looking at the figure pointing a gun at his head, Kaido slowly raised his head and grinned with a bloodthirsty smile. "So it's you, I didn't expect you're still alive and have joined the Marines. Shoot me, even if you kill me, you will always be defeated by me." Worororo. Hearing this, Moria took a step forward with red eyes and put the muzzle of the gun directly between Kaido's eyebrows. "Lord Moria, what are you hesitating about?" Seeing that Moria was hesitating, Perona, holding a red umbrella, quickly floated over and angrily said, "Shoot him. Kill him. Revenge for your former subordinates. Can this be called revenge?" Kaido laughed his signature laugh, his eyes full of disdain. "Depending on others and using them to achieve your revenge. This is what a loser in life is like, Moria, Worororo." Shut up. Moria put his finger on the trigger, eyes bloodshot as he said, as long as I kill you, it will be revenge for me. After saying that, Moria no longer hesitated and pulled the trigger frantically. Blow, blow, blow. A crisp gunshot was heard suddenly. After emptying the magazine in one breath, Moria lowered his arms as if relieved, with tears flickering in his eyes. Chapter 160 Soldier Moria, Fight for Justice. 160-183. Chapter 160 Soldier Moria, Fight for Justice. Surprisingly, Kaido's head wasn't blown up by the bullet. He remained kneeling on the ground, staring at Moria in a daze. Under Kaido's puzzled gaze, Moria seemed to have let go of something. He took a deep breath, turned around and faced Xia Yu, knelt on his knees, and shouted in a trembling voice, Marshal, my great revenge has been avenged. As long as the Marshal doesn't mind, Moria is willing to put on the Marine uniform and become a soldier, fighting for you and for justice. Xia Yu was not surprised that Moria did not shoot Kaido. As Kaido said, even if Moria shot him to death, it would not be true revenge. For Moria, it was almost impossible to kill Kaido with his own strength. Moria did not kill Kaido but emptied the magazine, which was nothing more than letting himself go and giving an explanation to the subordinates who had followed him into Wano Kuni and were killed by Kaido. Of course, it is also a kind of attitude. The moment he emptied the magazine, it meant that Moria said goodbye to the pirates Moria of the past, and now he is the Marine soldier Moria. Looking at the figure kneeling in front of him, Xia Yu raised his hand and gently patted Moria's shoulder, saying sternly, Soldier Moria. Stand up. Yes. Moria quickly stood up and straightened his body. Return to the team. Loyalty. Moria raised his hand and saluted, then turned and ran to the queue of soldiers next to him, holding his head high and looking forward. After watching Moria return to the team, Xia Yu shouted again, Monka. Have. Monka responded by taking a step forward. You will be responsible for the execution of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Yes. Monka took a thick stack of information from an officer nearby, walked up to Kaido, and read out loud the crimes Kaido had committed. However, because there was too much archival material about Kaido, Monka completely lost his patience halfway through reading it, and immediately took out another pistol equipped with seastone bullets and pulled the trigger at Kaido. Then, Monka threw the record of Charlotte Linlin's crimes over the years at Charlotte Linlin's head. He didn't even bother to read it. He pulled the trigger skillfully, just like he executed Kaido, 2 shots in the heart and 1 in the head. As Charlotte Linlin fell, the system prompt immediately appeared in Xia Yu's mind. The next second, a square transparent jade box suddenly appeared in Xia Yu's hand. Because everyone present focused their attention on Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, even Gion, who was closest to Xia Yu, did not notice that there was an extra box in his hand. As soon as the box appeared, 2 energy waves suddenly floated out from Kaido and Charlotte Linlin's bodies and were instantly contained by the box. Then, 2 devil fruits with fantastic patterns and shapes on their surfaces appeared in the box. Even so, no one noticed Xia Yu, whether it was Sakazuki, Kuzan, Gion, or the Shichibukai standing side by side with Mihawk. They all looked silently at Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, who fell to the ground after being executed by Monka. The 2 top warriors who had dominated the Grand Line for decades and who had become kings of their own regions after dominating the New World ended their sinful and glorious lives in this way. Regardless of their positions, everyone present could not help but sigh. Especially Crocodile and Doflamingo, after seeing Monka pull the trigger cleanly and quickly, shooting Kaido and Charlotte Linlin twice in the heart and once in the head. Although the 2 did not react much, they couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. Even the 2 sea emperors who reigned over New World could be killed at will. If Xia Yu had not given them a chance, it would have been easier for Xia Yu to crush them to death than to crush an ant. To be precise, in the eyes of these young commanders, whether they are the 4 emperors, the Shichibukai, or those other messy pirates, no matter how strong they are, in Xia Yu's eyes they are just thieves, nothing more. Charlotte's family members did not dare to make a sound at this moment. They all looked at Charlotte Linlin, who collapsed on the ground with red eyes or biting their lower lips. Finally, the younger Charlotte Flamp and Charlotte Vias could not accept the grief of losing their mother and couldn't help sobbing. While the Marine soldiers around her were not paying attention, Flamp stood up, rushed out quickly, threw herself on Charlotte Linlin, and cried loudly while shouting, Mom. Seeing this, Garrett reacted the fastest. She immediately rushed over and hugged Flamp. At the same time, she looked up at Xia Yu and pleaded, Master Xia Yu, Sister Flamp. Without waiting for Garrett to finish her words, Xia Yu gently waved her hand and said calmly, You are allowed to bury him. I give you 2 hours. After 2 hours, all members of the Charlotte family will come to the castle hall to see me. After saying that, Xia Yu handed the box of devil fruit in his hand to Gion beside him and walked straight towards the castle gate. Gion, who was used to helping Xia Yu get things, didn't pay attention at first. After taking the box, she habitually held it in her arms and prepared to follow Xia Yu. But the moment she took a step forward, her pupils suddenly shrank, and then she stopped and looked down at the box in her arms. Seeing 2 devil fruits in the box, Gion first opened her beautiful eyes wide in surprise, then turned her head to look at Charlotte Linlin and Kaido. Although she had never seen the devil fruit encyclopedia, her intuition told her that these 2 devil fruits were most likely the zone fish fruit that Kaido had and the Paramesha soul fruit that Charlotte Linlin had. After a brief moment of shock, Gion suppressed his excitement and quickly followed Xia Yu, asking impatiently, Marshal, what's in this box? As if Xia Yu knew what Gion was thinking, she did not hide it and said directly, the box contains the devil fruit that Kaido and Charlotte Linlin once owned. After the two die, this box will immediately contain the devil fruit they own to prevent the devil fruit from being reborn elsewhere. So magical. Even the well-informed Gion couldn't help but sigh. How did the marshal find this box? Xia Yu smiled slightly. Keep it secret for now. You just need to know that once a demon fruit power dies, the demon fruit in their body will be immediately transferred to this box. As for how many demon fruits this box can hold, I don't know, so let time tell. As soon as Xia Yu finished speaking, an attractive breath suddenly burst out from the box. Unable to resist the temptation of this attraction, Gion quickly looked down. When she saw this, she seemed to have seen some miracle, and her beautiful eyes widened again. In the transparent jade box, a devil fruit suddenly appeared out of thin air, along with an attractive aura. What's even more amazing is that even with an extra devil fruit in the box, which doesn't look very big, doesn't feel crowded at all. Of course, that doesn't matter. The important thing is that there is an extra devil fruit in the box, which means that a demon fruit power has been killed in the ocean. Chapter 161 Buddha's Golden Body, Sengoku also stood up. 161 183rds. Chapter 161 Buddha's Golden Body, Sengoku also stood up. Although no soldiers were killed or injured on Cake Island, the Akainu and Momoshiki armies lost many soldiers and officers in the battle with the Beast's pirates. As Cake Island was occupied by the Marine, Xia Yu announced that a new Marine base would be established in Wonguo. Sakazuki and Gion no longer had to bring the sacrificed officers and soldiers back to the headquarters. After obtaining Xia Yu's permission, they immediately arranged for their subordinates to bring the sacrificed officers and soldiers off the warship, and immediately began to build a hero cemetery on Cake Island. Under the personal command of the two admirals, thousands of soldiers began to work intensively. In just over an hour, a cemetery was formed. It was obviously a bit hasty, but as the construction of the marine base began, the cemetery will continue to be improved. The Akainu army and the Momoshiki army, which had been tempered by blood and fire, now gathered on both sides of the cemetery. Xia Yu also arrived at the gate of the cemetery accompanied by three admirals, Gion, Sakazuki and Kuzan. After taking a look at the officers and soldiers who died in the cemetery, Xia Yu silently raised his hand and saluted. Seeing this, all the soldiers present and the three admirals following Xia Yu also raised their right hands. The soldiers in the cemetery simultaneously lifted the fallen soldiers and carefully placed them in temporary graves. Fire a gun. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by the crisp sound of gunfire, the officers and soldiers who followed Sakazuki to charge into New World and died heroically are buried here, turning into heroic souls to guard the marine base that will soon stand on Cake Island. Xia Yu did not give an exciting speech as he did before. He kept saluting and watched silently as the soldiers who were covered with mud gradually disappeared from his sight. He did not look away until the last sacrificed soldier was buried in the ground. Then he turned around and swept his eyes over the thousands of soldiers standing neatly on both sides of the cemetery gate. Standing on the right are the Akainu army and the Momoshiki army who survived the blood and fire. Before following Sakazuki and Gion into the New World, every officer and soldier of the Akainu and Momoshiki armies were elated because they had followed him in launching a successful mutiny, and they were eager to establish military merits every moment. But after the fierce battle with the Beast's pirates, although their eyes still burned with unprecedented fighting spirit, their temperament was completely different from when they were in the headquarters. Xia Yu believed that after going through this life and death test, both the Akainu army and the Momoshiki army would become unprecedentedly powerful. Even without the admiral in charge, they would be able to become living heroes with their rich combat experience. Holy place. Because Xia Yu went to New World in person and killed the two Sea Emperors Kaido and Charlotte Linlin in one fell swoop, the five elders sat in the room of power with their own thoughts. The person in the best mood was naturally Zephyr, the former admiral of headquarters. After receiving the information, he, who never liked snacks, snatched the senbei from Sengoku's arms and ate them quickly. After eating several pieces of senbei, Zephyr, who was a little choked, suddenly coughed violently, and saliva mixed with senbei flew everywhere, splashing on the faces of Sengoku and the science defense god of war Satan next to him. Zephyr, you, Satan, who was splashed with water, went crazy and glared at Zephyr with wide eyes. Can you change direction? And, don't you dislike senbei? Zephyr ignored Satan, and after a coughing fit, he suddenly burst into laughter. It feels so good. It feels so good. Ahahaha. Zephyr, in a good mood, picked up another senbei, turned his head to look at Sengoku, and said sarcastically, Sengoku, learn this is what a qualified marine marshal should do. Pirates should be suppressed with iron-blooded means. As long as they are pirates, it doesn't matter whether they are four emperors or something else, no one can be left unkilled. Yes, you are right. Sengoku snatched the senbei and asked with a smile, who was called the no-kill admiral back then. Hearing this, Zephyr almost couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. My good mood just after learning that Kaido and Charlotte Linlin were killed suddenly became bad. Because he did make a fatal mistake in the past, facing the vicious pirates, he always only captured but not killed them. But the result was that not only his wife and children died at the hands of the pirates, but also the young officers who followed him to the sea for internship were almost wiped out. Okay, let's not hurt each other. Sengoku accidentally touched Zephyr's sore spot by speaking hastily, and quickly changed the subject, saying seriously, although the battle between 4 Emperors Kaido and Charlotte Linlin has ended, the war is not over yet. At this point, Sengoku immediately turned his gaze to look at the scientific defense god Satan, the legal god Topman, and the financial god Azamburn. According to the intelligence we have, 2 emperors of the underworld are involved in this war. Not only did they send assassins to attack the G5 branch, they also helped the beast's pirates transport thousands of their subordinates. What do you three think about this? Before Sengoku finished speaking, the god of law and war Topman stood up abruptly and said murderously, "We must teach these underground kings of New World a lesson. They actually dared to join forces with the pirates to attack the marine fortress. How audacious! How dare you!" Sengoku picked up the teacup and shook it gently, narrowing his eyes and saying, "It is undeniable that the underground kings of New World have huge strength and financial resources, but even if they are given 100 guts, they dare not openly cooperate with the pirates to build the marine fortress. You know, the current marine is in its heyday under the leadership of Marshal Xia Yu. As the kings of the underground world, would they come out and commit crimes at this time? If that were true, how could they have gotten to where they are now and become the kings of the underground world?" Hearing the hidden meaning in Sengoku's words, Azamburn, who was standing next to him with a samurai sword in his arms, frowned instantly and said in a deep voice, "Sengoku, what do you mean?" Sengoku took out a piece of senbei and put it in his mouth, and said slowly, "Whether it is Pyrecrow who sent out the assassins or Yumit who helped the beast's pirates transport their subordinates, the reason why they dared to jump out and fight against the marine at this time is because someone gave them the courage. Or rather, someone is backing them up." Crack, there was a crisp sound, and Sengoku crushed the senbei in his mouth. Then he said in a shocking tone, "The one who can support the emperors of the underworld is in the Holy Land." Sengoku, presumptuous. Almost at the same time, Topman and Azamburn shouted at the same time. Azamburn took a step forward, and then pressed his palm on the handle of the samurai sword. He stared at Sengoku with a burning gaze and asked murderously, "Are you doubting us?" "No, no, no." Sengoku waved his hand and said with a smile, "I'm not doubting you, but it must be one of you." Before he finished speaking, a domineering and powerful energy wave suddenly burst out from Sengoku's body. The next second, his unique ability of the Zone Human fruit was suddenly released. Accompanied by a domineering and powerful energy wave, the gentle Sengoku a second ago transformed into a huge golden statue of Buddha emitting dazzling golden light. Before Zephyr, Satan and Topman could react, Sengoku, who had entered the form of a giant Buddha, looked stern. With the help of his huge golden body, he looked down at Azamburn. His voice like a huge bell resounded throughout the room of power. "Azamburn, do you need me to slap the evidence in your face?" Chapter 162 Buddha Sengoku, invite the 5 elders to die. 162 183rds. Chapter 162 Buddha Sengoku, invite the 5 elders to die. Sengoku, you are so insolent. Feeling the pressure brought by the huge golden body of Buddha, Azambalon decisively pressed the hilt of the knife. A terrifying aura burst out and formed a black flame cloud around him, which collided violently with the sudden golden shock wave. As the two collided, wave after wave of energy surged out, overturning all the furnishings, tables and chairs in the power room with ease. Unexpectedly, Sengoku overturned the table without saying a word. Zephyr quickly picked up the senbei and ran to the side. Satan and Topman also quickly rushed to the door of the room of power. Sengoku, Azamburn. Arriving outside the door of the power room, the god of law and war Topman was furious, staring with eyes wide open and yelling in frustration, "Can you guys calm down? If you can't calm down, go out and fight, this is the power room." Azamburn, calm down first. Sardan, who was standing side by side with Topman, also stepped out to smooth things over. And Sengoku, if you have any evidence, just show it. It's not decent to fight over a disagreement. After all, this is the power center of the world government. Sengoku transformed into a giant Buddha and raised his fist high with a golden glow. "Of course I have evidence." Before Sengoku finished speaking, he raised his golden fist above his head, accompanied by a terrifying air wave, and smashed it down towards Azamburn. Buddha fist. Boom boom. The moment the fist fell, a deafening air wave vibrated out, causing the entire world government building to shake violently. Facing the huge fist that was falling down with the vibration of air waves, Azamburn did not dodge, but suddenly exerted force with the big hand holding the hilt of the knife. The next second, the black knife wrapped in black flames emitted a terrifying aura that made people shudder and slashed towards the huge fist in the air. Boom. When the two collided, the golden air wave impact and the black flame cloud blooming from the black knife expanded out almost at the same time, instantly covering the entire room of power. The golden air wave and the black flame cloud formed two huge semicircles and collided with each other, dividing the huge room of power into two clearly divided parts. At the same time, holy place, among flowers. In the garden full of birdsong and flowers, I am, wearing a robe and a mask, stood leisurely among the flowers, as if he had completely blended into the world, and butterflies danced around him from time to time. A female guard in armor knelt on one knee facing I am and reported the information sent back by New World to I am. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin were both killed by Xia Yu. Without waiting for the female guard to finish reporting the situation, after hearing that guy Charlotte Linlin was dead, Yimu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly moved his eyes slightly, and looked at the kneeling female guard with a little surprise. "No trial?" "Yes, Lord Yim." The female guard remained kneeling and bowing her head. Marshal Xia Yu did not discriminate. He ordered a colonel to execute Charlotte Linlin and Kaido by shooting, just like he did with the 3 members of the Charlotte family who had committed death penalty. Afterwards, Marshal Xia Yu announced the establishment of a marine base on Cake Island, and the nations will be directly managed by the marine. At this point, the female guard mustered up the courage to look up at Yim and said cautiously, "Lord Yim, Marshal Xia Yu brought Wangguo under the management of the marine instead of letting it join the world government. Isn't this a bit too much? What do you want to say?" Yimu looked at the female guard and said calmly, "Are you worried that he will take over Wangguo for himself?" Not just Wangguo, the female guard did not dare to look Yim in the eye, lowered her head and continued, "He can build a marine base in Wangguo, which means he may also build a marine base in Wano-kuni. If this continues, New World may become his possession in the future. At that time, he can completely establish a New World government in New World and completely break away from the Holy Land. Lord Yim, although this is just my speculation, the Holy Land must be on guard. I didn't expect that a little female guard would have such knowledge." A hint of surprise flashed in Yim's eyes, and then he slowly walked forward to the female guard and said, "If I remember correctly, you entered the flower house after Junzi joined the Knights of God, and it was Marcus Moshe who arranged for you to come to the flower house." Boom boom. Before the female guard could react, a loud noise was heard from afar, echoing over the Holy Land for a long time. Yim turned his head to look in the direction where the loud noise came from, and saw that the power room on the top of the World Government Headquarters building was suddenly filled with flames. Yim's eyes turned cold in an instant, and he shouted in a low voice, "Someone come." "Ma'am." As soon as Yim finished speaking, a male guard who was responsible for guarding the flowers and preventing outsiders from approaching flashed out and knelt on one knee in front of Yim, stuttering, It's the room of power. 2-5 elders are fighting for some reason." 2-5 elders. I was stunned. Lord Sengoku, the god of environment, and Lord Azamburn, the god of finance. As soon as the male guard finished speaking, another figure flashed in the dark and knelt in front of reporting to Lord Lord Sengoku, the god of power, was fighting with Lord Azamburn, the god of finance, because he suspected him. Hearing this, Yim was relieved and waved his hand gently, saying, "The power room has been quiet for so many years, it's time to make some noise. Let them fight, don't pay any attention to them." "Yes." The 2 male guards bowed and retreated. Yim glanced at the female guard who was still kneeling on one knee, and his calm tone was filled with a suffocating sense of oppression. "Go back and tell Marcus Moshe to deal with the trouble he caused himself. If he can't handle it well, I will get rid of him." As soon as these words came out, the female guard's heart trembled violently, and her face turned as pale as paper in an instant. After the female guard retreated tremblingly, Yim raised his head slightly and looked in the direction of New World, with a barely perceptible expectation flashing in his dark red eyes. Boom boom. Another explosion suddenly sounded, drawing Im's attention back. Following the sound, I looked. From the direction of the World Government Headquarters building, a figure shot out from the Room of Power and fell rapidly towards Pangu Square. Immediately afterwards, brilliant Buddha light burst out from the Room of Power. The next second, Sengoku, emitting dazzling golden light, jumped down from the Room of Power. Azamburn, die. Sengoku leapt down from the power room, stirring up an air wave, and his golden Buddha's palm carried a terrifying shock wave directly towards the figure who had just fallen into the square. Buddha's shock. Boom. With a loud bang that shook the earth, the rising flames covered the entire Pangu Square. The mighty Buddha's shock wave overturned the fountains, stone pillars and celestial dragons that were strolling and playing in the square. It's quite lively. Looking at the flames rising from the direction of Pangu Square from afar, a smile flashed in Im's dark red eyes for the first time. Realizing that his reaction was a little strange, rolled his eyes and returned to his usual indifference in a second. Chapter 163 Moria. If a child is not taught well, it is the father's fault. 163-183. Chapter 163 Moria. If a child is not taught well, it is the father's fault. At the same time, Cake Island. In the castle hall, Xia Yu sat at the top, looking calmly at the Charlotte family members who entered one after another. On his right, Gion, who was covering the box with his admiral cloak, was also looking forward with a calm expression. Although she accidentally awakened the Conqueror's Haki during the battle with the Beast's pirates, she had not changed much as she stood beside the young marshal, like a sword maid, with her own kinpaila on her waist, as well as the supreme great sword that Xia Yu gave her for safekeeping. Standing on Xia Yu's left were Admirals Sakazuki and Kuzan. Watching the Charlotte family members slowly walking into the hall, the 2 senior admirals didn't seem to have much of a change in expression, but the corners of their mouths curved up unconsciously. As admirals of the headquarters, they have fought against the 4 emperors many times over the years, but each battle ended in vain due to various factors, which made them very unhappy and felt like there was something stuck in their throat. Now that they had killed 2 New World Sea emperors in one fell swoop, they all felt relieved as if their constipation, which had lasted for many years, had been cured. Mihawk, Hancock, Jinbei, Doflamingo and Crocodile stood side by side on the right side of the hall. Moria had made the final choice to become a marine soldier. At this time, he did not stand with Mihawk and others, but stood opposite Monka, like 2 door gods standing on the left and right of the castle gate. Perona did not enter the hall either. Instead, she floated beside Moria with a red umbrella. From time to time, she poked her little head into the door and looked at the hall curiously with her big eyes. Perona found the atmosphere in the hall a bit depressing, and suddenly felt bored. He puffed his cheeks and looked away, saying in boredom, "Lord Moria, what are you thinking? You don't want to be a Shichibukai, but come to be a marine soldier. If you become a soldier, then I am not even a soldier, right? He, you are considered a marine's family member." Moria, who accepted his current identity as a marine, laughed his signature laugh, then leaned close to Perona's ear and whispered, "I have a mission for you." "What?" Perona's eyes lit up. Moria glanced at Monka on the other side, and seeing that he didn't respond, he continued in a low voice, "Let's go see where the dead guys from the Big Mom pirates are buried. When the Marshal leaves Cake Island, we'll steal the bodies." "Where are the bodies?" Perona pouted and said unhappily, "I heard from some marines that there were tens of thousands of people gathered on Cake Island, but they were all frozen into ice sculptures and turned into dust due to the shock wave of the battle." "What a pity." Moria hung her head. "That's tens of thousands of people. Suddenly, Moria's eyes lit up again. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin's bodies are still there. Perona's eyes lit up as well. Afterwards, Perona and Moria, a duo that looked more like father and daughter than father and daughter, looked at each other and laughed. Hehehe. Hearing the creepy laughter of the father and daughter, Monka, who was standing opposite, shuddered for no reason, then widened his eyes and roared, Hey, what are you laughing at? Especially you, Private Moria, I order you to shut up immediately. Yes, Colonel. Moria quickly straightened his body and raised his hand and shouted loudly, Loyalty. HMPH. Seeing Moria being scolded by a mere colonel, Perona snorted in dissatisfaction, then floated to the opposite side of Monka and pointed at Monka's nose. Why are you so fierce? You are not cute at all. I hate you. Before he finished his words, a ghostly figure visible to the naked eye appeared out of nowhere. Before Monka could react, the ghost body silently entered his body. The next second, Monka lost his heroic spirit and fell to his knees with a thud, his face full of despair. How can I be favored by the Marshal? I am just a grasshopper, please step on me to death. Hehehe. Perona looked down at Monka, who was kneeling and begging for death with despair, and put her hands on her waist, saying proudly, see if you dare to be mean to Lady Moria again. Hiss. Moria, who was standing opposite, secretly took a deep breath and said anxiously, Perona, don't mess around, Colonel Monka is my boss now. Quick, let him go. As the former captain of Thriller Bark Pirates, Perona was raised by him as both a father and a mother, so naturally he knows Perona's temperament and fruit abilities very well. In particular, the Paramesha ghost fruit possessed by Perona can be described as a bug-level fruit. Not only can it freely manipulate ghosts with different effects to pass through walls, ceilings and human bodies unimpeded, but it can also use the power of the fruit to put people into a negative state. Oh, Perona obediently took back the ghost and immediately returned to Moria. As the ghost was taken back by her, Monka immediately woke up. Moria, just as he came to his senses, thinking about the scene of himself kneeling on the ground and begging to be stepped on, Monka was like a powder keg that had exploded. He roared at Moria, how dare you attack your superior? You are dead. I didn't, Colonel. Moria waved her hands innocently. I don't care. Monka waved his hand and glared at Moria fiercely. From now on, recite the 3-character classic until the Marshal leaves. Ha, Moria's eyes almost popped out of their heads. Colonel, I can't recite it. I just remembered the first few sentences. Then recite the first few sentences. Monka said viciously. Without waiting for Moria to react, Perona immediately floated forward. Seeing this, Monka's eyes widened immediately and he said hastily, don't come over here. Just float there and don't move. Perona puffed up his cheeks and said, why are you so fierce? I didn't say I was coming over. That's good. Monka secretly wiped his sweat, then turned his head to look at Moria. His expression turned fierce in a second. Start, carry me on your back. Hearing this, Moria glanced at Perona with resentment, then hung his head and recited, when a person is born, his nature is good. If he fails to teach his child, it is the fault of the father. Just at this moment, several members of the Charlotte family, led by Smoothie, walked over quickly carrying a red stone tablet. Amid Moria's intermittent recitation, Smoothie arrived at the castle gate and looked back at her brothers and sisters who were carrying the stone tablet behind them. Seeing that they were struggling, she sighed secretly, then walked over in silence, carried the stone tablet on her shoulders, turned around and walked into the castle hall. Bang! With a slight sound, Smoothie, who had placed the red stone tablet steadily in front of Xia Yu, immediately knelt on one knee and bowed his head and said, Master Xia Yu, I have brought the text of the road sign history. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present's attention was drawn to the red stone tablet. The most excited ones were Crocodile and Doflamingo. Especially Crocodile, he was once a man who aspired to become the king of pirates. Although he had chosen to bow to the Marine Marshal, he could not resist the temptation of the historical text of the signpost. While his eyes swept towards the stone tablet, his feet reflexively stepped forward. Chapter 164, Fighting in the Room of Power, the Holy Land Watches. 164-183. Chapter 164, Fighting in the Room of Power, the Holy Land Watches. Previous. Next. Foo. Seeing Crocodile actually approaching the stone tablet, Doflamingo standing next to him grinned evilly. Crocodile, you've revealed your true colors. Hearing this, Crocodile's body stiffened and his head mechanically turned to look at the young Marshal sitting at the top. That's fine, you can all watch. After all, the one who will go find Raftel in the future will be born among you. Xia Yu stood up, walked to the stone tablet and patted Crocodile on the shoulder. With Xia Yu's permission, Crocodile no longer hesitated and immediately went up to the stone tablet and read it seriously. Hearing that the person looking for Raftel was born among them, Doflamingo could not help himself and squeezed in front of the stone tablet at the same time as Jinbei and Hancock. Even Mihawk put aside his usual arrogance at this moment, and came to the stone tablet with his supreme sword on his back. Even though he could not understand the words on the stone tablet, he joined in the fun. Because Xia Yu didn't understand ancient characters, he just glanced at Smoothie who was kneeling on one knee and bowing to him. As the daughter of Charlotte Linlin, Smoothie is extremely sturdy. She is over 4.5 meters tall and can stand shoulder to shoulder with Xia Yu even if she kneels on one knee. Although you have handed over the text of the road sign history, your Charlotte family is still guilty. I said you can live, but that doesn't mean you don't have to serve your sentence. Next, all members of the Charlotte family will participate in the construction of the marine base on Cake Island. Since many of you are demon fruit powers, you must wear seastone shackles and handcuffs while participating in the construction of the marine base. After the construction of the marine base on Cake Island is completed, I will make new arrangements based on your performance. At this point, Xia Yu raised her hand and placed it on Smoothie's shoulder, and then changed the subject. Although Charlotte Linlin ended her life, her dream will not stop. I hope that you who survived this war can inherit her dream. As soon as these words came out, Smoothie raised her head suddenly, looked at the young marshal standing in front of her in disbelief, and couldn't help but said, Master Xia Yu, you want to ask me why I know Charlotte Linlin's dream, right? Xia Yu smiled, motioned Smoothie to stand up, then looked at Katakuri opposite him and asked slowly, Katakuri, how do you think Charlotte Linlin's dream can be realized? Katakuri's pupils shrank slightly, and he didn't understand why the young Marine Admiral suddenly asked this question. Although all members of Charlotte's family knew about their mother Charlotte Linlin's dream, they had never thought about it. They just followed Charlotte Linlin blindly. As long as it was Charlotte Linlin's order, all family members, including him, would do their best to carry it out. It seems you haven't thought about this question. Seeing Katakuri's reaction, Xia Yu immediately turned his gaze to look at Cracker, Perospero, Garrett and other members of the Charlotte family. When he glanced at Pudding and Flamp, the two hid behind their brother and sister in fear and dared not show their heads again. Seeing this, Xia Yu shook his head and smiled, then said, Since you haven't thought about this question, let me tell you the answer. In order to realize Charlotte Linlin's dream of building a country where all races and things in the world can live together without distinction of high or low, Charlotte Linlin must first be killed. For a person who suffers from bulimia and may go into a frenzy at any time and even kill his own children, and who makes the people of all nations sacrifice a month of their lives every 6 months, his dream can only be a dream. This dream can only come true if she dies. As soon as Xia Yu finished speaking, the Den Den Mushi in Gion's arms suddenly rang. Gion did not dare to neglect it. He took out the Den Den Mushi and spoke first, I am Gion. Gion Admiral, emergency. An extremely urgent voice came from the Den Den Mushi. Sengoku-sama is fighting with Azamburn-sama in the power room. No, they have already fought their way out of the power room and are now in a stalemate in Pangu Plaza. After hearing the information from Den Den Mushi, all the Charlotte family members, including Katakuri, felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. It's not that they are paranoid, but they know very well that at this time, when the gods fight, the mortals will definitely suffer. However, their worries seemed unnecessary. Xia Yu waved his hand and said simply, You guys leave first. When the Charlotte family members walked out of the hall, Xia Yu immediately turned and looked at Gion. Gion was always the one who understood Xia Yu the best. She walked quickly to Xia Yu, holding the box covered by the Admiral coat in one hand and picking up the Den Den Mushi in the other. What's going on? As soon as Gion came in front of him, Xia Yu asked directly, Why did Sengoku fight with Azamburn? Your Excellency the Marshal, the marine soldier on the other side of the Den Den Mushi obviously didn't expect Xia Yu to speak out suddenly. His voice suddenly became fanatical, and he shouted excitedly, Loyalty. Hearing this, Xia Yu's mouth twitched slightly, Let's talk about business. Yes, Sengoku-sama was furious because he had evidence that Azamburn-sama assisted the Beast's pirates in attacking the G5 branch, and he sent Azamburn-sama flying out of the Room of Power. However, Lord Azamburn feels that he is wronged. Because of the fight between the two, the entire Holy Land has been alarmed. Hearing that Sengoku had actually knocked Azamburn out of the Room of Power, the three admirals Gion, Sakazuki and Kuzan standing nearby all looked up at each other in surprise. The Shichibukai members who were observing the main text of the road sign history also turned their heads at this time, with disbelief flashing in their eyes. It's quite lively. Xia Yu couldn't help laughing, let them fight. The power room has been dead for so many years, it would be nice to have some fun. Before he finished speaking, Xia Yu seemed to suddenly remember something and continued, Wait, tell Sengoku that if he can kill Azamburn, kill him a few more times. Ah, how many more kills? Want to whip the corpse? Not only were the soldiers on Den Den Mushi's side dumbfounded, but Gion and the others present also widened their eyes. Their marshal really is afraid that the world will not be in chaos. At the same time, holy place, Pangu Square. A soldier who had just finished talking to Xia Yu looked at the Den Den Mushi in his hand, then looked at the crowd around him. Because a fight suddenly broke out among the 5 elders in the Room of Power, the veteran 5 elder Azamburn was even beaten to the square. The Marine, CP Department, and the Knights of God stationed in the Holy Land were all alarmed. In less than a minute, members of various departments under the world government gathered around the square. The celestial dragons living in Pangu City also heard the news and came. Accompanied by their respective CP0 bodyguards, they watched from afar as Sengoku, who was standing in the square and transformed into a giant Buddha, and Azamburn, who was holding a black knife and was furious as if he was facing a powerful enemy. What are you daydreaming about? At this moment, a rear admiral came up to the soldier and asked anxiously, have you contacted the marshal? We have made contact. The soldier was about to say something, but finally he made up his mind and handed the Den Den Mushi to the rear admiral. He turned around and rushed into the square, shouting to Sengoku, who had transformed into a giant Buddha, Sengoku-sama. The marshal asked me to tell you that if you can kill Azamburn, then. After stuttering for a while, the soldier mustered up the courage to raise his voice. The marshal asked you to kill more people. Chapter 165, Holy Land Melee. A Mortal Body, 165-183. Chapter 165, Holy Land Melee. A Mortal Body. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the audience was shocked and the air froze in an instant. At this moment, almost everyone looked at the Marine soldiers who rushed into the square. Feeling that the atmosphere around him suddenly became a little weird, the Marine soldier who mustered up the courage to shout out the 4 words, kill a few more times, first smiled awkwardly, then made a frightened expression and prepared to leave the square. However, as soon as he turned around, he found something wrong. As a soldier under the marshal, how could I let him down at this time? Thinking of this, the soldier quickly stopped and turned his head to look at the CP department who were all looking at him in the square. He said arrogantly, what are you looking at, a bunch of cowards? Have you ever seen such an arrogant Marine? Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. The CP organization members closest to the Marine camp all had question marks. Before the CP members could react, Azambalon was so angry at the Marine soldier's sudden shout that he almost vomited a few pounds of Maoshwewang. In contrast, Sengoku had a different reaction. Ahahaha, since Xia Yu has spoken, I will kill Azamburn today even at the cost of my life. Sengoku, who transformed into the form of a giant Buddha, made a loud and bold sound like a bell, which went straight into the sky and echoed over Pangu Square for a long time. Sengoku, do you really want to do this? Azamburn did not release the devil fruit ability. He held the scabbard with one hand and the handle of the black knife with the other hand. He stared at Sengoku with burning eyes and said in a deep voice, even if Xia Yu supports you, you can't do whatever you want in the Holy Land. Don't talk nonsense, let me kill you first. Sengoku raised his palm high, and a mighty air shock wave surged out. The next second, he took a sudden step forward, and the Buddha's palm, carrying a terrifying shock wave, slammed down towards Azamburn. Sengoku. Unexpectedly, Sengoku still wouldn't let him go even with so many people watching. Azamburn was so angry that he blurted out, are you out of your mind? How could I collude with the pirates when the Marines are fighting the pirates? Don't forget, I am also a 5 elder. Boom. Sengoku ignored it and slapped Azamburn with his huge palm. As the explosion resounded throughout the Holy Land, the horrifying shock wave spread wantonly in all directions, forcing the onlookers around the square to retreat in a hurry. Oh my god, Lord Sengoku was really going to kill Azamburn. I didn't expect that Lord Sengoku has such a powerful side. Brothers, don't just stare, roar now. Sengoku-sama is mighty. Come on, Master Sengoku. Kill Azamburn. From now on, you will be the god of environment and finance. The god of finance is great. He's in charge of the world government's finances and has allocated all funds to the Marine. Ha ha ha. As the shouts came out from the Marine team, the CP members next door finally couldn't sit still anymore. A middle-aged man in the CP5 team immediately jumped out and yelled at the Marine soldiers who kept shouting, hey, have you had enough of making noise? Be quiet. Yes. Don't think that no one will dare to mess with you just because you have the Marine Marshal's support. This is a holy place. Marine has been too arrogant lately. Seeing someone from CP5 team standing up, people from CP1, CP3, CP8 and even CP9 and CP0 teams couldn't stand it anymore and stood up to accuse Marine. As more and more people stood against Marine, the Marine camp, which had been noisy just now, suddenly became quiet. Then, the leading rear admiral held the hilt of the long sword at his waist with one hand, and his sharp eyes slowly swept over the CP organization members who stood out and shouted. After scanning the entire field and identifying the target, Rear Admiral took a sudden step forward. Crash! The Marine soldiers who had suddenly quieted down all followed the Rear Admiral and marched forward in unison. A murderous aura suddenly burst out, surging towards the opposite side like an invisible wave. Feeling the solemn and murderous atmosphere coming towards them, the CP organization members who were noisy a second ago suddenly quieted down. Some people who were worried that the matter would get out of hand took a step back and stood behind their companions without making a sound. However, there were still some stubborn people who refused to accept the defeat and stood there staring at Marine. Seeing this, the Rear Admiral took another step forward, slowly unsheathed the long sword at his waist, and said murderously, "We Marines are arrogant, what's wrong? Don't you accept it? So what if you don't accept it?" A man standing in front of the CP8 team immediately released armament hockey to harden his fist, and said tit for tat, "If there is no Marshal Xia Yu, who are you? How dare you call Saint Azamburn v. Nasujuro by his name?" Who gave you the courage? Do I need to ask? Rear Admiral drew his sword and said madly, of course it was the Marshal who gave me the courage. Before he finished speaking, Rear Admiral suddenly rushed out, everyone, kill these bastards. Roar. Before the Rear Admiral could finish his words, the Marine soldiers who couldn't wait any longer rushed out in a swarm, roaring. No matter which CP member was in front of them, they would attack crazily if they caught him. As the Marine charged out, the entire square fell into chaos. Shouting, collisions, and howlings rose and fell, interweaving into a war song. Surprisingly, neither the Marine side nor the members of the major CP organizations opened fire. They either used swords or fists to fight, bringing an unprecedented melee to the lifeless Pangu city. The sudden melee left the celestial dragons standing on the sidelines watching dumbfounded. In the middle of the square, Sengoku, who was chasing Azambarn and continuously hitting him with palms and fists, saw the big fight outside the square. Instead of saying anything to stop it, he laughed and said, they are really full of energy. So, Azambarn, how do you want to die? As soon as the words fell, the huge Buddha's palm slammed towards Azambalon again. Crazy, all crazy. Facing the fierce and overbearing Buddha's attack, Azambarn dodged and leapt, while roaring with bloodshot eyes. Sengoku, I said, that thing was not done by me. What evidence do you have? Can you throw it out first? If the situation continues to deteriorate, it will definitely alarm Lord I Am. So what? Sengoku pursued him relentlessly, and said to Haki while his palms flew, I'm not afraid of I Am. Hearing this, Azambarn's mouth twitched wildly. Sengoku doesn't have to be afraid, but he is afraid. If he angered Lord Yim, he would surely die. That's why he didn't dare to fight Sengoku and just kept dodging. After dodging Sengoku's pursuit again, Azambarn retreated with a knife in hand, angrily saying, I did target Marshal Xia Yu. It was I who sent the investigation team to Marine. However, you and I both know that I did this for the stability of the world government. Now Xia Yu has taken over the power of Marine and has been favored by Lord Yimu. How dare I plot against him again, and collude with the pirates? Sengoku didn't listen and slapped him brazenly. This time, Azambarn did not dodge, but stood still and took Sengoku's Buddha's impact. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the terrifying Buddha's impact crushed half of Azambarn's body. The violent air waves swept half of Azambarn's body out of Pangu Square. Unexpectedly, Azambarn not only did not dodge, but chose to withstand his own Buddha's impact. Sengoku was stunned at first, and then he looked at Azambarn who was flying backwards out of the square. Outside the square, Azambarn, with only half of his body left, was not killed and no blood splattered from his broken body. What shocked him the most was that Azambarn's broken body, who stood up from the grass outside the square, was recovering at an astonishing speed. In just a blink of an eye, Azambarn appeared in his sight intact. Seeing Azambarn's body strangely restored to its original state, Sengoku's pupils shrank slightly, and he secretly exclaimed, Immortality. Chapter 166 Do you know what dictatorship is? This is it. 166 183rds. Chapter 166 Do you know what dictatorship is? This is it. Have you had enough of the fuss? Sengoku. Azambarn walked into the square with a sword in hand, and walked towards Sengoku with a gloomy face. Don't even think about killing me a few more times. Even if you kill me 100 times, you can't kill me. Instead of making a fuss here with those soldiers, why don't you bring out your evidence? I want to know what's going on. At the same time, outside Pangu Plaza, standing in the Celestial Dragons crowd, former god of agriculture Shepherd Ten Pit and former god of environment Marcus Moshe looked at each other tacitly, then stepped back calmly and disappeared into the Celestial Dragons crowd. On the other side of the square, in the meeting hall of the Knights of God, Gringu, wearing a cloak and holding a telescope, stood by the window. After taking in every move of Marcus Moshe and Shepherd Ten Peter through the telescope, the corners of his mouth gradually curved up. What a great trick. After watching the two disappear, Gringu put away the telescope and said with a smile, it's a good method, but I chose the wrong opponent. Shamrock, who was standing next to him, had a look of confusion in his eyes and asked tentatively, Father, are you sure it's them? Green narrowed his eyes and asked, besides the intelligence we have and what we just saw, what other stupid moves do you think they will make? Shamrock was stunned. Do they have other plans? Green nodded. They also arranged people for the flowers. This is their responsibility. It is their job because Lord Yimu needs someone to serve him. But when something unexpected happens, the people they arrange will play a big role. This is true for the flowers and the Knights of God. Now that Xia Yu has emerged as a variable, how can they be willing to be suppressed by Xia Yu? However, they obviously did not understand Lord Yimu's true intentions. Lord Yimu is not worried about Xia Yu becoming too powerful, even though Xia Yu's ambition is to create another world government. Hearing this, Shamrock became even more confused. Father, what does this mean? Seeing this, Gringu sighed secretly, then raised his hand and patted Shamrock on the shoulder, saying earnestly, Shamrock, putting aside strength, just based on this point, there is a big gap between you and the young Marine Marshal. Think about it carefully. Why doesn't Lord Yim dare to sit on the Void Throne openly? First, the world government did not allow the emergence of a dictator when it was first established. Once he sat on the Void Throne, not only would the other dozen Celestial Dragons families in the Holy Land be in chaos, but some members of the world government would also be dissatisfied and defect to the Revolutionary Army or leave the world government. The most important thing is that the threat of Nika is always there. Because of Nika's potential threat, Lord Yimu dare not openly become a dictator, and the five elders cannot be too radical. Before you went to Elbaf, the king of Elbaf had been in contact with the world government in order to make Elbaf a great help to the world government. However, due to various reasons, this goal was never achieved, and in the end, you were allowed to lead the Knights of God to go there. However, due to Xia Yu's appearance, Elbaf is no longer so important to Lord Yimu. Let me tell you this. Even if Xia Yu returns to the Holy Land right now to start a reckoning, even if he executes the two five elders just now, even if he massacres the celestial dragons in Pengu City and kills all the descendants of the original 20 kings who founded the world government, Lord Yim will not intervene. Upon hearing this, Shamrock was horrified and asked, why is this happening? Green turned his head to look at the fat and big-eared figures outside Pengu Square across from him, and asked with narrowed eyes, do you care about the life and death of those celestial dragons? Shamrock, Shamrock hesitated. Greengu retracted his gaze and looked at Shamrock. If you hesitate, it means you don't care. You maintain the safety and dominance of celestial dragons because you are a member of the Knights of God. But as for you personally, you don't care about their life or death. You may even curse them in your heart. Do they deserve it? I am no exception. If a celestial dragon does something that undermines the dignity and authority of celestial dragons, I will kill him without hesitation. Even you and I are like this. Do you think Lord Yimu, who has lived for hundreds of years, will care? Celestial dragons is just an identity. As long as Lord Yimu is willing, any royal family or nobles of any country that is a member of the world government can become celestial dragons. At this point, Green Giu raised his hand and patted Shamrock's shoulder again. Do you know what dictatorship is now? This is it. At the same time, Shepherd Ten Pit, who had just left Pengu Square and was returning to the mansion with Marcus Moshe, was met by a female palace guard in silver armor walking quickly towards him. Saint Marcus Moshe, you are finally back. The female guard glanced at Shepherd, who was standing side by side with Marcus Maz, and bowed respectfully and called out, Saint Shepherd Ten Peter. Why are you here? Marcus Maz's expression changed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, why are you here instead of serving Master Yim in the flowers? Lord Yim asked me to tell you something. The female guard raised her head and said tremblingly, Master Yim said that you should deal with the trouble you have caused. If you can't handle it well, Master Yim will deal with you. Upon hearing this, Marcus Maz's pupils couldn't help but shrink. Immediately afterwards, a feeling of weakness came over him, and he almost fell to the ground. Cake Island. Although it was still early before dark, Xia Yu did not leave Wangwo immediately. Instead, he ordered the entire army to rest for a day on Cake Island. Because this expedition could almost be said to be a complete victory, all the officers and soldiers, after hearing that they would have to rest on Cake Island for a day, became like wild horses that had broken free from their reins. Some could not wait to select a site on Cake Island and give suggestions for the next marine base, while others left Cake Island in groups of 3 or 5 and headed for other island towns under the rule of the 10,000 nations. In just over 10 minutes, all the warships of the Big Mom pirates that were docked at the port and had not had time to sail out became the spoils of the marine officers and soldiers. They sailed out of the port in a mighty manner and headed straight for their respective destinations. Soon, only the Shichibukai members, the 3 admirals and Junzi were left on Cake Island. Cake Castle Hall. Junzi looked at Xia Yu, who was sitting on the top chair and checking the confiscated Wangguo-related information. After a while of wanting to say something, she took a deep breath and walked to Xia Yu. Marshal Xia Yu, Junzi has something to report. Xia Yu flipped open a page of information and said concisely, speak. Lord Green asked me to tell you something. It's about the information about some beasts pirates attacking the G5 branch. Lord Grimm has obtained solid evidence through the intelligence sources of the Knights of God. The one who helped the beasts pirates transport members to attack the G5 branch was the Emperor of the New World Underground World, the King of Transportation Yumit, who controls the lifeline of world transportation. Not only Yumit was involved, but the King of the Funeral Home, Pyrecrow, also sent assassins from his assassin group to attack the G5 branch. After finishing speaking in one breath, Junzi felt a little nervous for some reason, and blurted out subconsciously, the report is complete. Hearing this, Xia Yu put down the information in his hand, and then looked up at Junzi. Why are you so nervous? Am I so scary? No, it's not scary. Junzi shook his head and explained seriously, the reason I'm nervous is because I think Marshal Xia Yu should have known all of this a long time ago. It feels strange to bring this up now. I understand. Xia Yu nodded and said with a smile. Even you think so, Green Ji Yu should also know it very well. And the reason why he asked you to provide me with this information is to show his goodwill to me. And the reason why he showed his goodwill at this time is simply to use the knife in my hand to help him carve out a seat for the 5 elders. Chapter 167, Apologize to the Marshal. Akainu goes to Wanokuni. 167-183. Chapter 167, Apologize to the Marshal. Akainu goes to Wanokuni. Junzi blinked, his eyes full of confusion. What do you mean, Marshal Xia Yu? Xia Yu looked at Junzi, whose eyes were full of stupidity, and said seriously, Yumit and Pyrecrow alone would not dare to be my enemy. They are backed by someone from the Holy Land. Who else could give them the courage to be my enemy except those in the Room of Power? No matter who it is, as long as I return to the Holy Land and kill him, Greengu, the leader of the Knights of God, will replace him as the new 5 elders. Hearing this, Junzi's pupils shrank slightly. At this moment, Sakazuki suddenly stood up and said with murderous intent, "Even so, Yumit and Pyrecro cannot be spared. Marshal Xia Yu, let me capture them and bring them to Cake Island." "Don't worry," Xia Yu smiled and waved her hand. "Yumit and Pyrecro are not important. What is important is all the assets under their names. Right now, the naval headquarters and major branches have hundreds of thousands of hungry soldiers waiting for food." At this point, Xia Yu suddenly sighed, "A good cook cannot cook without rice. How is the marshal going to deal with them?" Gion came over and said seriously, "Yumit and Pyrecro took such a risk. Could it be that the invitation letter we sent them forced them to do so?" "That's the purpose." Xia Yu smiled slightly. "I sent out the invitation letter in the first place just to get them to react. If they do nothing, I won't be able to do anything ruthless. After all, the Marine is a righteous army, and as a Marine marshal, how can I do anything like robbing and plundering? However, if they help the pirates to be the enemy of the Marine, that's another matter." "I see," Gion suddenly realized and said with relief, "I was wondering why the marshal set the date a month later. It turns out that he was giving them time to react." Bulu bulu. Before Gion could finish her words, the Den Den Mushi in her hand suddenly rang again. Then, an unusually excited voice came from the Den Den Mushi, "Gion Admiral. I'm the Marine soldier stationed in the Holy Land who spoke to the marshal earlier." And then, Gion blinked blankly. The soldier's voice was still excited. "I have made a mistake and come to apologize to the marshal." Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Gion was filled with questions. If a soldier made a mistake, shouldn't his superior punish him? Why did he call her again and ask the marshal to apologize? Most importantly, she could feel that the soldier was in a state of extreme excitement. It didn't sound like she was apologizing at all, but rather seeking credit. "As the marshal here," the soldier's voice came again. Gion nodded. "Yes, tell me what you did wrong. The marshal is right next to us." "Yes, marshal, because I was cheering for Master Sengoku, I was ridiculed by the CP organization members who came to the square to watch. We were so angry that we had a fight with them." Hearing this, Xia Yu suddenly got excited and took the Den Den Mushi over and asked, "So, what did you do wrong?" Hearing Xia Yu's voice, the soldier's voice suddenly became louder and louder. "My subordinates are unorganized and undisciplined, and I am willing to accept all punishments." Xia Yu couldn't help laughing and said, "Don't talk to me about organizational discipline. Just tell me whether you won or not." "We won." The soldier's tone was filled with pride that was about to overflow from Den Den Mushi. "There were more than 100 members of the 10 CP organizations, and we defeated them all. Dozens were seriously injured, and 16 died. Only one rear admiral on our side was seriously injured, and the rest were only slightly injured." Xia Yu nodded with satisfaction. "How can you have made a mistake when you fought against 10 CP departments alone and won? Not only did you not make a mistake, you also got a reward. Go find Azamburn right away and ask him to allocate 100 million Baileys to distribute to all Marine officers and soldiers who participated in the battle. By the way, how many times did Sengoku kill Azamburn?" "Twice. The first time, half of his body was beaten off by Lord Sengoku, and then he recovered strangely, and said that no matter how many times Lord Sengoku tried to kill him, it was useless. Lord Sengoku didn't believe it, and used a Buddha's fist to beat Azamburn's newly recovered body to pieces, but soon the old man recovered as before, so Lord Sengoku gave up." Hearing the soldier's vivid description of the battle, Gion, who was standing nearby, almost couldn't help laughing out loud. It's not that she has a low sense of humor, but she didn't expect Sengoku to be such a naughty boy and actually listened to Xia Yu and killed Azamburn twice. Junzi, who was standing opposite her, opened her beautiful eyes wide, full of disbelief. Sengoku actually dared to kill Azamburn. Killed twice. The current naval headquarters is simply a wild horse that has run away from its reins. With Xia Yu, a marshal who does not play by the rules, in charge, the entire naval headquarters, whether it is the soldiers or the former marshals, are all standing up. Different from the reactions of the two girls, Sakazuki and Kuzan looked at Xia Yu with relief. At this moment, they finally understood why Xia Yu asked Sengoku to kill Azamburn several more times. It was obvious that he had known that Azamburn had immortality. In other words, Xia Yu was just guessing, so he asked Sengoku to kill the other party to confirm it. They are all very motivated. Likewise, after hearing that Sengoku really killed Azamburn twice, Xia Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Go, soldiers, ask Azamburn to compensate you 100 million berries. Tell him that it was I who said so, not a cent less." Yes, loyalty. Unexpectedly, Xia Yu not only did not blame them, but also supported them and asked them to go to Azamburona for compensation. The soldiers were so excited that they shouted slogans again. After ending the call with the soldier, Xia Yu put away his smile and turned to look at the Shichibukai who were still reading the main text of the road sign history, and said calmly, "Mahawk, Crocodile, Jinbei, I have a mission for you." Hearing this, the three of them quickly withdrew their gaze from the stone tablet and turned to look at Xia Yu. Xia Yu glanced at the three of them, then turned his head to look at Sakazuki. "You will lead the Akainu army and take the three of them to Wano-kuni to clean up the remnants of the beast's pirates tomorrow morning, and give the three of them the historical text of the road sign that Kaido hid in Wano-kuni and bring it back to the headquarters." "Yes." Sakazuki took a step forward and asked tentatively, "Do we need to build a marine base in Wano-kuni?" "Not only do we need to build a marine base, but the entire Wano-kuni must be managed by the Marines. After a slight pause, Xia Yu immediately turned his gaze to Mahawk, Crocodile, and Jinbei. This is the first time for the three of you to go out on a mission as Marines. I hope you won't let me down. Xia Yu, where is I? Without waiting for the three to react, Hancock, who was standing next to the historical text on the road sign, suddenly walked quickly to Xia Yu and asked with starry eyes, do you need me to do anything? Xia Yu nodded. You and Doflamingo will go to the Holy Land with me. Chapter 168 Shanks, 4 Emperors kill people whenever they want. What an iron-blooded marshal. 168 183rds. Chapter 168 Shanks, 4 Emperors kill people whenever they want. What an iron-blooded marshal. New World, a certain sea area. A hockey-powered 2-masted pirate's boat sails through the rough sea. The bow of the pirate's ship is decorated with a red dragon head, the hull has smooth lines, and the red, black and white colors are brightly matched, showing its extraordinary temperament. Red Force, the warship of Shanks, the new Sea Emperor of New World. Standing at the bow of the warship with a rapier on his waist is the Red Hair Pirates Captain Shanks, the strongest known conqueror's hockey before Naval Headquarters Marshal Xia Yu showed up. Shanks not only has an almost overwhelming advantage in the conqueror's hockey field, but is also equally skilled in swordsmanship, having fought against the world's #1 swordsman, Mahawk, several times and remained undefeated. Of course, the reason why the Red Hair Pirates have risen rapidly in the past 2 years and became the Sea Emperor dominating the New World half a year ago is not only because Shanks has strong strength, but also because his subordinates are all well-known strong men. Because the average bounty within the group is very high, they have the title of Iron Wall Pirates Group. Shanks stood at the bow, letting the strong wind blow his cloak around him, and stared at the surging sea ahead with a serious expression. On his left and right stood Red Hair Pirates Vice Captain Ben Beckman and Sniper Yasop. Boss. Suddenly, a fat man wearing small sunglasses came quickly behind Shanks holding a piece of delicious barbecue. Lucky Roo, Red Hair Pirate's chef. Lucky Roo walked quickly to Shanks, sighed with a bright smile on his face. He took a bite of the greasy barbecue and said incoherently, we are about to enter the Whitebeard Pirates' territory. If we force our way through their territory to the Fishmen Island, it will probably make Whitebeard unhappy. As he spoke, Lucky Roo took another bite of the meat and ate it with great relish. Of course I'm going to visit. Shanks turned around and continued, but this matter is of great importance. I will not visit in person this time. Please send a crew member to the Moby DK to convey my intentions. Understood. Lucky Roo nodded, then turned around and ran towards the cabin and went straight to the kitchen. Watching Lucky Roo walk into the cabin, Beckman took a puff of cigarette and said seriously, Shanks, don't be so anxious. The situation in New World has changed drastically. If you don't bring wine and go on board in person but send a crew member to pass the message, it will not be easy for us to pass through the Fishmen Island smoothly. After all, the Fishmen Island is now Whitebeard's territory. Hearing this, Shanks turned his head to look at Beckman and said in a deep voice, we are just passing by the Fishmen Island. If Whitebeard insists on making a fuss, then let's fight. Before he finished speaking, Shanks' aura suddenly rose, and Haki, the unique emperor of the sea, was fully revealed at this moment. Beckman frowned slightly when he saw Shanks lose control for the first time, and asked tentatively, what kind of amazing future did you see? It's not seeing the future, it's intuition. Shanks held the sword's shoulder with one hand and took a step forward, looking at the rolling waves in front of him, with a barely perceptible worry in his eyes. That Marine Marshal suddenly rushed into New World with a large force, and the sword was pointed directly at Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. If Kaido and Charlotte Linlin were defeated, boss. Without waiting for Shanks to finish his words, Lucky Roo, who had run into the cabin and went straight to the kitchen to grab a piece of ham, suddenly returned to the deck and said in a shocking tone, just received news that Kaido and Charlotte Linlin were executed by the Marine. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. As soon as these words came out, Shanks, Beckman and Yasop widened their eyes almost at the same time, staring at Lucky Roo as if they had heard it wrongly. After a moment of silence, Shanks was still a little bit unbelievable. He stepped forward and stood in front of Lucky Roo. When did it happen? 10 hours ago. Lucky Roo took a bite of ham and continued, according to the intelligence sent back from the 10,000 nations, after Charlotte Linlin was defeated, the Marine Marshal who led the Marines to land on Cake Island immediately ordered the execution of the two. Also executed were Flame Disaster Jin of the Beast's Pirates, Plague Disaster Quinn, and 3 members of the Charlotte family. What an iron-blooded marshal. Even Shanks couldn't help but gasp after hearing how Kaido and Charlotte Linlin were executed so simply and cleanly. As early as the mutiny at the Naval Headquarters, he had been paying attention to the Marine Marshal who launched the mutiny. As the youngest and most powerful of the 4 emperors ruling the New World, he would never underestimate any opponent, let alone think that a Marine Vice Admiral who dared to launch a mutiny and force the Holy Land to sign a treaty was just a Vice Admiral. However, he still underestimated the Marine Marshal. It's not that he underestimated his strength, but that he underestimated the means of this Marine Marshal. The 2 Sea Emperors who reign over the New World can be killed just like that. You know, even the world government has to think twice before going to war with the 4 emperors. Even the Knights of God, a combat unit under its command, must obtain orders from the Holy Land before daring to swing their swords against the 4 emperors. He really wants to end the age of exploration. After a brief shock, Shanks waved his hand and ordered, no need to waste time going to Whitebeard, speed up to the Fishmen Island. Receive. After saying these 2 words, Lucky Roo turned around and ran out again. After running a few steps, Lucky Roo suddenly remembered something, stopped and turned back to ask curiously, "Boss, why did we leave New World in such a hurry?" Shanks no longer concealed the truth and explained, "This Marine Marshal wants to end the age of exploration, but he won't just destroy New World. He will definitely nip all potential threats in the bud." At this point, Shanks raised his hand and grasped his broken arm, worry flashing in his eyes again. Seeing Shanks's move, Beckman and Yasop, who were standing next to him, looked at each other tacitly, then looked up in shock and said in unison, "You bet on the new era of Windmill Village." Shanks nodded and said solemnly, "My intuition tells me that it won't be long before the Marine Marshal knows this secret. He may even have known it already, otherwise he wouldn't have suddenly issued a pirate's hunting order against East Blue." After a slight pause, Shanks brushed off his worries, looked up at Lucky Roo who was still standing there in a daze, and said boldly, "Lackey, speed up the warship, we will go to East Blue to protect the new era." Chapter 169 Queen of the Pleasure District, Multiple Spies. 169 183rds. Chapter 169 Queen of the Pleasure District, Multiple Spies. New World, within a certain country. In an office on the top floor of a funeral company building, Pierre Croce, the king of funeral homes and one of the kings of the underworld, stared gloomily at the quiet and peaceful city streets outside the floor-to-ceiling window. Across the desk, the king of transport, Umit, was holding a cigar in his mouth and looking calmly at a beautiful woman sitting next to him, his hands shaking slightly. Kaido was really killed. After a brief silence, Umit took a deep puff of his cigar, and there was a barely perceptible despair in his eyes as he looked at the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman is none other than Queen of the Pleasure District Stussy, who controls a huge underground intelligence network and is known as the embodiment of beauty and intelligence. Stussy, a petite and elegant girl wearing a pink dress and a white shawl, took out a den mushi from her handbag and said with her red lips, "There are my intelligence agents in Wangguo now. If you don't believe me, you can ask again now." After a slight pause, Stussy continued, "It was not just Kaido who was executed, but also Charlotte Linlin." Damn it. Hearing this, Umit slammed the desk hard, then stood up and paced back and forth, using anger to cover up the fear in his heart. As a well-known transportation king in the underground world, to have come this far, his character is naturally much stronger than many people, but that is limited to the scope of their ability and control. Now things are beyond his control. Even as the emperor of the underworld, he is not much different from others in terms of greater power and strength. Most importantly, he didn't expect that the Marine Marshal would be so ruthless. He killed the two sea emperors who reigned over the New World without any hesitation. How dare he? Those are the two sea emperors of the New World. Both of them possess powerful devil fruits. If he kills them so hastily, isn't he afraid that Kaido and Charlotte Linlin's fruits will be reborn in the sea and be obtained by other pirates? After walking back and forth several times, Umit suddenly stopped and turned to look at Stussy, and asked with red eyes, "Stussy, is there any information from the Holy Land?" Without waiting for Stussy to respond, Umit said excitedly as if he had grasped a life-saving straw, "Yes, it was because of their instructions that Pierre and I came forward. They promised to protect us. Now it's time for them to come forward. Give me the Den mushi and I'll contact them right now." As he said that, Umit snatched the Den mushi that Stussy placed in front of him and prepared to dial. Seeing this, Stussy also stopped him and just said calmly, "I tried to contact him, but I couldn't get in touch with him." Can't get in touch? Umit was furious and asked, "Why can't we get in touch? Do they want Umit and I to be scapegoats?" "Umit, that's enough." At this moment, Pyrecrow stood up suddenly, grabbed the huge sickle beside him, and said with murderous intent, "If you panic now, do you think they will care about your life or death? What you and I have to do now is to let them see our value. Only if we resist will those two come forward. You should know clearly that what they want is not for you and me to help the Beast's pirates win the war, but to use this opportunity to weaken the Beast's pirates and the Marines. Now that Kaido has been executed, what do they want to see most?" Umit's pupils shrank slightly. As the king of transportation, he had dealt with the Holy Land a lot over the years. In particular, the various daily necessities needed by the Holy Land were basically transported through his transportation channels. The big figures in his Holy Land all have a certain understanding of this. The reason why he could cooperate with the Holy Land was not because the Holy Land thought highly of him, but because he had such ability. If he was just a little Kurami, the bigwigs in the Holy Land would be disgusted when they looked at him. It was so before and it is so now. If he placed his hopes on the two masters of the Holy Land at this time, he would definitely be abandoned like a worn-out shoe. In this case, he must first show his value. It used to be for business, now it's for survival. Thinking of this, Umit's eyes turned fierce, and he looked at Pyrecrow with scorching eyes, gritted his teeth and said, "Fight with Marine." Seeing this, Pyrecrow laughed bloodthirstily and said, "Haha, this is the spirit that an emperor of the underworld should have. You must immediately mobilize all your resources to purchase arms and transform all merchant ships into warships in the shortest possible time. I am responsible for personnel deployment. The assassin group I have trained over the years is no pushover. As long as we prepare for battle with all our strength, I don't believe those two from the Holy Land will be able to sit still." At this point, Pierre Crow suddenly turned his head to look at the elegant woman sitting next to him, and said in a deep voice, "Stussy, how long are you going to wait and see what happens? If you still choose to stand by and watch, your final outcome may not be better than ours." Hearing this, Stussy smiled and said calmly, "What do you need me to do?" Provide you with intelligence support, or hold a grand banquet for you in Happy Street before you go out to battle. Pyrocrot resisted the urge to crush the woman to death and gritted his teeth and said, "Don't tell me, you and Morgans are going to surrender to that Marine Marshal." Stussy smiled but said nothing. At this moment, the Den Den Mushi that Yumit had snatched away suddenly rang. "Master Stussy, the latest information. Admiral of Headquarters Sakazuki led the Akainu army and the world's #1 swordsman Miho, Sea Knight Jinbei and Sand Crocodile to leave Cake Island. Judging from the route they sailed, they are most likely going to Wanokuni to take over Kaido's industry." After hearing the information from the Den Den Mushi, Stussy surprisingly did not stop the intelligence officer from continuing to speak. Instead, she watched Pyrocro and Yumit's reactions with interest and said with her red lips, "Keep going." Yes, soon after the Akainu army led by Sakazuki left Cake Island, Naval Headquarters Marshal Xia Yu boarded a warship with Admiral Gion, Doflamingo and Hancock. However, they did not go with Sakazuki's Akainu army, but sailed in the opposite direction, most likely preparing to return to the naval headquarters. Kuzan Admiral did not leave Cake Island because Marine wanted to build a marine base on Cake Island. Report completed. As the intelligence officer finished his report, the Den Den Mushi immediately quieted down. "You too, did you hear that?" Stussy took the Den Den Mushi and put it in his bag, then stood up gracefully, speaking in the same calm tone as always. "Guess, is Marshal Xia Yu going back to the naval headquarters, or is he going to the Holy Land to kill the 2 adults you mentioned?" "No way," Pyrocrot said coldly. "Do you know who those 2 adults are?" "They are the 5 elders. 5 elders." Stussy blinked and suddenly realized, "I see. Marshal Xia Yu forced them to sign the Treaty of Mariajoy and they are still unhappy about it. So they want to take this opportunity to use the beast's pirates and you two to weaken the Marines. However, the Holy Land's 5 elders do not use a rotation system now. Marines occupy 2 seats, and they..." At this point, Stussy understood everything. "Oh, I see, it's the god of environment and god of agriculture who were rotated out. They are not in the room of power, so they can just avoid Sengoku and Zephyr who are on duty. If that's the case, you do have a chance of survival." After analyzing the situation together, Stussy said, "In this case, I should rethink it. You two are busy, I will go back first and tell you my choice later." ASAP, hope ignited in Pyrocrot's eyes. "With you, the Morgans, and Duffield's help, we have a better chance of winning." Stussy nodded and simply turned and left. Soon, Stussy walked out of the building and onto the street outside. She turned her head and glanced at Pierre Croce's office, a sly smile flashed across her lips, and then, under Pierre Croce's condescending gaze, she took out her Den Den Mushi and dialed the number. Soon, the Den Den Mushi was connected. Stussy did not look away, staring at Pierre Croce who was standing in front of the French window in the office, smiling and saying, "I'm Stussy, take over Marshal Yu." Chapter 170 Love Brain is so scary, Doflamingo is innocently caught in the crossfire. 170-183. Chapter 170 Love Brain is so scary, Doflamingo is innocently caught in the crossfire. "Stussy, long time no see. Tell me, what information made you contact me so suddenly?" Hearing the long-lost voice coming from the Den Den Mushi, Stussy, who was standing under the funeral company building, couldn't help but see a young figure flash before his eyes. As early as a year ago, Xia Yu, who was then the Vice Admiral of the Naval Headquarters, followed Admiral Akainu into the New World to carry out a mission. When the warship docked at the port of the city where Happy Street was located, she stood in the crowd and watched from afar as the young Vice Admiral walked down from the deck. At that time, she did not think that she would have any intersection with him. It was not until the young Vice Admiral walked into Happy Street and asked to see her by name that she realized that Xia Yu came for her. It was an unpleasant meeting, because Xia Yu not only knew that she was an intelligence officer of CP0 under the world government, but also knew that she had always been a member of Vegapunk, the head of the science class at the naval headquarters. It is no exaggeration to say that she was stripped naked the first time she met Xia Yu, and she had no secrets at all in front of Xia Yu. As all the secrets were in Xia Yu's hands, she had no choice but to pledge allegiance to him. However, although she compromised, she has been secretly following Xia Yu's every move over the past year, wanting to know why Xia Yu approached her. However, after more than a year of observation, she found that this young Vice Admiral, apart from having an excellent reputation in the department, had not done anything shady behind the scenes, which made her even more puzzled about Xia Yu's motive for finding her. It was not until the mutiny at the naval headquarters, when Xia Yu took control of the Marine and forced the Holy Land to compromise and sign the Treaty of Mariajoy, and then made the Shichibukai surrender, and after executing Whitebeard II, he sent invitations to the kings of the underground world, that she realized that Xia Yu had approached her in order to prepare for the reorganization of the New World. For the former Marine, capturing pirates was the top priority. But for the Marine, who has absolute autonomy under the command of Xia Yu, the pirates must be eliminated and the complex forces in the underground world must also be eliminated. Of course none of this matters. The important thing is that Xia Yu had promised her that Vegapunk, the head of the science class at the naval headquarters, would no longer be controlled by the world government. She didn't take it seriously at the time, after all, Xia Yu was just a Vice Admiral. However, in just 1 year, the former Vice Admiral has become the Marshal with sole control of the Marine. It was from that moment that she made the final decision to pledge her loyalty to the young Marshal. On the deck of the warship that was speeding out of Cake Island and heading towards the Red Line, Xia Yu narrowed her eyes slightly as she spoke to Stussy. He didn't know who was behind Umid and Pyrecro. But that doesn't matter to him. The only people in the world who could have asked Umid and Pyrecro to assist the Beast's pirates when the Marines were fighting the pirates were the ones in the Room of Power. Because both Umid and Pyrecro are the kings of the underground world. Even if the two of them are desperate because of the invitation letter, they dare not stand up openly to help the pirates attack the Marine at this time. The fact that they can muster up such courage to stand up openly shows that they have the confidence. Apart from those in the Holy Land's Room of Power, he really couldn't think of anyone else who could give confidence to the two men who were already the kings of the underworld. In this way, he doesn't need to know who it is specifically, he just needs to kill his way to the Holy Land and ask I Am to hand over the person. Shepherd 10 Peter, Maka's Mosh. After reading out the two names, Xia Yu suddenly turned her head to look at the military cap lady standing side by side with Gion. Junzi, do you know these two people? Junzi was obviously distracted and didn't hear what Xia Yu said. She calmly withdrew her gaze from the box covered by the cloak in Gion's arms, with a clear blankness in her eyes, and asked, Marshal Xia Yu, are you talking to me? Xia Yu looked at the box held in Gion's arms, then looked at the bewildered Junzi, and then simply waved his hand. It's okay, you can continue to be in a daze. I'm not in a daze. Junzi mustered up his courage, pointed at the box in Gion's arms, and said seriously, I'm looking at the box in Gion's arms. Hearing this, Gion quickly lowered his head to take a look at the box, and then wrapped it more tightly with his cloak. Xia Yu, I also want to know what is in the box. Just then, Hancock also came over. Like Junzi, they had been looking at the box that Gion was holding since they boarded the warship. At that time, they thought Gion would put it down, but they didn't expect that not only did Gion not put it down, but he also wrapped it more tightly with his cloak. He even carried the baby around wherever he went, not giving them any chance to find out what was going on. The more this happened in Gion, the more curious they became. If Xia Yu hadn't been there, they would probably have used some tricks to divert Gion's attention, and then sneak a peek to see what rare treasures were in the box wrapped in the cloak. Not only Junzi and Hancock were curious, but Doflamingo also stole glances over from time to time. Unlike the two women, the sea breeze had lifted a corner of his cloak, allowing him to see the tip of the iceberg. Based on his years of experience, he recognized at a glance that the box contained devil fruit, but he didn't see how many there were. However, judging by the size of the box, if the box was full, there should be 4 or 5 devil fruits. Glancing at Hancock who was approaching and Junzi who was full of curiosity, Xia Yu shook her head and smiled, just a few devil fruits. After a slight pause, Xia Yu shifted his gaze to look at Gion. Don't hold her all the time, put her in the cabin. Gion didn't say anything, but walked silently to Xia Yu, holding the box tightly in his arms, as if he would kill anyone who dared to come forward. It's not that she doesn't want to put down the box, but the devil fruit in the box has been increasing since the execution of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Since boarding the warship and leaving Cake Island, the number of devil fruits in the box has grown to more than 10. The magical thing is that the box, which can only hold 4 or 5 devil fruits, did not become crowded after the number of devil fruits increased to more than 10, as if the devil fruits in the box were not physical devil fruits, but energy devil fruits. It is precisely because of this strange phenomenon that Gion kept the box in his arms, not wanting more people to know this secret. Especially Junzi. If Junzi knew this secret, please report it to him. Seeing Gion's reaction, Xia Yu immediately understood everything. She turned her head and looked at the love-brained empress who came close to her. Hancock, pour me a glass of juice. I'm thirsty. Xia Yu's sudden, Hancock, almost made the love-brained queen fall to the ground. At this moment, it didn't matter to her what secrets were in the box. Not to mention on a warship, even if she was in the midst of fire and water, she would bring Xia Yu a glass of fresh and delicious juice. Okay. After a brief moment of daydreaming, Hancock turned around without hesitation, blushing and ran quickly towards the cabin. Doflamingo, who was standing in front of the cabin door, was just a step slow in dodging and was kicked away by Hancock's perfume femur. Exclamation mark. Doflamingo was almost kicked into the sea when he was caught off guard. He almost exploded on the spot, and his facial muscles twitched violently. Chapter 171 You can be as arrogant as you want, but I will protect you. 171 183rds. Chapter 171 You can be as arrogant as you want, but I will protect you. Holy Land, Pangu City. Marcus Moshe and Shepherd 10 Peter sat at the top 2 chairs in the hall with gloomy faces. What exactly does Lord Yimu mean? After a brief silence, Shepherd 10 Peter was the first to ask, why are you asked to deal with the trouble? Do you want us to give Xia Yu an explanation, or allow us to continue fighting Xia Yu? Isn't this obvious? Marcus rubbed his brows and said, if Lord Yimu does not interfere in this matter, it means that we can continue to fight Xia Yu. In Lord Yimu's view, this is just a game for the strong where the winner lives and the loser dies. Hearing this, Shepherd's eyes lit up with hope. What are our chances of winning now? The chance of winning is 0. Marcus stood up and walked to the door, slightly tilting his head towards the World Government Headquarters building, and said solemnly, unless Satan, Topman, Azamburn and Gringu join us, the 2 of us will not be able to resist Xia Yu's wrath. There is no hope for Azamburn. Shepherd shook his head and smiled bitterly. He is very angry after being wronged by Sengoku. He must think that we are framing him. As for Gringu, it is even more impossible. He is now hoping that one of us will fall so that he can take the opportunity to become a 5 elder. Marcus turned back to look at Shepard and said in a deep voice, "You don't really think that the evidence Sengoku has is fabricated?" I deliberately misled Sengoku and gave him the direction, so that a Zambran could take the lead for us. As soon as these words came out, Shepard Tenpit's pupils shrank slightly, and he asked, "How much did you plan behind my back?" If I remember correctly, when Akainu Aokiji entered the New World one after another, you told me not to be too anxious. But you went so far in secret. When did you start? I didn't hide it from you on purpose. Marcus turned around and sat down opposite Shepard, then continued, because not only did I let Sengoku investigate in the wrong direction, I also let the female guard of Hanano Ma whisper something in Lord Yimu's ear. Because the two of us alone cannot shake Xia Yu, who is at the peak of his power. If we want to completely reverse the situation, we must change Lord Yimu's mind and let Lord Yimu understand Xia Yu's ambitions. Damn it, you actually had your mind on the flowers. Unexpectedly, Marcus was so bold as to arrange people among the flowers to change Lord Yim's mind. Shepard could no longer sit still. He stood up suddenly with disbelief in his eyes. Are you crazy? If you anger Lord Yim, both you and I will be wiped out. Marcus glanced at Shepard Tenpeter, who suddenly became excited, and swept away the gloom just now. He smiled and said, "Peter, didn't you say that when Lord Yim's identity is no longer a secret, anyone can sit on the Void Throne? I think it makes a lot of sense. After all, you and I are descendants of the 20 kings who founded the world government." Before he finished speaking, Makaz's aura suddenly rose. As his aura climbed to ultimate, an even more powerful and domineering aura wave burst out from his body. Without waiting for Shepard to react, Marcus, who showed his domineering temperament at this moment, narrowed his eyes and said, "I want to try. Even if I will eventually turn to ashes and not even a body will be left, I will live for myself once." Shepard's pupils gradually dilated as he felt the sudden rise in Marcus's momentum and the Conqueror's haki that was released without warning. Finally, he shook his head and laughed as if resigned to his fate. "Are you ready to give it a try? Well, now that things have come to this, we can only go down this path till the end." Report. Suddenly, a low voice came from outside the hall door, and then a white shadow flashed and landed steadily outside the door. A man in a white robe and a mask came to the gate. As soon as his figure flashed out, he bowed towards the hall and said, "My lords, Xia Yu sent Admiral Sakazuki and his Akainu army to Wanokuni, while Admiral Kuzan stayed on Cake Island to build a marine base." Hearing this, Marcus's eyes lit up, and he stood up and asked, "Where's Xia Yu?" "Marshal Xia Yu and Admiral Gion have arrived at the first branch. If they don't stop, they will enter the Holy Land in half an hour." Marcus was delighted. "You only brought Gion." Also accompanying them are Junko from the Knights of God, as well as the former Shichibukai pirates Empress Hancock and Doflamingo. Very good. Marcus almost couldn't help jumping up. Finding himself losing control, Marcus suppressed his excitement and gave a command in a pretentious manner. "Go and gather all the CP0 members who are loyal to us. As soon as Xia Yu enters Mariajoy, everyone around him except Junzi must be killed as quickly as possible. As for Xia Yu, leave it to Shepard and me to deal with." "Clear." The masked man in white bowed without any hesitation, and then disappeared in a flash. "How dare you return to the Holy Land with only one admiral?" As soon as the masked man in the white robe disappeared, Marcus immediately turned his head to look at Shepard and sneered, "He is so arrogant. How much does he despise us?" Xia Yu and his team did not stay at the first branch. After leaving the soldiers accompanying the warship in the first branch, Xia Yu took Gion, Junzi, Hancock and Doflamingo to board the elevator to the Holy Land. Junzi's attention was still on the box in Gion's arms. Although Xia Yu had told them that the box contained devil fruit, she still couldn't help but be curious. Because Gion's reaction was too abnormal. If the box only contained devil fruit, Gion wouldn't have to guard it so tightly. "Miss Junzi." Gion, who had been on guard against Junzi, became furious when Junzi looked at him, and said in a deep voice, "Didn't the marshal tell you that the box contains devil fruit? If you stare at the box again, I will kill you even if you are a member of the Knights of God." Junzi kept his eyes on the box that Gion had wrapped in a red cloth, and blurted out subconsciously, "You can't kill me." Junzi suddenly woke up when he found his attitude was a little arrogant, and immediately looked up at Xia Yu. Although she did not take Gion, Hancock and Doflamingo seriously, she was afraid of the young marshal in front of her from the bottom of her heart. Most importantly, this young marshal was well known for protecting his own people, and speaking to Gion in such an arrogant tone was tantamount to seeking death. Sure enough, as soon as she raised her head, she saw two fingers facing her, which were infinitely magnified in her pupils. Next second, with a bang, the oncoming finger flicked her forehead, almost making her tears fly out. After raising her hand and giving Junzi a slap on the head, Xia Yu said sternly, as if she was educating a child, "Don't talk to Gion in this tone again. Understand?" Junzi said nothing, covered his forehead where he was hit by the bullet and nodded, his eyes moving around in grievance, giving people the feeling that he might cry at any time. Seeing this, Xia Yu stopped pursuing the matter and turned his head to look at Doflamingo, who was unhappy after being kicked by Hancock on the warship. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "Doflamingo, is it because I have suppressed you too much? Have you lost your arrogance? That won't do. When we get to the Holy Land, you can act as arrogant as you want, I will protect you." Hearing this, a cold light flashed across Doflamingo's sunglasses. Then, he grinned and let out his signature laugh, hey, you can be as arrogant as you want. Certainly. Xia Yu smiled and nodded. Don't worry, the sky won't fall. Chapter 172 The show begins, Birdcage covers the Holy Land. 172-183. Chapter 172 The show begins, Birdcage covers the Holy Land. Entrance to the Holy Place. In the artificial forest on both sides of the moving walkway, dozens of CP0 agents wearing white robes and various masks are scattered in hidden places. Some people stood on the trees, staring at the entrance ahead as if facing a great enemy. Some stood under the trees, smoking cigarettes leisurely, and more were lurking in more hidden positions, staring at the entrance to the Holy Land with bated breath. Under a large artificial tree closest to the entrance, 3 CP0s with slender figures stood quietly. None of them made any unnecessary movements, standing under the tree like statues. Guernica, this mission has exceeded the scope. Suddenly, the man standing on the left turned his head to look at his companion standing in the middle, and said in a serious tone, Saint Lord Makasmosh has now been rotated out of the room of power. His order. After a slight pause, a trace of worry flashed across the man's eyes. The most important thing is that the target of this mission is Marine Marshal Xia Yu. His current status is equivalent to that of the 5 elders. We are attacking him at this time, and in the Holy Land. I am not afraid of death, but it feels very strange. Don't you think it's unusual to kill a Marine Marshal who is equal to the 5 elders in the Holy Land? Guernica, a CP0 agent under the world government, is currently recognized as the strongest person in the CP0 organization. Wearing a white bowler hat and a white mask, Guernica turned his head slightly to look at the man, and slowly adjusted the dark long scarf around his neck. He said in a low voice, Abnormal. You need to find out how this Marine Marshal Xia Yu came about. He is a traitor. The Treaty of Mariajoy signed by the Holy Land with him was just a temporary measure. The authority of the world government cannot be challenged. When the time is right, his existence will be wiped out. Now Sakazuki has gone to Wanokuni, Kuzan has also stayed on Cake Island, and he only has a new Admiral Gion with him. If we don't get rid of him now, there will never be another opportunity like this in the future. The most important thing is that this matter cannot be handled through the Room of Power. It must be handled by Saint Makasmas who has been replaced. Just as Guernica finished speaking, a sound similar to that of a bird suddenly came from the artificial forest ahead. Immediately afterwards, some CP0 agents lurking in the dark flashed out and quickly approached the entrance. Here it comes. Seeing the figures flashing by, Guernica's pupils shrank slightly. Although he spoke the truth, he was not confident in his heart that he could successfully complete the task. The reason was simple. As the strongest agent in the CP0 organization, he knew very well that even if the young Marine Marshal only brought a new admiral with him, they would not be able to contend with him. After taking a deep breath, he did not stop and walked out. At the same time, the elevator was also parked at the entrance. As the elevator door opened, a gunshot was heard suddenly. The next second, a dozen CP0 members lurking near the entrance rushed out as fast as lightning, rushing towards the elevator with a clear goal. As soon as they rushed to the elevator door, more than a dozen CP0 members who were rushing towards them were stunned almost at the same time. The elevator door was open, but there was no one in the elevator. What's going on? Where are the people? After a brief moment of shock, the leading CP0 was the first to react and looked around vigilantly. How did it disappear out of thin air? Didn't the people down there just report that they were in the elevator? Damn it, did they know there was an ambush? As the voices of CP0 members continued to ring out, Guernica arrived at the entrance. He just glanced at the empty elevator, and then instinctively looked up at the sky. Just as he looked up, a dark shadow suddenly flashed under the cantilever outside the elevator. Then, a huge arrow wrapped in bandages rose from the bottom of the cliff and instantly landed above the heads of the CP0s. On the huge arrow wrapped in bandages were Xia Yu and his group. Xia Yu, standing in front of the huge arrow, stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the CP0 members at the entrance. On his left and right stood Junzi and Gion respectively. Hancock and Doflamingo also faced each side, each on their own, their killing intent inadvertently released. Before all the CP0 members present could react, a figure suddenly dropped from the sky and landed steadily at the entrance. It was none other than Doflamingo, who was wearing a pink feather coat with his hands in his pockets. Hey, it looks like some people are desperate. Before he finished speaking, Doflamingo suddenly dodged and grabbed the face of the CP0 agent closest to him, then slammed him to the ground. Boom! A loud bang was heard suddenly, and then a circle of air waves surged out. The CP0 members who were smashed to the ground bounced back in a posture that violated Newton's laws. Doflamingo, damn it, kill him. The sudden battle woke up all the CP0 members present. As the angry shouts rang out, the leading CP0 members rushed out at the fastest speed without any hesitation, and pounced on Doflamingo from several directions at the same time. However, they were still a step slow. As they woke up and rushed out, Doflamingo suddenly raised his head and his unique Paramesha string fruit ability burst out. The next second, several threads appeared in the sky, and then fell like meteors, instantly penetrating into the bodies of several CP0s who were about to rush to Doflamingo. Then, these CP0 members suddenly stopped uncontrollably, and then turned around with horrified expressions. Hehehehe. Ha 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 ha. After controlling these CP0 members with the parasite string developed through the ability of the string fruit, Doflamingo grinned and laughed evilly, and his fingers manipulated the silk threads. Damn it, I'm out of control of my body. Doflamingo, As Doflamingo's fingers moved, the CP0 members whose bodies were controlled by the threads made terrified sounds and drew their guns to aim at their companions. Bang, bang, bang. The crisp sound of gunfire came out without warning, and then several CP0s controlled by the silk threads raised their guns and aimed at each other and pulled the trigger at the same time. After just one encounter, several CP0 members fell in a pool of blood. It's really a joy to the body and soul. Ha 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 ha. After killing several CP0s who rushed over in a simple and rough way, Doflamingo slowly opened his hands, like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, and his crazy laughter resounded throughout the sky over the Holy Land. Amidst the crazy and evil laughter, a Shadow Knight string puppet that looked exactly like Doflamingo quickly took shape and appeared next to him. Then, Doflamingo flicked his finger lightly, and the top of the Shadow Knight string puppet that had just formed suddenly cracked, and then dense silk threads gushed out and rushed straight into the sky. Dense silk threads rushed to a height of 1,000 meters and bloomed like fireworks, quickly covering the entire Holy Land. Good show. Appearance. As Doflamingo spoke, the dense silk threads covering the sky above the Holy Land immediately fell down at an alarming speed, like a huge birdcage covering the entire Holy Land. Chapter 173 The Holy Land is isolated. The reckoning begins. 173 183rds. Chapter 173 The Holy Land is isolated. The reckoning begins. Damn it, stop him. Looking at the dense silk threads falling from the sky and covering the Holy Land, the CP0 members present woke up as if from a dream and rushed towards Doflamingo. Doflamingo. Guernica followed closely and looked up at the dense silk threads that were about to fall. The next second, he appeared in front of Doflamingo in a flash, and said with murderous intent, "This is a holy place, no recklessness will be tolerated." Before he finished speaking, he concentrated all his strength on his index finger and without any hesitation, launched the finger pistol and hit Doflamingo directly between the eyebrows. Almost at the same time, CP0 members who rushed over from all directions also attacked at the same time. Some rushed towards the puppet next to Doflamingo, and more people rushed towards Doflamingo, trying to cut off Doflamingo's retreat. Foo. Doflamingo, who was standing next to the puppet, did not dodge or evade. He looked coldly at the figure that was rushing towards him with an evil arc on his lips. Just as Doflamingo was about to be killed by Guernica, a terrifying aura suddenly emerged from the sky. Immediately afterwards, a figure flashed again on the huge arrow wrapped in bandages. Big perfume femur. A cold shout accompanied by a figure descending from the sky resounded clearly in the ears of CP0 members, and then a circle of violent air waves fell straight down, instantly covering Guernica. So fast. Guernica, who had just used finger pistol to hit Doflamingo between the eyebrows, looked up in horror at the figure that suddenly appeared and his pupils dilated infinitely. It was too late to dodge. Finally, he had to give up attacking Doflamingo and decisively released Iron Body from Marine 6 styles. Iron Body. Boom. A deafening explosion suddenly rang out, accompanied by Guernica's loud shout. When the two collided, a terrifying air wave suddenly burst out, blowing away the CP0 member who had just pounced on Doflamingo and the puppet that was madly spewing silk threads. Even Guernica, who was known as the strongest agent of CP0, was forced to retreat uncontrollably under this extremely domineering attack. Before Guernica could steady himself, a figure dropped from the sky and landed steadily in front of Doflamingo. It was none other than Boa Hancock, the peerless queen of the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Hancock landed in front of Doflamingo and cast aside the infatuated look she usually had when facing Xia Yu. She took a step forward as haughty as possible, letting the violent energy wave sweep up the 3,000 black hair on her head, and swept her cold eyes across the entire audience. Holy Land, this is such a terrifying place. However, as long as I am with Xia Yu, no matter what kind of world I face, I will not be afraid. Before she finished her words, Hancock suddenly looked up, and her unique ability of the Paramesha sweet fruit was quietly released. Her hands then made a heart shape, and heart-shaped light spread out at an astonishing speed, instantly covering the entire venue. In an instant, all CP0 members except Guernica had hearts in their eyes and turned into petrified statues standing on the spot. At the same time, the huge arrow wrapped with straps also landed steadily on the ground. Xia Yu, who was standing on the arrow, took a step forward and stood next to Hancock. Immediately afterwards, Gion and Junzi also walked down the arrow and stood on the left and right of Xia Yu. Guernica, Xia Yu, who had come to the ground, raised his head slightly and glanced at the strongest CP0 agent opposite him. He said calmly, "Who gave you the courage to come here and intercept me?" "You are a traitor." Guernica, who had withstood the power of the Hancock fruit with great willpower, slowly raised his head and gritted his teeth and said, "The authority of the world government cannot be violated. The traitors will be purged." Boom boom boom. Suddenly, a sound like a falling star came from behind Xia Yu and his companions. Following the sound, I saw dense silk threads falling from the sky and instantly straightening after hitting the ground, and chilling light flashed in the tiny threads. Not only the ground behind Xia Yu and the others, but also the threads that dropped from the sky continued to penetrate into the ground, spreading around the top of the red line at an alarming speed. In just a few blinks of an eye, the huge birdcage was on the top of the red line, completely covering the holy land of Mariajoy at the top. Rebellious, looking up at the completed birdcage, Xia Yu narrowed her eyes slightly and then walked out decisively. Buzz, buzz. As Xia Yu stepped out, the air around him suddenly felt a low-frequency vibration, and an invisible and majestic pressure surged out like a raging wave. Conqueror's hockey. Feeling the overwhelming pressure coming towards him, Guernica couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise as his pupils contracted. Xia Yu kept walking. With every step he took forward, the surging Conqueror's hockey became more severe, and Guernica could no longer bear it. He fell to his knees uncontrollably with a thud. Xia Yu came to Guernica without stopping. When he passed by Guernica, Guernica's pupils suddenly dilated, and then he opened his mouth and sprayed out. The whole person was unable to bear the sudden increase in pressure and fell to the ground with his hands and knees prostrated. Without waiting for him to react, Hancock, who followed Xia Yu, kicked Guernica in the head with a clean kick. Bang! There was a sudden loud bang, and Guernica's head was petrified instantly after being kicked, and then exploded into countless pieces that fell to the ground. In the headquarters building of the world government, figures kept flashing in the offices of the heads of departments at all levels directly under the world government. Soon after, the huge floor-to-ceiling windows were filled with people. In the room of power, Topman, Satan, and Azamburn, who had recovered after being killed twice by Sengoku, stood up and walked to the French window to look out as if they had some kind of intuition. When they saw the huge birdcage falling from the sky outside the window and covering the entire Holy Land, the three of them changed their expressions and blurted out in unison, string fruit, da flamingo. Damn it, who gave him the courage? Azambalon took a step forward and said in a deep voice, how dare you come to the Holy Land to cause trouble? Everyone. Seeing the reactions of the three people, Sengoku, who was chewing senbei, slowly stood up. Da Flamingo certainly doesn't have the guts to come to the Holy Land and cause a scene, but someone dared him to be so arrogant. Please be patient, three of you. After a slight pause, Sengoku picked up another senbei and threw it into his mouth, then said, as long as you didn't help the pirates attack the Marine branch, this reckoning wouldn't fall on you. At the same time, Pangu Square, Pangu City, the meeting hall of the Knights of God, and the flowers all noticed the huge birdcage covering the Holy Land. Almost all the celestial dragons in Pangu Square were riding on slaves and walking with a group of bodyguards. After seeing the huge birdcage falling from the sky, all the celestial dragons blinked in confusion, and the bodyguards following behind them widened their eyes in horror. Damn it, the Holy Land was isolated by the birdcage. What's going on? What else could it be? The Holy Land must have been invaded. Quickly protect the adults and get out. As the voices of the bodyguards came out one after another, the celestial dragons who had just walked a few steps outside were protected and returned to their respective mansions with a confused look on their faces. The meeting hall of the Knights of God. Greengu, who was standing by the window, raised his head slightly to take a look at the huge birdcage that suddenly bloomed over the Holy Land and then covered the Holy Land. His eyes were slightly narrowed, and a faint smile appeared on his face. The reckoning came so quickly. As expected of you, Marshal Xia Yu. 60L. Chapter 174 5 Elders. Today it's either you or me who will die. 174 183rds. Chapter 174 5 Elders. Today it's either you or me who will die. Previous. Next. Between flowers. The female guard in silver armor rushed into the garden in a hurry and knelt down in front of a pavilion in the garden with a plot. In the pavilion, I am, wrapped in a robe and wearing a mask with only his dark red eyes exposed, was holding a thick book in his hand and flipping through it as if no one was around. Lord Yim. The female guard who was kneeling outside the pavilion said with a trembling voice, Marshal Xia. Marshal Xia Yu was back. Yim said nothing and turned to the next page. Everything was calm and peaceful. Seeing this, the female guard mustered up the courage to look up at I am, pointing at the huge birdcage hanging in the sky. Lord I am, Xia Yu was too arrogant. Not only did he let Hancock kill CP0's strongest agent Guernica, he also let Doflamingo release the Devil Fruit ability to isolate the Holy Land with the birdcage. Lord Yim, you can't indulge him any longer. He dared to use the birdcage to isolate the Holy Land today. In the future, he will definitely. Without waiting for the female guard to finish her words, Yim suddenly closed the book and looked at the female guard. The moment Yim's gaze swept over, the female guard felt her body stiffen, and then she lost the ability to speak and control of her body, remaining stiff and motionless in the posture of speaking. The only thing that could move was a pair of eyes filled with fear. After a brief silence, Yim placed the book on the stone table next to him and said coldly, who gave you the courage to come to me and make a noise? Before he finished his words, a black and red flame cloud quietly bloomed, instantly enveloping the female guard. As the flame cloud covered the female guard, a shrill scream was heard. The female guard, wrapped in the flame cloud, was seen emitting thick smoke all over her body. Her body withered at an alarming speed and eventually turned into a pair of white bones. After executing the noisy female guard, Yim turned his head to look at the huge birdcage that had been formed to completely isolate the Holy Land from the outside world. His dark red eyes narrowed slightly, and a calm tone came out from under the veil. Send a message to the 5 elders and ask them to come to the flower room. What's going on? At the Marine office in the Holy Land, a large number of Marine soldiers were attracted by the huge birdcage that suddenly appeared in the sky and ran out of their dormitories. Because of the battle with the CP organization, many Marine soldiers were still wrapped in bandages. However, at this time, they were still in an excited state and didn't care about the injuries on their bodies. They rushed out of the dormitory building and gathered in the open space in front of the dormitory building. Birdcage, has the Holy Land been invaded? Who is so arrogant, actually coming to the Holy Land at this time? The Marine soldiers who came to the open space were confused and felt a sense of urgency, and various doubtful voices were heard one after another. No matter who he is, let's get ready to fight. Fight. Fight whom? Who else would dare to do this in the Holy Land except our Marshal? As the Marshal back, what are you still standing there for? Go and greet the Marshal. As the smarter soldiers in the crowd reacted and took the lead in running out, the other Marine soldiers also woke up from their dreams and followed closely. As soon as the Marines ran out, the ground suddenly shook violently, and the huge birdcage covering the Holy Land began to close. The dense silk threads unstoppably drew grooves on the ground and moved towards Pangu City. Wherever they went, whether it was artificial forests or huge rocks on the mountains, they were easily cut through by the silk threads. In an instant, thick smoke rose up. Foo 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 foo, this feels so great. Doflamingo, who was controlling the birdcage, swept away the gloom of being suppressed by Xia Yu since entering the naval headquarters. Looking at the birdcage that was constantly closing in, he gave his signature evil smile with a hint of arrogance. After a burst of laughter, Doflamingo's eyes suddenly brightened and he spoke word by word, Holy Land. I'm back. Boom boom. Suddenly, the ground shook violently for no apparent reason. Before Doflamingo could react, the ground beneath his feet quickly bulged up and then exploded. A huge sandworm then rushed out from the exploded ground at an astonishing speed. As the black flame cloud rose up, a bloody mouth bit towards Doflamingo with a clear purpose, trying to swallow it in one gulp. Hey, Marshal Xia Yu was right. This Holy Land is indeed inhabited by a group of monsters. Looking at the huge sandworm that was rushing towards him and trying to swallow him, Doflamingo did not dodge, but simply raised his hand and slapped it straight out in the air. Super Strike Whip. With a cold shout, dozens of nearly transparent thin threads shot out from Doflamingo's palm at an astonishing speed. Puff, puff, puff. There were a series of sounds of bodies being pierced and cut off. The giant sandworm that had just rushed to Doflamingo and was about to swallow him in one gulp was cut into dozens of pieces by the silk thread and fell to the ground. As the sandworm's body was cut off and fell to the ground, the broken sandworm body immediately evaporated into black mist out of thin air. Then, a figure stepped out from the black fog. It was none other than Shepherd 10 Peter, the god of agricultural affairs who had been rotated out. Doflamingo was stunned when he found out that the other party had resurrected. Before he could regain his composure, Shepherd 10 Pit's face came into his sight, causing his pupils to shrink sharply. Shepherd 10 Peter Street. Doflamingo blurted out his answer instinctively after seeing who it was, and couldn't help but recall the time when he faced the 5 elders in order to return to the Holy Land and become a celestial dragon. Thinking of the humiliation he had experienced in order to become a celestial dragon, he clenched his fists, his face gradually became distorted, and his eyes became colder under his sunglasses. Doflamingo. The resurrected Shepherd 10 Pit took a step forward, and as the highest authority in the world government, he showed his full aura. He stared at Doflamingo with scorching eyes and said murderously, even if you find a new backer, the Holy Land will not tolerate your insolence. Before he finished speaking, Shepherd 10 Pit's voice suddenly became heavier, and a violent energy wave surged out from under his feet. Remove the birdcage, and I will spare your life. Feeling the violent aura coming towards him, Doflamingo advanced instead of retreating. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward, and released Conqueror's Haki without reservation to block the violent aura that was coming towards him. Buzz. The two violent air waves that collided with each other instantly formed a circle of shock waves centered on the two people. When the two collided, the void vibrated and swept out in all directions at an astonishing speed. Wherever it passed, the CP0 members who were petrified by the power of the Hancock fruit exploded one after another, and then were swept up into the sky by the violent air waves. He. Ha 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 ha. You 5 elders who are high above us, you who call yourselves gods are nothing more than this. Doflamingo released Conqueror's Haki to block Shepherd 10 Pit's pressure, put one hand in his pocket and stepped forward again. When I think of the time when I kowtowed to you, I wish I could tear all your heads off. Lee. Suddenly, a loud and clear cry came from a distance. Immediately afterwards, a gigantic monster with a snake body and a bird head spread its exaggerated wings and flew into the sky from the direction of Pangu City at an astonishing speed. With a high-pitched and clear cry coming from far away, the monster descended from the sky with a rolling cloud of flames and crashed onto the moving walkway. The rolling cloud of flames then surged out like a raging sea, covering an area of hundreds of feet in radius. Xia Yu. Today, either you die or I die. As the deep voice fell, a figure stepped out from the rolling flames. It was none other than the rotating environmental martial god Mikasmas. As soon as he walked out of the rolling flames, the void around Mikasmas suddenly stagnated, and then the extremely violent Conqueror's Haki stirred up black and red flames and scattered them in all directions. Chapter 175. Saint Moshe, do you want to rebel? Kneel down before me. 175 183rds. Chapter 175. Saint Moshe, do you want to rebel? Kneel down before me. Previous. Next. The rolling Haki was rampant, covering an area of 100 feet in radius. As lightning raged, Mikasmas, once the most powerful person in the world, no longer had any reservations or scruples. His oppressive posture brought people an indescribable visual impact. At the entrance of the moving walkway, Xia Yu, enveloped by Conqueror's haki, let the rippling void ripples sweep up his marshal's cloak, with a calm and nonchalant look. It's either me or you who dies. Xia Yu raised his hand to stop Hancock and Gion, who were about to charge out, then stepped onto the moving walkway and said slowly, "You are so bold, Mosh. It would be fine if you sent some cannon fodder to intercept me, but you actually dared to come out and speak nonsense in person." At this point, Xia Yu raised her head abruptly, and her voice became louder, with each word carrying a suffocating sense of oppression. "Mosh, do you want to rebel?" Before he finished speaking, the world's strongest conqueror's haki erupted like a volcano, and suppressed the overwhelming haki that was coming towards him with arrogance and dominance. I am plotting treason. Mosh, whose conqueror's haki was suppressed, widened his eyes and said angrily, "It was you who plotted rebellion and launched a mutiny. I am only purging the rebels." As he spoke, Mosh, blinded by anger, ignored everything and released Conqueror's haki even more frantically in an attempt to fight back. He is the Martian Saint Mosh who was in charge of the world government. Even if he is being rotated out now, it is a compromise he has to make because Xia Yu launched a mutiny to seize the power of Marine. But not long after that, the mutineers rose to a high position, and he, who was rotated out, became a treasonous rebel. It's totally confusing right and wrong. It's simply the opposite of Tiangong. This is intolerable. For a moment, Mosh was so angry that he almost choked and died on the spot, vomiting blood. If it weren't for Xia Yu's powerful strength, he really wanted to put a slave collar on Xia Yu and make her life a living hell. Buzz buzz buzz. As Mosh frantically urged Conqueror's haki to compete with Xia Yu's Conqueror's haki, the surrounding void continued to emit dizzying low-frequency vibrations, and lightning was mixed in the vast void ripples that covered one circle after another, accompanied by the constantly spreading air shock waves that filled the space. Damn it! In the crazy collision of Conqueror's haki, Mosh, who was about to collapse, suddenly raised his head and let out an unwilling roar. Next second, boom, there was an earth-shattering explosion, and Mosh, who was unable to resist the Conqueror's haki released by Xia Yu, was shot out like a cannonball and hit the wall of a building hundreds of meters away. The 4- or 5-story building collapsed under the powerful impact, burying Mosh in an instant. However, just as Mosh was buried by the rubble of the collapsed building, a loud and clear cry was heard. Immediately afterwards, the ruins that had just collapsed exploded, and then a monster with a bird's head and a snake's body flew into the sky. Xia Yu, except the burning of flames, Mosh transformed into the form of Magenton, and flew high into the sky without any hesitation. With the flapping of his wings, he crossed a distance of hundreds of meters and appeared above Xia Yu's head. Following him, a blazing flame carrying a terrifying high temperature fell from the sky. "How dare you transform in front of me?" Xia Yu, who was standing on the moving walkway, had a stern look in his eyes, and then he released a more powerful Conqueror's haki. "Kneel down for me, Marshal." Buzz. The low-frequency vibration of the air spread over a radius of 100 meters, and the Conqueror's haki, a mixture of black, red and gold, flew into the sky, accompanied by thunderous explosions, instantly covering Mosh, who had transformed into the form of Shinjanton. Under the impact of Ultimate's Conqueror's haki, Mosh, who had just spewed out flames to burn Xia Yu on the spot, suddenly let out an uncontrollable scream. Then, he was enveloped by Ultimate Conqueror's haki, as if he was in a gravity field specially created for him, making him completely unable to resist and falling straight down from a high altitude. There was a loud bang, and Mosh fell to the ground, but was suppressed by Conqueror's haki and returned to his original form. He then knelt on his knees facing Xia Yu. Xia Yu, Mosh, who was beaten back to his original form and knelt on the ground, roared again unwillingly, and then he looked up at Xia Yu with bloodshot eyes and said, "Even if you kill me, it won't change your rebellion." Noisy. Without waiting for Mosh to finish his words, Xia Yu suddenly took a step forward, and the Conqueror's haki covering Mosh became heavier, forcing Mosh, who was kneeling on the ground, to crawl on the ground. At the entrance of the moving walkway, Hancock, who was standing side by side with Gion, clenched his fists unconsciously when he saw the once high-ranking 5 elders crawling towards Xia Yu, and the flames of hatred burned silently. In the constantly burning flames, there were flashes of her being kidnapped by human traffickers when she was young, of her being bought by celestial dragons and wearing a slave collar, and of the humiliating experience of celestial dragons branding her back with a slave mark when she was young. Once upon a time, she also wanted to rush into the Holy Land and avenge her previous humiliation. However, her strength is limited, so she can only bury her hatred for celestial dragons deep in her heart and endure the humiliation until now. If Xia Yu hadn't appeared, she might never have gotten revenge in her life. Because to them, the world government was an insurmountable mountain, a behemoth that they could not shake. As long as the world government exists, she will have no chance to kill the celestial dragons that are above the world government. Fortunately, there is Xia Yu. Fortunately, there is Xia Yu. After a brief silence, Hancock raised his head slightly and looked at the tall figure standing proudly in front of her and Gion. There was no infatuation in his eyes as when he was with Xia Yu, and his mind no longer imagined various scenes of a happy life with Xia Yu. There was only admiration and gratitude for this man. She was grateful for the appearance of Xia Yu, grateful for this Xia Yu who brought her to the Holy Land and trampled the celestial dragons that had brought her disaster, allowing her to see the myth of the celestial dragons who called themselves gods being shattered in her lifetime. Suddenly, a shrill scream brought Hancock back to reality. Following the sound, I saw Moshe, who was crawling on the ground, let out a scream, and suddenly dense cracks appeared on his body. As cracks appeared on his body, Moshe couldn't help but let out a shrill scream again, and billowing black mist gushed out from his cracked body. Bang! As the black mist in his body spread, Moshe, whose body was cracked, exploded and turned into fragments that floated in the air. Seeing this scene, Hancock's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and then she looked at Xia Yu, secretly exclaiming in her heart, "Can the powerful five elders be shattered with just the conqueror's haki?" After a brief shock, Hancock's heart was moved. She had just been normal for just a few minutes when suddenly stars appeared in her eyes. She held her face with both hands and looked at Xia Yu with obsession. She imagined the scene of marrying Xia Yu in her mind on the spot. Just as Hancock was imagining a happy future, a strange scene appeared. I saw the body fragments floating in the air, returning and reuniting bit by bit. After a while, the resurrected Moshe stood opposite Xia Yu as normal. Chapter 176, Immortality. Even if it's a god, I will kill him for you to see. 176-183. Chapter 176, Immortality. Even if it's a god, I will kill him for you to see. At this moment, the Marine soldiers stationed in the Holy Land finally arrived. Not only Marine soldiers, but also combat members from all departments of the CP organization rushed in from all directions at this time. Like many soldiers in the Marine team, many of the CP organization members who heard the news first were wrapped in bandages, and some even used crutches for fear of missing this sudden, good show. Naturally, the Knights of God would not miss this storm. They stood far away on a villa platform and looked down at the battlefield shrouded in billowing flames. The Marine soldiers who came to 100 meters away from the battlefield were like chicken blood. They looked at the tall figure standing on the moving walkway with fanaticism, and they were eager to join the battle. "Marshal, we are here. Marshal, who else do you want to kill? Just give me your orders, and I will do whatever it takes. Who else can we deal with? We've already beaten up the CP department, now it's the turn of the Knights of God." "Yes, yes, yes. There are also the Knights of God. Hey, has anyone seen the Knights of God? Find them out and kill them all." Question mark question mark question mark question mark. The CP department members who had just followed and were watching from afar turned their heads to the side. A big question mark appeared on everyone's head. Many of them had their mouths twitching because of being beaten by Marine, and even more of them were cursing in their hearts. "Damn Marine, so arrogant. You guys better not be left alone, otherwise, all of you will die. Hateful, it's so hateful. Who will punish these damn Marines? I really want to beat them to death." Although they cursed in their hearts, none of the CP department members who had just been beaten up by the Marine stationed in the Holy Land dared to make a noise at this time. It was not that they were scared by the Marine, but the Marine Marshal was right in front of them at this moment. They knew that this young Marshal was extremely protective of his people, so if they stood up at this time, they would be courting death. They can still fight back against Marine officers and soldiers, but if the Marine Marshal takes action, they are no different from ordinary soldiers. They will all be laid down by a conqueror's haki. Similarly, the members of the Knights of God who were watching from a distance were also filled with questions. "You are really full of energy." After a brief moment of dull expression, the long-haired woman standing behind Shamrock shook her head and smiled, and said helplessly, "Marine is becoming more and more arrogant. If Lord Yimu does not check and control it, this Holy Land will probably be in turmoil in the future." Shamrock, who was standing in the center, fixed his eyes on the battle not far behind Xia Yu and said slowly, "Shepherd Somas, I hope you can stay calm no matter what happens next. Although you are from the Shepherd family, you are also a member of the Knights of God." Having said that, Shamrock retracted his gaze and looked at Shepherd Somas, who was standing side by side with the long-haired girl. "What's the meaning?" Shepherd Somas held the thorny sword with both hands, the tip of the sword sticking to the ground, and said carelessly, "Shamrock, after all these years, don't you understand me? I have always been calm, okay, ha 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 ha." It didn't seem that Shepherd Somas could actually laugh at this moment. Shamrock had 3 black lines on his forehead and said seriously, "Do you think that Marine Marshal just wants to kill Shepherd 10 Peter and Marcus Moshe and that's it? Look around, Somas. If he just wants to settle accounts with Moshe and Peter, why did he let Doflamingo release the Devil Fruit ability to isolate the Holy Land with the birdcage? It's just a birdcage." Somas shrugged casually and grinned. "If things really get out of hand, just cut it off with a sword." Quote question mark quote. Shamrock tilted his head to look at Somas, who didn't care, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. He said in a deep voice, "Somas, the focus now is not on the birdcage, but Xia Yu's intention. This time, he will definitely make your Shepherd family and the Macas family pay the price, and he may even uproot these 2 families." Somas's pupils shrank slightly, and the smile on his face suddenly disappeared. He couldn't help but said in a lost voice, He wants to kill us all." Shamrock nodded. "That's why I asked you to calm down. If the Knights of God are implicated because of you, I might kill you." "Damn it." Somas couldn't help but swear, and said angrily, "Shamrock, can you please stop saying such harsh words? Shouldn't you try to protect my family now?" "How to protect them?" Shamrock looked at the battlefield ahead, which was suddenly filled with strong winds. The only one who can protect the Shepherd and Marcus families now is Lord Yim, but Lord Yim hasn't given any instructions yet. It's obvious that he doesn't want to get involved in this matter. Of course, these are just my guesses. Shamrock looked up at the birdcage that was about to be gathered to the periphery of Pengu City, and said solemnly, I hope he only settles accounts with Mikasmas and Shepherd Pit, otherwise the Holy Land will be flooded with blood next. Boom boom. Suddenly, a deafening explosion was heard in the windy battlefield. Then, both Pete and Doflamingo backed out. Doflamingo, stop it. Peter, who retreated several meters, exuded a suffocating aura of strength. He stared at Doflamingo, who flew backwards for 20 to 30 meters before steadying himself, and said murderously, don't you want to return to the Holy Land and become a celestial dragon? Remove the birdcage, and I will restore your identity as a celestial dragon. Foo foo foo. Doflamingo flew backwards 20 to 30 meters and spat out a mouthful of blood. He immediately raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, grinned to reveal his blood-stained teeth, and laughed his signature evil laugh. Peter, do you really think I am the same person I used to be? Celestial dragons, I don't care about it now. Ha 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 ha. With a crazy laugh, Doflamingo took a step forward, and Conqueror's Haki surged again. At the same time, on the moving walkway, although Moshe, who had just been resurrected, was killed once by Xia Yu, he seemed to have seen some flaws, and he suddenly exuded unprecedented confidence, and his aura of a strong man was not concealed at all. Then, he took a step forward, staring at Xia Yu with burning eyes. It seems that I overestimated your strength. Even with the unmatched Conqueror's Haki, you can't seem to kill me. In that case, before he finished speaking, Moshe suddenly disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already above Xia Yu's head. The voice of the most Haki exploded like thunder, give me your life. Can't kill you. Xia Yu stood there motionless with a smile on his face. He remained calm and said calmly, fear is the instinct of living things. Resurrecting you is just to kill you a few more times, so that you can feel the fear before death. As the words rang out, Xia Yu suddenly raised his hand and grabbed through the air. The next second, the supreme sword, Justice, on Gion's waist was unsheathed and caught by Xia Yu, who slashed it against the air in a flash. Swoosh. The supreme sword wrapped with Conqueror's Haki slashed through the void and cut off the arm of Moshe, who had just pounced down to grab Xia Yu's crown. Without waiting for Moshe to react, Xia Yu raised the knife again and slashed more than 10 times in the air in an instant. Swish, swish, swish. The slashes came down with such speed that it was dazzling, and the sword energy wrapped in Conqueror's Haki intertwined in the sky to form a huge net that completely trapped Moshe. The huge net formed by the interweaving of sword energy flashed and sank into Maz's body. The next second, Maz's body turned into countless pieces floating in the air. The only intact head fell to the ground with a plop and rolled to Xia Yu's feet. Looking down at the head that had rolled to his feet, Xia Yu simply raised his foot and stepped on it. Don't say you were just granted immortality by I am. Xia Yu, who was stepping on Maz's head, had a flash of disdain in his eyes. Even if it's a god, I will kill him for you to see. Bang. As Xia Yu finished speaking in an extremely Haki voice, the head that was stepped on by Xia Yu exploded. There was no blood splattering as imagined, nor was there brain matter flying everywhere, but only pieces of skull scattered on the ground like pieces of paper. Chapter 177. Arresting the Celestial Dragons of the Two Families. 177-183. Chapter 177. Arresting the Celestial Dragons of the Two Families. Previous. Next. As Mikasmas's head cracked and shattered, the violent energy wave impact came to an abrupt end. Everyone present held their breath and stared at the scattered fragments, waiting for Mikasmas to be resurrected again. However, they will be disappointed this time. After being killed by the supreme sword wrapped with ultimate Conqueror's Haki, Mikasmas turned into fragments on the ground and there was no movement anymore. It was obvious that he was completely wiped out. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. He killed Saint Mikasmas. Somas, who was standing on the balcony of a villa in the distance, saw this scene and his pupils couldn't help but shrink sharply. As a member of the Knights of God, he also possesses immortality, but he knows very well that they are not truly immortal. As early as when the Battle of God Valley broke out and he followed Fegolando Gringo to participate in the war, he had witnessed that Conqueror's Haki had a certain degree of suppression on them who had immortal bodies. At that time, he was almost affected by Conqueror's Haki released by one of the pirates in that war, leaving an indelible shadow. The most important thing is that the Conqueror's Haki released by Xia Yu was more pure and domineering than the Conqueror's Haki released by the pirates who participated in the Battle of God Valley. Even though they are far away, when Xia Yu chopped Moshe with a knife, he inexplicably felt a chill down his spine. Does Conqueror's Haki really override everything? Shamrock, who had not participated in the Battle of God Valley, narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he seemed calm, he was also deeply shocked in his heart. Mikasmazi, the 5 elders who was once so high and mighty that he had to kneel down and worship him, was killed by Xia Yu's sword. Although it was incredible, he was not naive enough to think that it was because Moshe was too weak. Rather, Xia Yu had the terrifying strength to unilaterally crush Moshe and the nearly invincible Conqueror's Haki. Mazi. At this moment, Shepherd Pit, who was fighting with Doflamingo, saw that Mikasmas was shattered to pieces and never resurrected. He suddenly roared, and then frantically urged the energy in his body, and billowing black mist gushed out of his body. When the black mist erupted to the critical point, a loud bang was heard suddenly. The next second, Pit also completed his transformation, turning into a giant sandworm covered by billowing black smoke, and his hideous bloody mouth opened towards Doflamingo. Buzz buzz buzz. Along with a series of low-frequency air vibrations, an unprecedented suction force suddenly appeared and sucked Doflamingo in front of the bloody mouth. Presumptuous. Seeing that Doflamingo was about to be swallowed by the bloody mouth, Xia Yu, who had killed Mikasmas, turned around suddenly, raised the unparalleled big sword in his hand, and the brilliant conqueror's haki instantly wrapped around the blade, and slashed through the air with black and red flames. Swoosh. A dazzling blade light flashed out, and it fell straight down towards Shepherd Pit, who had transformed into a giant sandworm, like a divine punishment. Puff. The sword energy slashed through, and the sandworm's hideous bloody mouth was cut off, falling to the ground along with Doflamingo. As soon as the hideous bloody mouth fell to the ground, Shepherd Pit's screams rang out, echoing over the Holy Land for a long time. Then, Shepherd Pit, who was not completely wiped out, returned to his original form, and fell to his knees with a thud with his head split open. Doflamingo, who was rescued in time by Xia Yu, raised his hand to wipe the bloodline from the corner of his mouth, then turned over and stood up, looking down at Shepherd Pit who was kneeling in front of him. With a flick of his finger, dozens of silk threads burst out and penetrated into Shepherd Pit's body, controlling him like a puppet and suspending him in front of him. After finishing all this, Doflamingo suddenly broke into an evil laugh. Hee ha 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 ha. As Doflamingo laughed, his voice gradually became distorted and crazy, as if he was venting something. Then, his voice gradually changed from crazy to choked, and his eyes were slightly red. Back then, in order to return to the Holy Land and restore his identity as a celestial dragon, he knelt so humbly before the 5 elders. However, what he got in return was not the restoration of his identity as a celestial dragon, but the disdain of the high and mighty 5 elders. It was from that moment that he gave up all his fantasies and reached a cooperation with Kaido. It's not that Kaido has invincible strength, but Kaido is eager to start a top-level war and hopes to destroy the world ruled by celestial dragons. He doesn't care whether the world is destroyed or not, he just hopes that one day he can reach the Holy Land and pull down the high and mighty 5 elders from the throne of the world's highest authority. It's been a long time since I last saw this day. After a burst of crazy laughter, Doflamingo, whose voice was a little hoarse, hunched over in front of Shepherd Peter, grinning bloodthirstily and said, "Peter, you probably never thought that one day you would kneel down in front of me. So, what?" Shepherd Pit, whose body was controlled by the silk thread, raised his head with difficulty and glared at Doflamingo, gritting his teeth and saying, "Without Xia Yu, you are nothing. Ants are just ants." Without waiting for Peter to finish his words, Doflamingo suddenly manipulated the silk thread and cleanly cut off Shepherd Peter's body that was suspended in the air. Looking at the body fragments scattered all over the ground, Doflamingo breathed a sigh of relief, then turned around and faced Xia Yu, bowed his head slightly, and said seriously, "Thank you, Marshal." As soon as the pure and unadulterated Marshal was called out, Doflamingo immediately knelt down on one knee with a pious look. Before Doflamingo could land on his knees, an invisible energy surged in and lifted his knees up. Then, Xia Yu walked up to him with a knife in hand and said calmly, "Are you satisfied with this? Don't you want to become a celestial dragon?" Hearing this, Doflamingo looked up sharply. But immediately, he shook his head decisively and grinned. "Celestial dragons are not out of reach." "It's not just out of reach." Xia Yu's eyes flashed with ruthlessness, and he immediately turned around and looked at the marine soldiers who had been sharpening their knives in the distance, and said in a deep voice, "Where's the marine?" As soon as these words came out, the marine soldiers who were more than 100 meters away straightened their bodies, raised their hands and saluted at the first opportunity, and shouted in unison, "Loyalty. Honesty. Go, arrest all members of the 2 celestial dragons' families, Marcus and Shepherd. I will enforce the law." All the marines turned around without hesitation and rushed towards Pangu City like a pack of wolves. At the same time, Shepherd Pit, who was chopped into pieces by the threads controlled by Doflamingo, resurrected and recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Without waiting for his body to fully recover, Shepherd Pit seemed to be worried that he would be wiped out again if he was a step slower. He immediately turned his head to look in the direction of the flowers and shouted with all his strength, "Lord Yim, save me." Chapter 178. This commander is doing it today, who dares not to obey. 178 183rds. Chapter 178. This commander is doing it today, who dares not to obey. Previous. Next. Swoosh. As soon as Shepherd Peter cried for help, the supreme sword wrapped in Conqueror's haki appeared out of nowhere, instantly pierced through Peter's body and nailed him to a high wall hundreds of meters away. At the same time, a cloud of flames descended from the sky and enveloped Shepherd Pit who had just been nailed to the high wall. The moment the flame cloud enveloped him, Shepherd Pit couldn't help but let out a scream. Then, he looked up in the direction of Hanano-ma with a look of horror, and shouted with all his remaining strength, "Lord Yim, why is this happening?" Before he finished speaking, Shepherd Pit couldn't help but scream again. Under the gazes of those who looked at him sideways, black mist began to rise from Shepherd Pit's body, and his body shrank at an alarming speed. In the blink of an eye, Shepherd Pit, who was nailed to the high wall, was reduced to nothing but a skeleton. Seeing this weird scene, Gion, Hancock and Doflamingo standing behind Xia Yu all showed surprise, while Junzi and other members of the Knights of God such as Shamrock who were watching from a distance couldn't help but shrink their pupils. Although Shepherd Pit was nailed to the high wall by the supreme sword thrown by Xia Yu, the sword did not kill Shepherd Pit on the spot. The reason why Shepherd Pit quickly shriveled up and turned into a skeleton was because Lord Yim killed him. If Shepherd Pit is killed by Xia Yu, There is still a chance that he can be resurrected, but if Lord Yim takes action, there is no chance that Shepherd Pit can be resurrected. Similarly, Xia Yu also turned his head slightly to look in the direction of Huayan after seeing Shepherd Pit quickly shrivel up and turn into a skeleton. Xia Yu. At this moment, a voice came from far away, clearly heard by everyone present. Shepherd 10 Pit and Marcus Moshe were indeed at fault in this matter. They instructed Umid and Pyrocro to assist the Beast's pirates in attacking the marine fortress. They should be executed for their crimes. Since they have been brought to justice, how about we just end this matter? The family members of the two men were not aware of this. Can you show some leniency? Hearing the sudden sound in their ears, everyone in the audience fell silent, and then all eyes were focused on Xia Yu. Amu, isn't it too late to show up now? Xia Yu raised his head slightly and looked in the direction of Huayan, and said in a deep voice, the affairs of the world are up to me. I am doing this today, who dares not to obey? Before Jin Haki finished speaking, Xia Yu suddenly raised his voice, and the voice spread through observation Haki and rang in the ears of every marine officer and soldier who had already rushed to Pangu City. All marines, listen up. No arrests are required. Immediately execute the two celestial dragons' families of Shepherd and Marcus on the spot. Anyone who dares to stop us will be regarded as declaring war. Yes, the neat and loud voices of the marine soldiers who had already rushed into Pangu City were heard from afar, reaching the sky. As soon as the marine team in the front entered Pangu City, the leading officer took the lead and kicked open the celestial dragon's mansion, which they had not dared to approach before. Who? How dare you? This is the residence of Saint Shepherd Thor. Anyone who trespasses will be killed. Before the marine soldiers rushed into the gate, several celestial dragons' bodyguards reacted quickly and flashed in front of the gate one after another. All those outsiders, please disperse. The leading officer ignored the presence of several bodyguards and walked into the gate, saying coldly, by order of the marshal, Shepherd and members of the Marcus family will be executed on the spot. Anyone who dares to stop us will be regarded as declaring war. Before he finished speaking, the officer suddenly looked up at the celestial dragon's bodyguards blocking him and asked murderously, do you want to go to war with the marine? Without waiting for the bodyguards to react, the marine soldiers who followed the officer into the mansion did not stop at all. They bypassed several bodyguards and rushed to the living room, bedroom, and garden. Immediately afterwards, gunshots rang out one after another. Accompanied by screams and roars, the dense gunfire soon became continuous. At the same time, as soon as another marine unit rushed into Pangu City, they fired warning shots into the air. Listen up, celestial dragons in front. We are following the orders of the marshal to execute the members of the Marcus and Shepherd families. All irrelevant personnel, please get out of the way. As the leading officer finished speaking, the soldiers behind him immediately rushed to the mansion opposite the gate with a signboard reading, Marcus nie Saint. Damn, what's wrong with these marines? They're going to execute the Marcus and Shepherds. Hey, when did marine become so rampant? We are gods, and they want to execute gods. Celestial dragons kept coming out of the gate of the nearby mansion, some were at a loss, while others were angry and humiliated. However, what responded to them was a series of crisp gunshots. After a while, the gunfire stopped. Immediately afterwards, a group of murderous marine soldiers ran out of the Saint Nie's palace. Marine, stop. Before the group of marine soldiers could run to the next house, a man with a runny nose and wearing celestial dragon's clothing suddenly ran over aggressively in front of the gate of a luxurious compound adjacent to the Saint Nie mansion, and said arrogantly, how dare you trespass into the celestial dragon's mansion? I will make all of you my slaves. As he spoke, the celestial dragon pulled out a pistol from his waist and aimed at the leading marine officer. Saint Charlos. Seeing this, the bodyguard following the celestial dragon stepped forward and reminded in a low voice, they are here under the orders of the marine marshal. We don't have to take these marines seriously, but we can't afford to offend the new marine marshal. Before the celestial dragon named Charlos could react, the marine officer who was stopped by him suddenly turned around and said with a bloodthirsty grin, Charlos, right. It's you, I'll give you a chance to share the glory. Take us to find all the members of the Marcus family right away. What did you say? Charlos ignored the snot that was about to fall to his mouth and said with his eyes wide open, how dare you speak to me in such a tone? This is unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots were heard suddenly. The gunshots ended, and the officer standing opposite was unharmed. Obviously, he was prepared. After dodging Charlos's shooting, the officer's face instantly turned cold, and he said with murderous intent, the marshal has ordered that anyone who obstructs will be regarded as declaring war. Come, arrest Charlos who obstructs. No, execute him on the spot. Yes. As soon as the colonel's order was conveyed, a group of soldiers swarmed over and stood on both sides of the colonel, then pointed their guns at Charles and pulled the trigger quickly. Chapter 179. Holy Land Cleansing. Close the door, leave no one behind. 179-183. Chapter 179. Holy Land Cleansing. Close the door, leave no one behind. As the arrest order was changed to execution on the spot, a sudden bloody storm spread throughout Pangu City. Many members of the Marcus and Shepherd families were shot on the spot by soldiers who suddenly broke into their mansions before they could react to what was happening. Many of them were eating hot pot and singing songs when dense bullets whizzed towards them. In front of the gates of the most luxurious manors in Pangu City, the CP0 members who were responsible for protecting the owners of these manors were staring ahead with burning eyes as if they were facing a great enemy. In front of their sight, a marine team led by the headquarters, Rear Admiral was rushing towards them with murderous intent. Has Xia Yu gone mad? He wants to execute celestial dragons in the Holy Land. Don't be impulsive, their targets are the Shepherd and Marcus families. The two CP-0s standing in front of the gate of one of the manors maintained a vigilant posture with their eyes looking forward. Although the voices of their communication were very low, they still attracted the attention of the CP-0s in front of the gates of several other manors. Have you heard? Guernica has been killed. That idiot actually followed the orders of Saint Macasmus. Doesn't he know that Marshal Xia Yu's status is equivalent to that of the 5 elders? Not only Guernica, but dozens of CP-0s who were accompanying him were all killed. Amid the voices of several CP-0s communicating across the air, the Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral walking in front had arrived at the gate of Shepherd 10 Peter's Manor. Before the Rear Admiral could get close to the gate, the two CP-0s standing in front of the gate wisely made way for the Marine soldiers who were following closely. In the past, these Marine soldiers would not only approach the manor gate aggressively, but would probably be driven back or even killed on the spot as soon as they appeared near these manors. However, times are different now. Now, under the command of Marshal Xia Yu, whose status is equivalent to that of the 5 elders, the Marines have undergone tremendous changes in both their style and status. The most important thing is that Shepherd Pitt and Macasmas have both been killed by Marine Marshal. If they are stupid enough to stand out at this time, they may not even know how they died. Weren't you very arrogant before? Seeing the two CP-0s standing in front of the door voluntarily make way, the Rear Admiral who stepped into the manor gate slightly turned his head to look at one of the CP-0s, then raised his hand and patted the CP-0 on the face. Next time you see this Rear Admiral, please make way as soon as possible, understand? Without waiting for the CP-0 to react, the Rear Admiral immediately raised his right hand, and then swung it down decisively. Close the door, leave no one behind. As soon as these words came out, the two CP-0s raised their heads almost at the same time and looked at the Rear Admiral in disbelief. The next second, the two of them rushed out without any hesitation at the moment the door closed, as if they were afraid that if they were a step slower, they would be locked up in the manor and killed by Marine and other members of the Shepherd family. As soon as the two of them rushed out of the gate of the manor slammed shut. Soon, creepy gunshots rang out one after another in the manor. The Shepherd and Marcus families have been thriving in the Holy Land for 800 years. Excluding the branches, their direct members number tens of thousands. As dense gunfire continued to be heard in Pangu City, in just a few minutes, thousands of direct members of the two major families were executed on the spot. The continuous gunfire and wailing made the other family members terrified. More people have clearly realized that their so-called identity as descendants of God is simply a joke. The reason they enjoyed all the privileges in the past was because the world government was a behemoth that no one could shake. Now there has appeared a Marine Marshal who has forced the world government to compromise. They have enjoyed 800 years of glory in the Holy Land and called themselves gods, but they are no different from ordinary people. The halo of God hanging over their heads is gone, and what comes in its place is just a group of lambs to be slaughtered. Standing side by side with Shamrock and several other members of the Knights of God on the balcony of a villa, Shepherd Somas could no longer sit still after hearing the continuous gunfire coming from the direction of Pango City. He looked at Shamrock with red eyes, swept away his usual casual look, and gritted his teeth and said, "Shamrock, are we just going to let Marine go on a killing spree in Pango City? Don't forget, you are also a celestial dragon. If we just watch Pangu City become a river of blood, the celestial dragon's authority will be gone forever. The most important thing is that the Mariajoy Treaty clearly states that celestial dragons have no right to be executed. Even if Moshe and Peter are colluding with the pirates, it shouldn't be handled by the Marines. Instead, it should be handled by our Knights of God. Shamrock, say something." Seeing that Shamrock didn't react much, Shepherd Somas suddenly lost control of his emotions and took a step forward to grab Shamrock's collar, his eyes bloodshot, and he said, "My family is going to be killed. Your family will not die." Shamrock let Somas grab his collar and said calmly, "I have moved your wife, children and granddaughter to a safe place. However, the Shepherd family and the Marcus family must not appear in this Holy Land anymore. This is the best I can do for you." Hearing that his wife, children and granddaughter had been transferred, Somas secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But immediately his expression tightened, and he stared at Shamrock and asked, "What do you mean the Shepherd family can't appear in the Holy Land in the future? Without the Shepherd family, what am I? There is only one way to protect you, your wife, children and granddaughter. From now on, you are no longer Shepherd Somas but Fergalando Somas." Hearing this, Somas stumbled back, then looked towards Pangu City, clenched his fists and roared, "Shame. This purge is a shame for the world government, a shame for the celestial dragons, and a shame for all of us." After a slight pause, Shepherd Somas suddenly turned his head and looked at Shamrock, as if he had made up his mind. He said fanatically, "I can't abandon the glory of the Shepherd family and live under the name of the Fegarando family. I'm sorry." Before he finished speaking, he jumped off the balcony of the villa. When he appeared in the sight of Shamrock and others again, he was standing on a huge python covered with thorns, rushing towards Pangu City with its fangs and claws bared. Unexpectedly, Somas was so determined that he released his unique ability of Paramesha Thorn Fruit and rushed towards Pangu City. Shamrock's pupils couldn't help but shrink. If Somas attacks Pangu City at this time and causes casualties among Marine soldiers, the Knights of God will definitely be implicated. Because Somas is not only from the Shepherd family, but also a core member of the Knights of God. Once a Marine soldier was killed by Somas, based on his understanding of Xia Yu would definitely be furious. Even if he would not massacre the Knights of God, he would take this opportunity to suppress the Knights of God. Thinking of this, Shamrock drew his sword decisively and directly activated observation haki to transmit his voice. Somas, don't force me. If you go to Pengu City at this time, the Knights of God will definitely be implicated. Come back immediately. I promise you in the name of Fegalando that I will ensure that your wife, children and granddaughter are safe. Damn it. Seeing that Somas not only did not stop but suddenly accelerated, Shamrock cursed inwardly, and the big hand holding the western sword's shoulder shook, and said in a deep voice, "Go, Hellhound." Buzz. The sword body vibrated, and a terrifying energy wave surged along with it. Immediately afterwards, a three-headed hellhound flashed out from the tip of the sword, surrounded by billowing black air. With 3 heads as fast as lightning, it flew across the sky with its fangs and claws bared, and pounced straight on Somas. Chapter 180 The strong always show their cards clearly, you can do whatever you want. 180 Chapter 180 The strong always show their cards clearly, you can do whatever you want. At the same time, between flowers, the 2 newly promoted 5 elders, Sengoku and Zephyr, and the 3 senior 5 elders, Topman, Azambran and Satan, stood in front of a pavilion, all looking at IM who was sitting inside. Report to Lord Yimu. Suddenly, a guard in silver armor rushed into the flowers in a hurry, slid to his knees in front of the pavilion, bowed and said, the Marcus family and the Shepherd family were massacred by the Marine. So far, thousands of celestial dragons from the 2 families have been executed on the spot by the Marines who rushed to the door. As soon as these words came out, Sengoku and Zephyr looked at each other tacitly. They didn't expect that Xia Yu would not only settle accounts with Marcus and Shepherd, but also spared the family members of the 2. You know, the 2 families have been passed down for 800 years and there are more than tens of thousands of direct members. In the past 800 years, the relationship between celestial dragons has become complicated because of intermarriage. If Xia Yu wants to carry out a thorough cleansing, I am afraid that all the 19 celestial dragons living in the Holy Land will be slaughtered. Topman and Satan did not react much. They stood in front of the pavilion, watching the world, waiting for Im's instructions. Azambran felt a chill inexplicably, because he was the one who supported Spandine behind the scenes when Xia Yu, then Vice Admiral, was investigated. Although Spandine and his son paid a price for this, and Xia Yu, who became Marine Marshal and signed the Mariajoy Treaty with the Holy Land, did not pursue the matter any further, he still felt uneasy. Marcus and Peter merely instructed the 2 New World Underground Emperors to assist the Beast's pirates in attacking the Marine Fortress, and they ended up like this. If Xia Yu took this opportunity to settle accounts with him, the Azambran family would definitely not be able to escape this disaster. Because judging from Lord Im's reaction at this time, he doesn't care about the survival of the Marcus family and the Shepherd family. As the guard finished speaking, the garden suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. After a brief silence, Yim slowly stood up and walked to the steps, looking down at Satan, Topman and Azambran. You go and clean up the mess. This is Moshe and Peter's own fault. This should serve as a wake-up call for you. Also, tell Greengu to come to the flower room immediately. The 3 of them did not dare to be negligent. They bowed to Im and then turned around and left Wahian with the guard. After watching them walk out of the flower room, Yimu returned to the pavilion and sat down. There was no emotion in his tone, and he spoke slowly. Sengoku, Zephyr, do you know why Xia Yu didn't even give me face and insisted on killing Moshe and Peter and their families? After a slight pause, Yimu added, there are only 3 of us here, you can speak frankly. Bluntly speaking, Sengoku raised his head to meet Im's gaze, and habitually took out a box of senbei from his pocket. Can we eat while we talk? Im's eyes narrowed as he stared at Sengoku. Just when Sengoku thought Im was going to get mad and put the senbei away, Im nodded for the first time. Okay. Ahahaha, thank you very much. Sengoku picked up a piece of senbei and threw it into his mouth, then said with a smile, since Lord Im has made it so clear, I will really speak frankly. In my opinion, the reason why Xia Yu was purged was not entirely because Mikasmas and Shepherdpit were indirectly involved in the Beast's pirates' attack on the 5th Branch Fortress. There is another bigger reason, and that is that there are too many celestial dragons in the Holy Land. After 800 years of reproduction and inheritance, the descendants of the 20 kings who founded the world government have grown into a very large ethnic group. During this period, many royal families of member countries have obtained the status of celestial dragons. That's understandable. After all, that's 800 years of reproduction. But the problem is that celestial dragons enjoy all the privileges, and every year the member countries have to pay a staggering amount of heavenly gold. As the number of celestial dragons in the Holy Land increases, the heavenly gold that the member countries have to pay will naturally rise. During the time I've been a rotating 5 elders, I've discovered through many documents that many countries have collected taxes 10, 20, or even 50 years later in order to pay the heavenly gold. Why is the problem of pirates getting worse and worse? The reason is that these countries are oppressed by celestial dragons who enjoy all the privileges and the people are living in poverty, which leads to more and more people going out to sea and becoming pirates. At first, they may just want to survive, but gradually, when they see other pirates making a lot of money through burning, killing and looting, their desires will be magnified. Marshal Xia Yu wants to eliminate the pirates. Naturally, he cannot just arrest and execute the pirates on the sea. He must also start from the root. One of the roots is the celestial dragons who live in the Holy Land and enjoy all the privileges. Of course, all this stems from the big mistakes made by Mikasmas and Shepherdpit. If they had not been indirectly involved in the war in New World, Marshal Xia Yu's plan to reorganize celestial dragons would not have come so quickly. Hearing this, Yimyu's dark red eyes flashed with a cold light, and he said in a deep voice, Xia Yu has been planning to reorganize celestial dragons for a long time. Sengoku nodded. To be precise, it is to weaken the privileges enjoyed by celestial dragons. How dare you say that, Sengoku? I stood up suddenly, staring at Sengoku with burning eyes. You told me this plan in front of me, aren't you afraid that I will be prepared? Sengoku shrugged slightly and smiled. I wanted to keep it a secret, but Marshal Xia Yu didn't seem to care. Don't care. The corners of Yimyu's mouth twitched slightly under his veil. What do you mean? It means. Sengoku took out a piece of senbei and threw it into his mouth, then raised his head again to meet Im's gaze and said calmly, he's telling you what to do. The purge of the Makas and Shepherd families continues. As Topman, Satan and Azambarn walked out of the flower room, they saw a familiar figure coming towards them. It was the leader of the Knights of God, Fegalando Gringo. Topman frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, Gringo, why are you here instead of protecting the celestial dragons? Wearing the cape of the Knights of God and with an arc-shaped hairstyle on his head, Gringo walked over quickly with a smile on his face and said, I think I am more needed here. Hearing this, Topman's facial muscles twitched slightly, and he immediately turned sideways to make way for him. You've arrived just in time. Lord Yim wants to see you. Thank you very much. Greenboo walked straight past the three people without stopping. Watching Greenboo walk into the flowers, Azambaron's tone was also filled with helplessness, while the snipe and the clam quarrel, the fisherman benefits. Mosh and Peter are so confused. Satan tilted his head and looked at Azambarn. Do you think that the Marine Marshal went to such great lengths to kill the Marcas and Shepherd families, so that the Fegarando family would reap the benefits? Let's wait and see. In the future, this holy land, it is very likely that a king will emerge to take center stage. Chapter 181 You call this upholding justice. 181 183rds. Chapter 181 You call this upholding justice. The purge of the Marcas and Shepherd families continued until the evening. During this period, a total of more than 50,000 people from the two families were executed on the spot. At the beginning, some members of the Celestial Dragon family stood up to show off their status as descendants of God, but after those who stood up were executed on the spot for obstructing law enforcement, no Celestial Dragon dared to show up anymore. They all retreated to their respective mansions, trembling in fear, fearing that Marine's butcher knife would fall on their heads. However, although the Great Purge is over, the huge birdcage covering the Holy Land is still there, like a sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of all the celestial dragons in the Holy Land, shining brightly under the setting sun, making people afraid to look at it. The Room of Power. Xia Yu sat alone on a single sofa with his legs crossed. Gion and Hancock stood side by side on his right, while Doflamingo stood hunched over with his hands in his pockets on his left, looking down at Azambarn, Topman and Satan who were sitting opposite Xia Yu. It was in this power room when he came to the Holy Land to meet the five elders. At that time, the five elders were high above, while he knelt on the ground in shame. Today, there are only 3 of the once high and mighty 5 elders left, and he is no longer the man who knelt humbly for the identity of celestial dragons. Report. Suddenly, a loud voice came from outside the door. Then, the tightly closed door of the power room was pushed open, and 2 naval headquarters rear admirals walked quickly into the hall, ignoring the presence of Azambarn, Topman and Satan, the 3 five elders, and went straight to Xia Yu. Report to the marshal. As soon as the 2 rear admirals came in front of Xia Yu, they immediately put their feet together and raised their hands to salute, and then said in unison, all direct members of the Marcus family and the Shepherd family have been killed, please give your instructions. Thank you for your hard work. Xia Yu nodded slightly, and then looked at Azambarn who was standing by the window opposite. Your Excellency the God of Finance, don't you want to express your opinion? Xia Yu. Azambarn, who understood what Xia Yu was going to do, immediately widened his eyes and said angrily, Marine has already received 100 million Baileys in compensation for the fight with the CP department. Isn't this 100 million Baileys enough for them to share? One thing at a time. Xia Yu waved his hand. It was those people in the CP department who provoked the Marine. Provoking the Marine means provoking justice. The Marine soldiers fought to uphold justice. As their superiors, we should reward them according to their merits. Azambaron's facial muscles twitched wildly. It was a large-scale, unorganized and undisciplined fight. Do you call this upholding justice? Although he thought so in his heart, Azambarn did not dare to say it out loud. Well, since you don't want to spend money. Xia Yu shrugged helplessly, then turned his gaze to look at Gion beside him, and said simply, Gion, you are responsible for one thing. Confiscate all the finances of the 2 major families of Macas and Shepherd and use them as Marine funds, and take out part of them as rewards to distribute to the officers and soldiers who participated in this cleansing operation. Yes. Gion nodded in agreement, then picked up the box and turned away. Seeing this, the 2 rear admirals could no longer sit still. Following Xia Yu's eye signal, they happily hurried to catch up with Gion. As soon as they walked out of the power room, one of the rear admirals immediately quickened his pace and walked side by side with Gion, lowering his voice and saying, Admiral Gion, the finances of the 2 families have been sorted out by the brothers, you just need to check them. These celestial dragons are truly filthy rich. The Marcus family alone has seized more than 10 trillion Baileys and countless gold and jewelry. The 500 soldiers in charge of clearing the Baileys have counted so much money that their hands are cramped. Oh, and there are some devil fruits. When I led people to the Miasma's mansion, several celestial dragons of the Marcus family were preparing to feed these devil fruits to their newly bought slaves. Fortunately, we showed up in time. Hearing this, Gion suddenly stopped and asked, "You didn't clean up all the slaves in the celestial dragon's house?" Rear Admiral nodded. "Most of them have been cleared out. According to our investigation, these slaves were once the most heinous pirates on the sea. Those who have not been cleared out are civilians of other races such as fishmen. They have now been sent out of the Holy Land by soldiers arranged by my subordinates." Before Gion could react, the elevator door in front of them suddenly opened, and a woman in celestial dragon's costume walked out of the elevator aggressively, accompanied by several palace guards. "Lord Shah, you can't go any further." As soon as I stepped out of the elevator, 2 palace guards said with sad faces, "The room of power is in front. The 5 elders are having a meeting." HMPH. The female celestial dragon named Shah snorted coldly and slapped the guard in the face. She said arrogantly, "I am a celestial dragon. Even if it is the room of power, I can enter it if I want." Before she finished speaking, Shah immediately turned her head to look at Gion and the 2 rear admirals who were walking by her, and said through gritted teeth, "Damn Marine, just wait for me." After saying that, Shah clenched her fists and walked towards the room of power quickly with a clear goal in mind. As soon as she arrived at the door of the power room, Shah swept away her arrogance and cried out, "Saint Nasujiro, Saint Satan, Saint Wachuli, Shah wants to see you." As soon as she said the word, "see," Shah suddenly pushed open the door of the power room and ran to Azambran, Satan and Topman, and knelt down on both knees. She continued with tears in her voice, "My 3 lords, you must make a decision for me. My brother Charlos was shot and killed by the Marines because he argued with a Marine officer. Woo, please give my brother justice." Quote? After taking a look at the female celestial dragons who suddenly broke into the power room, Azambran, Topman and Satan all had question marks on their heads, and then they all turned their eyes to the palace guards who followed in. Without waiting for the 3 to react, Shah Dong suddenly raised her head, stared at Xia Yu fiercely, and gritted her teeth and said, "I know you are Marine Marshal Xia Yu. My brother died at the hands of your subordinates, give me back my brother's life." Presumptuous. Unexpectedly, Xia not only trespassed into the power room, but also directly pointed the spearhead at Xia Yu, the killer. Azambran couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. He immediately took a step forward and shouted in a deep voice, "Who the hell are you? How dare you come to the power room to make trouble? Get out of here immediately. He is the one who should step down." Xia obviously didn't know the seriousness of the matter. She raised her finger and pointed at Xia Yu and said hysterically, "He is just a Marine Marshal. What qualifications does he have to sit here?" As soon as these words were spoken, Azambran, Topman and Satan all changed their expressions. Topman, the usually calm god of law, stood up immediately and shouted, "Shalulia, didn't you read the Mariajoy Treaty? He is not only a Marine Marshal, but also has the same status as the 5 elders. This is too presumptuous. Come on, take this BCH away." "Wait." Xia Yu raised his hand to stop the guard from moving forward and said calmly, "Hancock. Exist." Slap. Yes, Hancock didn't hesitate at all. He stepped forward quickly and slapped Xia on the mouth with great force. With a loud pop sound, Xia was blown away and fell heavily a few meters away. Hancock obviously would not miss this opportunity. She rode on Xia like a shadow and slapped her face left and right, as if she was venting something. She slapped her hard. Even though Doflamingo was a ruthless man, after seeing Xia's whole face was deformed and several teeth were blown out and fell to the ground, he subconsciously moved closer to Xia Yu. Azambran, Topman and Satan did not stop him, and looked at each other with grim expressions. To them, a mere Xia is not important. What's important is that after today, the celestial dragons, who regard themselves as gods and enjoy all privileges, will fall from the altar. Chapter 182 Trampling Celestial Dragons' Privileges. Feel the impact of power from a first-person perspective. 182-183. Chapter 182 Trampling Celestial Dragons' Privileges. Feel the impact of power from a first-person perspective. Bang! Suddenly, the door of the power room that had just been closed was pushed open. Then, a hearty laugh came from outside the door. "Haha, it's been so lively here for a long time." When the voice fell, a person arrived. Green Yu, with a crescent-shaped hairstyle on his head, walked into the power room in high spirits. He walked straight to a sofa opposite Xia Yu and sat down. He smiled and said, "Marshal Xia Yu, it won't be long before we will be working together." "So anxious." Xia Yu smiled and looked at Green Yu, "Even if Mikasmas and Shepherdpit are killed, you are not qualified to come to this power room with a swagger now." Green Gu put away his smile and nodded. "That being said, Lord Yim has just given me a new identity, the 5 Elders candidate. Next time I take my turn, I will come to this power room to work as a 5 Elder. The reason I came here now is to inform you all." "Interesting." Xia Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, turned his head to look at Topman, Satan and Azambran who were sitting opposite him, and said slowly, "The 2 seats belonging to the Marine are fixed. Although the personnel will be rotated, they are only selected from the naval headquarters. This means that when the next rotation comes, one of you three will be replaced. Hearing this, Azamburn, Topman and Satan looked up almost at the same time. Before, they thought that after Mikasmas and Shepherdpit were killed, they were two less among the five of them. Even if Gringu replaced them and became the new five elders, it would not have much impact on them. It would only make the Fegorando family become unprecedentedly powerful. However, the fact is that once Gringu moves into the room of power, it means that one of the three of them will be rotated out. At this moment, Shalulia's wailing voice suddenly rang out. Immediately afterwards, Shalulia, whose entire face was completely deformed and blood was constantly oozing from the corners of her mouth and nostrils, was carried in front of Xia Yu by Hancock like a chicken. Kneel down. After throwing Shalulia to the ground, Hancock immediately raised his leg and stepped on Shalulia's back, making her kneel down facing Xia Yu. Seeing this, Xia Yu gently waved her hand, signaling Hancock to leave. Hancock knew when to quit and returned to Xia Yu obediently. He looked down at Shalulia who was kneeling on the ground facing Xia Yu with a proud look, and his heart was filled with joy. Beat up the celestial dragons who enjoy all the privileges in the room of power in front of the five elders. Even though she hated celestial dragons in her heart, she didn't even dare to think about it. After all, this was the power center of the world government, where the five elders, the world's highest authority, issued orders. However, because of Xia Yu's appearance, she not only did so, but the five elders also dared not make any noise. Happiness is like a tornado. Hancock felt happy when he returned to Xia Yu. At the same time, he began to imagine all kinds of happy and beautiful scenes. His face was rosy and looked very beautiful. Doflamingo, who was standing on Xia Yu's left, also felt the impact of real power through the first-person perspective at this moment. As the Marine Marshal, Xia Yu only sat in the power room. The five elders who were once high and mighty did not even dare to make a noise. They just watched Hancock, the former queen of pirates, beat up the celestial dragons and trampled on the celestial dragons' privileges. Saint Satan, woo-woo-woo. After being beaten up, Shalulia, who had completely lost her previous majesty, uttered a discontented voice incoherently, I am a celestial dragon, and this is the room of power. How can you watch me being beaten? And Saint Nasujuro, Saint Watchery, you have to make the decision for me. Shut up, I didn't expect that Shalulia was still stubborn even after being beaten like this. Azamburn immediately scolded her. What you should do now is not to let us make the decision, but to ask Marshal Xia Yu to be magnanimous and spare your life. Without waiting for Shalulia to react, Xia Yu suddenly turned his head and said, Hey, Your Excellency Azamburn, it's not that serious. She just talked back to me a few times. It's not a crime punishable by death. It's not a crime punishable by death. I'm not that cruel. ? Azambalong met Xia Yu's gaze, and his facial muscles twitched wildly. You just ordered the extermination of two major celestial dragons' families. How can you have the nerve to say that you are not so cruel? Xia Yu didn't care what Azamburn was thinking. He just looked away at the so-called five elders candidate opposite him and asked with a smile, Sir Green, this celestial dragon not only trespassed into the power room, but also contradicted me. Although the crime is not punishable by death, it is a crime that cannot be escaped. You are now a five elders candidate, so you can adapt to the work in advance. How do you think we should deal with it? Green Gu laughed and waved his hands, saying, Ahahaha, I haven't entered the room of power yet, so it's not easy for me to interfere in this kind of thing. Xia Yu said sternly, why not intervene? You are the leader of the Knights of God, you have the right to execute celestial dragons. No, Gringo evaded again, pointing to the god of law and martial arts opposite him and said sternly, this incident happened in the room of power, and should be handled by the god of law and martial arts Saint Topman Vochuli. Really? Xia Yu's mouth flashed a cunning, maybe the next time you rotate, you will be rotated to become the god of law. At this point, Xia Yu immediately looked at Topman Vouchery, right, Mr. Vouchery. Hearing this, Green's eyes tightened slightly. It was obvious that Xia Yu was pushing him in front of Topman Wakuri, Azamburn Nasujuro and Jagolucia Satan, trying to take this opportunity to plant a mine among them. Topman Vouchery frowned slightly. He certainly knew Xia Yu's intention, but he couldn't show it. He said calmly, Shalulia trespassed into the power room and contradicted Marshal Xia Yu. She should be killed. As soon as these words came out, Shalulia's body suddenly stiffened, and she looked at Topman with eyes full of despair. That's not necessary. Just when Shalulia thought she was dead, Xia Yu suddenly said, I said that Shalulia's crime does not deserve death. Since none of you have a relatively fair punishment opinion, let me deal with it. After a slight pause, Xia Yu pretended to be in deep thought and looked at Shalulia. If I remember correctly, your father is Rosward. Although the Rosward family lives in the Holy Land, they have a lot of industries in Sabayati Archipelago. From now on, all the assets of the Rosward family will be confiscated and handed over to Marine to manage. As for you, at this point, Xia Yu suddenly looked up and saw Sengoku and Zephyr sitting far away, one enjoying eating senbei and the other sipping tea leisurely. Then he said, I have a piece of farmland in the Holy Land. You will be responsible for watering, fertilizing and loosening the soil. If the vegetables and fruits you grow are to my liking, you can keep them alive. Otherwise, your family will be expelled from the Holy Land. It is decided. Without waiting for Shalulia to react, Xia Yu simply waved his hand and said, come here, drag her out. The two guards who followed into the power room didn't dare to be negligent at all. They were already trembling with fear and didn't care about Xia Yu's identity as a celestial dragon. They dragged her up and ran out of the power room as if escaping. At the same time, Xia Yu changed his posture, crossed his legs, looked at Green Xia Yu opposite him, and said with a smile, "I have no objection to your becoming a Five Elders candidate. But, since you have become a candidate for the Five Elders, shouldn't you vacate the position of leader of the Knights of God?" Chapter 183 Dover. I became the vice leader of the Knights of God. 183 183rds. Chapter 183 Dover. I became the vice leader of the Knights of God. Previous. Green Goo's eyelids jumped, and when he met Xia Yu's gaze, he almost couldn't help but swear. He didn't expect that Xia Yu was not satisfied with pushing him to the opposite side of Azambarn, Top Man and Satan, and even wanted to get involved in the Knights of God. However, although he did not have the final say on the position of leader of the Knights of God, when he went to Hanajian before, Lord Im had already decided on the candidate, and that was his good eldest son Shamrock. With Lord Yimyu's guidance, even if Xia Yu wanted to get involved, he wouldn't have to worry about the fat meat flying away. Thinking of this, Green smiled slightly and said slowly, "Of course I will resign as the leader of the Knights of God, but this position has always been appointed by Lord Yim. I dare not interfere with who will be the next leader." "I see." Xia Yu nodded, and then stood up. "It seems that it is time for me to go to Wahian." Before Xia Yu could take a step forward, a den mushi on the coffee table in front of the sofa suddenly rang. Immediately afterwards, Yimyu's voice came from the den mushi, "Xia Yu, I can make concessions if you launch a purge against the Marcas and Shepherd families, but you cannot interfere with the Knights of God. Most importantly, I have already decided on the leader of the Knights of God, and there is no need to discuss it further." Hearing this, Xia Yu looked up and looked around the hall of the power room, and said with an unhappy face, "Amu, were you eavesdropping just now? I didn't expect you to have such a hobby. In fact, you don't have to do this. There are no secrets here. I believe Sengoku has already told you that I like to be open. If you want to know something, you can come to me directly. There is no need to secretly install a wiretap den mushi in the power room." Quote. Den mushi fell into a brief silence. Obviously, Yim was left speechless by Xia Yu's words. After a few brief seconds, as if suppressing the anger in his heart, Yimu said in a deep voice, "There are no wiretapping den mushi in the power room, nor are there any monitoring den mushi." Xia Yu shrugged slightly. "Since there is no eavesdropping on den mushi, then you were using observation hockey to monitor just now. Not bad. You are worthy of it. Observation hockey can actually cover the Holy Land." This time, Yimu did not remain silent. He gritted his teeth and blurted out, "I didn't. Why are you so angry?" Xia Yu blinked blankly. "Let me make it clear in advance that I have no intention of mocking you. I simply want to praise your observation hockey for being so powerful." Den mushi took a deep breath, and it was not difficult to see that Im was on the verge of exploding at this moment. "Let's get down to business." Yimu didn't want to continue talking about this topic, so he continued, "The matter of the Knights of God, etc." Before Yim could finish his words, Xia Yu interrupted him in time. "I must intervene in this matter. If you don't accept it, let's have a fight. I just want to see what kind of face you have hidden under that veil." Xia Yu, Yim was furious. The den mushi expanded rapidly as the voice came out, and it was about to explode. Before Yimu could get angry, Xia Yu immediately changed the subject. "Of course, I'm not a rude and unreasonable person. If you make concessions, then I will also take a step back. Since you have already decided on the candidate for the leader of the Knights of God, is it okay for me to appoint a deputy leader?" Deputy leader? Yim's tone was obviously relieved, and he asked, "Who do you want to be the deputy leader of the Knights of God?" Hearing this, Xia Yu turned his head to look at Doflamingo standing on his left and said simply, "Don Quixote Doflamingo." After these words were spoken, Gringo, Azambarn, Top Man and Satan all looked up at Doflamingo in disbelief. Doflamingo was also caught off guard, and his eyes widened instantly behind his sunglasses. The tornado of happiness reached him so quickly. After a brief moment of daze, Doflamingo took a deep breath and then straightened his hunchback as straight as ever. If Xia Yu didn't dislike kneeling, he would definitely kowtow to Xia Yu. The reason is simple. Xia Yu not only brought him to the Holy Land to regain the dignity he had lost, but also wanted to promote him to the position of deputy leader of the Knights of God. It doesn't matter whether it's the main one or the deputy one. Most importantly, as the vice leader of the Knights of God, he will have the power to enforce the law against the celestial dragons. This is far more impressive than when he was obsessed with restoring the celestial dragon status. You know, his father gave up his identity as a celestial dragon and left the Holy Land, which led to him, his brother and his mother being beaten by civilians who hated celestial dragons when he was young, and his mother even died as a result. Decades later, the young Marine Marshal not only brought him back to the Holy Land, but also pushed him to a high position. Such a great favor is tantamount to rebirth. Not to mention one, even if he kowtows 10 times, he will make a profit. Amid the incredulous gazes of Azambarn and others, Im's straightforward response came from the den mushi. "Okay, that concludes today's business." Xia Yu was also straightforward and hung up the phone. He looked at Doflamingo who was standing beside him and had not yet recovered from the happiness that came too quickly. "Go report to the Knights of God now. If you have any questions, ask Junzi." Assimilate as soon as possible and don't let me down. Hey, yes. Doflamingo straightened his body, raised his hand and saluted like a marine soldier, then walked out from between Gringu, Azambran and the other two with a swagger as if he didn't recognize any relatives. Everyone, disperse. Xia Yu did not stop, looked around and stood up. Hancock, let's go. Pangu City. Gion, who confiscated the properties of the Marcus family and the Shepherd family, stood in front of the gate of a manor, looking at the mountains of various treasures and countless baileys opposite. Instead of the joy of a great harvest, his face looked heavy. When she heard the two rear admirals reporting the situation on her way here, she was secretly shocked but had no direct feelings. It was not until she saw the mountains of treasures and loot on the other side that she understood what the two rear admirals meant by rich as hell. Putting aside all kinds of rare treasures and gold, the baileys found from the Marcus family and the Shepherd family alone are enough to cover the expenses of naval headquarters and all branches of the Four Seas and Grand Line for at least 1 year. If gold and jewelry are included, Marine won't have to worry about funding for the next 2 years. Of course none of this matters. What's important is that these gold, jewelry, and baileys were all confiscated from the member countries of the world government by the Celestial Dragons, who did not produce anything but enjoyed all the privileges. The bailey gold and jewelry that were seized alone were so staggering. She couldn't imagine what an astronomical figure the wealth that had been squandered by the privileged Celestial Dragons over the years would be. And every pele, every piece of gold, and every string of jewels squandered by the Celestial Dragons were squeezed from the citizens by the member states, causing many of the member states to live in poverty. If this continues, how can the world not be in chaos?